Chapter 451. After a while, the office door opened again, and Li Shui and Yuan, who was floating in the air, rushed over. Did you catch him? Mu Xing pointed at the two assassins in the dream. As for the third one, he was foaming at the mouth and shaking. What's wrong with him? Li Shui pointed at the man. It's so cool. Mu Xing dropped the electric baton, took off the wig on his head with a cold face, threw it aside, then took out the two 3060 red bean buns on his chest and took a big bite. Want to eat? Mu Xing handed one to Li Shui. I'm not hungry yet. Li Shui waved her hand quickly. The women's clothes on Mu Xing turned into ashes and returned to their original appearance. My clothes? I compensate you later. Mu Xing stuffed the remaining bread into his mouth and kicked one of the assassins in the butt. The other party raised his head with his eyes closed, still in a dream state. Let me ask you, who sent you here? Deputy Captain Zhou Ying. Mu Xing looked at Yuan. Are you from the Blue Star Regiment? That's right. Then I leave the rest to you. Mu Xing clapped his hands and prepared to take back his dream. With his strength suppressed in the real world, these assassins could not stop his multiple dreams at all. You did a good job. You are a promising young man. Are you interested in joining our patrol team? No interest. Would you consider it? No. Don't rush to answer. We will meet again in the future. Yuan still had a smiling expression. As he said that, he was about to take the three assassins away. Wait. Mu Xing called him. Have you figured it out? Leave my reward. You're a big consultant. You won't default on it, right? Yuan's mouth twitched, and he threw two balls of chaos-breathing soil to Mu Xing, and then threw a booklet over. Mu Xing happily put it away, and directly put the chaos-breathing soil into the sea of consciousness, and the chaos fungus ball excitedly began to take root and absorb it. If you meet a chaos slave again in the future, you can use this to contact me. Yuan handed over a communicator, spiral-shaped, and looked like a snail. Mu Xing thought about it, and finally decided to accept it. Let's go. Today is another fruitful day. I will record your contribution in the Book of Merit. Yuan walked up to Mu Xing, and took out the soul parasite in his body. It was as easy as catching a chicken. The vortex enveloped. Yuan grabbed the three assassins and disappeared. Where is the consultant, Yuan? It took Li Shui a while to react. Gone! Mu Xing rubbed his temples, feeling physically and mentally exhausted. Thank you, Mr. Blood Moon, today. If it weren't for your help, I might be in big trouble. Mu Xing said, it's too dangerous for a newcomer like you to be targeted. Don't stay in the company these days. Go to Kowloon City and our regiment's base to avoid the limelight. Ah, is that convenient? Although our regiment is small, the people are nice, like a family. You will like it there. Thank you, Mr. Blood Moon. Mu Xing handed her a key. This is the key to the Union's base. I will say hello, and you can come directly. Okay. Li Shui is a smart person. She knows that Mu Xing is trying to win her over. Otherwise, he would not come to help her for no reason. As a newcomer, a man who knows the current situation is a hero. Although she is called a genius seed by them, what she disbelieves most is the so-called genius. Before she grows up, geniuses are most likely to die. And the person in front of her is obviously a genius who has grown up. If she has a strong person to protect her, her future will be much smoother. Mu Xing noticed the change in her mentality and struck while the iron was hot. Let's go back to Kowloon City first. Wait, I leave a message for my assistant. 3 days passed quickly. Soon the news spread in Kowloon City. Have you heard? The Blue Star Regiment rebelled. They actually joined forces with the invaders to attack the real world. This group of people is so rampant. What's the situation now? I heard that the Terra City Patrol team went out in full force last night and directly flattened the Blue Star Regiment's base, killing those who wanted to be killed and arresting those who wanted to be arrested. So cruel? Cruel? To be kind to the enemy is to be cruel to yourself. It seems that there is a new message on the bulletin board. Go check it out. Wait for me. Mu Xing had just returned from the trading area after purchasing supplies when he heard the discussion on the street. Didn't Yuan say to keep a low profile? Did something unexpected happen and they had to act in advance? Just then, he felt the snail communicator in the storage space vibrate. A message came. Yuan sent him a special message, which was probably that the Blue Star Regiment realized something was wrong and wanted to escape, but was caught by the patrol team. So the Grand Commander Ron made a prompt decision and took down the entire Blue Star Regiment. It turned out that the group was preparing for the Chaos Summoning Ceremony, but fortunately they were put out in time. At the same time, their patrol team followed the clues and found several secret societies, and wiped them out completely. Yuan also wanted to invite Mu Xing to the celebration banquet, but was directly rejected by Mu Xing. Although Mu Xing knew that it was better to lean on a big tree to enjoy the shade, he felt that it was not the right time yet. At least, he would try to contact these official groups after his spiritual dimension was successfully upgraded, and he became a formal observer and had the power to protect himself. Moreover, he was more interested in the security regiment with many elite experts, rather than being a patrolman in the patrol regiment. Back at the base, Crazy and his men were ready to go. The two were equipped with purple weapons from head to toe. If they hadn't hidden their glory, they would definitely be the most handsome guys on the battlefield. Are all the things ready? Mu Xing asked. I brought everything I should bring. With the experience of the nightmare battlefield last time, I will be much more relaxed this time, Crazy said. Mu Xing stuffed all the supplies he bought to Crazy. Crazy, I heard that you might go to the main battlefield, so you must be careful. Be as timid as possible, and don't rush forward. As he said that, he looked at EU. Keep an eye on him. Safety is the most important thing. EU nodded. Don't worry, I know, I will hold him at the critical moment. Beside him, Yi Wei was helping the madman pack his luggage, which contained some necessary things. Just then, Mu Xing heard a prompt that someone had applied to enter the base. Aelina and the others are here, Mu Xing said. He approved the application and let Aelina and Ava in. The two of them were also wearing luxurious equipment, shining brightly. Yi Wei came directly to the two sisters. Let's not talk about the past grudges. I hope you can cooperate sincerely on the battlefield and protect your companion's safety. My sister taught me, and I will follow her teachings. Olina smiled. Ava next to her stared at Yi Wei, seemingly dissatisfied. Olina pulled her sleeves, and she lowered her head gently. Wei Wei, what are you doing? The madman felt a little confused. What? Are you heartbroken? No, what are you talking about? Okay, I'm not the kind of unreasonable person. Since we've signed the contract, I protect him. Yi Wei walked up to the madman and helped him adjust his collar. The madman was a little overwhelmed and flattered. Then Yi Wei tied a red string on his belt. What is this? Amulet, I made it myself, it can save my life. She grabbed the madman's ear. If I find that the amulet is broken, I hold you responsible. I know. Seeing this scene, Ava clenched her fists angrily. Chapter 452. As several rays of light fell, Crazy and his men set out. Not far away, Li Shui, who was in a daze, asked curiously, what is in the nightmare battlefield? I don't know, only those who have been there know. Will I go there one day? Yes, but your current task is to work hard to become stronger. Mu Xing said, if you want, you can follow Yi Ling to the survival world, I will let them take you. She shook her head. No, I want to go there by myself first. The more Li Shui understood these people, the more she felt that they were not simple, especially Mu Xing in front of her. He knew very well that if he wanted to be protected, he had to show his value first. She had experienced this deeply in her many years of managing the company. Okay, in that case, I won't force you, but just in case, you must accept this. Mu Xing handed over a box. Opening the box, there was purple light permeating, a purple outfit, and a storage ring. This is too expensive, I can't take it. Take it. Just consider it as my advance investment in you. Don't let me down as an investor. Li Shui thanked him and put it away. Then, a beam of light fell and enveloped her. Apparently, her rest time was up, and she was pulled into the survival world by the survival system. TSK, Captain, you are too generous to win over this Sister Li Shui, aren't you? Li Hongwei said with a TSK. If you can get 97 points in the rookie level, I can also give you a purple weapon and a storage ring. 97 points? Oh my god, our CEO's sister is so strong? Yi Fei said beside him. It seems that our team will have another powerful general in the future. Mu Xing glanced at them. What are you two doing here? There is still training in the afternoon. Go to the training ground and wait. He turned around and looked at Yi Wei. Sister Yi, do you have time? Let's discuss the plot strategy in the afternoon. Of course. Yi Wei came back to her senses. By the way, I plan to enter the survival world in advance. Mu Xing said. In advance? How long? 3 days later. Okay, I prepare in advance too. Obviously. Mu Xing also felt a sense of urgency, mainly because he was worried about the madman. If he didn't have an important thing to do, he might have applied to enter the survival world today. At this moment, the voice of the God Seal sounded. Master, all preparations are ready, and we can start. Mu Xing flashed and appeared directly on the first floor of the original hive. Today, The first floor of the hive has expanded to the largest scale of the Hive Research Institute in the Resident Evil world. Various laboratories are fully automated, and hundreds of clones are produced in the biochemical room every day, either for experiments or for making serum. The area is 10 times larger than the initial one. At this time, the evil spirit lazily appeared on the first floor, stretching and smacking his lips. Mu Xing waved his right hand, and the Red Queen projected a virtual image of the current 6th floor original hive. Now it can be called half of the observer's tower. The first floor is the biochemical laboratory, the second floor is the body generator, the third floor is the inner world, the fourth floor is the bonfire land, the fifth floor is the fungus forest, and the sixth floor is the starlight layer. Each of the 6 layers has its own characteristics. The evil spirit jumped onto the table and scratched it with its claws. You are luckier than most observers, and you will be faster and stronger than them in upgrading. Why? Don't you see that these 6 layers represent 6 different origins of the human body? Tell me about it. Mu Xing looked at the evil spirit with anticipation. The first layer is a research institute, virus research, to improve physical strength and enhance the physical origin. The second layer is a body generator, spiritual purification, personality purification, used to improve spiritual strength. In the third layer, there are anger, hatred, regret, despair, all kinds of emotions intertwined, which is the embodiment of emotional changes. In the fourth layer, the bonfire land is a flower born in despair, and it also represents your hope. In the fifth layer, the forest, illusions and dreams are intertwined, and dreams control, which is the power of dreams. In the sixth layer, the astral layer, the existence born in the starry sky, the color of the stars represents the ultimate life form, which can devour vitality and release vitality, and represents life. So far, you have collected 6 different origins: body, spirit, emotion, hope, dream, and life, which can correspond to the 6 most important origins in the human body. Now there is still one missing. Let me think. Soul. The evil spirit raised his head. No wonder you chose a special world specifically. Your next world is related to the soul, right? Mu Xing did not hide it. Yes, these 6 origins plus the soul, plus my self-will, can form a complete whole. When upgrading dimensions, these 7 origin attributes can be improved at the same time. I didn't expect you to be so ambitious. The evil spirit couldn't help but said. A tall building rises from the ground, and the origin is the foundation, so the foundation must be laid well. Just like you said, the dimension must be upgraded step by step. I can't find something wrong after upgrading, and then reduce the dimension to make up for it, right? The evil spirit licked his claws. I didn't expect you to be so smart. Tell me, why did you ask me to come here this time? What do you want me to do for you? Mu Xing pointed at the projection in front of him. Look, there is a suppression object on the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th floors. The 3rd layer is Alessa, the 4th layer is you, the 5th layer is fantasy, the 6th layer is the color of stars, but the 1st and 2nd layers are missing, which will make it top-heavy. Hey, wait a minute, when did I become your lucky charm? There are still 30 years left, at most I can change it in 30 years. The evil spirit grinned. So you want me to help you fill the 1st and 2nd layers with lucky charms? That's right. What do you think? I plan to create a super tyrant on the 1st layer, or replace it with a hunter. What do you think? Hunter is the ultimate embodiment of the flesh, so it's okay, but I think your fat cat is also okay. After all, it evolved at the 1st level. Mu Xing rolled his eyes. Don't even think about hitting on Sugar Bean, be careful, it will beat you up. As he was talking, Tondo jumped onto the table, lay down next to the evil spirit, and licked its fur. The evil spirit suppressed his anger. What about the 2nd level? This is what I think about the 2nd level. What do you think about turning Maxon in Iron Man form into Valred particles? Convert robots into nano-robots? That's a good idea. The evil spirit nodded. But I still suggest that you consider Tondo as the lucky charm for the 1st floor. The evil spirit stretched out its claws to block Tondo's big faceplate that was licking his fur. Mu Xing shook his head. Tondo is my family, not my tool. Don't even think about it. Just help me connect the hunters and Maxon to the 1st and 2nd floors. The evil spirit lay on the table. I can help you, but how do you calculate the reward? I asked Tondo not to bully you for 3 days. What? Is this considered a reward? Tondo. Mu Xing pointed at the evil spirit, and Tondo jumped over with a meow and grabbed his throat directly. Chapter 453. Wait, I agree. The evil spirit was scared. Mu Xing nodded with satisfaction. This guy was still showing off and wanted to negotiate with him. Today, He talked about the reward. Will he have to beg him for help in the future? How could an old-fashioned man like Mu Xing allow the evil spirit to continue to take advantage of his desire? He slapped the idea away with a slap. It is relatively simple to cultivate and transform hunters. The master of gene manipulation, Shen Yin, will personally optimize them. Then, in the first layer, use the technology of the Research Institute to cultivate it. Hunters born in the cultivation chamber will naturally maintain affinity with the first layer. It is also easier to become a lucky charm for the first layer. It is much more difficult to transform Iron Man Maxon into Valred particles. It is necessary to nanoscale his body while ensuring its strength. Once Maxon enters the nuclear fusion form, the violent nuclear energy reaction will release powerful pulses and electromagnetic shocks, which can easily burn the delicate Valred nanorobot particles. On the contrary, the stupid and crude structure can better bear the nuclear energy explosion. With the technology mastered by Mu Xing, it is difficult to resolve this contradiction. He fixed his eyes on the evil spirit. Do you have any way to solve this problem? The evil spirit looked up. Don't you also know how to granulate Valrid? How do you ensure the strength when you explode? I am a Valrid awakener, but my body is granulated, not a real nanorobot, and I also have various professional skills, such as strengthening and tempering to enhance strength. The evil spirit thought for a moment. Since this guy is your chaos slave, why don't you just share your abilities directly? Share abilities? What do you mean? As a chaos superior, you can grant your abilities to your followers or slaves. This is the basic ethics of the chaos will. You only need to share your abilities with Maxon, and he can also obtain your Valred Awakener profession. What is the price? Mu Xing asked. It will weaken your abilities to a certain extent, because he is essentially using your abilities. The evil spirit said. Mu Xing touched his chin. Wait, since it can be shared, can it be copied? The evil spirit understood what Mu Xing meant. Do you want that stupid dog Huanmeng to help you copy? Since Chaos Mycelium is the mother of Huanmeng, there is no reason why it cannot be copied. I just need to assimilate Maxon's Chaos Mycelium first, and then Particle Valred, so that it has two different properties at the same time? The evil spirit looked up. You are really a genius. Mu Xing did what he said, and summoned Huanmeng, who had swallowed the origin of the astral body. As soon as the big white dog came out, it excitedly wagged its tail at Mu Xing. Mu Xing asked Huanmeng to help him give Maxon a certain replication ability and assimilate Maxon's body with Chaos Mycelium. Then he put it into the body generator to perform Valred particleization. After a few times, when Maxon walked out of the body generator, he was no longer a simple Iron Man form, and could perform Valred particleization at any time. Of course, Maxon's Valred particleization has a disadvantage, that is, the core brain and fusion reactor cannot be particleized. It was equivalent to adding 2 more weaknesses. However, these 2 weaknesses were equivalent to nothing in Mu Xing's opinion. After all, Maxon did not rely on particleization to attack. He also successfully copied his Valrider Awakener professional skills. He mastered all 4 levels of professional skills perfectly, greatly improving combat flexibility. When he completed the transformation of Hunter and Maxon, the next step was the work of the evil spirit. The goal was to link them with the first and second levels to become a winning force. The benefits of doing this are also obvious. If Hunter and Maxon are killed by the enemy, they can also be resurrected in the Observer Tower. As long as the tower is not destroyed, they are immortal. Can we start? The evil spirit is ready. Let's start. Mu Xing nodded. The evil spirit directly revealed the living sun and began to connect at the rule level. Mu Xing did not understand this aspect and could not understand it. With his current strength, he is still far from reaching the rule level. In less than 3 minutes, the sun shrank into a striped fat cat, yawning and preparing to go back to the 4th floor to sleep. Is it done? It's done, but it still needs an adaptation process, about 48 hours. 2 days? That's enough. Mu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this evil spirit is not completely unreliable. I want to eat roast chicken tonight, remember to make it. The evil spirit swung its tail, and disappeared with a whoosh. Meow meow meow. Tondo ran towards Mu Xing, and seemed to be hungry too. Mu Xing held Tondo's face, considering whether to turn Tondo into chaos as well. Forget it, let's continue with the G-Virus enhancement and strengthen it to a certain level first. Mu Xing muttered to himself. By the way, Divine Seal, how is the research on the G-Virus enhanced serum going? Master, we have successfully broken through the 500% enhancement. My next goal is 1000% enhancement. When it reaches 1000%, make one for Tondo first. Understood, Master. Mu Xing's mind moved, and he appeared outside the original beehive. At this time, the original beehive was like a tower floating in the void. 6 layers, different colors and shapes, combined together to form the shape of a tower in a narrow sense. Now it is still missing a tower top to become a complete observer tower. Becoming an observer tower is the beginning of an observer, and his observer career inheritance will be officially launched. In the 6-story tower, each floor has a lucky charm, which is the core of each floor. After the dimension is upgraded, different special rules can be born for each floor. Looking at the tower in front of him again, Mu Xing exited the original hive with satisfaction. The entire hall was empty, and everyone had their own tasks. At this time, Alessa came out of the room in penguin pajamas, looking for sugar beans everywhere. Have you seen sugar beans? Mu Xing released sugar beans from the tower, and was about to run away when he was caught by Alessa. Sugar beans were the biggest in front of the evil spirits, but they were completely subdued by Alessa. In this family, one thing conquers another, and everything is linked together. After struggling for a while, he could only let Alessa take him away. Are you hungry? I make you something to eat? Whatever, I'm going to take a nap. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes, and he found that Alessa was getting more and more sleepy recently. Evil spirit, has Alessa had any problem? Mu Xing asked. Her soul is defective. Although she is a fusion of 2 souls, both souls are defective. That's not right. When 2 souls merge, shouldn't they complement each other? What if both shoes are left feet? Then what can be done to solve it? Seeing that the evil spirit didn't speak, Mu Xing said, snack in the evening. The evil spirit immediately said, simple, find a way to repair the soul. Repair the soul? Can you fix it? Not in the real world, I can't use it. Mu Xing touched his chin. Maybe, I can solve her soul problem in the next survival world. Chapter 454. 3 days passed in a flash. At this time, Li Hongwei and Yi Wei were ready, waiting for Mu Xing to open the world selection prop. A crystal ball, with a rotating star cluster sealed in it appeared in Mu Xing's hand. Do you want to open the world selection prop? Note, the use of the world selection prop cannot be undone or stopped. Mu Xing looked at the two and nodded directly. Confirm. The transparent crystal ball instantly split into 2 halves, and pulled up to both sides. At the same time, the rotating star cluster expanded rapidly, and eventually became a portal to an unknown world. The target world has been confirmed. The portal is open. Please enter the portal within 3 minutes. Mu Xing did not hesitate, and stepped into it directly. The other 2 followed in. The next second, the rotating star cluster shrank rapidly, and disappeared into a star point. I don't know how long it took. When Mu Xing opened his eyes again, except for the sound of water splashing in the pipe beside his ears, there was only the humming sound of the exhaust fan. He looked at the unfamiliar ceiling. The small room was full of sewage pipes. Sewage flowed through those rusty pipes from time to time. There were valves on the wall responsible for managing the pipes. In addition to a single folding bed under him, there was only a small cabinet the size of a palm in the whole room. The exhaust fan at the head of the bed was the only ventilation outlet here. The nose was filled with the smell of dampness and mold. Underground? Mu Xing instantly realized that this was not the ground, but an underground facility. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Hey, Shuiyue, are you awake? Hearing the strange voice, Mu Xing suddenly opened the door. At the door was a man in yellow work clothes, who looked to be in his 30s, but his appearance was older than his actual age. The other party couldn't help pinching his nose, and couldn't stand the smell in the room. How did you sleep last night? What do you think, lol? Mu Xing saw the nameplate on his chest, with his name. At the same time, information about the man in front of him emerged in his mind. Lol, 32 years old. Employee of the Frugil Express Company. Lol patted Mu Xing on the shoulder. Brother, this is a terrible experience. Old Bert is in trouble, and we have to do his job. Don't worry, Frugil said that new plumbers will be recruited soon. Mu Xing asked, where are Yi Wei and Li Hongwei? They are already here and waiting for you outside. What happened? Don't mention it, it's still old Bert. His body has been there for more than 40 hours, and must be dealt with quickly. Mu Xing followed Lol out along the passage. The lights were dim. To save energy, the bulbs were all kept at the lowest power. I heard that the president brought back a great guy, the legendary courier Sam. Do you know that guy? Sam? I heard that guy is a legend. He can always avoid the rain of time, and the devouring of the void, and complete many incredible tasks. That guy is really my idol. Mu Xing certainly knew who Sam was. The protagonist of the game Death Stranding, a lonely courier. In the future, humans have triggered the doomsday by exploring the unknown world of the dead. Decades ago, the first void-devouring disaster occurred in a maternity hospital in Manhattan, razing the entire city to the ground and ushering in the first year of the disaster. In this world, the soul and body of a person are separated from each other. When the body dies, the soul will enter the place of death called Hades Beach to go to the afterlife. And some souls, who have great obsessions, will be stranded on Hades Beach and try to return to the world of the living and return to their own bodies. When these souls return to the real world, they will merge with the antimatter of the Hades Beach to form an existence called BT. Once the antimatter represented by BT comes into contact with the positive matter represented by the human body, the positive and antimatter will be annihilated, resulting in a huge explosion. And this explosion is called void devouring. The Manhattan incident that year was the beginning of the end of the world. It is like a switch, opening the world of the living and the dead, allowing more dead souls to be stranded on the Hades Beach, and many void-devouring explosions occurred, triggering the disaster of the end of the world. Not only that, whenever a large number of BTs appear, they will be accompanied by the fall of time rain. This time rain, formed by rain mixed with Kähler material, will absorb the time of objects when it touches them, causing the material to grow and age faster. Buildings, trees, animals, and even humans will be affected by the time rain. In order to avoid the disaster of time rain, humans began to live underground. BT time rain, these dangers separate the entire United States. The only ones who can connect different places are the couriers, who endure the danger and travel around. It is they who maintain the fragile connection of this world, allowing humans to continue to survive in this doomsday. And Sam is a very famous courier. Because of his repatriate physique, he has become a legend passed down by word of mouth among couriers in various gathering places. Mu Xing quickly reviewed the memories in his mind. The current plot should be that Sam encountered time rain while on a mission, and happened to meet Fragile while hiding from the time rain in a cave. As the founder of Fragile Express Company, the female president obviously saw Sam's potential, and wanted to invite him to join her express company. Ding! Just then, the elevator door opened. A busy scene appeared before my eyes. It looked like a huge underground logistics warehouse, with workers wearing uniform work clothes coming and going. This is the express distribution center for multiple human node cities. Seeing Mu Xing coming out of the elevator, Li Hongwei and Yi Wei, who were waiting here, hurried to greet him. "Captain, what's the situation now?" Mu Xing asked. "The protagonist Sam has just arrived, and our mission is to send a body to the crematorium," Li Hongwei said. Mu Xing looked at Yi Wei. "Sister Yi, have you found anything?" "Not yet. The system task has not been released yet. It should be waiting for you to come." As he was speaking, everything around him seemed to have stopped in time. In front of them, in the air, some black particles began to form subtitles. "Survivors, welcome to the survival world, Death Stranding. This world is a surreal and supernatural open survival world, and the survivors' attributes have no world bonus. Magic, witchcraft, spells, and other magical equipment, skill effects increased by 15%. Technological equipment such as firearms and explosives, skill damage reduced by 90%. Number of survivors, 3 people. Please note, due to special rules, this world cannot be retraced. Killing monsters has a chance to obtain special equipment, and successfully passing the level has a chance to obtain a singularity. Main Survival Mission 1 released. Transport corpses to the crematorium. After completion, the subsequent mission will be opened. Identity setting. Courier of Fragile Express Company. Several people looked at each other. It's actually a world where death cannot be retraced. Is it related to the setting of the Hades Beach in this world? Li Hongwei frowned. Yi Wei said, "I have encountered worlds where death cannot be retraced before, especially in native worlds, because special rules limit the system's death retracing to be ineffective. But don't worry, some resurrection items are still useful." Chapter 455. Are you scared? Mu Xing looked at Li Hongwei and smiled. "Are you kidding? I'm a Taoist priest, specializing in fighting ghosts." Li Hongwei forced himself to cheer up. "Don't take it lightly. The BTs in this world are different from ordinary ghosts. Rather than being supernatural, they are more like products of fantasy. I know. For this operation, I have prepared a lot of equipment and props." Just then, the subtitle prompts in the air began to disappear, and time began to flow again. Yi Wei said, "The mission is imminent. This mission of transporting corpses will fail in the plot. Void Devourer will destroy an entire node city. We don't have the repatriate physique of the protagonist, so we must first create weapons to deal with BTs. Leave this to me." The body fluids and blood of the protagonist Sam can cause damage to BTs. I will find a way to obtain some, and then replicate and clone them on a large scale. While speaking, everything around returned to normal, and Fragile was coming with the slightly vicissitudes of life man. Several people recognized at a glance that it was the protagonist of this world, Sam. He was the beginning of the apocalypse, and the end of the apocalypse. He was not very old, but because of working in the wilderness for many years, he looked decades older. A few years ago, the city where his wife and unborn child lived was attacked by terrorists, resulting in the death of his wife. Since then, Sam's spirit has been affected, and he has developed a fear of physical contact. This time, he came to the Fragile Express company, which was purely a coincidence. It happened that old Bert, who was in charge of water pipe repair, committed suicide, and Fragile wanted to win over Sam. Decided to give him the task of transporting corpses. As for Fragile, she is also a legendary figure. As a human born in the post-apocalyptic era, she is a Doomus. Ability owner with supernatural powers. She can shuttle between the real world and the Hades, and even perform space teleportation. The so-called Doomus is a special ability carried by the new generation of humans. They are different from ordinary people. They can see BTs that ordinary people cannot see and sense their existence. And with the awakening of this ability, they gain some incredible superpowers. Fragile is a realistic idealist. She founded Fragile Express Company with the goal of rebuilding the connection between people. Fragile in front of her looks very young, with short hair and a black leather jacket, and looks heroic. Boss! Several couriers greeted her when she arrived. Are you ready? Everything is ready. Old Bert's body has been loaded, Lars said. Fragile glanced at everyone and finally locked her eyes on Mu Xing and the others. BTs have appeared frequently recently, and the time rain may fall at any time. You must be very careful in this mission. You are the elites of the company. When you encounter a large BT, don't fight hard. Safety is the most important thing. Understood? Mu Xing and the others nodded at the same time. Get ready for action. She looked at Sam next to her. It was too late when we found the body of old Bert. A body that has been there for more than 40 hours is very likely to turn into a corpse. Otherwise, we would not ask you for help. Sam shook his head. No one can predict this kind of thing. It is indeed too dangerous to keep the body there. I will help send the body to the crematorium as soon as possible and complete this commission as quickly as possible. Then I leave it to you. Here. Lal took Mu Xing and the other two to the dressing room next door. They had to change into special isolation suits, which could resist the erosion of the time rain for a certain period of time. However, if they were exposed to the time rain for a long time, their lives would still be in danger. The most important thing is to bring the BB device. The BB device is a special device used to sense the existence of BT. Since the Doomsday, ordinary people cannot see or sense the existence of BT due to the threat of BT, so scientists have developed a special BB device. The core of this device is the baby in the device. People have found that babies in the womb environment of brain-dead mothers are in a special state of neither life nor death, also known as Bridget babies. This state enables the baby to connect with the world of the dead. When the baby is placed in a specially made incubator, and the data environment is updated synchronously with the brain-dead mother through the Cairo network, the carrier can establish a connection with the baby. The baby's special ability can be used to sense the existence of BT. Today, the technology of this BB device has matured and is an important means for humans to avoid and fight against BT. Fragile companies spent a lot of money to purchase a lot of BB devices. Thanks to this technology, couriers can sense the existence of BT in advance and avoid danger in advance. The incubator is an artificial womb made of special materials, and the half-dead baby lives in the amniotic fluid of the incubator. The artificial life support system keeps the baby alive. Humans are trying every possible way to survive in the apocalypse. Although this method is not humane, it does continue the existence of mankind. Li Hongwei held the BB device in his hand and observed the BB in the incubator. Mu Xing used his mind to sense the BB in the incubator in his hand. When it was not activated, the amniotic fluid was black, and he was in a half-dead state. Whether it is the soul or the body, it is not mature, just like Schrodinger's cat, stuck on the line between life and death. Mu Xing cannot judge the moral standards of the human beings in this world. After all, in the face of doomsday life and death, human morality has to move backwards. He is a small one, curled up in the incubator, with the umbilical cord on his belly connected to the artificial life support device. High-performance batteries can ensure that they can maintain operation in the most extreme environment. Mu Xing put on a special protective suit, with a special detection device on his back. When the detection device is connected to the BB device, Mu Xing can sense the BB's perception of the outside world through the neural sensors on his body. At the moment of connection, the amniotic fluid turns transparent orange, and the baby in the nursery opens his eyes, which is a sign of activation. At the same time, the detection device behind him is raised. Press the test button, and the detection device opens, like a radar detector, and rotates slowly. When a BT appears, it will issue a real-time warning and continue to track. Everyone, pay attention to debugging the equipment, and make sure it is foolproof. Fragile's voice sounded at the door. Sam stood beside her, looking at these BB devices, wondering what he was thinking. Soon, everyone was ready. Old Bert's body had also been loaded onto the car. The heavy body bag wrapped the body layer by layer, and was fixed in the car. In this world, after a human dies, the body will turn into a corpse, which releases a large amount of Kalar substance. This Kalar substance will trigger time rain and attract a large number of BTs to gather. Once BT comes into contact with a corpse, it will be devoured by the void, which is very dangerous. Therefore, whenever a dead person appears, people will immediately send him to a crematorium with special equipment. By burning, the release of Kalar substances can be reduced. In order to ensure safety and prevent the attraction of a large number of BTs, crematoriums are generally built in remote wilderness. Although this is very troublesome, it is also a last resort. The couriers take on the responsibility of transporting and burning the corpses. In the process of transportation, dangerous accidents also occur from time to time. Chapter 456. Now that the body has been dead for too long, a slight amount of Kalar substances has begun to be released. Mu Xing and the other 3 special couriers, who were set by the system to have superpowers, are the bodyguards of this operation, protecting the body to arrive safely at the crematorium. Mu Xing stretched out his right hand to Sam opposite him. Meet you, Blood Moon. Sam looked at Mu Xing's outstretched right hand hesitantly. He didn't want to stretch out his hand. But for some reason, his brain twitched, and he stretched out his right hand. Hello, my name is Sam. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his palm, as if he was pricked by a needle. He subconsciously retracted his hand, but found that there was no wound on his palm, let alone any needle. What's wrong, Mr. Sam? Mu Xing asked. Nothing, I just don't like shaking hands with people. I suffer from physical contact phobia. Then is this operation okay? Don't worry, I will control this phobia at work. Sam responded and turned around to carry his equipment. At this time, the truck started. Mu Xing put away his right hand and successfully got Sam's blood sample, which was directly sent into the original hive, and began to clone and replicate in the laboratory on the first floor. In this world, no matter whether it is physical weapons or energy weapons, BTs cannot be harmed. Only the blood and body fluids of Sam, the repatriate, can cause harm to them. So many decades after the Doomsday, no BT has been killed by humans so far. When the car drove out of the transfer station, the scene in the wild surprised Mu Xing and his friends, as if they had come to another world. Because of the reign of time, trees withered and creatures became extinct. On the contrary, some mosses and fungi are extremely adapted to this environment. The truck is equipped with special large tires, which can run normally in the complex environment of the wilderness. The speed can barely be guaranteed. They drove all the way from the broken road to the depths of the wilderness. The asphalt road was also eroded by the rain of time and had potholes. The vehicle was swaying, and the sky remained cloudy and rainy. The days with sunshine are getting fewer and fewer, and there are more and more Kalar substances in the sky. Will it directly block the sun in the future? Lar couldn't help but say. Who knows? Some people say this is the 6th mass extinction in the history of the Earth. Some guys preach the doomsday theory every day, hoping that the world will be destroyed as soon as possible. Igor, the escort opposite him, couldn't help but complain. The protagonist Sam always sat at the back of the truck, keeping a distance from others. He wore a protective suit, and because he didn't join a formal organization, he had been wandering around various human-node cities. So he didn't have a BB device. Lar looked at Sam curiously. Hey Sam, I heard that you repatriates are immortal, right? What is the principle? Sam didn't say anything, just looked at the surrounding scenery. He didn't like this kind of action of being crowded with many people, so he tried to keep his distance. What is a repatriate? Li Hongwei asked. Repatriates are a special kind of existence. They will not really die after death. Their souls will be stranded on the Hades beach, and they can follow the Hades belt to guide their souls back to the body and resurrect. And repatriates will not trigger the void devouring. Even if it is triggered, There will only be a small explosion, and there will be no annihilation like the destruction of the city. Muxing, who was sitting opposite Sam, started to explain. The repatriator is so powerful? Is it innate? I don't know, but someone has studied that the repatriator is not an innate ability, but more like an acquired one. What is the difference between the repatriator and the Dumas Awakener? The repatriator passively returns to the underworld beach, while the Dumas Awakener can actively go to the underworld beach, and the Dumas Awakener is not immortal. Hearing this, Sam on the opposite side couldn't help looking at Muxing. You seem to be very knowledgeable about these things. Muxing said, I just think that humans should not perish like this. As intelligent creatures, they should not be annihilated by the world's choice. Sam did not reply and continued to lower his head. Sam, people like you should be the saviors who saved the world in the movie stories of the past. Muxing joked. He shook his head. There has never been any savior in this world. When the end of the world comes, death becomes a luxury. Sam laughed at himself. He was not laughing at others, but at his own immortality. Muxing looked up at the wilderness road ahead, and glanced at the watch on his wrist. Secretly contacted the divine seal. How are you adapting? Master, the rules of this world are very strange. I may need some time. At this moment, the voice of the evil spirit squeezed in directly. Blood Moon Boy, this world is very interesting. I smell the fragrance of the world's will. What? Do you have another idea? Although I have a big appetite, I can't handle it with my current strength, and the old 6 survival system behind you must be waiting for an opportunity. I have to plan carefully. Don't mess around. You must discuss any plans with me. Muxing said hurriedly. Got it. The evil spirit's voice gradually died down. Divine Seal, you helped lead the original hive to absorb the rules of this world and lay the groundwork first. Muxing said. I understand, Master, but the rules of this world are very strange, and the boundary between life and death seems to be blurring. It is not clear why this trend comes from, and it may also be related to the will of the world. The will of the world. I understand. By the way, how is Sam's blood cloning going? Don't worry, Master, it is being cloned in large quantities, and I will conduct in-depth research on this blood. If there is any breakthrough, I will inform you as soon as possible. Help me make some blood weapons first. Yes. After a while, Muxing took out some special guns and bullets. What is this? Everyone in the car looked at the guns and bullets that suddenly appeared in Muxing's hands curiously. These are bullets and weapons that can kill BTs. Everyone take some, just in case. Can it kill BT? How is that possible? Lara on the other side exclaimed. Believe me, I have tested it myself. Lara picked up a bullet and found that there was blood swaying in the transparent bullet. What's in it? Blood, the blood of the repatriates. As soon as these words came out, Sam on the other side looked up suddenly. You are also a repatriate? Muxing did not answer, but handed over a submachine gun. I don't know if your blood and body fluids will work, but I think you can give it a try. Sam was so shocked that he couldn't speak. His eyes when he looked at Muxing also changed completely. Although Muxing didn't respond directly, judging from his serious expression, this should be true. Sam took the submachine gun, took out the magazine, and found that it was full of blood bullets. Lar couldn't help but said, Blood Moon, you can kill BT. Why haven't I heard you say it before? This is a secret. You are not qualified to know. Lar scratched his head awkwardly. After all, he was not a repatriate, nor was he a Dumas Ability Awakener, just an ordinary courier. Chapter 457. The journey was relatively smooth, and the central node city ahead was not far from the crematorium. They could already see tall buildings in the distance. At this moment, the journey was interrupted by a cry of surprise. Lal pointed at the corpse fixed in the carriage. Oh no, the corpse is starting to turn into a corpse. Several people hurriedly looked at the corpse, but saw that wisps of black particles began to float out of the yellow body bag. These particles were in a state of separation upwards, as if they were affected by a magnetic field and drifted into the air. At this time, around the road, the mossy ground began to tar, and black tar areas appeared out of thin air. In the pool of tar, there seemed to be vague figures gathering. Stop! Muxing opened his eyes suddenly, and slapped the window of the front cab. You can't stop. There will be BTs around. The driver was terrified when he heard that Muxing wanted to stop the car. Stop quickly if you don't want to die. Muxing grabbed with his right hand, and directly controlled the driver with telekinesis. With a hiss, the car braked suddenly. Everyone, prepare to fight and kill those BTs. Although it was the first time that Muxing encountered BTs, he was mentally prepared. At the same time, Li Hongwei and Yue jumped out of the car together. Liar Igor and the protagonist Sam all raised their weapons and aimed at the surroundings. Several people quickly plugged in the connecting tubes. The black amniotic fluid in the BB device on their chests quickly turned bright orange, and the baby opened his eyes, indicating that it was activated. The detection device on the back began to flash and rotate wildly, making a rapid sound of da-da-da. The surrounding tar zone expanded rapidly, and the road ahead of the vehicle was instantly submerged in the tar zone, and a large number of small BTs emerged from the tar zone. As these BTs that ordinary people could not see returned to the real world from the underworld beach, sticky tar substances continued to flow down along their spirits. The driver finally understood why Mu Xing stopped the car. If he hadn't stopped the car just now, they would have driven directly into the tar zone and been submerged by countless BTs. BT? So many BTs. The driver was terrified and wanted to escape, but was caught by Mu Xing. Throwing him a gun, what is the first rule of the Freville Company? Tell me. The man was frightened by Mu Xing's momentum and dared not move. Rule 1. Stay calm no matter what happens. Say it again. Mu Xing growled. Stay calm no matter what happens. This was not only said to the driver, but also to Lar and his companions. The two of them quickly calmed down. Lar slapped himself twice. Calm down, Lar. You four stay in the car and shoot the Miss BTs. Mu Xing informed, then looked at Li Hongwei and Yi Wei. Hongwei, Sister Yi, you are responsible for the left side, I be responsible for the right side. Hee, no problem. Li Hongwei pulled the bolt of the submachine gun in his hand, and loaded it with a click. He began to shoot the surrounding BTs. The bullets hit the BTs, and blood was blown up. It could really hurt the BTs. Mu Xing directly activated the talent of spiritual vision. His vision seemed to be refreshed directly, and everything around him turned gray. Those BTs crawling out of the tar have nowhere to hide. They looked like ghosts of Valrid particles. These BTs are the souls of the dead, without consciousness, only strong obsession. They are endlessly eager to return to the bodies of the living. Some large BTs will directly devour the bodies of the living, causing the collision of positive matter and antimatter, and avoid devouring. Mu Xing first used the Phoenix Bow to make a tentative attack, and found that the flame arrows could not hurt those BTs at all. The flames of the explosion went straight through the spirits. They are not pure spirits, because Mu Xing tried to use mental shocks, and although they can cause damage to them, the efficiency is not high, and continuous shocks are needed to shake the spirits apart. Their spirits have antimatter protection, and are extremely resistant to mental attacks, so they are called BTs, not ghosts. It can be said that any physical and energy attacks in the positive material world are difficult to cause damage to them. Mu Xing grabbed with his right hand, and the Moonlight Greatsword fell into his hand. This pseudo-legendary sword has absorbed a lot of dark gold energy in many battles. Now it seems to have signs of evolution. When the dark gold energy is poured into the sword, the ancient lines begin to appear. It looks like roots extending from the hilt, mysterious and gorgeous. A hazy dark gold light is lit. Cut! Mu Xing shouted, compressing Sam's blood into the crescent-shaped sword energy. More than a dozen small BTs that were rushing towards him were cut in half. Sam's blood, due to its characteristics as a repatriate, can directly harm the BT's body. The BT screamed and was shattered, completely annihilated. Mu Xing's sword directly shocked everyone in the car. When have they ever seen such a method? Then they looked back and saw Yue standing on the flying sword like a female knight, and soaring into the sky. A black skull rushed out with a strange cry, and countless black silk threads stretched into the tar area, pulling those small BTs out of the tar. Sword rain, go! She condensed the blood of the repatriated people into hundreds of blood swords. They fell instantly, and killed all the small BTs. Watch me! Li Hongwei formed seals with his hands, and began to summon his zombies. The green-haired zombie has now evolved into a flying zombie. It can fly in the air, and absorb blood and essence from a distance. Li Hongwei, this is not an ordinary spirit. What's the point of summoning a zombie? Who said it's useless? There are also physical BTs among BTs. Our little zombie can fight with a little strength. Besides, Sister Yi can fly, so we can't lose face, right? He said. He jumped directly onto the neck of the flying zombie, and rode it into the air. He held a long sword flashing with lightning in his hand. This sword was a purple weapon, and now he had engraved Taoist runes on it, and recast it with thunder. Now it has become his killer weapon. The blue talisman flew into the air, and began to fly around him. The power of heaven is great, and the lightning is blazing. The wind and clouds gather, and the purple lightning shuttles. Listen to my command, and quickly bring down the thunder and fire. Cleanse the 9 netherworlds and clear out the demons. Hurry up and obey the command. Instantly, dark clouds gathered in the sky, thunder roared, and bright white lightning flashed. Li Hongwei used a talisman to attract thunder, and thunderbolts suddenly appeared. Boom boom boom. 3 consecutive thunderbolts fell, and the BTs that were originally invulnerable to real attacks screamed. Thunderbolts jumped in the tar area, and the bright BTs turned into ashes. Li Hongwei rode the flying zombie and landed very pretentiously. Humph, BTs are spirits after all, and they can't escape being killed by the thunder spell. Hey, stop showing off. The BTs on the right side of the blood moon are almost cleared. Yi Wei said speechlessly. Li Hongwei quickly looked up and saw Mu Xing accumulating strength. He slashed with a sword, splashing a large crescent sword energy. Those small BTs couldn't withstand the blow and were beaten to ashes. Captain, you are mighty. Li Hongwei shouted and then joined the ranks of killing BTs again. His BB detection device rotated rapidly, controlling the thunder sword to hit wherever it pointed, piercing with the sword, and killing a large number of BTs. Duh. The couriers on the bus were so ferocious that they were afraid of the 3 men. Especially after they saw that their weapons could hurt BT, they became bolder and started to attack. Look there! Lal suddenly exclaimed, pointing to the front. Everyone looked back and saw a huge humanoid BT slowly rising from the tar. Chapter 458. In the thick fog, a huge human-shaped shadow slowly emerged. At first, the shadow was blurry and invisible, as if there was a world between them. Gradually, the fog lingered, piecing together a clear illusion. Corpse! Lal exclaimed. The corpse on the car was suddenly thrown out by some force, and fell into the tar. Bubbles rolled in the tar, and a large number of arms made of black tar grabbed the corpse, and tried to pull it into the tar. Sam pounced and grabbed a corner of the body bag. At this time, golden crystals began to appear on the body bag. This was solidified Carol material, which formed on the chest of the corpse, and then condensed into a golden skull shape towards the face. Dots of golden Carol material began to float towards the sky. Not good. Li Hongwei was shocked and wanted to stop the body from being dragged away. However, he was stopped by Mu Xing and allowed the body to be dragged into the tar. After the body disappeared in the tar area, the huge humanoid BT that was just in a blurry state began to show its entity. Looking up, the giant must be several hundred meters tall. His face was like that of the corpse, with crystallized Carol material condensed into a skull shape. On his stomach, a thick umbilical cord extended out, connecting to the Hades beach on the other side of the tar lake on the ground. With both hands pulling hard, 10 black umbilical cords, like ropes, were pulled out from the ground. In an instant, the ground shook, and the area of several kilometers was covered with tar, and countless BTs were pulled out from the Hades beach. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and it began to rain. The rain looked ordinary, but when it fell on the ground, the weeds on the ground began to grow wildly. The weeds and flowers grew up, bloomed, bore fruit, and then withered in a very short time. This is the time rain, and everything seems to have been fast-forwarded. This process repeats itself over and over again. Everyone put on their hats and activated protection as soon as the rain fell. The special protective clothing can block the erosion of the time rain in a short time. Look there. Everyone looked up and saw a mysterious guy wearing a cape and black protective clothing slowly falling from the sky above the giant BT. He also had a BB device on his chest, and the red amniotic fluid made it look different. The blades of the detection device on his shoulder turned, flashing orange light. On his face, the gorgeous crystals of Carol matter condensed into a golden skull mask. He looked down at everyone, or rather, at the protagonist Sam. He pointed with his right hand, and the huge humanoid BT began to absorb a large amount of antimatter, and its body continued to expand, growing to 1,000 meters high in an instant. Mu Xing recognized the man, one of the villains in the game, the leader of a terrorist organization, Higgs. Higgs is also a Dumas Awakener, and at a very high level. Not only can he teleport, travel between Hades and reality, but he can even control and summon BTs. Mu Xing slashed at him with a moonlight great sword in his hand. However, the crescent sword energy penetrated easily as if it hit the air. Projection? Mu Xing realized that the Higgs in front of him was just a projection. He expanded his mental power and quickly scanned the surroundings, trying to find Higgs's real body. However, even if his mental power expanded to 4 or 5 kilometers, he still couldn't find the guy's real body. Master, his real body may not be in the real world, but in the Hades beach. The divine seal reminded. Mu Xing quickly switched perspectives and found that the projection was indeed connected to the tar beach on the ground. Invisible chiral matter came from the Hades beach and gathered into a projection. Mu Xing stepped back and grabbed with his right hand. The telekinetic shield protected everyone. Several flexible small BTs directly hit the telekinetic shield and could not move forward. Higgs's goal was simple. He first used the corpse to summon a giant BT, and then used the escorts in front of him as a trigger. As long as the giant BT devoured them, it would trigger the annihilation of positive and negative matter. The terrifying void devouring was enough to destroy the central node city in front. How could Mu Xing let Higgs' plan succeed? He looked at Li Hongwei and Yi Wei, and the three of them attacked at the same time. Rushed to the giant BT from three different directions. The thunder sword in Li Hongwei's hand flew into the air, and it became bigger in the wind, with crackling white thunder interweaving and falling from the sky. Yi Wei formed seals with both hands, drawing the evil of the earth and the air of the 9 netherworlds, condensing into black thunder, rising from the ground to the sky. The black and white thunders hit the huge humanoid BT at the same time, and the two thunders with different attributes annihilated each other. With a bang, a big hole was blown out of the giant BT's chest. Mu Xing raised the moonlight sword in his hand high, receiving the white moonlight falling down, and it fell on his sword. The blade lit up with dazzling brilliance, as if a new moon was rising slowly. He grabbed the hilt of the sword with both hands and swung it with all his strength. Cut! The huge humanoid BT didn't even have time to resist before its body was split in two. To put it bluntly, this thing is just a bluff in size, and in fact it is no different from an inflated hydrogen balloon. The outer shell is formed by a large number of small BTs to maintain its shape, and the inside is filled with rich Hades antimatter. It is equivalent to a bomb summoned by Higgs. What power can a bomb have before it is detonated? Mu Xing cut it in half with one blow. The huge body of the BT began to collapsed into the tar, and sank into the distant Hades. At this moment, Mu Xing rushed over and followed closely, intending to rush in with the giant BT wreckage when it sank into the Hades beach. Captain, be careful, Li Hongwei reminded. Wait for me in the capital node city. This was a plan that had been discussed long ago. The reason why Mu Xing allowed Higgs to summon the giant BT was to enter the Hades beach. Although Higgs didn't know what Mu Xing wanted to do, he saw Mu Xing rushing over and took decisive action. With his right hand, the giant BT that had originally collapsed actually condensed into a big mouth and swallowed Mu Xing in one bite. But after waiting for dozens of seconds, there was no annihilation of matter and antimatter, which triggered the void devouring. Until the big mouth sank into the depths of the tar beach, there was no movement. Then, the surrounding tar beach began to disappear, the time rain stopped, and the dark clouds in the sky dissipated. The world returned to clarity in a short period of time, and the sun shone on the earth. Everything around was the same as before, as if nothing had happened. As for the previous corpse, it reappeared again. Li Hongwei quickly carried the corpse to the car. Hey, your companions were devoured. Why are you indifferent? Lar couldn't help but ask. Don't worry, he will be fine. Our mission is to transport the body to the crematorium. Lar saw their calm expressions, remembered the previous conversation, and the blood moon was also suspected to be a repatriate, so he was no longer worried. However, at this moment, Igor, who had been silent all the time, suddenly collapsed on the ground, and blood began to seep out of his chest. In the previous melee, he was attacked by a BT, which would not have been a big problem, but the fatal thing was that the wound was soaked by the time rain, so that the wound decayed rapidly. Sam held him. How are you? His life force was weakening rapidly. In his last moments, he struggled to remove the BB device from his chest and handed it to the protagonist Sam in front of him. Take good care of him for me. He died, his pupils dilated completely. It seems that even if we kill the giant BT, the plot is still corrected by this world. Li Hongwei couldn't help but said when he saw this scene. The explosion is coming. Yi Wei suddenly reminded. At this moment, a dazzling white light suddenly lit up in the center of the central node city in the distance, and a huge ball of light spread, quickly swallowing up the entire central node city. Li Hongwei, join forces to defend. Yi Wei's voice sounded. Chapter 459. The Beach of Hades. The boundary between life and death in this world is located in the deepest part of everyone's consciousness. When the body dies and the soul leaves, it will enter this place where life and death meet. Because it looks like a gray beach, it is also called the Beach of Hades. The soul of the dead will enter the world of the dead through the Beach of Hades to be reborn. At this time, Mu Xing is standing on a dim beach, with an endless ocean in front of him. Gray is the tone of this world. Here, there is no concept of time, It is in a state of eternal stagnation. There was a torn mouth on the beach. After the thing swallowed Mu Xing, it did not trigger an explosion. Mu Xing wrapped himself with dark gold energy, and the higher dimensional energy separated the annihilation reaction of positive and negative matter, until the giant BT dragged itself to its dark beach. Then it was broken open by Mu Xing and killed with a sword. Here, the BB device on his chest also showed a gray state, and the internal BB floated in the incubator like a ghost. At this time, the striped fat cat jumped out of the ring and stood on the beach looking around. Is this the unique Hades beach in this world? Interesting. What's your plan? Mu Xing looked at the evil spirit in front of him. It dug on the beach and actually dug out a transparent BT from the beach. No, this is not a BT, but the soul of the dead. The soul is none other than Igor's soul. After death, the soul enters the Hades beach and loses all memory and consciousness. Mu Xing was not surprised to see Igor here. When he was attacked by the BT, he did not stop it, but let the plot be repaired. After Igor was dug out of the beach by the evil spirit, he began to walk towards the ocean. As a result, he was caught by the evil spirit after just 2 steps. It seems that the giant BT has connected the hell beaches of nearby creatures. Igor, who should not have appeared here, just confirming Mu Xing's guess. In the worldview of Death Stranding, everyone's hell beach is independent, but since the outbreak of the Doomsday, the world of the dead has also changed. Under the influence of certain external factors, different hell beaches can also gather together to become a larger hell beach. I want to go to the world of the dead to see what's going on. The evil spirit suddenly spoke, pointing to the endless ocean ahead. Is there really a world of the dead? Mu Xing couldn't help asking. The evil spirit continued to dig at the beach. In other worlds, there are abstract concepts such as hell, the underworld, or the underworld, and this world is the same. The living give birth to souls, and when the body dies, the soul will enter the world of the dead. Mu Xing asked, then what? Will their souls undergo some kind of purification and then be put back into the real world? After the evil spirit dug a hole, it sat on it and started to poop. Mu Xing was speechless. I thought you were going to dig out another soul. What? I can't poop anymore. The evil spirit's expression was distorted, and it excreted all the excrement in its body into the sand pit in one breath. Then his expression relaxed, which was comfortable. Your shit is too smelly. I usually told you to eat more vegetables, but you didn't listen. Mu Xing covered his nose with disgust. Go away. Go where it's cooler. The evil spirit dug the sand and started to bury the shit. By the way, what did you ask me just now? It looked up. I was asking you, where will those dead souls go in the end? The evil spirit raised its claws. 2 possibilities. First, they were eaten. After all the living beings die, countless souls gather together, which may form a huge soul sea, and then the souls born in this world will merge into it after death. Second, evolution. From the history of life development, organisms have evolved from single-celled organisms, multi-celled organisms, arthropods, reptiles, continuously. As the biological level increases, the soul level increases. A soul that is high enough can also drive the evolution of the world's will and upgrade its dimension. Mu Xing nodded in understanding. So what do you think is the current situation? I don't know, so I want to go to the world of the dead to find out. So let's set a time, and when the time comes, you pull me out. The evil spirit looked at him and said, no problem, but I need you to do me a favor. Your goal is the Hades beach, right? Mu Xing said bluntly, yes, if the original hive wants to evolve into the Tower of Observers, the 7th floor is crucial. I have already chosen the carrier of the 7th floor, which is the Hades beach. As long as I can give birth to the Hades beach, I can become a repatriate like the protagonist Sam. Even if I am killed in the future, I can be resurrected in the Hades beach in the tower. The evil spirit glanced at him. Why don't you rely on the blood moon? Isn't the ability to backtrack very useful? Mu Xing shook his head. The blood moon is risky. The survival system is watching me all day long. I have to be on guard. So far, I still haven't been able to fully master the origin of the blood moon. It's not like the chaos mycelium, which is entirely my own power. The evil spirit thought for a while. I can help you, but as a deal, when I want to get a piece of this world, you have to help me. No problem. Mu Xing readily agreed. The evil spirit wanted to get a piece of the pie, so why didn't he want it too? The two of them had a common goal, and they were natural allies. Mu Xing stretched out his right hand towards it. What? Shake hands. The evil spirit rolled his eyes. Go play. It waved its claws, and a huge wave rose up on the seashore, instantly submerging him. The body sank suddenly, and when it was about to reach the bottom, it rose suddenly. He swam towards the sea surface, jumped out of the seawater with all his strength, and when he crossed the tide, a brand new beach expanded and took shape in front of him. The beach in front of him was not gray, but a bright warm color. At the end of the beach, deep in the ocean, a huge living sun was slowly rising. Boy, I can only help you open up an initial beach with the help of BT speech. How to expand it next depends on you. The next second, the living sun fell, the sunlight dissipated, and the entire beach suddenly became cold. Mu Xing pointed with his right hand. A huge ball of fungi wrapped in chaos broke into this fragile beach. It fell into the ocean and began to take root and sprout. An endless hyphae expanded in all directions. Every inch it grew, the beach grew an inch. At the same time, the 6-story primitive honeycomb emerged, and 6 different attributes in the 6-story tower began to emerge. Flesh, spirit, emotion, hope, dream, life. 6 different origins also fell into this beach, promoting its continuous growth and improvement. He looked up, and 6 different cells appeared in the sky. They closed their eyes, neither human nor object, like abstract concepts, representing 6 different origins. And in the middle of the 6 people, there was a vague blue-like group brewing. That was his own soul. Mu Xing's goal was to use this Hades beach to strengthen his soul, and evolve the fragile soul origin into a physical entity. In this way, when the 7 origins finally merged into one, it would be the time for him to complete the transformation and upgrade his body and spirit. Mu Xing made a clear distinction. The Blood Moon origin was a tool, the Chaos Mycelium was a tool, the Dark Gold energy was a tool, the tower was a tool, and the Hades beach in front of him was also a tool. All goals were to make oneself stronger. Perhaps all external things will eventually leave, and only oneself is eternal. Chapter 460. Just as Mu Xing continued to expand the Hades beach, a strong pulling force suddenly hit him. A hand suddenly stretched out from the seawater and grabbed his ankle. I found you. Mu Xing recognized that it was Fragile's voice. Mu Xing did not struggle, and let himself be taken away from the Hades beach by that hand. When he woke up again, he saw an unfamiliar ceiling in front of him. Mu Xing sat up and found himself lying on a hospital bed. The surroundings were filled with a pungent smell of medicine. This is a fully enclosed isolation room, with a transparent one-way glass in front. This one-way glass can't block Mu Xing's sight. He saw a group of researchers in white coats surrounding the glass, observing and recording him. The leader was a fat middle-aged man with a full beard, who looked about 40 years old. He wore a white coat, glasses, and a serious expression. He gave Mu Xing a completely different feeling from others. Although this man was alive, he had no soul. Mu Xing recognized this person, the dead man in Death Stranding. He was not born, but an artificial man, made up of various corpses and artificial organs, so there was only consciousness in his body, no soul. At this moment, the door was pushed open and Fragile walked in. Dead man, how is Blood Moon? Hearing the voice, Mu Xing directly turned into a particle of Val Red and walked out of the isolation glass. Although this glass is made of a material that isolates the soul from passing through. But he was no longer the same person he was before, and this level of material could not stop him from passing through. He suddenly appeared outside the isolation room, scaring the researchers. Fragile remained calm, even extending her hand to him, smiling, "Welcome back to the world of the living." Mu Xing extended her hand to shake her hand. "Boss, thank you for pulling me back from the Hades beach." Fragile shook her head. "If it weren't for your 2 companions, I would never have found your Hades beach among billions of Hades beaches. Doomsday's ability is limited. I need a coordinate." "Boss, how are the others?" "Don't worry, your companions are all fine. It's a pity that Igor died. Although he was not from our express company, he was an excellent escort. His death is a loss to mankind." And the central node city disappeared. Disappeared? Mu Xing naturally knew what disappearance meant, disappearance in the physical sense. The whole city has turned into a big pit. When saying this, Fragile was a little depressed. That guy's conspiracy finally succeeded. She clenched her fists, and Mu Xing knew she was talking about Higgs. Mu Xing didn't expect that even though the giant BT was killed, the plot development was still corrected, and the central node city was destroyed by the void. Obviously, the correction power of this world is amazing. We must be alert and act carefully. They, the outsiders, have probably become a thorn in the eyes and flesh of this world. There may be corrections for them soon. At this time, the dead man also came over and looked at Mu Xing expressionlessly. "Hello, nice to meet you. I am Bridges' BB doctor, the dead man." "Hello, my name is Blood Moon." Mu Xing nodded at him. The ability to pass through walls just now. Are you also a Dumas Awakener? The dead man showed considerable interest in Mu Xing. You can understand it this way, but I am different from other Dumas Awakeners. I can't cross the Hades beach. Mu Xing found an excuse and didn't intend to explain too much. Anyway, it has long been an open secret that Dumas has special abilities. Some people have incredible abilities and are gradually accepted by people in the post-apocalyptic era. Mr. Blood Moon, I would like to interview you. Do you have time? Mu Xing said, Mr. Deadman, I have a few questions for you. Please go ahead. What is at the end of the Nether Beach? Of course, it is the world of the dead, the world of the afterlife. He said, as a matter of course. What is there in the world of the dead? This. The dead looked embarrassed. I guess only the real dead know. On the side, Fragile said, the world of the dead is an untouchable place. Even Bridges, their research is limited to the beach of the dead and those stranded souls. She looked at Mu Xing. Did you see anything in the beach of the dead? No, I'm just curious about what is in the world of the dead, and whether the souls who enter the world of the dead will ever return to reality. Fragile smiled. This is more of a philosophical question. Mu Xing shook his head. Perhaps when we figure this out, we will be free from the threat of the end of the world. Fragile didn't seem to want to dwell on this issue. Your companions are waiting for you, and Sam? He said he wants to see you. Mu Xing looked at the dead man behind him. Mr. Dead Man, our interview may have to be postponed. Ah. It doesn't matter, I will look forward to our formal conversation. After leaving the ward, Mu Xing met Li Hongwei and Yi Wei in the lounge outside the medical area. When the two saw that Mu Xing was fine, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. How do you feel? Yi Wei looked at him. Except for a little dizziness, there is nothing else wrong. That's good. Here, Fragile suddenly took out 3 contracts. What is this? Employment contract. Bridges intends to hire you to protect Sam. Several people looked up, and it seemed that the survival system had already arranged their subsequent identities for them. Why did Bridges hire us? Although Mu Xing knew the answer, he still asked. Bridges is the official courier company established by the new U.S. government in the post-era. You may not know that the founder of Bridges, the U.S. President, Bridget Strand, is Sam's adoptive mother. The contract in my hand was sent by President Bridget. Mu Xing looked at Fraser. Boss, what do you mean? Bridges and I have the same concept, both of which are to reconnect the trust between people and connect the fragmented United States through the Cairo network again. So, I will agree to their request. Mu Xing nodded. In that case, we will take this job, but before that, I have some questions for the boss. Fragile seemed to know what Mu Xing wanted to ask. You want to ask about Higgs, right? Yes, the accident encountered in this operation and the destruction of the Central Node City are probably related to Higgs. I hope to get more information about Higgs. Fragile seemed to be prepared and handed over a file bag. This is all the information I can collect about Higgs. To be honest, if it weren't for this incident, I wouldn't want to mention that crazy guy. Well, good luck to you. If you need help, feel free to contact me. Fragile made a phone call gesture and disappeared instantly. After Fragile left, Li Hongwei hurried over. Captain, did you really enter the Hades beach? Yes. Where is the thing? A beach, a sea. Nothing? Nothing. Just then, a figure appeared at the door. It was Sam. Chapter 461. This man with contact phobia took the initiative to seek contact with others for the first time. Mu Xing was a little curious about what Sam wanted to say. Wait for me, I'll be back soon. Mu Xing greeted the two and motioned Sam to go out and talk. Sam, what's the matter? The lonely man in front of him hesitated for a moment and finally said, Anyway, I want to say sorry to you. This accident may be caused by me. Because of you? Mu Xing had a puzzled expression. I went to the Hades beach in my dream and met my sister Amelie. Amelie? Yes, it was her. I believe you should have known my identity, right? Of course, you are the adopted child of the current president Bridget, right? Sam sighed. She told me a lot. I guess that guy came for me, so I'm sorry to involve you in this accident. She wanted me to take on the responsibility of connecting to the United States, but I might. Mu Xing shook his head. Don't worry, Sam. No matter what, that's our job, our duty. Even if we know that accidents will happen, we, the couriers of Fragile Company, will not hesitate. Hearing this, Sam couldn't help but look up, looking at the mysterious man in front of him with great surprise. He was able to kill a giant BT and return alive from the Hades beach. With such strength, he still had such a lofty belief, which made him admire him a little. I admire you a little. Sam couldn't help but say. Mu Xing put a hand on Sam's shoulder. Sam, some people are born into this world with a mission. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. I hope you can understand this truth. Sam looked at the hand on his shoulder, and his body phobia did not produce a stress reaction. Normally, when others touch his body, he will have a serious stress reaction, but Mu Xing's hand seems to have a natural affinity. Sam looked up. Although I don't quite agree with your theory, anyway, thank you for telling me this. As he said that, he turned around and waved to Mu Xing. He had received the critical illness notice of the old President Bridget, and now he had to rush to the nursing hospital. At this time, Li Hongwei and Yi Wei appeared behind Mu Xing on the left and right. Captain, your sensationalism is good. I am so moved that I want to ride on a horse, pick up a sword, and rush out to save the world. Mu Xing's head banged directly on this guy's forehead. I am sincere, okay? Mu Xing turned around and glanced at Yi Wei. Sister Yi, let's talk while we walk. Yes, the leader is right. Li Hongwei hurriedly caught up. On the way to the hospital, Yi Wei said, we have figured out the general situation of this world. What are your plans next? If you want to get full marks, it is not enough to just complete the task. Mu Xing nodded. Of course I know. A long time ago, when Crazy and I were strategizing the escape world, we came to the conclusion. There are 2 ways to get full marks. Before he finished speaking, Mu Xing noticed that Yi Wei was a little absent-minded, and was obviously reminded of some memories. Sister Yi? I'm fine, you continue. The first way is to pass the level perfectly, make every detail perfect, from the beginning to the end, get every bonus point of the system, and 100 points will be just around the corner. Every detail is perfect? How is this possible? Li Hongwei next to him couldn't help but complain. So, if you choose this path, you need to exceed the evaluation in some places where it is easy to get high scores. You need to get 11 points or even 12 points out of 10 points. This will offset the points lost at some relatively difficult points. What about the second method? Yi Wei asked. The second method is much more violent. You need to use absolutely violent means to completely overturn the plot in order to get full marks. Absolute violence? How violent is this absolute violence? Li Hongwei was puzzled. Does it mean destroying the world? Of course, it's not that exaggerated. You just need to destroy the key plot and overturn the leader behind the plot. These 2 methods, the former relies on intelligence, the latter relies on strength, both have their merits. What do you think? Yi Wei asked, or is it the same as the plan we designed before we came in, to go the plot route? Mu Xing said, subjectively go the plot route, but you must also be mentally prepared to go the second route. Are you worried about changes? That's right. Didn't you find that this might be the native world? Mu Xing stopped. Based on your understanding of the survival system, what is the biggest pursuit of the survival system for the native world? Resources, Li Hongwei said. Control, Yi Wei said. Both are correct. Its purpose is to obtain the resources of the native world and gain control of the native world. In that case, isn't this a huge plus? Mu Xing asked them back. Li Hongwei understood something. What does the leader mean? To cooperate with the survival system to take over this world. That's right. But how can we do it? There must be a driving force behind the Death Stranding, and there must be reasons for the 6 mass extinctions of life on Earth. Behind these logics, there is an invisible hand controlling everything. And our goal is to grab this hand, drag it into the sunlight, and drag it to a place where the survival world can see it. Then what's next? What's next? Li Hongwei stared at Mu Xing. Next, we don't need to do anything. The survival system will solve everything. When they arrived at the heavily guarded hospital, Mu Xing and his team were allowed to enter the hospital. At this time, Sam was meeting with President Bridget for the last time. Outside the door, the masked tough guy, guarding like a doorman. Seeing the 3 of them coming, he pointed to the lounge next to him. Before the end of the world, the tough guy was the head of the National Security Agency, and now he is the President's security chief, and he also participates in the management of Bridget's company. 3, I believe you have all read the contract? Of course, I just have a question. Mu Xing looked up and said, please go ahead. Sam is a deportee. With his ability, there is no need to send bodyguards. Why must he find us? The tough guy tapped on his watch for a while, and suddenly, all the surrounding monitoring equipment and electronic devices were blocked. Okay, I tell you frankly, I've seen your ability. I hope you can help me investigate one thing and catch someone at the same time. What is it? Regarding the disappearance of the next president, Amelie, I always feel that things are not that simple. Mu Xing looked at the tough guy in front of him with some surprise. It seems that the plot is the plot, and the reality is the reality. He has keenly noticed some clues. Then the person you want us to arrest must be Higgs? Right. Mu Xing shook his head. Sorry, Mr. Tough Guy, your contract is not enough for us to take such a risk. The tough guy leaned forward slightly with his hands on the table. You are Dumas ability users. What if I use the government's top-secret information on the Hades Beach research for so many years as an exchange, especially the information about Dumas ability? Deal. Mu Xing grinned. The goal was achieved. Chapter 462. The main mission 1 has been completed, and the follow-up mission is now open. Limited time survival world mission is open. Please prevent the mass extinction within 7 days. Mission time, 7 days. Mission requirements, none. Mission failure. The end of the world is coming. Note, this mission is a mandatory mission, which cannot be cancelled or refused. Just after sending the tough guy away, several people received a new mission. It turned out to be a world mission. This is troublesome. We have to follow the plot and prevent the mass extinction. There are only 7 days. Mu Xing frowned. This sudden change disrupted their original plan. I thought we could be given at least half a month, but I didn't expect to be given 7 days. Yiwei's face was not very good either. Yes, if we take the plot mission route, we need to follow Sam and connect all the node cities in the United States to establish a complete Cairo network. These 7 days are not enough. It's obvious that they don't want us to get high scores. Li Hongwei couldn't help but complain. It seems that we can only split into 3 groups. Yiwei looked up and said. When she said this, she noticed that Mu Xing's expression was hesitant, as if he was worried about something. What's wrong? Is there any problem? Mu Xing said, those who are familiar with the plot know that connecting the node cities and establishing the Cairo network is actually Ame's plan. Her purpose is not to reconnect the scattered humans in various parts of the United States, but to use the Cairo network to connect everyone's underworld beach to form an extremely huge underworld beach. When she presses the main switch, this huge beach of Hades will come into contact with the real world, which will trigger a void that is enough to destroy the entire world, thus exterminating all mankind. At this point, Mu Xing looked at Li Hongwei. Is that right? Yes, that's how the game is set up. Li Hongwei nodded. Then let me ask you again, what is the ending of the game? Li Hongwei thought for a while. The ending seems to be that the protagonist Sam uses love to influence Amelie, and makes her give up the mass extinction. Mu Xing spread his hands. So, is it reasonable? Li Hongwei was stunned. Although I think it is unreasonable, the game is set up like this. Then the question is, who gave Amelie the original goal? Ask her to destroy all mankind. Mu Xing asked. Li Hongwei said, in the plot setting, Amelie, Sam's sister, and Bridget, his stepmother, are actually the same person. Amelie represents the soul and Bridget represents the body. This person is not a natural life form, but an extinct body born directly in the Hades Beach. She has no father or mother, and is born with the mission of carrying out mass extinction. Mu Xing nodded. You are right. Since Amelie has no father or mother, and no connections, how did she become president? By ability? By knowledge? Li Hongwei said weakly. Do you believe it? Li Hongwei quickly shook his head. At least in the United States, it is impossible. Without blood relations and capital support, it is impossible to do it. Mu Xing said, then, who was paving the way for her behind the scenes, and who eventually took control of the highest power in this country step by step? It was her creator, that mysterious power? Yiwei beside him understood what Mu Xing meant. Mu Xing nodded. Yes, in my opinion, the ending of this game plot is extremely unreasonable. Since Amelie cannot decide her own birth, how can she stop the mass extinction? Since the creator behind her has already launched 5 mass extinctions, how could he give up the 6th mass extinction just because Amelie is soft-hearted? Yiwei asked. Is there a possibility that the creator behind Amelie cannot completely control her? Mu Xing shook his head. It is possible, but I don't believe that an omnipotent creator would stop the extermination operation because of the shaken faith of a tool holding a switch. Besides, the Cairo network has been established, and the entire American human underworld has been connected. It only takes a thought to detonate this super bomb. At this point, Mu Xing paused. The 2 people opposite him also fell silent. Yiwei suddenly spoke up. Although I don't know if the creator behind it didn't detonate the bomb, but the ending of the plot is a peaceful ending after all, even though it is unreasonable. Mu Xing nodded. Yes, since the ending has been determined, we can only analyze from other directions why this ending appeared. I think there are 2 possibilities. First, the creator behind Amelie, a logical existence without emotions, was moved by the brother-sister relationship between Amelie and Sam, and finally gave up the extermination of mankind. Captain, I don't even believe the possibility you mentioned, Li Hongwei complained. Mu Xing raised his second finger. Then, there is only the second possibility. What? The creator behind Amelie has some concerns. Concerns? Worried that Amelie will get out of control. No, Amelie is its creation, and it can correct it even if it gets out of control. It should be worried about things outside its control, such as Sam, the protagonist. Why? Li Hongwei was a little confused. It may be related to the identity of the protagonist, the repatriator, right? Yue grasped the key to the question. Mu Xing nodded. You have all seen the three-body problem, right? Of course, Lu Cixin's masterpiece. The Zero Resetters in the three-body world want to restart the universe. What do they do? It seems to require all civilizations and creatures to return the small worlds and cosmic matter they created, Li Hongwei said. Mu Xing snapped his fingers. That's right, the book sets the universe as a whole. If you want to restart the universe, you can't lose a molecule or an atom. Because only a complete universe can be restarted and restore the idyllic high-dimensional universe. So, does the initiator of the mass extinction, the creator of Amelie, also have concerns in this regard? Yue looked at Mu Xing. You mean, the mass extinction may fail because of the protagonist Sam's repatriation talent? Mu Xing nodded. At least this is the only reason that can explain the unreasonable ending in the game, not the so-called, because of love. Plus, a group of villains are crazy and want to kill Sam, trying every way to snipe him. Now it seems that this means that the creator behind it wants to erase Sam as an uncertain factor? Li Hongwei touched his chin. Captain, after your analysis, it seems that there is such a possibility. In this case, is it feasible for us to take the plot strategy route? Mu Xing nodded. According to the information I have, there are 3 points that deserve our attention. First, the initiator of the mass extinction, the creator of Amelie, really cannot directly interfere with the real world, and can only achieve his goal by manipulating certain people and certain things. Second, it seems that the manipulator behind Amelie cannot completely control her. She hired us to protect Sam, which may mean that there is a disagreement between her and the creator behind her. We can take advantage of this. Sam is very important. We must protect this deportee. He is the key to breaking the situation. Third, since the other party can use the Carol network to exterminate humans, can we use the Carol network in reverse? Find the culprit hiding behind? Speaking, Mu Xing raised the fourth finger, and fourth, Dumas' ability is a good thing. We need to find clues on how to awaken Dumas' ability. Chapter 463. Bridget died after all. Although the protagonist Sam has not yet come out of grief, he has to carry the body of his stepmother to the crematorium. No flowers, no obituary. In the Doomsday era, people don't care who dies suddenly, even if it is a former president. When Sam walked out of the hospital with a body bag on his back, Mu Xing and Yue were waiting for him at the door. You guys? Sam, we are hired by your mother, and will be your personal bodyguards from now on. Sam looked a little sad. No, thank you for your kindness, but I don't need it. Sam walked around them, and headed out of the city. Mu Xing and the others followed without hesitation. Don't follow me, I said I don't need a bodyguard. Sam suddenly became excited. Then he suddenly calmed down. Sorry, I didn't mean that, I just... Mu Xing said, let's put aside the so-called righteousness first. You have your responsibilities. We have our tasks. You won't watch us violate the contract and suffer punishment and unemployment, right? Sam stopped talking, and just walked forward with the body on his back. Just out of the hospital gate, a professional off-road vehicle stopped at the door. The driver was Li Hongwei. He waved to the people. Get in the car quickly. Mu Xing continued to poo at him. Sam, you are being targeted. You don't want to see your mother's body being used as a threat to attack the capital Node City by some terrorist organizations? Sam hesitated for a moment, and finally climbed into the off-road vehicle. Mu Xing patted the window. Let's go. Li Hongwei stepped on the accelerator, and the car sped out. As soon as the car entered the wilderness, Mu Xing attacked Sam with a direct mental shock, causing him to fall unconscious. Then he opened the body bag and began to examine the body inside. Is this the body of the extinct body? It looks no different from an ordinary person, Yue said. Mu Xing summoned the new divine seal and began to scan the body up and down, carefully examining it. Master, I didn't find anything abnormal. This body is the same as an ordinary person. Focus on checking the brain and searching for possible memory cells. Although she and her soul are divided into two, the body remains in reality, and the soul remains in the underworld, but I believe the two sides must be connected. Shinin said, Master, I still suggest taking the body to the hive for cloning experiments. Maybe there will be some discoveries. Mu Xing thought for a while. You ask Huan Meng to help create an isolation zone in the hive, and don't touch the body directly. At the same time, the research on chiral substances should also be put on the agenda. I will activate the researcher's talent to speed up the research. Understood. After ending the conversation, Mu Xing asked Shen Yin to clone a substitute first. The body in the body bag is very important, and Mu Xing will not give up the opportunity to study it. When they were close to the nearest crematorium, the clone was successfully cultivated, and Mu Xing used it to replace the body in the body bag. After doing all this, Mu Xing woke up Sam. Hey, wake up, Sam. Sam opened his eyes in confusion. What happened to me? You were too tired and fell asleep. He sat up suddenly, looked at the body bag, unzipped it, and saw a familiar face, and then he felt relieved. He slowly zipped it up again, and rubbed his temples. How long have I slept? About 2 hours. The crematorium is almost here. Mu Xing pointed to the trapezoidal building, with a huge chimney in front. The gray color represented by reinforced concrete really fits the theme of death. Until the car stopped, Sam carried the body on his back with a complicated look. The crematorium is a special facility in this world. Only after filtering and processing in the crematorium can the release of the K-layer substance from the burning of the body be reduced as much as possible. If the body is burned directly in the residential area, the rich K-layer substance will not only bring down a large amount of time rain, but also attract a large number of BTs. Be on guard. Mu Xing waved his right hand, and the three of them dispersed. Each of them took out their weapons, and stood guard around Sam. Sam personally carried the corpse on his back, approached the unmanned crematorium, and entered the low trapezoidal building. This area is always shrouded in dark clouds, and the rain of time falls again and again. If it weren't for the protective soil layer on the surface of the building every year, it would have been corroded by the rain of time like the surrounding environment. Sam is familiar with the operation of the crematorium. He pressed the switch, put the body into the crematorium, and watched the fierce flames devour the body. This tough man finally broke down and cried in front of the crematorium. The three were still on guard. Yi Wei flew to the top of the building, Li Hongwei was in charge of the hillside, and Mu Xing was guarding the entrance of the crematorium. Something's going on. Li Hongwei's voice suddenly rang out. Mu Xing looked up and saw a slight smoke coming out of the huge chimney. He frowned. What he put into the body bag was just a clone, and there shouldn't be any release of chiral substances. Could it be that Bridget's clone also possesses the chiral substance? The fact is that as the smoke rises, dark clouds roll in the sky. Time rain begins to fall. As time rain falls, black tar pits begin to appear in the surrounding wilderness. BTs that ordinary people cannot see appear. Clear handprints begin to appear on the ground, and those things seem to be walking with their hands instead of feet. In Mu Xing's spiritual vision, BTs appear in a strange deformed state, floating in the air. The umbilical cords pulled out of their bodies are like detectors. The umbilical cords extend out, detecting the surroundings like a hand, and will leave handprints in the material world. Li Hongwei and Yi Wei quickly connected their respective BB devices, and the detectors began to rotate and flash, following the footsteps of the BTs. What happened outside? Sam asked. Don't worry, we will deal with these troubles. You can burn the bodies with peace of mind. Mu Xing took out the phoenix bow and used a physical arrow. The arrow was filled with Sam's blood. Sam's blood will annihilate with the antimatter in BT's body, and because of the characteristics of the repatriate, this annihilation will not produce a big explosion, and the power is just enough to kill BT. It can be said to be the natural nemesis of BT. The deep reason, Mu Xing felt it necessary to explore the principle. Why does the repatriate not annihilate with antimatter to produce a big explosion? If this is understood, perhaps a way to fight against mass extinction can be found. He raised his bow and shot 2 arrows, and the huge impact force directly nailed the 2 BTs to the ground. The blood of the repatriated people seeped in, and the BT's body suddenly expanded, then quickly shrank, and the body turned into a vortex, as if it was swallowed by the void. Captain, many BTs are surrounding us, and there seems to be a physical BT. As soon as the voice fell, a strange-looking beast-shaped BT rushed out of the tar. The golden-yellow chiral crystal condensed into a skull pattern on its face, and the charred tentacles on its neck like a beard waved wildly. During the run, the tar area continued to spread, with great impact. Before Mu Xing made a move, Li Hongwei controlled the flying zombie to rush over. The beast-shaped BT opened its big mouth and swallowed it in one bite. However, the zombies from another world did not have the property of annihilation of positive and negative matter, and directly tore its stomach and broke through its chest to rush out. Chapter 464. Haha, that's all. Li Hongwei laughed, controlling the flying zombie to spin like a gyroscope, and directly shredded the beast-type BT into pieces. The black tar-like pieces smashed into the tar pool. Soon, they split, multiplied, and turned into more beast-type BTs. Li Hongwei was dumbfounded, and obediently took out his blood weapon to fight the enemy. It was also the most convenient and labor-saving method. The blood of the repatriated person exploded on the beast-type BT, and the small-scale void annihilation could completely destroy the BT's body, making it impossible for it to be resurrected. The situation is not good. Look there. Mu Xing looked in the direction of Li Hongwei's finger, and the wasteland in the distance turned directly into a sea of tar. Thousands of BTs began to emerge from the sea of tar. Retreat! Mu Xing decisively issued a retreat order. He realized that this was not aimed at Sam, but at them. He waved his right hand and summoned Maxon. Destroy that sea of tar. Maxon's legs directly turned into Valred particles, soaring into the sky. Why does that guy look so familiar? I think I've seen him somewhere before. Li Hongwei looked at Maxon flying in the air and said, Quickly retreat, that's Maxon, the leader of the Iron Legion. His nuclear blast fist is very famous. Yi Wei reminded. What? Nuclear blast fist? Li Hongwei's expression froze, and he quickly summoned the flying zombie back, riding the flying zombie and flew in the opposite direction. Take Sam with you. Mu Xing reminded. Yi Wei flew over on his sword, and Li Hongwei rode the flying zombie closer. The two of them grabbed Sam's arm, and before the protagonist could react, he was taken directly into the sky. Hey, what's going on? Sam was also confused. Just then, a heat wave came from the tar sea in the distance, and a dazzling ball of light bloomed. With a loud bang, the sky changed color, and the dark clouds that were drizzling with time rain were instantly dispersed. A huge mushroom cloud rose slowly. Oh my god, it's really a nuclear explosion fist. Li Hongwei screamed, and was almost blown away by the violent airflow. The protagonist Sam was directly knocked unconscious. Fly steadily. Mu Xing's telekinetic barrier blocked more impacts for them. Li Hongwei was relieved and quickly controlled the flying zombie to fly more steadily. Looking back, the tar sea seemed to be on fire. It was not real tar, but more like the netherworld material that penetrated from the nether beach. It evaporated rapidly under the high temperature of the nuclear explosion. Just as Li Hongwei and his men landed, a black shadow chased them at a high speed. Li Hongwei quickly raised the thunder sword to alert the person coming. I am glad to have fulfilled my mission, Master. Maxon saluted Mu Xing respectfully. Master? He looked at Maxon in confusion. Mu Xing focused his attention on the wasteland, where countless BTs disappeared, leaving only a large pit. The power was indeed amazing, but a nuclear explosion could not kill BTs. At most it prevented them from surrounding them. Are these things crazy? So many BTs came? Li Hongwei was still frightened, as it was the first time he had seen such a large group of BTs. Mu Xing waved his right hand, and Maxon was taken back into the hive. At the same time, he woke up Sam, who had fainted. What happened just now? It's okay, just a little accident. Sam looked into the distance, and saw the wilderness that had turned into a big pit. Although it was not as good as the void devouring, it was still amazing enough. Beep beep. Just then, the communicator on Sam's wrist rang. He answered the call, and the communicator projected the face of the deceased. Sam, how is the body of the president's wife being handled? Don't worry, it has been incinerated in the crematorium. Sorry, Sam, I have to bring you two urgent news when you are sad. What news? The first is that Congress has officially announced that your sister Amelie will succeed as the next president of the United States. The second is that Amelie just lost contact on the West Coast. What? Sam's face suddenly changed. Inghan said in a heavy tone, all communications have been interrupted. We suspect that it was the terrorists who did it. I hope you can help reconnect the cities, and take this opportunity to establish the Cairo network. Sam still looked hesitant, and didn't speak for a long time. Sam, come to Node City, we hope to get your help. Hard Chinese's tone was full of pleading. In the end, Sam compromised. He could ignore the responsibility of linking the United States to save the world, but he could not ignore the safety of his sister. His wife was killed, his mother died of illness, and Amelie became his only relative in the world. He was going to the West Coast to find his sister Amelie, and this process almost crossed the entire United States. At this time, another task was issued. Mainline Mission 2 released. Help the protagonist Sam build the Cairo network and connect all the node cities in the United States. Mission deadline. 7 days, here it comes. The three looked at each other. This is really an unexpected mission. which is almost integrated with the mission of preventing the mass extinction. What is this? Amelie wants to rely on the Cairo network to launch the mass extinction, but the system wants us to help build a complete Cairo network. They dare to issue such a paradoxical mission. Is the survival system crazy? Li Hongwei almost started to curse. No, I think that this Cairo network may be the key to preventing mass extinction. Yi Wei holds a different view. Why? Li Hongwei is puzzled. She pointed at Mu Xing. Didn't Blood Moon say that there is a possibility of breaking the deadlock? Maybe we can use the Cairo network to reversely find the mastermind behind the scenes. Maybe the survival system is thinking the same thing? That won't work either. The survival system is pushing us into the fire pit. Do we really have to go all the way? What if I make a mistake? Li Hongwei began to wail. Okay, let's do it this way for now. Since the survival system has issued the task, we just do it. Mu Xing patted his shoulder. Time is tight. The connection to the Cairo network in the eastern node city is left to you. We will go ahead. Captain, please leave me more weapons and ammunition. Li Hongwei said resignedly. There are enough weapons and ammunition. If it is not enough, we can use the Cairo network to transmit. After arranging the task, several people rushed directly to the capital node city. Although Sam still had no interest in saving the United States, he still embarked on the journey for his sister. The original plan was to connect the various departments in the eastern node city first, then go to the port node city, and take a boat from the port node city to the Salt Lake node city in the central area. But Mu Xing and his team did not have so much time, so they decided to split the task. The eastern node city area was handed over to Li Hongwei. Yi Wei was responsible for the connection of the northern node city. Mu Xing protected Sam to go to the port city, and finally everyone met in the Salt Lake node city, and continued to head west. According to this plan, with the troops divided into 3 groups, at the speed of the survivors, everyone can meet at the Salt Lake node city in 2 days at most. In order to support their actions, the tough guy said that he would use all his strength to support them, and all kinds of resources could be used at will. Just as Li Hongwei and Yi Wei were acting separately in the east and north, Mu Xing and Sam also rode on motorcycles, and quickly rushed to the port node city. Chapter 465. The port node city is one of the few ports that still retains its transportation capacity after the apocalypse. After a large amount of Cairo material was released into the air, the sky was no longer suitable for flying. No aircraft can withstand the erosion of the time rain. The communication between the cities is intermittent, and the supply of materials is even more difficult. Humans are like being trapped on an isolated island in the ocean called death, and can only wait for the final end in despair. With a hiss, Sam slammed the brakes and stopped in front of the port node city. It used to be very lively here. At least a few years ago, there were many ships from the central region to the eastern region. But now? Sam looked at the port node city in front of him, feeling a little emotional. Mu Xing glanced casually at the side of the road, where there were weathered skulls of different sizes embedded in the brown soil. It was obvious that there had been accidents of varying sizes here, and it had been eroded many times by BT and time rain. I go to the bridges transfer station in the port city first. If we want to build a Cairo network, we need to get various equipment from there. Then I go check out the surroundings and learn about the situation in Port City, Mu Xing said. After the two separated, Mu Xing tried to call for Gil. In the plot, Higgs will snipe the protagonist in Port City, so preparations must be made in advance. The moment the call was connected, Fragil appeared directly in front of Mu Xing. Obviously, she used herself as an anchor point and teleported directly to Port City, holding the peculiar umbrella in her hand. Boss, you are very fast. It took less than a day to reach Port City? We split into 3 groups. Li Hongwei and Yi Wei went to the east and north, and Sam and I went directly to the Port City, Mu Xing said bluntly. Fragil looked into the distance. It seems that Sam has made his decision. Mu Xing got straight to the point. Boss, can you track down Higgs? You want to deal with Higgs? Fragil looked at Mu Xing. Mu Xing nodded. This is a dangerous guy. We have encountered him once before. He will not give up. If we want to completely solve this trouble, we have to take the initiative to attack. Fragile said, Higgs is not easy to deal with. You should know that he was once the person I trusted the most, but unfortunately he eventually became a paranoid madman. His Dumas ability level is higher than mine, and he is very cunning. Every time he launches an attack, his real body always hides in the Hades beach. To be honest, I can't completely lock it. Mu Xing looked into her eyes. If Sam and I lure it out, can we lock it? I can give it a try, but even if I lock his Hades beach, he may jump away from someone else's Hades beach. How can you catch him? I have a plan. Boss, all you have to do is keep an eye on him for me. Although Frogil didn't quite believe that Mushing could catch Higgs, she still nodded. I can try, but don't hold too high hopes. Safety is the most important thing. Just do your best. Mushing nodded, got on the motorcycle and rushed to the express company. At this moment, Mushing sensed that the atmosphere of the entire Node City began to change quietly. The surrounding dark clouds also began to gather towards the port, and the wind started to blow. The wind grew from small to large, and the water surface of the port surged. When the waves were raised, old ships of various sizes that had sunk could be seen on the bottom of the water. Most of the civilizations that represented the past era have now become reefs that fill the beach. Mushing had just arrived at the express delivery center, and Sam was busy in front of a special machine. As he inserted the device, the green light came on, and the connection between the port and the capital Node City was connected again. Sam raised his wrist, and the projection screen flickered and slowly became clear, until the dead appeared in the communication projection. Thank you, Sam. You helped us complete the Cairo network connection from the capital Node City to the port Node City. Compared to the excitement of the dead man, Sam seemed much colder. I need more Carol network devices. Of course, no problem. Wait for me. The dead man on the opposite side began to notify the employees to start the new Carol device behind him. What are you doing? Mushing asked. Send more Carol network devices over. What's the principle? The technical geek dead man on the opposite side explained. The Carol network is a supernatural network system built with the help of Carol matter. It has many functions, mainly three: communication, transmission, and sharing. First, communication. Unlike electromagnetic communication, even under the cover of Cairo Cloud, the Cairo network can maintain a certain signal flow, and the delay is lower, infinitely close to synchronous transmission. Then, there is transmission. Through the study of Cairo matter and Hades Beach, and the characteristics of Hades Beach's time stillness, the Cairo network can be used to transmit inorganic matter. Mushing now, transmission similar to Dumas' ability? That's right, but the Cairo network can only transmit inorganic matter, not living things. So what is sharing? Sharing also uses the Cairo network's delay-free transmission characteristics to share your items at the other end of a distant node. Similar to quantum entanglement? Mushing asked. Yes, it's very similar, just like placing the same object in different places. Cairo matter is related to the characteristics of time and space. It is an ancient substance. Studies have shown that it may come from the initial space-time matter at the origin of the universe. Under normal circumstances, Cairo substances will present three different states. The most common gaseous state is emitted by the bodies of the dead, floating in the clouds, and forming time rain when it encounters rain. I'm sure you won't be too willing to see liquids. When BTs appear, those tar-like muds are liquid Cairo substances. Mushing was stunned. It turned out that the tar was a liquid Cairo substance. It's difficult to form a solid form. It is a brilliant golden color. It is the product of the crystallization of a high concentration of Cairo substances. This thing is very dangerous, and will attract a large number of BTs. We will only add a small amount of crystals to the metal to make it into Cairo metal. These special Cairo metals have many wonderful uses. For example, Cairo network equipment is made of this metal. As the dead man was talking, Sam had already started receiving all kinds of equipment transmitted over, big and small. There were even weapons. You also made weapons? The information you mentioned to me last time is very important. The blood and body fluids of the repatriated can harm BT. I tried to make some. You can try to use these equipment. At this time, Fragile walked into the express delivery center. Okay, stop talking, the wind is blowing, we have to hurry. What happened? Sam saw Fragile, and although he didn't have much affection for this woman, who he had only met once, at least he didn't hate her. I sense that the concentration of Cairo substances in the port is continuing to rise. Fragile said. Chapter 466. The increase in the concentration of Cairo substances in an area is not a good thing. Whether it is a large-scale time rain or a BT invasion, it will further damage the fragile living environment of humans at this stage. If crazy terrorists take the opportunity to launch an attack, destroying a node city is not a problem. Sam ran to the screen to check the monitoring. At this time, large dark clouds began to gather in the sky outside. Suddenly, the time rain began to fall. As the time rain fell, the weathering speed of the surface of the houses and streets began to increase rapidly, and at the same time, the waves in the port surged and slammed the breakwaters wildly. The originally clear waters suddenly became turbid. How is it possible? It is raining time in the port city. Sam muttered to himself. His face became extremely ugly. We should leave here, Sam. Mu Xing reminded. Yes, of course. This place is no longer safe. We must leave here. Sam came back and was about to carry the heavy equipment, but Mu Xing waved his right hand and put all the equipment into the storage space. Did they disappear? No, this is one of my Dumas abilities, space storage, the ability to store some items in a special space. In short, it is much more convenient than carrying them on your shoulders. Mu Xing explained. Sam couldn't help but say, you are really a natural courier. Okay, you two, now is not the time to chat. Most of the ships in the port city have been destroyed by those crazy people, and only one private ship belonging to our Fragile company is left. You can take my ship to leave the port, but first you have to solve the problem in the port city. Fragile reminded. When they returned to the ground from underground through the elevator, as soon as they ran out of the express center, a large area of tar around them submerged the entire port node city. It was as if they went directly from the real world to the underworld. The entire ocean seemed to be covered with tar, and countless sunken ships and containers floated up from the bottom of the sea. A large number of small BTs suddenly emerged from under Sam's feet, grabbed him and dragged him hundreds of meters away. Fragile did not move, and instantly teleported to the port bridge. Mu Xing did not move either, for fear of scaring Higgs away. Just as Sam was dragged 100 meters away with a confused look on his face, he finally broke free from the hands of those small BTs. The BB detection device on his body began to flash and rotate wildly. Suddenly, the detection device locked a certain direction, stopped rotating, and lit up an orange light. Sam held the gun in his hand with a vigilant look, aiming at the figure emerging from the tar sea in front of him. Higgs, wearing a cloak, rose from the liquid Carol substance, and the stones under his feet gathered into a ladder, holding him up, like the god of death who reigned over the world. You shouldn't be here, Sam. Who are you? Sam pointed his submachine gun at the other party and asked. Higgs opened his hands, and suddenly appeared in front of Sam. He sniffed in front of Sam. Oh, I smelled some interesting information from your card. The old president died and burned to ashes. She actually planned to let an ignorant girl take over her position. What do you want to do? Sam growled. I am creating a new world. I have seen through the secret of the Death Stranding. Do you think your dear sister can rebuild this broken country by taking over as president? No, she is a nobody, and not a qualified politician. She is different from all of us. She has nothing to do with Dumas. She is a dangerous extinct body who came to this world with a natural destructive attribute. Sam frowned. He thought this was a madman. What did you do to my sister? Don't worry, Sam. I will find her and treat this dangerous lady well. As for you. Higgs suddenly took a step back. Several bullets flew past his scalp, and he flashed behind Sam. This kind of thing can't kill me. I am like the legendary god particle, omnipresent. Since you have made your choice, let this lovely angel of death entertain you first. Higgs' hands suddenly turned into sticky tar, and 10 rope-like umbilical cords stretched out, extending into the tar sea, pulling hard. The sea surface rolled, and a giant octopus BT was pulled out of the tar sea. At this moment, Mu Xing moved. If he didn't make a move, it would be fine, but once he made a move, it was earth-shattering. Just as the giant octopus BT soared into the air, waving its tentacles and opening its big mouth to pounce on Sam, the moonlight sword in Mu Xing's hand cut out a dazzling crescent. With a puff, the giant octopus BT with its teeth and claws was directly cut in half by the ground. When Mu Xing landed, the sword in his hand cut another face. With a bang, a trench 100 meters long was carved out in the black tar sea. When had Higgs ever seen such a battle? You again. He quickly flashed and teleported, summoning a large number of BTs to try to stop Mu Xing. How could Mu Xing let him do what he wanted? The moonlight sword kept slashing out crescents, tearing all the big and small BTs apart. Higgs put his hands together, and countless BTs wrapped Mu Xing into a ball. Boom! Dark golden light burst out, and the BT ball wrapped around Mu Xing exploded from the center, and continued to slash at Higgs with a sword. Higgs frowned and flashed quickly. However, Mu Xing moved at the speed of sound and chased him quickly. Powerful telekinesis attacked from all directions, trying to trap him in the center. However, when the surging telekinesis closed in, Higgs disappeared. Mu Xing knew very well that this was not Higgs's true body. He activated the talent of Visionary, and tried to find Higgs in the tar sea under his feet. At this time, Fragile locked onto Higgs in the distance, and the dazzling golden light followed him all the time. He saw Higgs crossing the tar sea, and preparing to return to the Hades beach. Fragile had already prepared and teleported to Mu Xing. putting one hand on Mu Xing's shoulder. Be careful, the nether beach is his domain, and the abilities of the living will be limited there. Don't worry, teleport. Mu Xing was already prepared. In an instant, Mu Xing felt some special energy and particles wrapping him up, and then pulling him into the dark nether beach. This was an unfamiliar nether beach, much larger than the nether beach of ordinary people. He saw Higgs, who was pacing back and forth looking for a countermeasure to deal with Mu Xing. Obviously, Mu Xing's appearance made him feel a strong sense of crisis. This mysterious guy's fighting power was beyond imagination and could not be defeated. However, at this moment, he sensed a fierce breath invading this dark beach. How could you chase here? Who are you? Mu Xing shook his right hand, and the moonlight sword disappeared. Higgs, I think we can talk. Talk? Higgs, who had just claimed to be the creator of the new world, now switched roles, from hunter to prey. He looked at Mu Xing with a vigilant face. You are not human, I can't smell the smell of card on you. Mu Xing shook his head. I am human, but not from this world. Alien? Parallel world? Higgs slowly stepped back, ready to jump away from this beach of Hades at any time. Higgs, you think you are in control of everything, but you don't know that you are just a chess piece at the mercy of others. You can escape, but you will also lose an opportunity to control your own destiny. Chapter 467. Higgs's movement of turning around and running away suddenly stopped, but his raised footsteps never fell. He took a step back. Oriental, you are scaring me. Of course, I can control my own destiny. Really? Is it because of your extraordinary wisdom? Or is it your Dumas ability given by others? Mu Xing put his hands behind his back, facing the sea. While delaying time, he quietly and completely blocked the entire Hades beach, blocking Higgs' escape route. Of course, Mu Xing also left him a retreat, which was also the only way. Although I don't know what Amelie promised you, please believe me, she just treats you as a chess piece. Higgs frowned. What do you mean? I mean, things are unpredictable. If you want to get what you want, you must learn to control your own destiny. Mu Xing looked back at him. I can give you a chance. Cooperate with me, and I can help you get rid of Amelie's control. Just you? Higgs snorted. Mu Xing said, You know, I actually feel sorry for you. You were once a rational person with dreams and hopes, but you were suddenly turned into a terrorist who did all kinds of evil. There are two colors in Go, black and white. Your existence represents the black chess piece, which is responsible for bringing terror to the world and forcing the remaining humans to stick together under your threat. And the president represents the white chess piece, taking the opportunity to win over the hearts of the people and make people willingly open up their expectations and demands. You just don't know that you are all just chess pieces on the chessboard. Maybe Amelie promised you a brand new chess game, but her real purpose is to destroy the entire chessboard when the time is right. She doesn't want a new life, but destruction. Paw paw paw. Higgs clapped his hands and stared at Mu Xing. You are right, but do you really think I don't know the truth of all this? Mu Xing frowned. What did he mean by this? Higgs took the opportunity to teleport away. Mu Xing moved and rushed directly to Higgs. Higgs snorted coldly. I knew you were stalling for time, and the so-called cooperation is just a cover. His body suddenly disappeared, teleporting away from this beach. Mu Xing looked at the direction where Higgs disappeared, but did not rush to chase him. Instead, he tried to pull the fat cat of the evil spirit back from this beach. He extended the chaos hyphae from his right hand into the sea, and continued to go deeper into the world called the dead. The deeper he went, the greater the resistance he felt. When he was about to reach the bottom of the sea, he clearly felt a strong force repelling the approach of the chaos mycelium. Why don't you come out? Mu Xing shouted. Just then, a furry cat's claw scratched randomly on the bottom of the sea, tearing a crack in time and space and drilling out. The cat's claws were pulling, and the cat's head was struggling to drill out. Boy! Pull! Gurgle gurgle. Pull me! Gurgle gurgle. Out! Mu Xing quickly grabbed the cat's claw with the mycelium and pulled it out with all his strength. There was a huge attraction inside that sucked the evil spirit. Push harder. Both parties exerted force at almost the same time, and Mu Xing pulled upward with both hands. The extremely embarrassed evil spirit was pulled out from the bottom of the sea, drawing a beautiful parabola, and then plunged into the sand. Poof-fu-fu. The evil spirit was wet all over, spitting sand, and throwing out all the sand and sea water on its body. Damn it, I almost couldn't come back. I asked you to pull me out at a fixed time and place. What were you doing? Something happened. It's not my fault. You're so meow. The evil spirit waved its claws, trying to give Mu Xing a cat punch. So what happened? Mu Xing asked. Don't mention it. I almost suffered a big loss this time. If it weren't for Jiling's fast running, I would have almost died in that damn place. What is in the world of the dead? I was wrong. At first, I thought that place was a sea of souls, or it could be a newly born world will, just like the Alea land in the forest world. I was so wrong. I should have thought of it earlier. How could a world consciousness that has not yet taken shape or is taking shape so clearly promote mass extinction of creatures again and again? And the strange structure of the creatures in this world. The evil spirit pounced in front of Muxing. In the normal world, the Ka representing the soul, and the He representing the body should be one, but it's different here. How are they different? For all the creatures in this world, Ka and He are separate. Ka is Ka, and He is He. They are like petri dishes that are forcibly pieced together. Use He forged from Karal material as the culture medium, and use Ka born from the Hades beach as the seed. When Ka matures with He, the creator behind them will take it back. Then the question is, what kind of existence can use the basic particles of the universe at the birth of the Karal material as a culture medium to cultivate the soul? Although the evil spirit was a little unclear and even expressed it in an abstract way, Muxing still understood what it said. You mean, the creator behind this is a mature existence, not a new world will? That's right, and it's an extremely old thing. Damn it, I, the evil spirit, have been roaming the world for countless years, and today I almost fell here. Fortunately, I have a connection with your tower, and I can use the bonfire of hope to guide me. Otherwise, I would never be able to return. Muxing narrowed his eyes. You mean, that thing could be chaos? I don't know, but it could be something scarier than chaos. It is sleeping, and its instinctive thoughts are dominating everything. It seems to be injured, and it is recovering in this way. The evil spirit grabbed Muxing's trouser leg. Let's run. If it wakes up, we will all die without a burial place. Muxing rolled his eyes. He didn't expect that the evil spirit would be scared one day. But thinking about it, he understood that the evil spirit today is no longer the omnipotent evil spirit it once was. When faced with a threat that is difficult to resist, the cowardly will prevail. Where can we run? Don't you forget who sent us here. The evil spirit circled on the beach anxiously. It's the survival system. It wants to attack that guy. Damn it, the gods are fighting, and I'm the one who suffers. I'm finished. Suddenly, it stopped. No, we can't let that old thing wake up. We must stop all the cards from returning to its body. As long as its soul is incomplete, it can't wake up, and will sleep forever. Muxing rubbed the cat's head. So you have a plan? The evil spirit slapped Muxing's restless hand. Boy, in the world of Death Stranding, you are the protagonist chosen by the survival system. This time I will be your assistant. Yo, has our big evil spirit changed? This time I just want to go back alive, and get a share of the pie. Let's talk about it later. The evil spirit believes in being fierce when it should be fierce, and timid when it should be timid. Obviously, now is the time to be timid. Chapter 468. In the strange beach of Hades. Higgs was dashing left and right, trying to escape from this strange beach of Hades. However, no matter how he teleported, he could not leave this strange beach of Hades. He looked at the 6 figures floating in the sky, and tried to get closer. But no matter how high he flew, he could not really get close. A careful observation would reveal that these people looked exactly like the Blood Moon. He realized that he was trapped in the other party's beach of Hades. At this moment, Muxing appeared on the beach of Hades, and beside him, there was a strange striped fat cat. Higgs became alert, thinking that Muxing would talk to him, or take the opportunity to win him over and threaten him. However, Muxing was not interested in playing cat and mouse with Higgs at this time. He just left a sentence. I give you 3 hours to think about it, and then disappeared, leaving Higgs confused. Muxing came out of the Hades beach. The port node city has returned to clear. The dark clouds dissipated, and the tar seed disappeared. Only a large piece of Karal crystal was left where the giant octopus died. These solidified Karal crystals took on the shape of hands, like golden arms reaching towards the sky. Sam and Frager squatted in front of the crystals, collecting them. Seeing Muxing appear, they stood up quickly. Where is Higgs? I trapped him in my Hades beach, but he is still stubborn. I let him think about it himself. Did you really catch Higgs? Not only Sam, but Frager also looked shocked. He's just trapped, not caught yet. He's like a slippery loach. Muxing shook his head. Since the evil spirit brought back information from the land of death, he has no hope for Higgs. Give him a few hours to think about it. If this guy can't figure it out, he will help Higgs figure it out. We must leave here, and go to Salt Lake Node City first. Muxing was in a hurry. With a wave of his right hand, He took away all the Carol crystals. Sam and Fragile looked at each other. Although Mu Xing didn't say anything, they both saw anxiety on his face. My ship is ready, please follow me. Fragile pointed to the private transport ship at the port, which was the only moving ship in this huge port. The construction of the chiral network in the port city has been completed, and the dead have sent them a lot of supplies, enough for them to build the network nodes all the way to the Salt Lake Node City. Fragile is indeed an all-round talent, and she drives the ship fast and steadily. When the transport ship slowly left the port, it gradually accelerated. At the same time, Mu Xing contacted Li Hongwei and Yu Wei. The two of them built the network very quickly. In less than a day, they had already built the network and completed half of the eastern and northern node areas. Please help me pay attention to the research data on the soul and body in this world. Are there any new discoveries? It's just a sudden thought that Dumas' ability may be related to the connection between the soul and the body, and to the Hades beach. Okay, I pay attention. Yu Wei said. Don't worry, Captain, I will pay attention to the research results of the Eastern Node City in this regard. Li Hongwei said. Mu Xing didn't tell them about the discovery of the evil spirit in the end. Such news can only make them worry, but it can't solve the problem. He plans to take it slow and find a breakthrough first. On the ship, under Mu Xing's questioning, Fragile finally gave in and told the story about Higgs' past. If he wants to break through Higgs' psychological defense, he must know more about his past. Unlike Fragile, although Higgs is also an idealist, he is more extreme. In his opinion, in the end times, heavy punishments should be used. For example, centralized and militarized management of the survivors, and concentrated resources and technology to conduct large-scale research on BT and Hades Beach. In the early years, Higgs and Fragile established Fragile Company together, fighting for the goal in their hearts. But gradually, his thoughts became extreme, and after several secret experiments were discovered and stopped by Fragile, cracks appeared in the relationship between the two sides. Until one day, he suddenly disappeared, and when he returned, he had become an omnipotent Dumas Awakener. He launched terrorist attacks in various places, and destroyed many node cities. Fragile knew he was crazy, and the two parted ways, and broke up completely. So what exactly does he want? Mu Xing asked. Fragile shook her head. I don't know. Higgs in the past is completely different from him now. Although he was full of paranoia in the past, he was not as extreme as he is now. Many people died because of him. He kept saying that he wanted to create a new world, and claimed to be the god of the new world. In fact, I know that these are not what he wants. I have known him for so many years, and I understand him. He may just be disappointed with the world and me. When Fragile said this, she curled up and hugged herself with both hands. She may think that Higgs's change is because she failed to be a qualified guide. That's why the once high-spirited boy has become what he is now. Sam listened silently beside him, his expression sometimes serious and sometimes relaxed. Mu Xing glanced at the time, and decided to meet Higgs first. He asked Fragile to send him back to his own beach. On the beach, Mu Xing saw Higgs sitting quietly on the beach, with a golden skull mask thrown aside. He stroked the BB device on his chest with his right hand, humming an unknown lullaby. Hearing footsteps, he turned back, and saw Mu Xing with his hands in his pockets. With a grab of his right hand, the golden mask flew back into his hand. His hands turned into liquid form, and he wanted to summon the stranded souls here, but found that no matter how hard he tried, he could not shake this beach at all. Mu Xing grabbed with his right hand. Higgs was pulled over by an invisible force, and was strangled by Mu Xing. He wanted to teleport, but found that his body was imprisoned. A faint dark golden light flashed in Mu Xing's hand, preventing him from using Dumas' ability to travel through the Hades beach. Mu Xing's right hand gradually tightened, trying to strangle him to death. No matter how Higgs struggled or attacked, he could not shake Mu Xing in front of him. Look, how much do you look like those poor people who died in your terrorist attack? Fragile as an ant. Higgs' eyes rolled back after being pinched, and he was on the verge of death. I just don't know if your soul is still qualified to go to the world of the dead, to be reborn after you die. Higgs grabbed Mu Xing's hand, his face painful and ferocious. There is no so-called rebirth at all, it's just a lie. Mu Xing suddenly let go, and let Higgs fall on the beach. It seems that you do know some real truths. Mu Xing looked down at him, and his eyes seemed to have no human emotions. He lay on the ground and coughed violently, and it took him a while to recover. No one can fight against fate. This is the fate of all human beings. They come from the end of the living, and will eventually return there. Everything I did just accelerated this process. Chapter 469. Tell me what you know, and I promise to spare your life. Mu Xing picked up the golden mask, and handed it to him. Snap! Higgs knocked off the golden mask with one hand. No one can save this world, only death is eternal. He stared at Mu Xing with bloodshot eyes. I once had a dream. I dreamed of a paradise. I stood at the gate of paradise, and secretly glimpsed the hell inside the gate of paradise. Cows and sheep, we are all cows and sheep, we are all livestock. He waved his right hand, and countless phantoms appeared on the surrounding beach. Look at those mature souls. Do they look like delicious fruits? At the end of that sea, there is no heaven, no hell, only greedy mouths. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. It seems that Higgs has indeed seen through some of the essence of the world. Just a glimpse, and his temperament changed drastically. Since you know the truth, why do you launch a terrorist attack and start a mass extinction to destroy mankind? Mu Xing asked. No, I'm not destroying humanity, I'm saving humanity. Higgs grabbed Mu Xing's collar, and his face came close, extremely excited. Listen carefully, this is salvation, not destruction. Mu Xing remained calm. Let me think about your theory. Amelie told me a story. At the beginning of the world, this world was just a hot magma planet filled with Kalar matter, until one day, a great being fell here. He was injured and urgently needed treatment. He began to devour the Karal material stored in this planet. He stabilized his body, but his injured will could not be restored. So he thought of a way. He separated his will from his body, used his own origin to create a body named He, and crushed his will into a seed named Ka. He connected Ka and He with the Hades beach to form life. So, this ancient planet began to have life, and He became the true creator of this world. Life is born and dies in the evening. The seeds called Ka sprout, bloom, mature, and then feed back to the injured will. This is a complete cycle. Having tasted the sweetness, the Creator began the second and third experiments. Continuously promote the evolution of life. The higher the level of life, the more mature Ka will be. This test will take billions of years, from the Ordovician, Devonian, Permian, Triassic, and Cretaceous. At the peak of each period, He will cause a mass extinction and harvest all the fruits. Until the sixth time, humans were born, the first race with wisdom since life was born on this planet billions of years ago. They multiplied and thrived, and in just 1,000,000 years, they developed civilization and took control of the world. The cards born from human wisdom, and will far exceeded the sum of the previous 5 times. He finally saw the hope of waking up, so he decided to complete the harvest when this batch of seeds reached its peak. As long as he eats all the souls, he can wake up from billions of years of slumber, and return to the universe. As he spoke, Higgs raised his head, and loosened his grip on Mu Xing's collar. I used to be an idealist, believing that we could save the world through our own efforts. Until that day, she came to me and took me to a dream, where I saw the truth of this world, the so-called gate of heaven, the truth of the land of rebirth. From that moment on, I collapsed, my ideals and my beliefs all collapsed. We are so small, like dust, how can we fight against the sleeping founder and prevent him from waking up? Mu Xing looked at him. So you have come up with a plan. Since he needs to be full before waking up, you decided not to let him eat, right? Higgs' eyes widened. He didn't expect Mu Xing to really understand. Yes, this is my. No, it's Amelie's plan. Although she is an extinct body, she is also an intelligent creature. She has also been human and doesn't want to see the world completely destroyed. So, many years ago, when the Creator was preparing to launch the 6th harvest, we launched the mass extinction in advance. Even if many people will die, many, as long as the founder is hungry and cannot fully recover, he will have to consider opening another era. As long as we open another era, we can buy time for mankind, even if it is only 10 or 100 years. Before the next mass extinction comes, we will definitely find a way to continue the future of our race. Mu Xing was silent. He was wrong. He thought everything was planned by the Creator, but he didn't expect it to be like this. America was not moved by Sam's love, but she wanted to continue human civilization for another era. If this is true, then the extremely unreasonable ending of the game plot makes sense. Mu Xing looked at Higgs. Why tell me this? So you finally choose to believe me? Higgs said. Amelie said that as long as we can preserve the continuation of mankind, we need to unite all the forces that can be united. Before the mass extinction, human technology reached a new peak, virtual technology, artificial intelligence, robots. Although these technologies have enriched human life, they have also cut off the future of mankind. Amelie said that this is the poison fed to humans by the Creator. Humans are becoming more and more dependent on machines, and everyone stays in their own virtual world. It seems that they live in the same world, but in fact they are divided into isolated islands. According to the situation before the mass extinction, according to calculations, it will not take many years for the human population to drop to a precarious level, and complete extinction is only a matter of time. The Creator is very smart, and knows that intelligent creatures such as humans cannot be destroyed by crisis, so he uses slow harvesting. So on that day, Amelie opened the era of mass extinction. For the first time, she connected the Hades and the human world. The collision of positive matter and antimatter destroyed the entire Manhattan, just to arouse the sense of crisis in the hearts of humans. In order to maintain this sense of crisis, she asked me to stand up and play a terrible big devil, a big devil who can threaten everyone's survival at any time. Only the evil wolf can unite a group of paralyzed sheep and seek a way to survive again. Then we will connect everyone through the Cairo network to fight against the Creator's harvest and prevent him from waking up. Higgs took a deep breath, and when he spoke again, there was only pride in his tone. We have to launch a mass extinction, because the harvest must begin. Launching a mass extinction in advance can also reduce food production and prevent people from being full. The plan behind is to find a way out. Humans cannot just crave for the mercy of the superiors. Humans have hearts, but the existence at the end of the ocean has no heart. He clenched his fists. So, if necessary, we can sacrifice everything, including ourselves. Chapter 470. So Sam, the deportee, is also part of your plan? Mu Xing looked at him and said, Sam's appearance was an accident, but he does have the potential to become the executor of our plan. All my attacks on him are to sharpen him. He can change from a cowardly, irresponsible, and naive boy to a savior who can shoulder the burden of the future of mankind. Higgs bluntly stated his purpose, and did not seem to worry that Mu Xing would turn against him. Shanine, did he lie? Master, judging from the fluctuations of his spiritual consciousness, there is no sign of lying, but I detected the breath of the world of the dead on him. It is exactly the same as the breath brought back from the evil spirit. Hearing this, Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. Seeing that Mu Xing didn't speak, Higgs also shut up obediently, like a prisoner waiting for trial. Mu Xing waved his right hand and opened a door. Go back and tell Amelie that I want to see her. You won't kill me? Higgs frowned. You are just a pawn. Killing you is meaningless. If you really care about the interests of mankind, play your role well. Higgs didn't expect Mu Xing to let him go. His emotions fluctuated violently. He began to see the purpose of this guy in front of him. I will tell Amelie what you said, but what choice she will make is not something I can decide. After that, he stepped directly into the door, and disappeared into Mu Xing's dark beach. At this moment, the striped fat cat jumped out of the ring. You believe him so much? Which eye of yours saw that I believed him? Then why did you let him go? I'm playing the long game to catch the big fish. Higgs is a complicated guy. It's not impossible for him to be a double-faced person. I really want to see the next reaction of the Creator. The evil spirit shook his head. I think you are playing with fire. If you kill yourself, don't come to me. You're saying that, as if you've helped me before. I'm so awful. The evil spirit turned around. Forget it, I don't want to waste time talking to you. I'm just reminding you to find a way out for yourself. If the survival system sells you out at a critical moment, you still have a way to survive. After that, the evil spirit disappeared into his ring again. Mu Xing pondered the meaning of this sentence, and looked up at the sky. The 6 floating original figures also opened their eyes, and looked at him at the same time. In the center, the light ball representing the origin of the soul was slowly taking shape. Maybe the evil spirit is right, and it is time to make plans for both scenarios. When he returned from the Hades beach, it was already the next day, and the ship was almost at the port of Salt Lake Node City. As the largest city in the Midwest, Salt Lake Node City is one of the best in the United States today in terms of population size and industrial level. The dense population in the underground base ensures the supply of materials in a large area of the Midwest. At the same time, it also makes this place a disaster area for terrorist attacks. We're here. When the ship docked, there was a special person to receive them. Everyone, something happened in the company, I have to rush back to deal with it. Fergil said goodbye after landing. Sam, who was still a little dazed, came back to his senses. Of course, Fergil. Fergil looked at Mu Xing. Protect our customers. Mu Xing nodded and watched her leave. Sam hurriedly landed. He was also responsible for the construction of the Cairo network in the Salt Lake Node City. Good news came from Lihongwei and Yiwei. The node cities in the eastern and northern regions have been completed. Successfully connected to the internet, the Cairo network successfully connected half of the United States. They will probably be able to reach the Salt Lake Node City in the afternoon to join him. However, Mu Xing rejected their proposal to join him. and told them the information he got from the evil spirit and Higgs, which really shocked them. So what does the captain mean? The situation is unclear now. Whether Higgs and Amelie's plan is true or not, we have to make plans for both. Blood Moon, are you worried that something might go wrong? Yue asked. At the beginning, I did underestimate the strength of the enemy. If it was just an ordinary world will, with our planning and strength, we might not be able to fight. But now it seems that the situation is beyond our expectations. We have to prepare a retreat. Yue nodded. Yes, although Amelie used the method of launching a mass extinction in advance to prevent the creator from waking up, Amelie is an extinct body after all. As a creature of the world of the dead, her plan may have been seen through by the creator. Mu Xing responded, yes, that's what I'm worried about. But I think Amelie's plan is correct, but we can't use her method, we have to use our method. The other side was silent for a moment, and Li Hongwei took the lead. Captain, just tell us how to do it. Mu Xing said, since the goal of the creator is to recycle all the cards, but I think he is also very important. In this case, we will work with Amelie to carry out the mass extinction together. Yue looked at Mu Xing's virtual projection. Do you mean to steal business from Amelie? Yes, Amelie's method is simple and crude. She uses the annihilation of positive and negative matter to destroy those souls and reduce food production. Although this can reduce food production to a certain extent, the effect is like the difference between wheat and flour. The creator can still recover the energy of these shattered souls by absorbing the power of the crushed souls. And my plan is to use the characteristics of us outsiders to completely steal this part of Ka and He. Li Hongwei suddenly became interested. In this case, I can use these wheat to refine corpses. Yue said, then my 10,000 souls banner can also be put on the agenda. Mu Xing nodded. As usual, you are responsible for your respective areas, and I will deal with the central and western regions. Li Hongwei couldn't help but say, Captain, why do I feel that we have become a magic team? Mu Xing shook his head. Anyway, the lives in this world are all wheat planted by the Creator. Instead of being harvested by the Creator and destroying the world, it is better for us to get it for free. As long as some fire is left after the plan succeeds, it will not only ensure the continuation of life, but also strengthen us. Why not do it? Remember, harvest in proportion, don't harvest all of them. Ha ha ha, the leader said, well, if that's the case, I won't be polite. Li Hongwei laughed and logged off. Yue was a little worried. Blood Moon, if we do this, we may become the first bird to stand out and snatch food from the tiger's mouth. The Creator will not let us go. Mu Xing raised the corner of his mouth. This is the effect we want, and let us see the Creator's trump card in advance. If that's the case, then I will execute this plan. We will meet at the Salt Lake Node City probably tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow. Speaking, Yue hung up the call directly. Mu Xing spread his hands. A beating blood and flesh seed appeared in his left hand, and a flowing colorful light appeared in his right hand. Chapter 471. Then, Mu Xing summoned Hunter and Maxon respectively. Master, what do you want? Maxon looked at Mu Xing respectfully. You take the starlight and head south. Hunter takes the corpse mother seed and heads north. You have only one goal, devour as much as possible, grow as strong as possible, and pay attention to controlling the momentum and making less noise. Understood. Maxon took the box that Mu Xing condensed with starlight, which contained the floating starlight. He is an Iron Man, and Xing Jisai has no interest in him, so he can be safely herded. The hunter held the seeds of the corpse mother, and began to divide them into dozens of parts, and then released them at multiple points to bloom at the same time. Then, Mu Xing summoned Alessa. She was in a bad state, yawning continuously, and her sleepy eyes just woke up from a dream. How does this place feel? Mu Xing asked. Alessa was alert, and woke up completely, frowning and nervous from time to time. This world gives me a very strange and scary feeling. She looked down. It's like standing on a glass plank bridge in the sky, with ferocious eyes staring at you from below, and a bloody mouth at the end of the bridge, waiting for food to come in. It must be said that Alessa's perception is indeed sharp. Although Mu Xing did not tell her the truth, she has already guessed it. Alessa, coming to this world is an opportunity. Maybe it can completely solve your soul loss problem. You know everything? Alessa looked at him weakly. Mu Xing put one hand on Alessa's little head. Don't worry, I will find a way to heal you. Mu Xing knew very well that when he brought Alessa out of the Silent Hill world, her soul was incomplete and split into two. In the Silent Hill world, although the two souls are far apart, they still maintain contact. But as she traveled through different worlds, the distance became farther and farther, and the connection with the other half of the soul became weaker and weaker, and her incomplete soul began to have problems. Although she successfully merged with another Alessa, the evil spirit was right. The same left foot, two shoes can't make a pair. There are two solutions. First, expand her soul strength by absorbing a large amount of soul power to maintain a relatively healthy state. Of course, this method only treats the symptoms and not the root cause. It needs to be replenished continuously. Once the soul source is too much depleted, even if the soul strength is strong, there will be big problems. Therefore, Mu Xing thought of the second method, Nirvana rebirth. Instead of patching it up, it is better to break it up and rebuild the basic framework. This is impossible in other worlds. Because if the soul is broken up, the body will die directly, and the two cannot be separated. But this is the world of Death Stranding, and the existence of the Hades Beach rules can separate the body and soul of the living. Using the Hades Beach as a buffer to reorganize Alessa's soul can ensure the safety of both the soul and the body. Of course, the premise is that more soul power is needed. Reorganization requires a lot of soul power, and recovery also requires it. So before that, Mu Xing must find a way to collect enough soul power first. As for the plan, he already had one. In the next day, Mu Xing also joined in the work of building the Cairo network. He was much faster than Sam. Sam needed to build nodes one by one, while he was like hammering nails, driving a large number of network nodes into the prefabricated area. Then, they connected them uniformly and formed a network together. In addition, he could fly and had storage space. In just one day and one night, Mu Xing connected almost all the nodes in the entire central area. With Salt Lake Node City as the center, a huge network was quickly formed. If it was just Sam alone, this time would probably be extended dozens of times. At the same time, Mu Xing added a small backdoor to this network. As long as someone connected to the Cairo network, they could take the opportunity to absorb a small amount of soul power. Although the soul power provided by one person is small, it can accumulate into a lot, and streams converge into the ocean. Through the stolen soul power, Mu Xing let the evil spirit open up a special beach for Alessa. This Hades beach is centered on the inner world, and becomes a new container for Alessa. The conditions for reorganizing the soul are ripe, but Mu Xing still needs the help of one person to perfectly separate the soul from the body, and pull the soul back to merge after the successful reorganization. In the Death Stranding world, there is a scientist named Shinran, who has done a deep study of the soul in Hades Beach. In order to find the stranded souls of his family members in the Hades Beach, he dies every 21 minutes, leaving his body in reality and his soul in the Hades Beach. He died 60 times a day, and he had died nearly 200,000 times in the past few decades. If there is anyone in this world who has a deeper understanding of the soul and the underworld, the idealist is the best. So, after Mu Xing completed the establishment of the chiral network in the Salt Lake Node City, he planned to find the heart person first. This must be done quickly, because he was worried that if a fight broke out later, he would not have time to reorganize Alessa's soul. For this reason, he contacted Fragile, hoping to get news about the heart person from her. You're looking for your loved one? He's a weird guy. Everyone says he's crazy. He goes back and forth between death and Hades dozens of times every day to find his family. I have something important to find him. I hope the boss can give me the specific address. In that case, you go to the Mountain Node City. If you need help, I can teleport you there. No need, boss. It won't take me much time to fly there myself. Mu Xing hung up the call, said goodbye to Sam briefly, and flew directly to the Mountain Node City. The Mountain Node City is located in the mountainous area of the central region, surrounded by snow-capped mountains and steep and dangerous terrain. And surrounded by various BTs, it is extremely difficult for people to walk through this dangerous area. And the Heart people live in this isolated place, set up a laboratory, and have been conducting research on the Hades Beach for many years. When Mu Xing came to the laboratory on the top of the mountain, after sweeping through the mental power, there was not a single living person in the entire laboratory. There was only a corpse lying in the medical room. Mu Xing transformed into a Valred particle and entered through the wall, but was unexpectedly blocked by the wall of the laboratory. The wall is doped with chiral crystals and activated by special means to form a special isolation wall. Beep beep. The intelligent system sensed the intrusion of Mu Xing, the uninvited guest, and a shrill alarm sounded. Then, the equipment on the medical table started automatically and pulled the Heart Man, who was in suspended animation, back. Through the transparent glass, the Heart Man opened his eyes a little weakly and saw Mu Xing standing outside observing him. With a plop, the whole person fell down in fear. Ouch. Hey, are you okay? Mu Xing asked. Who are you? How did you get into my laboratory? Let me introduce myself. My name is Shuiwa, and I am an employee of Fragile Express Company. The hard man was stunned. Fragile? I don't remember buying a courier recently. Chapter 472. It's not the Fragile Company that's looking for you, it's me. Mu Xing held the door handle with one hand, and his telekinesis penetrated into the door lock, opening it effortlessly. Hey, sir. This is my private area, don't mess around. He pointed at the automatic weapon that had been lowered from the ceiling. Mu Xing only glanced at it, and the automatic weapon actually retracted by itself. Then, the new divine seal appeared, the lights in the laboratory flashed twice, and the red alarm was lifted. Obviously, the divine seal has controlled the laboratory's intelligence system. Shinran became even more nervous. Hey, I have no grudge against you. Take whatever you want, there is nothing valuable in my laboratory anyway. Oh, by the way, this is for you too. Shinran pushed his glasses, and took off the watch on his wrist, and handed it to him. This is completely treating Mu Xing as a robber who broke into the laboratory. Mu Xing grabbed with his right hand, and the photo frame on the cabinet flew into his hand. Is this your family, Mr. Shinran? You? Give me back the photo frame, and I can give you anything. Mu Xing shook his head. You misunderstood, I'm not a terrorist. He threw the photo frame to Shinran, and watched the big screen in the laboratory. You will never find them if you search aimlessly in the Hades beach like this. Since the end of the world, billions of souls have been stranded on the Hades beach. How many times can you search for them? Shinran was stunned. He seemed to see that Mu Xing in front of him was indeed not an enemy, and he felt a little relieved. Put the photo frame in his arms back on the table. If nothing happens to my body, I can probably look for it 1,000,000 times more. 1,000,000 is a drop in the bucket compared to billions. Shinran sighed, sat on the chair, and grabbed his hair with both hands. I will find them, I will, whether it is 1,000,000 times or 2,000,000 times, as long as I am alive, I will not stop. Mu Xing shook his head. Mr. Shinran, I admire your perseverance, but I have to tell you with regret that you don't have time. The mass extinction is about to begin. When that happens, both living humans and stranded souls on the beach will become nothingness. Shinran looked up suddenly. You also believe that the mass extinction is real, right? Look at the world around you. Isn't it real? And I can tell you a time clearly. 7 days. No, there should be more than 5 days left. Mu Xing stretched out 5 fingers. This is impossible. According to my research, the mass extinction will last for at least several decades. How can it end in 5 days? That's the truth. Do you think I ran so far just to tease you? Shinran took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. When he calmed down completely, okay, Mr. Blood Moon, tell me your purpose. After all, few people take the initiative to find a madman like me. Mu Xing waved his right hand, and Alessa appeared. I want you to do me a favor and separate her soul and body, just like you did just now. Shinran was stunned. Are you crazy? You want to separate the soul of a child? I was able to separate my soul and enter the underworld beach because of an accident and because of the special reasons of my body. I cannot guarantee that other people can come back alive after entering the state of suspended animation. Mu Xing said, I have reasons to do this. Her soul is defective. I must reconstruct her soul in the underworld beach. Shinran was confused. These new words had a huge impact on his mind. What is a soul defect? What is soul reconstructing? Beside him, Alessa slowly floated up, opened her hands, and directly pulled Shinran into the inner world. Shinran was looking at the dark world around him in panic, and he almost wet his pants. When he looked up, he saw his wife and child standing on the other side of the sticks looking at him. His body was shaking, and his pupils were dilated. He couldn't believe that he would see his wife and child again. But when he rushed into the sticks impatiently and stretched his hand forward, everything around him shattered. Back to reality again, Shinran was completely stunned. What was that just now? What you think in your heart can become reality. Mu Xing walked up to Shinran. Mr. Shinran, how about we make a deal? Deal? You help me separate Alessa's body and soul, maintain the stability of the life and death channel and the underworld beach, and after that, I can help you find your wife and children. Are you serious? Shinran suddenly became excited. Of course, if you want a dream, I can also give you an eternal dream, in which you will meet them. Mu Xing said. Are you a Dumas ability user? No, I'm different. I'm different from Dumas ability users, and I'm different from the people in this world. Although I didn't understand what Mu Xing meant, I knew he wasn't lying. When I started to use the instrument to check Mu Xing and Alessa, Strange, your soul and body are closely connected, and they are a whole. When the body dies, the soul will slowly die. And you don't have a dark beach? No, there is, but it was opened up later. Mu Xing said. Opened up later? You can understand it as using some special means to build a special beach of the underworld. Shinran was numb. The shock brought to him by this mysterious man today was enough. Mr. Blood Moon, I need to check Alessa's beach of the underworld. Can you travel through other people's beaches of the underworld? Shinran shook his head. It's just a tricky method, using the state of suspended animation to let my soul travel through the gap between life and death and wander on the beach of the underworld. Generally, I use random methods to enter other people's underworlds. If I want to enter a specific person's underworld, I need to use an instrument to connect. To be honest, I envy those Dumas ability users. They can freely travel back and forth between reality and the underworld. As he said this, Shinran had completed the connection work. He and Alessa were on the left and right, with connection electrodes attached to their heads. Through the instrument, a spiritual channel was created. Mu Xing felt that this guy was really a genius. He could actually invent such strange things. Don't worry. Mu Xing touched Alessa's little head. By the way, Mr. Blood Moon, I want to ask, who is she to you? Is she your daughter? Ha ha ha. Mu Xing laughed. Although I don't have children, I do raise her as my daughter. Alessa couldn't help but wave her fist at Mu Xing when she heard this. Hey, don't try to take advantage of me. Mu Xing laughed, ignored Alessa's protest, and kneaded her hair into a mess. Okay, I'm starting, please don't resist. After giving a reminder, Shinran turned over the hourglass directly. He had already laid down and entered a state of suspended animation. And Alessa also closed her eyes and entered the Hades beach she had just opened up. Chapter 473. 3 minutes, 180 seconds. When all the sand in the hourglass fell, the rescue equipment on the experimental table fell accurately and rescued Shinran directly. As for the person next to her, Alessa also slowly opened her eyes. The moment Shinran woke up, she grabbed the instrument next to her and quickly checked the data. What's the situation? Mu Xing asked. It's amazing. Her Mingtan is simply a small world. She can create anything with her mind. Shinran held the instrument and slid her fingers, but strangely, I detected 2 souls in her soul. Is she a twin soul? No, it's all her, but she has merged with myself from another world. Another world? Shinran's mind was full of question marks. You understand it as yourself in a parallel world. Shinran suddenly became excited. Are there really parallel worlds? Isn't this the point? Shinran smiled awkwardly. Sorry, I'm just a little excited. I looked at the data. Alessa's soul is indeed defective, as if it was cut in half artificially. Mu Xing looked at him. Speak to the point. Oh, what I mean is that her Hades beach is very solid, and her soul is very strong. If it is to separate the soul, it should be possible, but it is dangerous. Mu Xing nodded with satisfaction. Don't worry, I will pay attention to safety. You just need to help Alessa, separate her soul from her body, and temporarily strand her soul on the Hades beach. Shinran was still a little worried, but I think I should make more preparations. My equipment also needs to be debugged, and I need enough Chiral substances. Kalar material? Are these enough? Mu Xing waved his right hand, and a mountain of golden crystals piled up on the table. Oh my god, this? How is this possible? So many crystals with such high purity. Xianren was about to faint. I go debug the equipment now, give me an hour. Mu Xing nodded and let Xianren get busy. Mu Xing helped Alessa tidy up her messy hair. Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something? I want candy beans. Mu Xing hesitated for a moment, and directly released Tondo from the original beehive. Tondo was a little nervous when he was just summoned. He calmed down when he was held in Alessa's arms. On the side, Shinran said while busy, if my daughter is still here, she should be about the same age as her, well, maybe a few years older. Her mother is very beautiful. She has perfectly inherited her mother's beauty, and also inherited my IQ, so she is very smart at a young age. But, Shinran turned his head subconsciously, and wiped his tears. Mu Xing looked at him. I want to know, even if you find your wife and daughter, can you bring them back? I don't know. Maybe it's just an obsession. For so many years, I couldn't sleep at night. I could only numb myself, and kept wandering between life and death. In fact, if the day comes when I can see them, maybe I don't know how to face them. Shinran is a sentimental person, a good husband and a good father. It's just that this doomsday has caused too many people to lose their loved ones. By the way, do you still have the DNA of your wife and daughter? Mu Xing asked. What? Like hair or something. You want to clone? Xianren understood what he meant at once. He shook his head. I don't have such technology here, and it's still unknown whether the clone can contain the soul of the dead. Whether it can or not, we have to give it a try, right? The opportunity is in front of you. Whether you want to cherish it or not, it's up to you. Mu Xing stopped talking and took out a box of small cakes for Alyssa. Eat something first. Meow meow meow. Tondo immediately poked his head out, meaning he wanted some too. Mu Xing took out the cat strips, and Tondo immediately came over happily. After a moment, Shinran finished debugging the equipment. Okay, we can start. You really don't want to try? Mu Xing looked at him. He hesitated for a moment, ran out like the wind, and quickly ran back. He was holding a cryogenic box. There were actually 2 bloods in it. Obviously, Shinran has thought about cloning. Actually, I tried, but failed. Mu Xing took the 2 bloods and sent them directly into the original hive. Divine Seal, try cloning. Okay, master. By the way, add some Carol substances. I try it first. Shinran looked at the blood disappearing. He asked puzzledly, my blood sample. Don't worry, it's in my laboratory. Don't worry, start the separation experiment first. Shinran nodded, quickly controlled the equipment, and said to Alessa, when the soul is separated, there will be fear and pain. Follow my guidance and don't panic. Alessa nodded. She was mature, and would not be shaken by these situations. Be good, Tondo. Wait by the side. She touched Tondo, and began to connect the instrument with her eyes closed. Mu Xing waved his right hand, and the new divine seal appeared above his head, and the red eyes intertwined and changed. Let's start. Shinran pressed the button directly, and the hourglass turned upside down at the same time. 1, 2, 3. When 3 seconds came, the life force of the 2 suddenly stagnated. Tondo, who was standing by, sensed something and became anxious, and rushed towards Alessa. Don't go over there. As a result, Tondo suddenly fell limply on Alessa's chest, and his soul was taken away. Mu Xing's forehead was filled with black lines. You little fat man, can't you let me be more careful? He quickly used the dream to connect through the dream and entered Alessa's Hades Beach. This was the ability he learned from Sam. As a repatriate, Sam can enter the underworld in his dream. After research, Mu Xing learned how to use dreams to sink into other people's underworld. But this ability is not yet proficient, and is very unfamiliar. At this time, in Alessa's underworld, 3 gray shadows stood on the beach. Shinran wearing glasses, Alessa with a confused face, and Tondo who was fidgeting. Tondo, how did you get in? Meow. Tondo looked aggrieved. At this moment, they saw the sky suddenly change color. A huge ball of fungi expanded rapidly, and the snake-like hyphae quickly spread to the entire sky of Mingtan. What is that? Shinran felt that his soul was about to grow mushrooms. Countless fungi balls appeared on the beach. Don't be afraid, it's me. Mu Xing's reassuring voice came. Shinran, you maintain the separation state, I'm going to start the operation. Shinran realized that the hyphae that occupied the entire sky was actually Mu Xing. He was so scared that he couldn't speak. When he looked at Alessa, he found that the ground began to crack, and the power of the inner world was infiltrating and expanding, and countless red wire meshes were entangled. The sugar beans quickly expanded into big brain axes, flying around in the sky. With a plop, he almost fell to the ground. Mu Xing directly pushed his soul out of the underworld. The traction is completed, you go out and guard the equipment. Shinran woke up suddenly, and saw Mu Xing and Alessa with their eyes closed. Remember, you only have 3 minutes. He reminded loudly. Chapter 474. When the soul is completely separated from the body. The treatment begins. First, separate the 2 fused souls again, and then reconstruct them. Fortunately, the materials are ready-made. Since a pair of shoes are for the left foot, 1 shoe can be transformed into a right shoe. The massive amount of soul energy collected can ensure the real-time replenishment of the consumed soul in the process. Mu Xing informed Alicia and began to analyze her soul. Transform half of the soul into the half she had lost, and then reassemble it, and it is believed that a complete soul can be built. However, when he transformed the 2 halves of the soul and put them together again, an accident occurred. What happened? Mu Xing frowned and looked at the 2 halves of the soul that were constantly melting. He was a little confused. According to his calculations with the divine seal, as long as the soul structure was rebuilt, the problem of missing souls could be solved. But why did the fusion fail? Mu Xing's face changed, and he activated his spiritual vision talent to observe Alessa's soul state in depth. Just one glance made him understand why. In the world of Silent Hill, Alessa split herself into two, hatred and kindness. She separated the kindness from her, leaving only the endless hatred for revenge. Later, she got her revenge and became a world prop in the transaction with Mu Xing. But after everything was over, she did not choose to take back her other half. Now, the missing soul began to collapse, and it was difficult to support herself. It was not because the soul source was too much damaged that caused the collapse, but because she lost the belief to continue living. Alessa once lived for revenge, just like the man who loves his wife and daughter lives to find them. What supports them is a kind of obsession, a kind of faith. But now Alessa's faith and obsession are gone, and the reason for staying in the world has also disappeared. If it weren't for the props of the incarnation world to maintain her state, I'm afraid her soul would have collapsed and turned into ashes. Just like you can't wake up a person pretending to sleep, you can't save a person who is determined to die. Without the belief to live, life becomes meaningless. The reason why people are human is not only because of wisdom, but also because of the obsession with living and the pursuit of life. This driving force allows them to make continuous progress and move forward. It is like filling the engine with gasoline, providing power for running. Divine Seal, the situation is not good. Is there any way to solve it? Mu Xing wanted to forcefully glue the soul that had been disassembled, but the depths of the soul had already been dead. Even the source of power that drives the dark power has long been exhausted. Master, you use a lot of soul power to maintain it first. I will conduct simulation experiments and try other methods. Hurry up. Mu Xing glanced at the time, and a minute passed in a flash. He thought that the reorganization and fusion would take at most half a minute, but now, 1/3 of the time has passed, and he is in trouble. Evil spirit, Huanming, come out. Mu Xing took them to the Hades beach together. Huanming tilted his head, and looked at Mu Xing with a puzzled look. The evil spirit stared at him. What do you want to do? I'm busy. What are you busy for? There is a problem with Alessa's soul. Find a way to help me solve the problem. The evil spirit saw the problem with just one look. It's hopeless. Don't try. You can't save her. You bastard. Mu Xing was about to punch him, but the evil spirit stopped him with his claws. Young man, don't be too angry. What I mean is that whether she can be saved or not depends not on you, but on the girl herself. Aren't you talking nonsense? Of course I know the reason. She has lost her obsession and the meaning of living. If I don't help her, will I let her soul collapse completely? The evil spirit shook his head. I ask you, what is the soul? Isn't the soul the soul? The evil spirit said, the soul is the inner master of the human body. The body is the outer, the soul is the inner. The soul is the embodiment of the self, the embodiment of the will, thoughts, desires, wisdom, induction. These are all part of the soul, and none of them can be missing. Once missing, the soul will be disordered, thus affecting the stability of the body. Just like a building block tower without support, it will overturn at any time. You said the key point. The point is that a part of the building block that supports her soul is missing. What you need to do is to fill in this part of the building block, rather than tearing everything apart and reassembling a new soul that seems to be the same. Mu Xing said, but that's what I did. I tried to transform the part of the soul that was fused before and forge it into the missing building block. Can it be used for support? So what's the result? The evil spirit asked back. The result? Failed, unable to merge. Of course they can't be merged, because foreign souls are always foreign, and even the slightest difference will lead to incompatibility. If you force unsuitable blocks together, they will collapse from the inside out without you having to do anything. Then what should I do? It's too late to go to the Silent Hill world and find her other half of the soul now, right? The evil spirit shook his head. It's not that there is no way. Let me ask you, in an organ transplant, what kind of organ is the most suitable for you? Of course, the blood type matches, the genes are similar, and the conditions are similar. What happens if they don't match? Of course, there will be strong rejection, and even if the above conditions are basically met, as long as it is not your own organ, it cannot be completely integrated, there will always be mutual rejection, and the patient can only maintain it by constantly taking rejection drugs. Then is there a possibility to create an organ that is exactly the same as your own? Mu Xing understood the evil spirit's meaning. Do you mean cloning? He frowned. The body can be cloned using DNA, but how can the soul be cloned? The evil spirit slapped Huanming's, but with one claw, and Huanming immediately barked. Yes, Huanming is here, use dreams. Mu Xing clapped his hands, and his thoughts became clear all of a sudden. With a thought, everything was easy. Mu Xing used Huanming's copying ability, and used dreams to copy Alessa's soul. Use the copied soul to cultivate the part of her soul that she once lost. The cloning of the body requires nutrients, while the cloning of the soul requires emotions, memories, thinking and other internal nutrients. These things can be instilled by creating a spiritual space with the divine seal. Then the second-level body generator constructs the illusory spiritual space into reality. It's almost there. It's almost there. Mu Xing stood in front of Alessa's broken soul to comfort her. Time passed by minute. Although time seemed infinite in the Hades beach world, the flesh outside could only hold on for 3 minutes. This was the result of many years of experience of Shinran. This was the limit. Once this limit was exceeded, fake death would become real death. In the second minute, Mu Xing cloned a soul body that was exactly the same as Alessa's soul through simulated infusion. Next, the missing part of Alessa's soul could be taken out and transplanted. However, at this time, an accident happened again. Chapter 475. When Mu Xing finally cloned the replacement parts and reassembled them, he found that the situation was not good. He found that the speed of Alessa's soul collapse was faster than he expected. Now it was not the lack of organs, but the body began to collapse. Use the power of the soul to protect the body, the evil spirit reminded. Mu Xing quickly released the large amount of soul power he had collected before to maintain and repair. Come on, Alessa, you have to believe in yourself. Believe in yourself? She raised her head slowly, with confusion in her eyes. I was born only as a sacrifice, and every step of my growth was in Dahlia's plan. Later, I completed my revenge and found freedom. Maybe I should feel satisfied. Isn't this a good ending in the movie? Mu Xing held her arm. But the movie will end, but life will not. There is a longer life waiting for us after the end. Alicia reached out her hands and held Mu Xing's face with both hands. Thank you for taking me out of that endless cycle world, so that I don't have to experience despair again and again. Don't worry, even if I'm gone, the world props can still keep running. Mu Xing's expression changed, his emotions fluctuated violently, and the triangular box appeared in his hand. In fact, I don't care about a so-called prop, but you, Alicia. For so long, I have regarded you as my family, with you, Tondo, and Huanming. I was once like you, I lost everything, my family, my lover. I also thought about giving up on myself. But someone told me that life must go on, and the future is still waiting for me. So, I was lucky to enter the survival world and meet you, crazy Yafei. It was you who helped me find the way forward again. Alessa, in this world, there is not only hatred, but also light, and people who need you. Beside her. Tondo meowed at her, and Huanming wagged his tail at her. Mu Xing looked at her, raised the world prop in his hand high, and then smashed it down. With a snap, the red box was smashed to pieces. Why did you? Alessa was stunned. I just want to tell you that I care about you, not a world prop, but you, who have already become my family in my mind. Alessa was stunned in place, and countless memories rushed out of the broken box around her. There were memories from the Silent Hill world, but more were memories in the real world. These memories converged into a river, flowing into her soul. Living together, fighting the enemy together, Mu Xing's parental care and concern for her, at this moment, all turned into a physical picture. No one can make you leave, except yourself. Mu Xing looked into her eyes. If you are willing, from today on, I will be your new family. Click. The tears of the soul seeped out of her little eye sockets and fell on the beach. At this moment, the entire beach began to change, and the inner world was completely integrated into the beach. The important thing is that all those memories merged together. Then, Mu Xing noticed that a new soul was born in the depths of Alessa's shaky soul. Mu Xing pointed with his right hand, and a bonfire representing hope fell into Alessa's soul, just like a seed. A new soul was born in the broken soul. A complete soul without defects grew again. Mu Xing quickly merged the other half of the soul that was separated before, and at the same time infused more soul power. The new soul absorbed the past self and gave birth to a new self. Alessa, who combined the darkness of the past and the hope of the future, slowly emerged. On the ground, the broken world prop floated up and spun rapidly. The broken cracks began to close again, but Mu Xing knew that this was no longer the world prop. The red box also deformed and grew, and finally condensed into the appearance of Alessa. She actually turned the world prop into her new body. When the new soul was completely integrated into the new body, it formed a complete Alessa. The Hades shore shrank, and the inner world shrank back into her body. Mu Xing looked at all these changes, and instinctively realized that the Hades shore seemed to have changed a little bit. When the light faded, the familiar Alessa walked out, still the innocent and ignorant little girl. Let's continue to work together in the future. Mu Xing stretched out his hand. She threw herself into Mu Xing's arms, hugged his waist, and tears fell on her face. I have a family now. Mu Xing rubbed her little head. Yes, from today on, we are a family. Of course, besides you, there are Tongdo, Wanming, and... Stop, get me off the topic. The evil spirit licked his paws. Tongdo and Huaming ran past the evil spirit and happily threw themselves into Alessa's arms, and laughter immediately rang out on the beach. Mu Xing walked up to the evil spirit. Thanks. You only know how to talk? Can't you do something practical? I pay you back first. Get lost. If you have this kind of thing again, don't even think of asking me for help. The evil spirit stretched and disappeared directly into the Hades beach. At this moment, the voice of the hard man sounded, Mr. Blood Moon, time is almost up. There are still 15 seconds. Pull us out. Understood. With a buzzing sound, Mu Xing felt the call of his body. He was pulled directly into the sky. Then, Alessa also began to return from the Hades beach. At this moment, Mu Xing noticed the changes in the Hades beach, and the changes in the deep ocean in front of the beach. That sea is strange. With such thoughts, Mu Xing returned to his body. Alessa's body beside him suddenly trembled and suddenly collapsed. Then reunited. A new body condensed. Slowly, she opened her eyes. I seem to have had a dream. It's not a dream, it's all over. Mu Xing comforted. She picked up Tondo, whose soul had just returned and was obviously still adapting. Did the experiment succeed? The person next to him couldn't help asking. Mu Xing nodded. It was quite successful. Next, it's time for me to help you fulfill your promise. Can you really help me find my wife and daughter? One person can't do it. What if many people help you find them together? Mu Xing's mind moved, and he connected to the Carol network that almost covered half of the United States. Using the huge Carol network, he quickly searched for the target in billions of Hades. After a moment, Mu Xing raised his head. Found it. Really found it? Shinran rushed over excitedly. Do you want to go see them? But only for 3 minutes. Of course. Shinran nodded quickly. In that case, as you wish. Mu Xing touched Shinran's forehead with one hand, and used the Cairo network to connect him to a huge beach. When he opened his eyes, he saw two figures, one big and one small, standing quietly in front of him. Chapter 476. Just as the souls of the loved ones met, Mu Xing conducted an experiment, trying to send their souls back to reality just like Amelie did to Sam. However, he encountered great resistance. Unlike when he pulled the souls of the living back to reality, there seemed to be an indestructible barrier between the souls of the dead and the world of the living. Is this the boundary between life and death? Mu Xing looked at the end of the Hades beach. With the boundary as the dividing line, one step back is the world of the living, and one step forward is the Hades beach. At the end of the Hades beach is the ocean that connects to the world of the dead. Mu Xing wanted to use clones to recall their souls, but reality gave him a blow and he failed. Why can't clones receive souls? Mu Xing frowned and thought about the reason. Master, I think there may be 2 reasons. The voice of the God Seal sounded. First, rejection. Even if the body is exactly the same as the original body, it is difficult to merge with the soul because of the special rules of this world. Ka was born and grew up in he, and the traces left during the growth process are what the clone cannot replicate. Mu Xing nodded. The traces mentioned by the Divine Seal are the path a person has taken when growing up, the memories left, the goals pursued, etc. These things together make up the unique he. The clone only simulates the flesh, but cannot simulate those experiences and traces. Just like a screw and a nut, their threads must be perfectly matched to be screwed together and become one. The relationship between the soul and the body, and between Ka and he is the same. What about the second reason? Mu Xing asked. Second, the soul cannot return, not because of internal reasons, but external reasons. They may be bound. Are you talking about the Hades beach, or the sea behind the Hades beach? Mu Xing understood the meaning of the seal. Master, perhaps the Caral substance is the key. Its existence anchors the soul that should have gone to the world of the dead on the Hades beach. It makes the soul unable to return to the world of the living, nor to the world of the dead, and always stays on the Hades beach. That's why we can't bring the souls of Shinran's wife and daughter back to the real world. But how do we explain that BTs can appear in reality? Mu Xing said. Maybe it's because of a strong obsession, or is it related to the rich Caral substance emitted by the outside world? Shin was not sure. At this time, the lazy voice of the evil spirit sounded, You are all wrong. The reason why those BTs can appear in the real world is because there are controllers behind them. The controller? That thing at the bottom of the sea cannot directly control the real world. The souls it needs are stranded on the beach. If you want to retrieve these souls, you have to take some measures? Mu Xing was stunned. You mean the creator? It was only after I entered the world of the dead that I realized that Amelie is really cruel. She doesn't want to reduce food production, but to make the food harvest completely gone. Start a mass extinction in advance, strand the souls on the beach, and prevent the old monster from harvesting souls. And Amelie did an experiment and created a repatriator. Using her extinct body, not only did she strand all souls on the beach, but she also sent the stranded souls back. In this way, even if all humans were killed, the old monster couldn't absorb souls and couldn't wake up, so he had to start another era and gather strength again. Mu Xing was puzzled. So it's so easy to check the creator? How can it be that simple? The old monster obviously has a backup plan, which is the Carol substance. You know, before the end of the world, human death will not release the Carol substance. Once dead, the body turns to dust. But Amelie's behavior obviously angered him. Amelie intended to send all souls back. How could he let Amelie do what she wanted? He released the restraints on the Carol substance in the human body. As long as the body dies, the Carol substance contained in the body will spread out. Enough Carol substance covered the Hades beach, restraining the souls of the dead, making it impossible to be sent back, and forming a stalemate with Amelie. Not only that, a large amount of Carol matter can also form time rain to destroy the ecology. Two-pronged approach. As long as all humans are completely destroyed, no matter how hard Amelie insists, it will become meaningless. Hearing this, Mu Xing finally understood the cause of the current doomsday situation, which is the result of the game between the two sides. In short, Carol matter is the key. I suspect that the old monster released so much Carol matter into the real world for other purposes. After the evil spirit said this, he stopped talking and fell asleep. Kalar matter. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. This special matter with time and space properties comes from the ancient matter when the universe was born. It can be said that it is the most essential foundation of this universe. In other worlds, time and space are abstract concepts. But in the world of Death Stranding, time and space can be directly materialized into substantial material existence. The gaseous state can be transformed into time rain, the liquid state can connect to the Hades beach, and the solid state is the most stable, with both time and space characteristics. In this way, Dumas users are actually controllers of Carol matter. They can use the time and space characteristics of Carol matter to teleport, connect to the Hades beach, and control BT. In other words, as long as you master Carol matter, you can become a Dumas user. If you understand this, you can get a glimpse of the true appearance of the creator behind the world of the dead. It can probably depict an ancient existence that controls the rules of life and death, with Carol matter as the outer shell and a huge soul as the inner body. The rules it represents may be life and death, representing the essence of the soul. The life forms he created will be injected with the seeds of the card when they are born. After a lifetime of growth, the soul gradually matures, and after the death of the body, it is taken back to the world of the dead. Most of the soul power is absorbed, leaving a small part of the soul to continue to be made into seeds, and continue to be released to new humans, and so on. However, Amelie's plan interrupted all this. She launched a mass extinction in advance, stranding countless souls, making it impossible for the creator to harvest. He launched a counterattack, released the Carol substance, anchored the soul, and attempted to destroy humanity. He first trapped humanity with time rain and BT disasters, cut off the connection between people, and then destroyed their beliefs and brought them to despair. If this goes on for a long time, in a few years, humans will die in lonely beaches. At this time, Amelie remade a new plan to establish the Carol network, intending to reconnect everyone. Mu Xing was inspired by the process of saving Alicia. The purpose of the creator is the same, to destroy their belief in survival, so they besiege them and destroy their hope. Let everyone slowly die in loneliness and pessimism. Then Higgs appears, incarnating as the great devil, using the ultimate threat of death to force humans to unite and rekindle the desire to survive. At the same time, the Cairo network is established to reconnect the scattered humans, force them to stick together, and regain the hope of life for these humans. Thinking of this, everything suddenly becomes clear. However, Mu Xing knew very well that these means could not stop the creator's final harvest, and he must have other tricks up his sleeve. It seemed that his choice to open up the second path was correct. Moreover, he had to speed up the progress now. The creator must have other intentions in releasing those Carol substances, and it was not aimless. Thinking of this, Mu Xing's mood, which had just been relieved, became tense again. Chapter 477. Sorry, I took it for granted. After the experiment failed, Mu Xing apologized to Xian Ren. Xian Ren shook his head and wiped his tears, finally calming down from the intense emotions of seeing his family again. It doesn't matter, I'm already satisfied to see them again. 10 years of hard work, 200,000 searches, I always thought I would never see them again. Many people laughed at me as a madman, a fool. No one believed I could find them. But today, thank you for helping me fulfill my long-cherished wish. Shinran bowed deeply to Mu Xing. Mu Xing quickly helped him up. We all help each other, it's just a piece of cake. Shinran sighed, walked to the window with emotion, and looked at the snow-capped mountains outside the glass window. The people in this world have probably forgotten the idea of helping each other. They have isolated themselves on isolated islands and locked themselves in their own worlds, not knowing that a lonely island cannot resist a storm or tsunami. He looked at Mu Xing. You stepped into the snowy mountains, not just to help me fulfill my long-cherished wish, right? Mu Xing nodded. I told you, there are still 5 days left, which is the final countdown to decide the fate of this world. I hope to get your help. Shinran almost didn't hesitate. I am willing to help you, no matter what the outcome is. Obviously, after getting what he wanted, Shinran has completely let go of his obsession. In that case, come with us. Where to go? West Coast. Looking for Amelie? You already know? I sneaked into the government system library to look for information, and saw the news that the president had passed away and Amelie would take over. At that time, I knew that something might happen to Amelie. Sure enough, a few days have passed, and Amelie still hasn't come out to release her inauguration speech, which means that something must have happened to her. Mu Xing nodded. Yes, she is indeed missing, but she was not kidnapped, but was carrying out a top-secret plan. What top-secret plan could make her ignore the presidential inauguration speech? Shinran was puzzled. Execute the mass extinction. What? Shinran was confused. From the mountain node city back to the Salt Lake node city, Mu Xing directly grabbed Shinran and flew for hundreds of kilometers. They even encountered time rain on the way. Until Shinran landed, he was still immersed in the truth that Mu Xing told him along the way. I have done research and knew that Amelie was extraordinary. I didn't expect that she was an extinct body, and she launched the mass extinction in advance to save the world. Mu Xing shook his head. I think we should not jump to conclusions. After all, this information is only one-sided from Higgs. Whether it is true or not, we have to wait until we reach the West Coast. At this time, Mu Xing received a communication from Li Hongwei and Yi Wei. Are you all here? Gather at the square. After that, Mu Xing hung up the communication, and the person next to him asked in confusion, Where are we going now? Wait for my companions to meet up. Companions? Oh, by the way, I heard that you have done a lot of research on extinct bodies, right? Yes, I have done in-depth research on extinction bodies with many scientists. According to our research, an extinction body will appear in every era of mass extinction. It is precisely because of the appearance of extinction bodies that the mass extinction of organisms has occurred. From ancient times to the present, 6 extinction bodies have been born, corresponding to 5 mass extinction eras, and this is the 6th one. Is this ability innate or acquired? Mu Xing asked. I am not too sure about this, but they all have one thing in common, that is, they have control over chiral matter. We have found rich chiral substances in many archaeological extinction sites. So, we think that the extinct body is like a switch for chiral substances. Its existence has caused mass extinctions again and again. Mu Xing was thinking, and others came one after another. The first to arrive were Li Hongwei and Yi Wei, followed by Sam. Although Sam didn't know the truth of all this, as the protagonist, he really worked very hard. When Mu Xing and others were away, he connected the southeast, northwest, and northeast of the Salt Lake node city with the chiral network. How is it going? How is the mission completed? Mu Xing looked at Yi Wei and Li Hongwei. Time is tight, and there are still some corners that have not been solved, so I left my little zombie behind. Li Hongwei said. I've done it. Yi Wei looked grim. I don't know if it's because she has refined too many souls, so she looks like she has put on smoky makeup. Sam looked at them blankly. What did you do? Hello everyone, my name is Shinran. Shinran greeted the people in front of him. This is Mr. Sam, right? Nice to meet you, he said, as he extended his right hand to Sam. But Sam didn't extend his hand to him for a long time, which made him feel a little embarrassed. Sorry, I have a fear of physical contact, Sam explained. Oh my god, that's a really troublesome disease. While Shinran and Sam were chatting awkwardly, Mu Xing and the other two summarized the information they had collected from all over. It seems that the key now is to find Amelie, and she, the extinct body, is the key to the problem. Li Hongwei said. I wonder why Amelie must stay on the west coast. Yi Wei was puzzled. It's not hard to guess, that's where everything started, because the first void devouring happened there, and if you want to end everything, it must be there. Mu Xing explained. I see, but what is the creator's backup plan? He won't give up, right? Li Hongwei frowned. Mu Xing looked up at the sky. Suddenly, a storm was gathering. A huge storm quickly gathered from all directions, quickly enveloping the entire Salt Lake Node city. What's going on? The backup you wanted is here. What? The huge storm came extremely fast, and it compressed from outside the city to inside the city almost instantly. Prepare for battle. As soon as Mu Xing finished speaking, everyone around him seemed to be submerged by the seawater. He saw huge waves hitting them. Everyone subconsciously raised their right hands. Boom, boom, boom. A fierce explosion suddenly sounded. In addition to the explosion, there were also fierce gunshots. Several people looked at the unfamiliar environment around them in confusion. This was a charred battlefield. In the distance, infantry were following several water tanks and were attacking this position. Accompanied by a sharp hissing sound, a shell flew towards several people. Go to hell. Li Hongwei's slap became bigger in the wind and directly slapped the shell away. The shell was slapped 100 meters away and embedded in the water tank. With a bang, the fragile armor of the first-generation tank exploded directly. Mu Xing frowned and looked around. Looking at this battlefield, these soldiers' old equipment should be the battlefield of the First World War. Bang! A gunshot. The flying bullet attacked Mu Xing. He raised his right hand and grabbed the flying bullet. This bullet has extremely strong kinetic energy and has a strong diffusion of chiral substances. Chapter 478. With a flick of his finger, the bullet flew dozens of meters away and exploded violently the moment it hit the body in the tunnel. The explosion was similar in nature to the void devouring, but slightly less powerful. Mu Xing turned his head and saw a mysterious soldier in military uniform, aiming a rifle at him 800 meters away. As the ground turned tarry and the flames burned, 5 or 6 soldiers stood up from the tar. They surrounded the commander in the center, who was slowly looking up. The moment Mu Xing's eyes met, the cold eyes had already locked onto him. He recognized the man who appeared in the game with his own background music. His name is Cliff Unger, played by the famous Danish actor Mads Mikkelsen. He is an experienced battlefield veteran who has participated in many wars. Decades ago, in a Manhattan hospital, his pregnant wife suddenly fell into a state of brain death. President Bridget signed a rescue contract with him in the name of saving his wife. Cliff was overjoyed and thought that his wife's turnaround had come, but he never thought that his wife and children would become part of Bridget's secret plan. He was heartbroken after learning the truth. He didn't want his brain-dead wife to continue to be the president's experimental tool, so he chose to end his wife's life. When he was escaping the hospital with his child, he was shot by the security guards. After his death, Cliff's strong obsession made him return from the Hades beach and become a vengeful undead. He regarded Sam as his enemy, and thought that the baby in Sam's BB device was his own child. He dragged Sam into the other world for hunting many times. It's here as expected. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes, took out the particle gun that he hadn't used for a long time, and fired a shot. But the blue particle beam flew less than 100 meters before it was weakened to only a faint blue line. When the particle beam reached the soldiers, it was no different from an ordinary flashlight. Mu Xing frowned. Firearms were too weakened in this world. With a grab of his right hand, the phoenix bow fell into his hand. Or this kind of weapon that relies on raw kinetic energy can be used anywhere. Just before the opponent launched an attack, Mu Xing took the lead in attacking. Bang, bang, bang. Continuous blood arrows flew out, hitting the soldiers, and red blood flowers exploded on their chests. The blood of the repatriated people reacted with the bodies of these soldiers, killing several people on the spot. But when Mu Xing drew his bow to Cliff, he teleported and disappeared. Then, the soldiers who were fighting on the battlefield all turned their guns to aim at these intruders. The black tar burning with flames seeped and spread from the ground, engulfing the soldiers on the battlefield. In just a moment, thousands of soldiers were controlled by Cliff. Is Uncle Ba here? Is he so much stronger than in the game? An epic upgrade? Li Hongwei screamed. Get ready for battle. Cliff is the core. Find him first. Mu Xing shouted and waved his right hand to summon Triangle Head and Hunter. He shouted, Kill! At the same time, he summoned Iron Man Maxon. The fusion furnace on his chest started to start, but was stopped by Mu Xing, Don't use the nuclear blast here. Break this battlefield, and we will all be swept into the void. Mu Xing noticed the peculiarity of this place. The storm did not really transport them to the World War of 1916, but more like a parallel space created by the rich caloric matter. It projected a corner of the battlefield of the First World War in 1916 and then materialized it into a physical entity. It can be regarded as a special Hades beach that is a physical embodiment of reality. It integrates the obsession of the dead soldiers in the First World War. Cliff is not the only one who can do this. Even Amelie, who is an extinct body, can't do this. So there is only one truth: the creator in the depths of the Nether Sea has taken action. He wants to eliminate all unstable beings like Mu Xing. So he waited until all of them gathered before taking action, obviously wanting to catch them all in one fell swoop. At this time, Alessa floated in the air, and the inner world opened up. Maxon, this time you will fight with Alessa. Understood? He raised one hand. Come out, Iron Legion. Blue portals opened one after another, and he directly summoned his Iron Legion. Because the power of firearms was reduced by 90%, Alessa blessed the Iron Legion with the power of the other world, transforming all the soldiers of the Iron Legion into creatures of the other world. The completely demonized Iron soldiers mastered the dark power, and all the attacks they launched became magic attacks. Facing the thousands of soldiers controlled by Cliff, Maxon was not afraid at all. Although the Iron Legion he summoned was only 1,000 people, they were all wearing power armor and had strong combat power. The vertibird helicopter began to pour firepower on the opposite position. Those fragile first-generation tanks could not withstand the attack of the vertibird helicopters in the Fallout world in 2287, and were all blown into scrap metal. The Iron Legion all carried heavy weapons and fired, and large numbers of World War I soldiers fell down. It was a one-sided massacre. After Alessa's soul was reorganized, her power in the other world seemed to carry some kind of soul attack power. The power from the Hades beach could directly harm these special BTs. These soldiers seemed different from ordinary BTs, but their essence was the same. But because of the blessing of this special Hades beach, they had entities. Heavenly Thunder Law. Li Hongwei summoned the Thunder Sword, and hundreds of thunders fell from the sky, nailing all the soldiers who were shooting in the trenches to the ground. Yue grabbed with her right hand, and countless black wronged souls rushed out of the black 10,000 souls banner. The wronged souls roared and rushed into the battlefield, growing sharp teeth and claws, and could penetrate walls and escape underground. Wherever they passed, they were like wolves pouncing on their prey, quickly flooding the battlefield in the north. The people in Exion were frightened by these scenes, and sat on the ground. Only the protagonist Sam remained somewhat calm. He aimed the weapon in his hand, and shot at those who had escaped the net. Suddenly, a figure walked out of the flames. Give me the child. Cliff reached out to Sam, his eyes locked on the BB device on his chest. Sam subconsciously protected the BB on his chest. The detector on his shoulder turned and flashed wildly, and then locked on Cliff opposite. Obviously, this mysterious man in military uniform is also a BT. It's just that he has wisdom, and can control other BTs, which is incredible. The moment both sides raised their guns, they pulled the trigger almost at the same time. Both of them rolled to the left at the same time to avoid the bullets. However, Cliff was a BT after all, and he had been enhanced by an epic, so his combat power was far superior to Sam. When Sam raised his gun again, Cliff had appeared behind him, and kicked his gun away. Then he kicked Sam hard on the back. Sam staggered and fell forward. Cliff teleported and appeared in front of Sam, reaching out to grab the BB device. Don't even think about it. Sam stabilized his body, and held the BB device with one hand to prevent the BB from being snatched away. Cliff swung his left hand coldly, and in the process of waving, a sharp dagger was grasped in his hand. The dagger stabbed Sam's carotid artery rapidly. At the critical moment, Mu Xing took action, releasing his telekinesis, trying to block the dagger. Chapter 479. The golden light on the dagger flickered. It was a rich Carol substance. Time seemed to be cut off, and space seemed to be compressed. The telekinetic shield that had just been condensed was decomposed by the Carol force field. Mu Xing was shocked. He didn't expect that the telekinetic shield could not stop the dagger from cutting. The dagger instantly pierced Sam's neck, and cut off the connecting tube of the BB device. Mu Xing quickly pulled Sam back with telekinesis. Sam covered his pierced neck, and blood kept oozing out. Mu Xing quickly helped him stop the bleeding and repair the cut aorta. However, the wound could not be healed at all. The force of time acted on the wound, making it worse hundreds of times faster. Mu Xing quickly used the dark gold energy to violently expel the Carol substance on the wound, which stabilized the wound. At the same time, he injected him with a shot of healing medicine. BB. Sam pointed at the BB that Cliff had taken away and growled. Before Mu Xing could act, the hunter had already rushed over with a bone blade. The high temperature on the bone blade was released, turning into a burning fire blade, so fast that it left an afterimage. However, Cliff, who had received an epic enhancement, did not retreat but advanced. He confronted the hunter head-on. He held the BB device in one hand and the dagger in the other. The Carol matter condensed in his palm and activated the Carol force field again. With the blessing of this force field, he broke through the time limit and could travel through space at will and teleport continuously. Even the hunter's extreme speed could not stop him. Puff puff puff. Cliff cut off the hunter's head with 3 daggers, and a big hole was also opened in his chest. The red heart was pierced. If it were an ordinary person, he would have died long ago after being beheaded and pierced through the heart. But it was a hunter. It attacked when Cliff thought he had succeeded. The bone blade pierced through Cliff's chest. Cliff's face changed slightly. He didn't expect that this monster didn't die even after being beheaded and pierced through the heart. He teleported back dozens of meters. The wound on his chest was burning, and the blood moon energy penetrated, wanting to burn him to ashes. However, the Carol force field on Cliff's body was activated, and time began to reverse. The pierced chest recovered like a video played in reverse. At this moment, Cliff sensed the danger behind him. He turned around and saw Maxon punching him. He wanted to teleport away, but Maxon sneered. Explode? Maxon had just teleported a few dozen meters away, and was swallowed by the expanding small nuclear explosion as soon as he appeared. The small nuclear explosion expanded to 100 meters before it barely stopped. Good control. Mu Xing praised. It was not easy for him to compress the nuclear explosion to such a degree, kill the enemy, and not lose control. However, Maxon still had a solemn expression on his face. 200 meters away, Cliff was almost carbonized, but he was still alive. Holding the BB device in his hand, he used his body to withstand the nuclear explosion and save the BB device. At this time, Mu Xing took action. Without giving Cliff a chance to recover and teleport, the dark gold energy cut off his retreat and beheaded him with a sword. Cliff's unwilling head flew up, and his body began to turn into flames and ashes. The moment the BB device fell, it was caught in Mu Xing's hand. When Cliff was killed, the soldiers around him seemed to have lost their backbone all of a sudden. All of their bodies were stiff and lost their spirits, and then turned into flying ashes. A huge storm appeared again, and everyone subconsciously raised their hands to cover their eyes. The next second, the sky and the earth were clear, and they were still standing in the square of Salt Lake Node City. As if nothing had happened. That guy. Is he dead? Li Hongwei looked around nervously. Dead, but not dead, he will come back again, this is just the beginning. Although Cliff was killed, Mu Xing was not in a good mood. Because Cliff was strengthened by the epic when he first appeared, he was able to kill Cliff this time, because he was caught off guard. It is estimated that it will not be so easy to deal with him next time they meet. Sam was still in a daze. Although the wound on his neck had healed, he could still feel the dull pain in his neck. Mu Xing handed over the BB device. The BB inside was intact and happily swimming in the amniotic fluid. Sam hugged the BB device tightly and couldn't help asking, "Who is that man?" "He's your dad." Li Hongwei came over. "Huh?" Sam was stunned, thinking that Li Hongwei was scolding him. "It's really your father. His name is Cliff." Mu Xing nodded. "What do you mean? How is it possible? You must have seen him before you connected to BB. He mistook BB for you." Sam was confused and shook his head. "This is impossible." Mu Xing said, "If you want to know the truth, go ask the dead man and the tough guy. They know the truth of everything." Since the plot has been advanced, Mu Xing is too lazy to hide it from Sam and tells him the truth directly. Sam frowned and dialed the dead man's communication. "I want to see the tough guy." "What's wrong, Sam? Are you in trouble?" "I want you to retrieve someone's information for me." "Who?" "Cliff." The dead man on the other side was silent for a moment. "I will contact the tough guy, but this matter is not as simple as you think, and it is not convenient to talk about this on the phone. I will go to see you." After hanging up the call, Sam became more dazed, and seemed to have begun to believe this truth in his heart. Mu Xing walked over and patted him on the shoulder. "Keep going, you will get all the answers ahead." Sam nodded hesitantly, and even his eyes became determined. Mu Xing clapped his hands. "Okay, everyone, let's get on the road first and get to the west coast as soon as possible." At this time, Li Hongwei had already driven over. It is not so easy to reach the west coast from the Salt Lake Node City. As the most prosperous region in the United States, it is surrounded by many urban clusters. Since the outbreak of the Doomsday, the successive large-scale void swallowing has almost blown all the cities into big pits. The seawater and lake water have flowed back into the inland, almost turning this place into a swamp. The environment became increasingly harsh, and the rich Carol substance almost solidified here. Tornadoes, storms, flooded land, and tar areas can be seen everywhere. Occasionally, huge physical BTs jumped out of the tar areas and attacked them. They were already familiar with dealing with these ordinary BTs. Except for their larger size, their combat power was not very strong. Every time, Muxing only needed to send out the triangle head and the Reaper to easily solve the problem. Ordinary BTs were already difficult to stop them from approaching the West Coast area. Muxing equipped them with weapons reinforced with the blood and body fluids of the repatriated people, making it easier to deal with BTs. After going through many difficulties and spending a day, they finally arrived at an endless sea of tar. Is this the West Coast? Everyone got off the car and looked at the floating tar sea in front of them, with buildings and ships floating in it. They seemed to have come to another world. The liquid Carol substance here condensed and did not disperse, creating a permanent tar area. Various physical BTs roamed here, as if a special ecology had formed here. A huge whale BT rolled out of the tar sea, and then slammed into the tar with a bang, stirring up black waves. Chapter 480. Such a scene makes it hard to tell whether it is reality or the underworld. The boundary between the two is infinitely blurred in this place. Looking into the distance, the sea and the sky are connected, and it is impossible to see what is in the distance. This place has disordered time and space. The rich Carol material has broken the barrier between the material world and the underworld. The situation is worse than we imagined, Yiwei said. Muxing began to check the tar sea in front of him. He used the observer's consciousness to observe the situation hundreds of kilometers ahead. The original West Coast area has long disappeared, and this place is no longer a purely real world. It's like reaching the end of the world, connected to the Hades beach. Is Amelie hiding here? Li Hongwei muttered while holding the telescope. I try to contact Higgs. If I can't get in touch, it means something has gone wrong. Muxing turned on the Cairo network and started to contact Higgs. However, the other party was busy for a while, and no one answered. It seems that the plot has shifted because of the arrival of us survivors. You stay here, I go to the front to check the situation. Muxing was about to fly into the tar zone. However, at this moment, a figure fell from the sky and blocked him directly. Higgs? Yes, it was Higgs who appeared here. The BB device on his chest was emitting red light, and black Carol liquid was seeping out of his eyes. Are you here to stop me? Muxing asked. Don't go forward. The appearance of you outsiders has disrupted the order of this world. I must stop you from moving forward. At this time, Higgs seemed to have become a different person, and his body had been completely assimilated by the Carol substance. He could control everything in the tar sea with a wave of his hand. Muxing knew that he was ultimately controlled by the existence at the end of the Hades beach. Their plan was beautiful, but they underestimated the ability of the Creator. Amelie was a creation used by the Creator to launch the mass extinction. Even if she betrayed him, he could set things right with just a little effort. What's more, Higgs was a creation of Amelie. His ability comes from Amelie, and it is easy to control him. Li Hongwei and Yiwei raised their weapons at the same time and fought against Muxing shoulder to shoulder. Sister Yi, Hongwei, you go protect Sam, I deal with this guy. At this moment, the storm cut off their retreat, and the silhouette of people in the storm was vaguely visible. Cliff, he was reborn from the Hades beach again and launched a second attack on them. At this moment, there was a wolf in front and a tiger behind, and they were attacked from both sides. Yiwei and Li Hongwei looked at each other, and they retreated at the same time to protect Sam. The next second, the storm swept in and swept them away. However, on Muxing's side, no matter how violent the storm was, it could not shake the tar sea at all. Use whatever means you have. I want to see if you can stop me from moving forward. Muxing waved his right hand and summoned all kinds of summons. Triangle Head, Hunter, Maxon, Alessa. You shouldn't come here. This is my world, mortal. Higgs was like a puppet at this time, tilting his head, and his voice was completely changed. Muxing knew that the one talking to him at this time was the instinctive consciousness of the sleeping Creator, warning him. Stop talking nonsense, come directly, and drive us out if you have the ability. Arrogant mortal, do you think you are qualified to challenge God by relying on the existence behind you? Muxing sneered. The body under the nether sea is indeed qualified to be called God, But your instinctive consciousness condensed from the souls of all living beings is not qualified to be called God. That's right. Mu Xing has seen the essence of this guy in front of him. It is not the will of the Creator, but the residue left by the Creator absorbing the power of human souls during the sixth mass extinction. The obsessions in the souls of these living beings condensed into an instinctive idea. This idea gathered all the negative emotions of human greed, desire, paranoia, etc. It was sent out at this time, probably as a test of the Creator to him and the survival system behind him. Now that he knew the details of his opponent, Mu Xing was less afraid. At the same time, the survival system seemed to realize that this was a test and directly issued a task. Special task release, enemy of obsession. Defeat the instinctive consciousness condensed by the obsession of all living beings, and reward a special legendary prop. During the task, get a special blessing buff blessing. Get 200% negative state resistance, 200% willpower, 300% time and space resistance, 300% nether body damage. Task time, 30 minutes. Task failure penalty. None. Mu Xing's mouth curled up, and the survival system was indeed always paying attention to the situation here. Since the real chess player behind the world has left, the survival system is not stingy in strengthening and arming Mu Xing. As a golden light fell, Mu Xing felt that he was strengthened. With a grab of his right hand, the Moonlight Great Sword was held in his palm. He pointed the sword at Higgs, telling him his choice with his actions. Very good. Higgs pressed his right hand down, and the illusory umbilical cord condensed in his hand. With a strong pull, a large number of BTs were summoned from the Tar Sea. Densely packed, countless. These manic BTs have all gained physical bodies, under the blessing of the Tar Sea. In the battle in the material world, the spirit is ultimately illusory, and the physical body has more advantages. As a half-summoner, Mu Xing is least afraid of group fights. And his subordinates can also be summoned. Maxon can summon the Iron Legion, the God Seal has the Death Space, Alessa has the Inner World, and Huaming has the Dream World. When multiple worlds are superimposed, the result is definitely 1 + 1 is greater than 2. So, the Dark Monster put on the power armor, and the Dream copied more soldiers, and through fantasy, countless monsters were regenerated. When the fourth layer of space opened up, a neat army rushed towards those physical BTs. The weapons blessed by the blood characteristics of the repatriates can cause fatal damage to these physical BTs. Rumble. Like two mountains collided together. Higgs on the opposite side did not expect Mu Xing to summon a large army. He pulled with his right hand, the sea water surged, and a giant behemoth rose from the Tar Sea. It was like a giant standing upright, different from ordinary giant BTs. It was bigger and stronger. On his chest, a woman in red was sealed as the power source of the giant. Amelie? Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. In the plot, all this was Amelie's plan, but things have developed to this point, and it may not proceed according to the original plot. Master, leave the giant to me. Maxon stepped forward. Mu Xing nodded. I allow you to activate the nuclear fusion mode. Yes. Just as Maxon rushed out, Zero Frame started and punched a nuclear explosion punch. Boom! The black tar sea was covered with huge waves, like the rising sun, and a huge fireball exploded in the tar sea ahead. The 1,000-meter-tall giant seemed to be eaten in half in an instant, and half of its body was annihilated by the explosion. However, when the black thread spread from the tar sea under his feet, the remains of the body swallowed by the explosion returned to their original state. Chapter 481. Maxon had a blank expression on his face, and continued to punch. The nuclear explosion energy was compressed in his palm, and clenched in his fist. But this time, the giant began to fight back. The giant opened his hands, and an illusory mirror image seemed to appear in the sky. It was the Hades beach, reflected in the real world. In the reflection, there was also a giant, but the giant was an illusory gray-white, the color of a spirit. Just as Maxon's nuclear explosion fist hit, the giant pointed out. The giants in the reflection pointed their fingers at the same time. The fingers collided in the interweaving of illusion and reality. The dazzling white light burst out from the fingertips, and the annihilation of matter and antimatter instantly swallowed the nuclear explosion punch thrown by Maxon. Obviously, the power of the void devouring is far greater than the fission nuclear explosion. Maxon quickly took a defensive posture and retreated at a high speed. After swallowing the nuclear explosion, the dazzling white light continued to expand for thousands of meters before it barely stopped. The black power armor on Maxon's body was almost destroyed, revealing the Iron Man inside. Are you okay? Mu Xing looked at Maxon, who was blown away by the explosion, and smashed into the ruined building. Master, I'm fine. Maxon roared and smashed the building with a punch, jumping out of the ruined building. Although he looked a little embarrassed, he was not hurt at all. The red particles flowed on his body, quickly repairing his body. The fusion furnace in his chest began to hum and started to start at the limit. Obviously, he was about to transform into the nuclear fusion form. On Mu Xing's side, he had been locked by Higgs. Higgs slowly floated up, opened his hands, looked up at the sky, closed his eyes, and looked intoxicated. The time rain began to fall, covering the entire west coast. Mu Xing's protective suit had automatically opened. The moonlight sword in his hand was emitting light, and he secretly contacted the God Seal. God Seal, prepare to transmit tumor number 1. Master, the data of organic matter transmitted through the Carol network is too large. It may take some time. How long? 1 minute. In preparation for the final battle, Mu Xing devoured almost all the node cities in the Midwest of the United States and created 10 tumors. The first 3 were used to cultivate flesh and blood colonization suits as consumables. Now facing a strong enemy, he can't rely on his own strength alone, and he must use some trump cards. 1 minute. I hold you back first. Mu Xing's legs turned into particles, and he flew into the air, flying towards the ruined buildings in the distance. Come over and fight if you have the guts. Higgs snorted coldly and chased after him. Before Mu Xing arrived, he had teleported to the top of the building opposite. The two stood on the roof and looked at each other. Mu Xing swung his sword without hesitation. Cut! The blue moonlight drew a huge crescent and blasted towards Higgs. Higgs sneered, teleported away, and appeared behind Mu Xing. A sharp tactical folding knife appeared in his hand and stabbed at Mu Xing. Mu Xing seemed to have eyes behind him. The moment he teleported over, he slashed back with a sword. He has the sense of an observer, and any slight fluctuation in space cannot escape his eyes. The Higgs tactical folding knife has a Carol force field, which directly shatters the moon blade released by the Moonlight Great Sword. Instantaneous cutting, slashing towards Mu Xing's neck. So fast! Time acceleration is completely an advanced version of his bullet time. When the crisis comes, he activates bullet time and tries his best to avoid it. This is a race between time and time. Mu Xing can see that the folding knife is slowing down, but suddenly it speeds up. Speeding up time in a slow world is to catch Mu Xing off guard. Move! The red thread wrapped around his body, and he finally started to move. However, it was difficult for him to avoid the vital parts, let alone counterattack. With a swishing sound, almost half of Mu Xing's body was cut off from the neck to the waist. The Carol force field not only has time characteristics, but also space characteristics. The flesh and bones were separated by space almost at the same time. But at least, he avoided the vital parts. In this extremely slow world, Mu Xing did not retreat but advanced. His right arm was cut off, and he swung out a delicate crystal dagger with his left hand. He instantly blocked the folding knife that continued to slash. The seemingly fragile crystal dagger blocked the spatial attribute of the Carol force field. A careful observation would reveal that this crystal dagger also rippled with some kind of spatial fluctuation. Ding ding ding. In an instant, both sides swung out hundreds of knives and collided wildly. After consuming the power of Higgs's attack, Mu Xing quickly retreated with the force. The bullet time faded, and the crystal dagger in his hand also scattered into pieces on the ground. This is the space dagger that Mu Xing bought for 200,000 yuan. Although it is just a disposable prop, it is still heartbreaking to see it destroyed. Mu Xing grabbed the severed half of the body with his left hand and pressed it directly, and the flesh inside quickly glued together and grew. When the two sides separated after this round of fighting, the severed body had been restored to its original state. Higgs licked the blade of the folding knife, but unfortunately, there was not a drop of blood or a single cell on it. You surprised me. You actually have the ability of pseudotime. But that ability cannot be activated continuously, right? And your dagger is broken. What will you use to stop me next time? Mu Xing had no expression on his face. He grabbed with both hands, and 2 crystal daggers appeared in his hands. For this operation, Mu Xing spent a lot of money. He spent all the Terra coins he earned during this period and bought various props. Not only that, he also borrowed a lot from Zhang Ting. He bought a large number of props for the world of Death Stranding. He suddenly drank a bottle of potion. His body was shining with golden light. Infinite Burst Potion. Within 30 seconds after drinking the potion, all skills have no CD. The effect is awesome, worth 500,000 Terra coins. This sip is half a purple weapon. He activated bullet time again, and it lasted for 30 seconds. Not only that, he activated the Blood Moon source energy. This source energy, whose specific characteristics he has not been able to figure out so far, also has time characteristics. And Muxing didn't think it was worse than Carol's material, it was even stronger. Just as Higgs teleported again, the red blood moon essence wrapped around his body. Higgs sneered, launched an attack with a folding knife in his hand, and used time acceleration. This time the acceleration was faster, even exceeding the reaction limit of bullet time. The folding knife instantly pierced Muxing's heart, and then cut off his head. However, the next second, Muxing activated time reversal, consuming 10% of the upper limit of the blood moon essence, and retracing to the state 1 second ago. In Higgs's shocked eyes, Muxing's crystal dagger pierced directly into his chest. Bang! He detonated the space energy in the dagger, tearing a big hole in his chest. However, Higgs also has some ability to reverse time. Like a camera replay, the broken chest flows back. The two separated at the same time, and Higgs' eyes looking at Muxing had changed. He didn't expect that Muxing also mastered some unknown time ability, and the time reversal just now fully explained everything. At the same time, Muxing also figured out the details of this guy. Although the instinctive consciousness is controlling Higgs now, it cannot leave Higgs' body. Or, if it wants to exert its combat power in the material world, it must need a carrier. Chapter 482. Time passed by second. Muxing counted the countdown and tried to delay for 1 minute. The opponent didn't know his trump card, so he wanted to delay longer. Active attack could confuse the opponent more than passive defense. Launching an attack in bullet time, Muxing's speed was not much slower than teleportation. Higgs didn't expect Muxing to be so fierce and actively attack him. The two sides collided like meteors. The ripples stirred in the tar were shattered before they could spread, and new ripples spread. On the other side, Maxon has entered the nuclear fusion state. The fusion furnace in his chest has been fully activated, and the energy released has taken his battle to the next level. A fusion nuclear explosion blasted out, destroying and annihilating each other with the Void Devourer. But the giant was too big and not flexible enough. After a hard blow, Maxon appeared behind the giant. Without waiting for the opponent to turn around, he punched him, and the violent fusion reaction directly blew his body into pieces. Countless black fragments scattered into the tar lake. This is not over yet. Tar rolled, and power gathered in the sea. The giant on the opposite side shrunk from 1,000 meters to 10 meters to adapt to the battle with Maxon. Although the volume became smaller, it may have become more condensed after compression. The giant raised his hands, and the soul giant in the projection of the Hades beach in the sky raised his hands at the same time. The moment the four hands were clasped, the positive and antimatter merged, and the two giants overlapped, with antimatter in the left hand and positive matter in the right hand. Putting the two hands together can release the Void Devouring. The attacks released by these two saboteurs were almost indiscriminate. The battlefield where the physical BT army and the monster army were fighting was in trouble. A collision between the Void Devouring and the fusion nuclear explosion can directly annihilate thousands of BTs and monsters. After several collisions, under Maxon's deliberate guidance, the BT army was almost wiped out on the huge battlefield. I will continue to hold this big guy back, you go help the master. Maxon stopped Alessa and others, who rushed over to help. Maxon knew very well that although the giant had strong destructive power, it was impossible for it to kill him. As long as he didn't fight hard, it would be no problem to hold the other party back. Follow me, Alessa said as she was about to help Muxing. Don't come over, go help Sister Yi and Li Hongwei. Muxing, who was fighting fiercely with Higgs in the distance, shouted. As long as he could hold on, he didn't need external help. Yi Wei and the others had to deal with Cliff, and the pressure was greater than his own. Woof woof. Wan Ning barked twice, obviously still worried about Muxing. Let's go and support Sister Yi. Alessa knew the priorities, and led them directly into the storm. Seeing Alessa and the others escape successfully, Muxing breathed a sigh of relief. Continue to attack Higgs. With the blessing of the potion, he seemed to have unlimited firepower for 30 seconds, and could remain invincible. But soon, as the effect of the potion disappeared, he needed to hold on for at least 20 seconds. Muxing directly transformed into the G-Virus, and the professional skills of Val Red were activated, adding all the buffs that could be blessed. As if seeing Muxing's weakness, Higgs realized that the special potion had a cooling time, and could not be used continuously. He grabbed with his right hand, and arms condensed from liquid Carol material stretched out from the tar sea. They grabbed Muxing, and tried to pull him into the Hades beach. The purpose was to limit Muxing's mobility. Higgs rushed over at high speed with a tactical folding knife in hand, splitting his own time into 5 parts. 5 Higgs attacked at the same time at different times. All of Mu Xing's retreat routes were completely blocked. Mu Xing's eyes glowed with gold. He shouted and unceremoniously detonated 2 crystal daggers. The space around him was instantly tangled, preventing Higgs from killing him. This guy may have found a way to limit his own death retracing, otherwise he would not have used this fatal move. How could Mu Xing let him do what he wanted? Directly tangled the space. The manifestation of time must have space as a carrier. Otherwise, it will be lost in the void, and time itself will lose its meaning. Higgs' attack was blocked by the chaotic space, and he had to speed up the flow of time, hoping to calm the chaotic space. Mu Xing seized the opportunity to break away and rushed out of Higgs's range. At the same time, a pocket watch appeared in Mu Xing's hand. The pocket watch ticked. He held the pocket watch tightly with pain and gritted his teeth to open this special time prop. Quiet space, open. The pocket watch named Quiet Space is worth 3 million, the price of 3 purple weapons. The effect is only to maintain a time-still space for 30 seconds. In this space, time is in a static state and cannot be accelerated or decelerated. It is a powerful tool to break the time ability. If it weren't for Zhang Ting's relationship, it would be difficult to buy this thing. As for why it was not saved until the end to fight the big boss, because Mu Xing knew that the quiet space was okay for Higgs, but for the creator, what a joke. When the quiet space was unfolded, all time abilities in a spherical space with a radius of 1,000 meters were invalid. Higgs subconsciously wanted to use the time acceleration ability, but found that the time acceleration failed. He looked up at the already unfolded quiet space and rushed out without hesitation. But how could Mu Xing let him do what he wanted? He stood in front of Higgs and blocked his way. You want to leave after offending the abbot? Mu Xing snorted coldly and swung the moonlight sword in a circle to cut. The moonlight torrent almost condensed into substance and turned into a dazzling crescent moon. The bright white moon smashed towards Higgs. Higgs' time acceleration ability was restricted, and he tried to use Duma's ability to teleport. But the teleportation ability was also restricted by this quiet space, because this space emphasized the word quiet. The space was also in an absolute state of stillness. The teleportation ability seemed to be inactivated, and it only flickered in place. The new moon came, and Higgs had to raise his hands to resist. With a bang, the moonlight exploded, creating layers of ripples. When the moonlight dissipated, Higgs walked out with a gloomy face. In his palm, the positive and antimatter annihilated, blocking the new moon. Very good, you succeeded in angering me, mortal. With a gnashing voice, his body floated into the air. The positive and antimatter in his left and right hands began to condense. Mu Xing retreated at high speed. Want to run? It's too late. He threw a ball of void devouring towards Mu Xing. With a loud bang, a ball of light of 100 meters fell to the ground, and the earth seemed to be bitten by a terrifying big mouth on the spot. The soil and rocks were directly evaporated, leaving a huge pit of 100 meters. Mu Xing had already moved out of the explosion range quickly. He was close to the boundary of the quiet space. Behind him, outside the boundary, a red vortex was forming. A huge red tumor could be vaguely seen being transmitted over. Higgs frowned, knowing that he was fooled by Mu Xing. This guy rushed all the way, using all kinds of special props, just to hold him back. At the moment, when the 100-meter-high tumor was teleported, Mu Xing retreated directly and merged into it. Higgs was angry, and rushed towards the tumor. The positive and antimatter of his hands collided with each other, producing a violent void devouring. The bright white ball of light hit the tumor firmly. Boom! The explosion range this time exceeded a kilometer. Chapter 483. The explosion lasted for 1 second. In this second, all the ruined buildings within a kilometer radius were destroyed. The tar sea was rolling up huge waves, and the crackling void devouring energy was madly biting everything around. However, at the moment when the explosion ended, Higgs saw a scene that made his eyes red. Although the tumor was blown to pieces, in the red vortex at the center of the tumor, Mu Xing, wearing a flesh and blood colonization suit, was being pulled back by Death Replay. Go to hell! He roared, and his left and right hands gathered positive and negative matter again, wanting to release the Void Devourer again. How could Mu Xing let him do what he wanted? The flesh and blood colonization suit was fully activated, and he integrated 20% of the upper limit of the Blood Moon essence into it. In the moment before the Void Devourer took shape, he turned into an invisible red bloodline. It was as if he had crossed time and killed Higgs in the past. When Mu Xing appeared behind Higgs, the red bloodline appeared. One strike pierced Higgs. The positive and antimatter in Higgs' hands disintegrated. Looking down, there was only a basketball-sized hole left on his chest. "You can't kill me!" Higgs grinned, activated the Carol force field, and began to go back in time to restore himself. However, that bloodline was like a constant eternity. No matter how his body went back in time, the bloodline running through his body was not affected by Carol's time reversal. Even as the bloodline expanded, the time reversal ability of Carol's force field was also destroyed. The Blood Moon's original energy penetrated Higgs's time protection barrier and turned into countless threads to entangle him. "What the hell is this?" Higgs shouted. Mu Xing was too lazy to explain to him and rushed back with his sword. Another bloodline was cut out, directly annihilating Higgs' brain. When the body began to disintegrate, the instinctive consciousness parasitic in the flesh had to withdraw. At this moment, the evil spirit that had been motionless suddenly poked its cat head out from Mu Xing's chest. "You finally came out." A sip of water created a vortex of swallowing, and the instinctive consciousness screamed and wanted to escape. But the evil spirit had been waiting for a long time. How could it escape? Swallowed madly. "Ah, delicious, delicious." The evil spirit grabbed the instinctive consciousness and swallowed it madly, his eyes shining. "Hey, leave some for me," Mu Xing shouted. "Leave some for you, you can't eat this thing." As he said that, the evil spirit accelerated the swallowing speed again. Mu Xing quickly snatched the food from the cat's mouth, releasing the chaotic hyphae to swallow the instinctive consciousness that had lost the ability to resist. Anyway, with the evil spirit suppressing it, Mu Xing doesn't have to worry about it resisting. "Ah! Chaos! You bastards from the void, my body wakes up and wants to devour you all." The instinctive consciousness screamed wildly. "You dare to speak harshly, I swallow you first and get some interest." The evil spirit opened its mouth and increased its swallowing speed tenfold. Although Mu Xing was also very fast, he couldn't beat the evil spirit after all. In the end, about 90% of the consciousness was swallowed by the evil spirit, and he only grabbed 10%. It's not that he doesn't want to, it's just that the chaos fungus ball has limited capacity now. Even if it's only 10%, it's already full. Hee, Blood Moon Kid, I finally got a win. The evil spirit was very proud. "Well, you have to go to the front to fight against the creator." "You wish? You want me to be a meat shield?" 90% is given to you. If you don't work hard this time, don't expect me to take you out to eat delicious food next time. "Hey, don't, I was just joking. Why did you take it seriously?" The evil spirit quickly smiled, and it was obvious that it was very satisfied with the harvest this time. It seemed to be fuller than the previous astral body. It also understood that only by following Mu Xing could it hunt more prey so easily. In just a few months, the harvest was more than his previous tens of thousands of years of hard work. Just after the instinctive consciousness was devoured by the evil spirit, Mu Xing also heard the pleasant prompt sound of the survival system. "Congratulations! The special mission obsession enemy is completed. Obtained a special legendary prop, which will be issued when this world is settled." Mu Xing was in a good mood. As his instinctive consciousness was killed, Higgs' body fell into the tar sea. Soon, his broken body began to revive in the tar. When Mu Xing attacked, he did not kill his soul and consciousness. When Higgs was resurrected, his eyes looking at Mu Xing became extremely complicated. "Don't look at me like that. I don't kill you because you are still useful. Hurry up and cancel the battle order of the giant, otherwise Amelie's power source will be drained." Mu Xing pointed at the giant, who was still fighting with Maxon in the distance. Both Maxon and the giant were covered in wounds, but they were still colliding fiercely. "Stop!" Higgs quickly controlled the giant to stop, and Mu Xing also called Maxon back. He took out a large ball of helium-3 from the storage space and filled it into Maxon's fusion furnace. The almost empty fusion furnace was restarted, and the body was recovering rapidly. "Wait for me here, I think we need to have a good talk." Mu Xing looked at Amelie, who was almost unconscious and supported by Higgs. After saying that, he turned and rushed into the storm. Mu Xing wanted to defeat Cliff before the half-hour buff of the system ended. When he rushed into the storm, he was immediately swept into the special beach. This time, the scene changed from World War I to World War II. The ground armored group charged, and the artillery roared. Fighters chased in the sky. In the distance, there were battleships on the sea with huge guns raised, making a deafening roar. In the center of the battlefield, Yi Wei and his men were fighting with Cliff, who was commanding the army. Cliff, who returned after upgrading again, was more powerful and more proficient in time acceleration and space teleportation. Fortunately, the dream space of Huanming protected everyone, and Cliff did not dare to approach them within a radius of 300 meters. Otherwise, he would be dragged into the dream by Huanming. No matter how powerful Cliff was in the real world, he was still a lamb to be slaughtered in the dream. Therefore, he controlled the army, used long-range consumption, and waited for opportunities. The moment Mu Xing found Cliff among those soldiers, he directly attacked Cliff. Like a red meteor, Cliff knew who was coming, and took the initiative to meet the enemy without hesitation. His time accelerated, and the bullets fired by the gun in his hand all had time attributes. But now Mu Xing has a flesh and blood colonization suit, and a buff blessed by the system. After activating the Blood Moon Shield, the moment the time bullet passed through the barrier, the time attribute carried on it was completely consumed. Without the blessing of the power of time, the bullet hit the colonization suit, unable to hurt the colonization suit at all, and was easily bounced away. Cliff teleported behind Mu Xing, and stabbed out with a dagger. However, at this moment, the sword in Mu Xing's hand turned into a BB device. And it was not someone else's, but the protagonist Sam's BB device. Cliff immediately retracted his strength, and the dagger brushed the edge of the BB device. It was just a brush, and the connecting pipe on the BB device seemed to have experienced hundreds of years in an instant, weathering and decaying. Fortunately, the BB device was not damaged. How despicable, using my child as a shield. Cliff growled. Cliff, this is not your child. Mu Xing shook his head. He is my child. I can recognize him. Cliff said paranoidly. Chapter 484. I just need to ask you one question, Cliff. Mu Xing looked at him calmly. What? How many years have you been dead? Cliff was stunned for a moment, then suddenly covered his head and staggered back a few steps. I'm dead? Dead? My child. Ah. He covered his head and screamed, as if the valve of his memory was opened by Mu Xing's hand, and he remembered everything at once. My child. He's dead? He clearly remembered that night, after learning all the truth, he chose to end his wife's life with his own hands. When he fled the hospital with his child, he was shot by security. The young child was also hit by a bullet. Ah, I will kill you, kill everyone. Cliff suddenly turned black. Black tar seeped out of his eyes. He raised the rifle in his hand and aimed at Mu Xing in front of him. Don't do it yet. I can tell you a good news and a bad news. The good news is that your son is not dead. The bad news is that if you continue to be obsessed and become an accomplice of revenge, you may really kill him. As he spoke, two photos appeared in Mu Xing's hand. One was a photo of Sam when he was a child, and the other was a photo of Sam when he grew up. Cliff looked at the photos in front of him, and was stunned on the spot. He's not dead? He looked fiercely in the direction of Sam. The protagonist had just been shot twice, and stabbed once by him. Although he didn't hit the vital part, he was already unconscious. It was Bridget who resurrected him, and raised him with a guilty conscience. If you don't believe it, you can go find the tough guy, he knows all the truth. Cliff stepped back. No, what did I do? Mu Xing continued to strike while the iron was hot. In 3 days, the being who summoned you from the underworld will destroy the world. Everyone will die by then. If you want to save Sam, I need you to do me a favor. Mu Xing leaned close to Cliff's ear and said something. Cliff stepped back half a step, his expression changing, and finally nodded. Mu Xing took a step forward and pushed Cliff down fiercely. The battlefield behind Cliff suddenly turned into a black tar beach, and the whole person sank directly into the tar. Remember, come back alive. Only if you come back alive can Sam continue to live. When Cliff was sent back to the Nether Sea, the battlefield around him suddenly stagnated, and a storm swept through, taking all of them away from this special nether beach again. Although the battlefield disappeared, the storm outside did not stop, but instead tended to intensify. A strong wind was raised, forming a tornado in the tar sea in the distance. Mu Xing landed, the face armor on his face unfolded, and then began to collapse and disappear. After all, it was a disposable flesh and blood colonization suit, and it had played its due value. Is everyone okay? Mu Xing asked. Seeing Mu Xing, several people breathed a sigh of relief. Is it over? Li Hongwei sat down on the rubble without any image, breathing heavily. Yue Wei injected Sam with a shot of treatment medicine. It can only be said that this stage is temporarily over, Mu Xing said. At this time, a scream came. Sam! It was Amelie, who had just woken up. The moment she saw Sam, she rushed over and hugged Sam in her arms. So, summoning Cliff to hunt down Sam was also your plan, America. Mu Xing looked at America, who looked nervous. Cliff? No, I didn't summon him, and he has been dead for so many years, I have never seen his soul. I didn't expect Cliff to return from the underworld. You should know that I am Sam's mother and sister. How could I want to kill him? Tears welled up in her eyes, and she touched the scars on Sam's body with heartache. It was not until Sam slowly woke up that the two siblings hugged each other in tears of joy. Yue walked to Mu Xing and pointed at Higgs, who was standing not far away. You didn't kill him? Don't worry, I have dealt with the controller in his body. She looked up at the storm in the sky. Since you have killed the original Will, why hasn't this ended yet? Mu Xing's expression was solemn, because the real mastermind has not yet appeared. Yue was a little nervous. Do we survivors really have to fight against the creator? Mu Xing shook his head. Don't worry, the creator has not fully awakened. He dare not, and cannot appear in the material world. Then these huge amounts of Carol substances. Yue frowned. He will probably use other methods to try to restore order, and we may have another fierce battle to fight next. Mu Xing said. There will be another fierce battle? Li Hongwei next to him suddenly jumped up from the ground. Oh my god, Cliff alone is enough for us to bear. Is there anyone more ruthless? What, are you scared? Mu Xing looked at him. TSK, are you kidding? How could I, Li Hongwei, be scared? I kill one if you come, I kill two if you come. Li Hongwei put his hands on his hips and snorted. Look, Cliff! Yue suddenly exclaimed, and Li Hongwei was so scared that he covered his head and ran behind Mu Xing. Where? Mu Xing rolled his eyes and kicked him in the ass, ignoring the fat man's awkward smile. Mu Xing walked in front of Amelie. I think you two siblings can postpone your reminiscing for now, we need to talk. Amelie looked up at Mu Xing. Sister, Shueyue has no ill intentions. Before she finished her words, Amelie stood up. What do you want to know? Your plan, and your current plan. Amelie said bluntly. I think you should have known my plan, right? So, it was your sister who launched the mass extinction in advance and stranded countless souls? Although Sam next to him knew the truth, he still didn't want to believe it. In his eyes, his sister was a gentle person. How could she do such a thing to exterminate mankind? Yes, it was me, Sam. She looked into Sam's eyes. I did it, but I had no other choice. You know, from the day I was born, I knew my mission, the mission to exterminate all mankind. I am not my father's biological child. He picked me up on a bench in the park. Although he was powerful, he gave me the best care. But he died in a seemingly accidental accident. That day, I felt endless hatred and vowed to destroy the whole world. Until you appeared, Sam, although you are Cliff's child, I still regard you as my child. From that moment on, I felt that the world should not be destroyed, and mankind should not perish. So I had to do something. So I planned ahead and launched the mass extinction in advance. I thought my plan was perfect, but the creator of this world was very dissatisfied with my work and insisted on destroying the world. I can't sit and wait for death, Sam. For you, I am willing to be the enemy of this world. I just hope you can live well. She reached out and stroked Sam's cheek. Sam lowered his head, his expression sad. But my wife and my children? I will never see them again, sister. Chapter 485. America staggered back 2 steps after hearing this. I'm sorry, Sam. Just as the two siblings were in grief, Mu Xing stepped forward. Sam, the dead are gone. I believe your sister didn't do it on purpose, because this is a chess game that can't be stopped. If you can stop the creator from destroying the world, all your relatives will have an afterlife, and the human race can continue. But if you can't stop it, he will wake up, and this will be the last mass extinction. Cheer up, everyone. Amelie nodded. Her mental toughness was far beyond that of ordinary people, and she quickly calmed down. Although Sam was a little excited, he slowly calmed down. Amelie, I want to know, what is your plan? Mu Xing asked. Amelie helped Sam up and said, my initial plan was to launch a mass extinction in advance and strand all the souls on the beach. But I think this is not a long-term solution, so I plan to use a huge void devouring to complete the mass extinction mission, and then use my ability to repatriate their souls. I have done an experiment. If I resurrect Sam and make him a repatriate, he can be resurrected from the Hades beach. Beside him, Yue and Li Hongwei also came over. Li Hongwei said, I don't understand. Only the soul is immortal. What if the body is also destroyed? How can it be resurrected? Yue was also puzzled. Yes, Sam, you have experienced the void devouring. Shouldn't the body be completely annihilated by the void devouring? Sam shook his head. I don't know. Every time I die and resurrect, my body will still be intact. The others looked at Amelie, hoping to get an answer from her. At this point, Amelie no longer concealed it. It's the Hades belt. The Hades belt? What is that? It's the umbilical cord I brought when I was born from the Hades beach. It can help me communicate between the human world and the Hades beach, connecting the two worlds. Later, When I was strong enough, the effect of the Hades belt became dispensable, so I divided the Hades belt into 3. I merged the first Hades belt with Sam, creating him as a unique repatriate. At the same time, because of the existence of the Hades belt, even if Sam's body is destroyed, it can be reassembled using the Carol material. Everyone nodded. I see. What about the other 2 Hades belts? Mushing asked. I gave the second one to Higgs. In the back, the hooded Higgs noticed the looks of everyone and nodded in agreement. As for the last and most important part, I was going to use it on the last Carol network to revive everyone after the mass extinction. Although it can only be used once, I will use it without hesitation as long as it can save humanity, but it's gone. The 3 survivors looked at each other. Li Hongwei sent a voice message in the team communication. Is it with Mama? Mama, we didn't follow that plot line, and we didn't pay attention to the matter of the ghost belt at that time. Yi Wei said. It shouldn't be with Mama, it should be in the hands of the tough guy. In the plot, he stole the ghost belt and later stuffed it into Mama's body bag, so that Mama's body became incorruptible and would not turn into a corpse. Mushing said. On this side, Ame said, however, I can vaguely sense the location of the Hades belt. As long as I find it, it will not hinder my plan. Li Hongwei touched his chin. So, we have to take back the Hades belt first? Mushing shook his head. It's useless. Now the creator has anchored all souls in the Hades beach with Carol material. Even if we use the Carol network, we can't send them all back. Ame sighed. Yes, I overestimated myself and underestimated the sleeper under the Hades sea. He is the creator of life, and the only god in this world. Even if he is still asleep, he is not something I can fight against. Mushing looked at her. Now that things have come to this, what are the next plans? Amelie said, although the repatriation plan failed, as long as we ensure that the soul production is reduced and not enough to wake up the creator, we can continue the future of mankind for another era. Now this plan has been implemented halfway. As long as the Carol network is successfully established and the remaining humans are united, we can overcome the difficulties together. Mushing was silent for a moment. The plan is good, but you may have miscalculated one thing. What? Your method of reducing food production should be to destroy souls, as much as possible with the void devouring, right? Yes, this is the fastest method I can think of. After all, we have no time. A projection appeared on Mushing's palm. But the situation is that the souls were indeed blown to pieces, but they did not disappear, but were intercepted by the massive amount of Carol matter rising into the sky. In the projection, they saw that the soul fragments rose and were originally scattered outside the world. But when the Carol substance rose, it actually formed a wall, preventing these soul fragments from disintegrating, and instead all of them were wrapped in Carol substance. Finally, it turned into time rain and fell. Seeing this scene, even Amelie was stunned. No wonder after the end of the world, the corpses began to release Carol substances, so that's why. The Heart Man who had been silent on the side spoke up. Who is this? Amelie looked at the Heart Man, who was blackened by the smoke of the battlefield. Hello, President Amelie, I'm the Heart Man. I've heard something, hello? Mushing said, Amelie, these annihilated souls have not disappeared, they have been intercepted and are destined to be recycled, so your method may not be applicable. Amelie frowned. But what should we do now? I'm afraid we don't have time to think of other ways. Mushing snapped his fingers. Don't worry, before coming here, we have made 2 preparations. Consume as many souls as possible to reduce the production of food, but the price is that we have to clear more humans and node cities. Everyone was silent. They knew that Mushing had to do this. If they could have the best of both worlds, who would be willing to sacrifice more people to save the future of mankind? Amelie took a deep breath. Since we have come to this point, I agree with your plan. However, there are less than 3 days left, and it may be too late to establish the Cairo network. Mushing raised his eyebrows. So, I have the only news that can be called a surprise. As he said that, he waved his right hand. A huge virtual projection appeared in front of him. In the projection, the Cairo network of the entire United States is about to be completely formed. Just connect all the ports to the capital node city, and the huge Cairo network will be formed. Of course, there are still some corners left, and it will take a little effort to complete the connection. You can actually complete the construction of the Cairo network in such a short time? America looked at the map in front of her with some surprise. Overall, 80% has been completed, and the last 20% is left. There should be no problem in the remaining 3 days. Mushing said. Chapter 486. Under such circumstances, Mushing's news is definitely the best news at the moment. But even so, the worries in everyone's heart have not diminished at all. After learning about their real enemy, they can't help but feel powerless. Everyone, for the future of mankind, now is not the time to give up. As long as we work together sincerely, we will definitely find a way to overcome the difficulties together. America stood up to boost morale for everyone. Higgs stood behind America silently. Now that things have come to this, give the order. Amelie took a deep breath and said, "The rescue operation begins now." As she spoke, the tar sea around her began to ripple, quickly gathering and turning into a spinning vortex. The next second, everyone was teleported directly from the west coast to the new capital node city by Amelie. It must be said that Amelie is indeed the most powerful Dumas ability user in the world. Even Higgs can't do collective teleportation. Back in the new capital, they have three most important things to do in these 3 days. First, connect the Cairo network in all node city areas to the capital node city. Second, Amelie held the presidential inauguration ceremony. The country cannot be without a leader for a day. With her as the backbone, the unity task can be better carried out. Third, gather all the combat power that can be concentrated. Mu Xing predicts that there may be a big war next. They must prepare in advance and establish a defense line in the capital node city. Their plan will inevitably usher in the counterattack of the creator, even though he has not woken up yet and cannot come in person. But Mu Xing believed that he must have other ways to project his power. As for Mu Xing, he also had three most important things to do in the next 3 days. First, it was time to cultivate the official flesh and blood colonization suit. It was not a good idea to always use disposable ones. Since we were going to do it, we should do it to the best of our ability. Second, we should find a way to control Dumas's ability. Facing the next war, knowing ourselves and the enemy can lead to victory in every battle, especially when fighting in the enemy's territory. Trying to use the enemy's power may not be a breakthrough. Third, condense the soul origin. His original purpose of coming to the Death Stranding world was to perfect the 7th layer of the original hive and prepare for the next dimensional upgrade. He has obtained 6 of the 7 origins, and the soul origin is the top priority. He must successfully condense the soul origin before the decisive battle. As for the others, they also have their own tasks. Li Hongwei and Yi Wei are responsible for connecting all the corners of the United States. They also have to take the opportunity to eliminate the physical BTs that may destroy the Cairo network nodes. It can be said that there is a long way to go. In order to cooperate with their actions, Mu Xing planned to send all his summons to their command. Before everyone took action, America found the tough guy, and with Sam, the three of them had a long talk for several hours. When they walked out of the conference room, the tough guy had taken off his mask, and he was obviously relieved after learning the truth, and handed over the last section of the Hades belt. America divided the Hades belt into 3 parts and gave them to Mu Xing, Li Hongwei, and Yi Wei respectively. With the blessing of the Hades belt, they can temporarily obtain the Dumas ability to control the Carol substance. Although not as good as Amelie, it is not far behind Higgs. As survivors, the 3 of them only need a trigger. With the help of the Hades belt to help them activate the Dumas ability, they can consolidate this ability and make it permanent. Even if they don't have the Hades belt in the future, they can continue to control Dumas ability. In order to make it easier for them to use Dumas ability, Mu Xing captured evil spirits and opened up their own Hades beach for them. Only in this way can they use the Hades belt to revive on their own Hades beach. Remember, you only have 3 chances to revive at most, and at the cost of the consumption of the Hades belt. America reminded. The 3 were delighted, and they did not expect there would be an unexpected surprise. With these 3 chances to revive, they can face the next crisis more calmly and boldly. After assigning the tasks, Mu Xing set out alone and began to implement his plan. Just as he left the new capital node city, the Cairo network connecting the major blocks of the United States was finally connected to the main server. He turned on the special device on his wrist and activated the Cairo network. Through the background, he could see the users of all network nodes. Mu Xing took a deep breath. Looking at the densely packed light spots, there were quite a few humans who survived. Although the large-scale void devouring caused 80% of the people to die. After these years of recovery, it was not easy to recover to about 30% of the population. According to their plan, they need to cut another 20%, leaving only 10% of the healthiest people as the seeds for the continuation of the human future. Amelie and the others could not do this task, so they could only rely on Mu Xing and the others. Mu Xing's method was also very simple, using the newly built Kahlua network to screen and finally centralize the processing. Mountain Node City. This has become Mu Xing's base for cultivating flesh and blood colonization and soul origin. The entire node city, and the materials in the nearby node cities, are all collected here by him. Evil spirit, do you think this is really right? Mu Xing looked at the light spots in the Kahlua network and asked with a sigh. The evil spirit lay on the steps beside him to bask in the sun, stretching lazily. Oh, it's rare that the living devil suddenly showed kindness. Do you feel guilty? Mu Xing shook his head. No, I just want to know, sacrificing so many people, can we really stop the destruction of the world? The evil spirit rolled its belly and rubbed the steps to scratch its itch. Don't think about having the best of both worlds. I have devoured so many worlds and seen many civilizations that resisted bravely, and there are many worlds with similar situations to this world. Without the courage to burn your boats, it is impossible to seek a glimmer of hope. I have also encountered people who sacrificed the entire world and gathered the power of the whole world to fight me to the death. I admire such guys very much. So you let him go? No, I ate him in one bite. It was so delicious. It licked its tongue. Then what are you talking about? I just want to say that many things can only have results if they are done. Otherwise, how do you know that you can lose even more miserably? Mu Xing rolled his eyes. Don't worry, the old man behind you won't let you die, at least not here. Cannon fodder like you who has been trained with great effort should die in a more valuable place. Mu Xing grabbed the back of the evil spirit's neck. I think you deserve a beating. Kill the cat, kill the cat. The evil spirit screamed, trying to break free. Tell me, is there a way to break the deadlock? Mu Xing stared at it. The man and the cat looked at each other. Don't you have the answer in your heart? Why bother asking me? You won't believe me anyway. You only believe in yourself, right? Mu Xing didn't say anything. It was right. He only believed in himself. The evil spirit struggled, but I can give you a piece of advice. A crisis is not necessarily a crisis. It may also be an opportunity. It depends on how you control it. Maybe you can take this opportunity to get rid of the control of the survival system. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes, his mind churning, throwing the evil spirit back to the steps. Looking at the growing tumors in front of him, the divine seal floated beside him and waved his right hand. Let's start. Chapter 487. The Karal network was originally unable to transport organic matter and living people, but with the powerful Dumas ability and the blessing of the Hades belt, Mu Xing could directly transport the users of the Karal network to himself. First, he had to select the materials. He didn't need to do this because Amelie would soon send a list. Next, Mu Xing asked Huanmeng to access the Karal network and use dreams to pull all the people on the list into a collective dream. First extract their consciousness, then transfer their bodies. Only retain consciousness, their souls and bodies will become the nutrients for Mu Xing to cultivate the flesh and blood colonization suit and the soul origin. When he gathered the materials needed for the flesh and blood colonization suit, the remaining materials were all sent to the huge corpse mother body. The nurturing of the soul origin is concentrated in Mu Xing's dark beach. First, expand the dark beach to a large enough size, and then continuously refine the soul to form the soul origin. It sounds simple, but it is not easy at all. Fortunately, he has 6 origins to help him, which is 6 times the speed. It is enough for him to complete the condensation of soul origin within 3 days. By then, he will condense a soul that is strong enough, and hope that it can be used to fight against the next war. The first day, the flesh and blood colonization suit began to condense, and the continuous material was transmitted. The tumor generated by the corpse mother body became larger and larger. Li Hongwei and Yi Wei also helped to connect all the hidden areas in the corners, and provided more materials for Mu Xing. The next day, Mu Xing had gathered enough souls, and began to expand the Hades beach and smelt souls. At the same time, Amelie and the others also began to make final preparations, set up the defense line of the new capital node city, and made a backup plan. They called this plan the Ark Plan. Once their counterattack against the Creator failed, the Ark Plan would take the last spark of mankind into space. Waiting for the end of the 6th mass extinction, perhaps a little spark of hope could be preserved. Although this plan seemed purely self-consolation to Mu Xing. Since the Creator decided to carry out the last mass extinction, it is impossible to allow other fires to remain. Mu Xing did not stop them, just to let them keep some thoughts. Day 3. Nether Beach. The huge soul group that was rolling and wriggling in the sky had begun to gather in form, and a vague figure became clearer and clearer. As time went by, the 6 origins of self surrounded it, and the soul origin finally took shape. When it took a step forward, the 6 origins of self subconsciously stepped back half a step. The powerful soul aura instantly swept across the entire Hades Beach. This Hades Beach, which gathered the power of tens of millions of souls, was estimated to have surpassed Amelie's Hades Beach. The soul origin was successfully condensed, and Mu Xing tried to add this huge Hades Beach to the basic framework of the Observer Tower to form the most critical 7th floor. However, when he tried to merge it, he encountered a strong sense of rejection. What's going on? Mu Xing frowned. He tried to merge it again, and this time the repulsion was even greater. He wanted to force it into the basic framework, but found that this huge Hades Beach began to become unstable and shaky, as if it would collapse into pieces in the next second. This scene frightened Mu Xing so much that he stopped immediately. How could this happen? Mu Xing quickly flipped through the ancient book of observers left by Arte, checking the taboos about the construction of the Observer Tower, to see if he had done anything wrong. Soon, he found 2 regulations in the records that were in line with the current situation. First, the Hades Beach is too large and too complicated, because it has merged too many other people's Hades Beaches, making the Hades Beach too messy. To put it bluntly, most of the Hades Beaches do not belong to him, but are forcibly merged together. These forcibly merged nether beaches all have their own different wills and attributes. Unless these different wills are completely sorted out and reach a completely consistent state, they can be integrated into a whole. Second, the Nether Sea. Although the Nether Beach is one's own, the Nether Sea is not. The Nether Sea comes from the deep existence of this world, and connects to the world of the dead. It may be mixed with the power of the Creator. Ancient books record that under the interference of high-level power, the Nether Beach in front of us cannot become part of the Observer's Tower. In order to merge the Nether Beach, the Nether Sea must be eliminated. Facing the difficulties in front of him, Mu Xing felt helpless. It was not that he could not eliminate these hidden dangers, but that he had no time. Just now, he received information that as the time of the mass extinction approached, the environment of the entire United States deteriorated rapidly. It is estimated that it will not be long before the decisive battle will begin. If Mu Xing is given 10 days, or half a month, he will definitely be able to sort out the Nether Beach again, but what he lacks most now is time. He spoke to the air. Evil spirit, I agree with your suggestion, let's get started. The evil spirit appeared in his Hades Beach, but not in the form of a cat, but a huge living sun. It hung in the sky of Hades Beach, emitting a blazing light. Boy, you have to think clearly. I can only use external force to help you install the 7th floor. It is a temporary patchwork, and there is a risk of collapse at any time. Mu Xing said speechlessly, Do I have any other choice now? You are useless, I can only rely on myself. Don't blame me for everything, kid. I am not your father. You have to learn to walk the path you choose. I can help you for a while, but can I help you for a lifetime? Stop talking nonsense, hurry up, I won't blame you if it happens. In that case, I'm here. The huge living sun in the sky began to wriggle. At the same time, the new capital node city. Although it was only 3 days, with the help of Maxon's Iron Legion and a large number of summons, 5 layers of defense were built around the capital node city. All soldiers who were still capable of fighting had been recalled to the capital node city. All the survivors knew the difficulties they were about to face. This battle would determine the fate of the world and all mankind. Standing on the tall steel wall, Li Hongwei squinted his eyes. Can we really hold it with our people? Whether we can hold it depends on our determination, the determination of all of us to die. Only in this way can we fight for a glimmer of hope in desperate situations. Amelie in a red dress appeared in front of them, followed by Tough Guy and Higgs. At this moment, the red particles flew and quickly gathered, the space shook in an instant, and Mu Xing was teleported over. Li Hongwei and Yue saw him, as if they had found their backbone all of a sudden. Are you all ready? Mu Xing's mental power instantly scanned the entire capital node city. We have done everything we can, and we are waiting for this battle to decide the outcome, Yue said. As she spoke, a huge storm suddenly rose in the distance. The clouds in the sky gathered to form a vortex that reached the sky. Look, what is that? Li Hongwei exclaimed and pointed to the distance. He saw countless fully armed soldiers rushing out of the vortex, and Amelie immediately gave an order. It is the Creator's Hades soldiers, prepare for battle. Chapter 488. The so-called Hades soldiers refer to soldiers who have returned from the Hades Sea. Just like the special Hades Sea summoned by Cliff, these soldiers who died in human wars from ancient times to the present, they returned to the world in the anger of the Creator. The illusory spirit body gained entity the moment it came into contact with the real world. The thick chiral substance in the air condensed into a body that carried the soul. The offensive weapon created by the mind. As soon as it emerged from the storm, began to attack the new capital node city. There was only one command in the minds of these ghost soldiers: attack. Their goal was to destroy the last fortress of the new capital node city. As long as it was destroyed, the determination of human survival could be destroyed, and complete extinction was only a matter of time. Fire! Maxon gave the attack order. In the inner defense circle, countless shells were fired first. In 3 days, not only did Muxing help to copy a large amount of repatriated blood, but the entire capital base city also copied a large amount of blood and made a large number of blood shells, waiting for this moment. Ordinary shells cannot completely kill the ghost soldiers. Even if their bodies are shattered, they will recover quickly. Every time they advance, the tar zone continues to extend forward. If these ghost soldiers are not completely killed, they can be resurrected infinitely with the help of tar. The first bombardment was ordinary shells, used to shatter their bodies. Then came blood shells, used to annihilate their spirits. With two-pronged approach, the first wave of attacks killed thousands of ghost soldiers. However, even with such a result, no one was happy, because they saw more Hades soldiers rushing out of the vortex. At this time, Higgs stood up. To send Hades soldiers from the underworld to the real world, there must be underworld nodes. Only through the nodes can the underworld and the real world be connected. So, we must destroy those underworld nodes to stop the endless underworld soldiers. Muxing nodded. That's right, we may be able to stop 100,000 or 1 million underworld soldiers, but what about tens of millions of underworld soldiers? We must find a way to destroy the nodes. I agree with Higgs' plan. We should immediately form a commando team to attack and destroy the underworld nodes. As soon as these words came out, Yi Wei immediately raised her hand. I'm responsible for the east. Li Hongwei said, then I'm responsible for the west. Higgs looked up. In that case, I'm responsible for the north. Muxing was about to raise his hand, but was stopped by Ame. You can't go. You and I must stay in the command center. If something unexpected happens, both my soldiers and your summons may be in chaos. But who will go to the south? Muxing frowned. I go. At this moment, a determined figure pushed open the door and walked out. Who else could it be but Sam? At this time, he was wearing a set of white armor, looking like a Cayman rider. The BB device was hung on his chest, and he was armed to the teeth. At the same time, the cover of the underground passage next to him unfolded, and a 10-meter-high mecha rose up. What is this? For this decisive battle, I used the Carol material to build a battle armor for Sam, which combines the giant and Carol metal, and has strong combat power. Amelie said. Oh my god, do you still have this mecha? I want one too. Li Hongwei ran over happily, his face full of stars. Time is limited, it is not easy to make this one, but I have prepared armor for you. Amelie clapped her hands, and a team of soldiers came over with a large metal box. What is this? Armor that can enhance Dumas's ability. Just then, Fragile, who had not been seen for a long time, also teleported in, and behind her were dozens of new humans who had awakened Dumas's ability. These new humans usually hide in various node cities. Now that the ultimate war has begun, they all come to support without hesitation under the call of Fragile. With the support of these Dumas ability users, their chances of attacking the Dark Sea node are even greater. Amelie prepared special armor for each Dumas ability user. It can greatly enhance their Dumas ability. Fragile, you are here. Sam was a little surprised. The two looked at each other and nodded. Fragile said, no matter what, we can't lose this battle for the future of mankind. The Dumas ability users behind him raised their fists. For the future of mankind. Action. Amelie gave an order, and everyone split into 4 groups, targeting the Dark Sea node in the vortex. Muxing stood at the highest point, staring at the battlefield in the distance. The outermost defense line had already begun to face the enemy with a large number of dark soldiers. The combat effectiveness of these dark soldiers was average, and the most troublesome were the physical BTs. Although Li Hongwei and his team had tried their best to eliminate the physical BTs in the past few days, there were too many BTs, and it was really difficult to completely eliminate them. Now these physical BTs have become more powerful with the blessing of the Hades Sea. Just one encounter almost broke the first line of defense. However, the first line of defense is a consumption line. The purpose is to delay the speed of the enemy's attack as much as possible, and provide conditions for the artillery bombardment in the rear. The turrets in the city roared again, firing thousands of shells. Maxon commanded his Iron Legion to control these turrets, which can be used for accurate point shooting and fire coverage. Blast the Hades soldiers into pieces. Suddenly, the sky was covered with dark clouds, lightning and thunder, and the time rain began to fall. Obviously, the The commander behind the Hades noticed the threat of these artillery batteries, and wanted to use the time rain to destroy them. Facing the time rain, Amelie was well prepared. She raised her right hand, start protection. With a command, blue ripples rippled, and a huge cover condensed by chiral material enveloped the entire new capital node city. Although this cover had no actual defensive power, it could not even stop the rain from dripping. But when the rain passed through the cover, the chiral substance contained in it was instantly neutralized. When the rain fell on the turret, it had turned into ordinary rain. Even if there was still some residue, it would be difficult to shake the facilities in the city. On! A strange cry sounded. A huge giant BT appeared out of thin air on the periphery of the shield of the capital node city. The giant was several thousand meters tall, standing tall. The giant hand slapped down, and it was about to slap the shield into pieces. And when it slapped down, the big hand condensed into a solid body at the same time. How could Maxon let it go as it wished? With a point of his right hand, a blazing red laser beam shot out from the muzzle of a large laser cannon, instantly cutting off the giant's physical arm. At the same time, a large number of blood shells hit the giant. The blood exploded into red fireworks, and the blood particles of the repatriated pierced the giant's spirit body. The huge body began to be unable to support itself and fell backwards. Before landing, the huge body had completely collapsed. Just the moment it landed, the ground turned into a dark tar beach. Maxon! Muxing shouted. Understood. Maxon raised his right hand again. Coordinates 033, 058, released the soul bomb. As soon as the voice fell, a special turret fired a transparent shell. After the shell fell into the tar beach, it quickly penetrated into the tar beach, and then caused a violent explosion. The positive and antimatter annihilated, instantly destroying the entire tar beach. Chapter 489. Muxing has been dealing with BTs for a long time, and he is very familiar with the characteristics of these BTs. The combat power of large giant BTs is flashy, and their bodies are often like fragile hydrogen balloons filled with Hades antimatter. When they cannot be detonated, only the materialization has some lethality. However, it only takes enough violent attacks to interrupt its materialization process. After death, the Hades matter in the giant's body will collapse into liquid chiral matter, forming a tar zone, summoning more Hades soldiers. So, when the giant BT is defeated, take advantage of the instability of the tar beach and destroy it in time to eliminate the threat. Maxon's operation just now was perfect, and the timing was very well controlled. As long as the tar beach cannot directly penetrate into the defense, those ghost soldiers will have to advance under fierce artillery fire and fight a positional battle with the defense line of the capital node city. This is the most time-consuming, buying time for Li Hongwei and his team to attack the Dark Sea node. In order to break through the defense line as soon as possible, more giant BTs were summoned to the real world soon. These huge BTs made a harsh buzzing sound like an air defense alarm. Such a huge size could actually float in the air, especially the extremely huge golden giant BT, which was like a golden titan descending to the mortal world. Madam President, you stay here, I will deal with that golden BT. Muxing flexed his wrists. It was time for him to take action. Be careful, try not to rush out of my nether beach range, Amelie reminded. That's right. For this battle, Amelie directly overlapped her nether beach with the capital node city in a spatial superposition method. At the same time, her nether beach connects with thousands of node users, forming an extremely huge nether beach. Under the cover of this huge nether beach, the power of the nether sea cannot be directly projected in, and all soldiers in the area can receive her blessing, including Muxing. Just as Muxing was about to attack, Amelie waved her right hand, and light rose from Muxing's body, and various nether beach buffs flashed on Muxing's body. The most critical one is the buff called Exterminator. This buff allows Muxing to kill BT, and his spirit will dissipate, and he will be reborn directly. Master, I help you. Maxon followed Muxing, and even acted as a vanguard meat shield. Facing those giant BTs, he threw a nuclear explosion punch, not to kill them, but to disperse their formation, and at the same time interrupt the progress of these giant BTs condensing into entities, opening up a path for Muxing. Muxing rushed forward quickly, grabbed with his right hand, and the moonlight sword directly lit up with dazzling moonlight. This pseudo-legendary weapon is now finally evolving into a real legendary weapon. It has absorbed enough dark gold power. Do you want to evolve the pseudo-legendary weapon, Moonlight Greatsword, into a legendary form? Seeing the prompt, Muxing clicked OK without hesitation. When the light flickered, the dim Moonlight Greatsword in his hand finally completed its transformation. Dark Moon Greatsword, It is said to be the moon greatsword given to the partner by the successive queens of Kalia, and is one of the legendary weapons. Rani's symbol is the cold dark full moon, so the greatsword given will be the moonlight of the dark moon. Exclusive skill, Moonlight Sword. Let the sword body be wrapped in frost and cold air, and the moonlight wave can be released when the power is accumulated. Note, the dark moon greatsword evolved after absorbing a large amount of moonlight. It comes from the ancient borderland. Legend has it that the secret of the dark moon may be hidden in its sword body. This equipment has evolved and does not meet the awakening conditions. Please explore it yourself. Compared to the moonlight greatsword that seems to be carved from fluorescent stone, the dark moon greatsword is more like a blue thousand-year-old ice, which contains the power of cold and moonlight. Slightly activated, there is a strong cold air and moonlight surrounding. Through the translucent blade, you can see that there seems to be an obscure dark moon sealed inside. Legendary weapons are more powerful. A casual strike has the power of a previous charged strike, which increases the attack power of the owner. Mu Xing raised the dark moon greatsword in his hand high, and the cold air and moonlight were entangled. After a little power accumulation, a moonlight wave emitting cold air was released. Puff puff puff. 3 or 4 giant BTs were frozen in ice on the spot wherever the moonlight wave passed. Crescent Moon continued to bombard the golden giant BT. This guy seemed to have wisdom. He put his hands together, annihilated the positive and antimatter, and launched a small-scale void devouring. The bright white light expanded, finally blocking the indestructible moonlight wave. The cold air instantly spread around, instantly freezing the tar beach within a radius of several hundred meters. A vague shadow of the dark moon rose up. So strong. Mu Xing looked at the dark moon sword in his hand with surprise. He didn't expect the legendary weapon to be so powerful. He began to look forward to the special legendary item rewarded by the task. Mu Xing raised the dark moon sword again, frost wrapped around it, and the moonlight vibrated and hummed on the blade. Cut! This time it was a vertical cut, and the huge crescent cut through the ground and cut towards the golden giant BT. The speed was so fast that one leg of the golden giant BT was cut off before it could react. Mu Xing activated the instant bullet time and rushed forward quickly. At the moment when the giant golden BT tilted out of control, he cut off the umbilical cord on its belly with a sword. The umbilical cord was cut off, and the golden giant seemed to have lost control and completely lost balance. Mu Xing rushed up and beheaded it with a sword. The huge head flew high. This was not over yet. Mu Xing did a backflip and nailed it in the chest with another sword. Boom! The huge body was crushed, and it looked like an ant knocking down an elephant, or a mayfly shaking a tree. The earth trembled, and this shocking scene made the soldiers in the distance unable to calm down for a long time. After waiting for a moment of silence, the whole battlefield was filled with thunderous cheers. Mu Xing pulled out the dark moon greatsword, and the huge golden body began to collapse, breaking into Carol crystals all over the ground. Here, Maxon also successfully dealt with those ordinary giant BTs, blasting them all into pieces. At the same time, soul shells fell, flattening all the tar pits. The giant BT was killed, and the offensive of the Hades soldiers also stagnated. At the same time, Yi Wei was the first to receive good news. With a violent explosion, the Hades Sea node was directly destroyed by her. The Hades soldiers in the east lost their reinforcements and quickly disintegrated, turning into ashes in the falling shells. Then, good news came from the south. Mu Xing didn't expect that the second person to destroy the Hades Sea node was not Higgs, but Sam. After destroying the node, Sam actually drove the strange-looking mecha to start sweeping, killing as many Hades soldiers as possible. The third person to complete the task was Higgs. The northern node exploded, and the Hades soldiers' offensive collapsed again. Hey, can you do it? Do you need help? Mu Xing asked Li Hongwei in the team communication. Li Hongwei's low roar came from the other side immediately. Men. Can't. Say. No. Explode for me. Accompanied by a loud explosion, a mushroom cloud actually exploded in that place. Apparently, Li Hongwei was anxious and actually detonated a small nuclear bomb. Then he screamed strangely, and the whole person was blown away hundreds of meters by the shock wave. Chapter 490. The nodes of the Nether Sea in 4 directions were destroyed, and the endless Nether soldiers began to disintegrate. The pressure of defending the capital node city suddenly decreased. But whether it was Mu Xing or Amelie, their expressions were still serious and nervous. He looked up at the sky, and the strong wind stirred up a storm, and an unprecedented super-large vortex was taking shape. From the satellite cloud map, it can be seen that this huge vortex enveloped the entire United States. The gaseous Carol substance that had been diffused in the air for many years began to gather. Then, it started to rain. But the rain did not fall from the sky to the ground, but from the ground to the sky. The black tar-like liquid chiral substance violated the laws of physics and merged into the boundless giant vortex. Survival system, what happened? Li Hongwei looked at the sky in confusion. He returned with a dark face. Although the road was tortuous, he had completed the task. The big one is coming. Mu Xing was mentally prepared. The creator under the Sea of Hades would never give up. He would definitely use other means to project his power. Maxim began to command the turrets to fire anti-aircraft shells upwards, trying to shatter the clouds. But even though a large number of shells exploded in the clouds, they still could not shake the clouds at all. Maxim even threw a nuclear explosion punch. Although the explosion temporarily dispersed the clouds, it returned to normal the next second. At this moment, a figure fell from the sky. It was an American soldier dressed in Vietnam War clothes. He fell from the sky and was covered with scars. Mu Xing quickly caught the soldier. Hurry. Leave here. The commander asked me to inform you that the end of the world is coming. He is coming. As soon as the words fell, the soldier's head tilted and turned into a pool of black tar. Before the tar spread, it was sucked into the sky by an invisible force. Then, even Higgs' body was emitting black liquid Kalir. It's draining my power. Higgs's face suddenly changed. Use the Hades belt to isolate it. Amelie reminded him quickly. When the gray cover covered Higgs, the suction force disappeared, and the lost liquid K-layer quickly returned to his body. The other Dumas ability users were not protected by the Hades belt, so they tried their best to surround Amelie, relying on the force field that spread out from Amelie to protect them from being affected. All personnel retreat and go underground. Amelie gave the order. She knew very well that the next battle would no longer be one that ordinary mortals could participate in. Rather than gritting her teeth and persisting, it would be better to retreat first and avoid worries. Yue began to activate the formation she had arranged, and Li Hongwei also released the altar and began to summon his trump card. Buzz buzz buzz. A black beam of light shot up into the sky. It was Yue's 9 nether soul-devouring and soul-destroying array. This was an extremely overbearing magic array that summoned the power of the 9 netherworlds, devoured souls, and destroyed spirits. Yue, a rich woman, spent a lot of money to buy it from an auction house. The soul-devouring and soul-destroying array, worth 50 million, was both a defensive array and an offensive array, specializing in various souls and pure consciousness creatures. 999 magic spirit stones fell into the array, and Yue entered the center of the array to preside over the overall situation. As a magic cultivator, she was the master of this array, and she maximized the power of the array. 9 black light pillars formed a circle, summoning the power of the 9 netherworlds to gather and form in the formation, completely covering the entire capital node city. As for Li Hongwei, he stood in front of the altar and began to perform rituals to summon more zombies. Come out, my 36 heavenly generals, 72 earthly evil spirits. As the bells rang, the soil on the ground rolled, and coffins of all sizes emerged. These were century-old zombies, consisting of 36 flying zombies and 72 jumping zombies. After summoning these zombies, Li Hongwei used Dumas's ability to bless them, allowing these zombies to be strengthened with chiral substances. Greatly enhanced the combat power of these zombies. He waved the thunder sword in his hand, chanted a spell, danced a strange shaman dance, and began to invite the gods to possess him. As a black light fell into his body, Li Hongwei's body trembled, and when he opened his eyes again, a dense black evil spirit spread out from his pupils. I don't know what he invited to the gods. His body was covered with black smoke, and the evil spirit was soaring into the sky. It doesn't look like a righteous thing. As for Mu Xing, he has summoned the giant tumor that cultivates the flesh and blood colonization suit. The formal flesh and blood colonization suit has been cultivated and is now undergoing final optimization and energy injection. The tumor shrank from its original size of a kilometer to a size of 10 meters. All the essence was gathered in the flesh and blood colonization suit. Crack. Mu Xing heard a cracking sound. The empty shell of the tumor could no longer support itself and began to collapse. Mu Xing grabbed a red mass of flesh with countless tentacles in his right hand. Mu Xing did not rush to activate it, but began to release the chaos mycelium. Grayish-white mycelium invaded and merged. He wanted to upgrade this flesh and blood colonization suit to another level. Chaos mycelium merged into the flesh and blood colonization suit and continued to assimilate. At the same time, a certain amount of blood moon essence was injected as the source of power for consumption. The moment he activated the flesh and blood colonization suit, the blood-red flesh mass adhered to his chest, the tentacles pierced into the heart of his chest, connected with the dark gold core, and then grew rapidly on his body. It was like wearing a layer of flesh shell. First it grew a shape, and then it completely solidified. The colonization suit was 3 meters tall, with smooth muscle lines and full of power. Due to the fusion of chaos mycelium, the overall color changed from bright blood red to dull gray. At the same time, the blessing of the blood moon origin and dark gold energy allowed some strange patterns to derive from its surface. Dark and mysterious, the dark gold stripes add a touch of noble temperament. There is a closed eye on the chest, and there are creeping tentacles hanging behind. In the inactivated state, the overall state is quiet and steady. But no one can ignore its restrained edge. When Mu Xing adapted to this set of flesh and blood colonization suit, he slowly opened his eyes, and a terrifying aura rose from his body. With a grab of his right hand, the Dark Moon Great Sword was held in his hand, and it adaptively grew to about 3 meters. This is the advantage of legendary equipment, which can adapt to size within a certain range. The flesh and mycelium extended to the Dark Moon Great Sword, which was a parasitism and a blessing, allowing the sword and the colonization suit to merge together and exert stronger combat power. The flesh and blood colonization suit is not just a set of armor, but also a power fusion device. Mental power, dark gold energy, chaos mycelium, blood moon origin, Dumas force field, these abilities exist on Mu Xing at the same time, without interfering with each other. However, it is difficult to use them in a unified way, which limits his strength. It is different with the flesh and blood colonization suit, which can unify these abilities very well. Just like an excellent general, he can unite a group of powerful guerrillas into a rope, and the combat power he exerts will be beyond imagination. Just by activating it, some people nearby can't bear the oppression. Li Hongwei's zombies all want to hide far away. At the same time, an illusory tower appeared in Mu Xing's hand, and began to communicate with the mountain city Node City, and issued a breeding order to the huge tumor that had grown wildly to a height of 10,000 meters. After receiving the order, a giant eye suddenly opened on the tumor. Chapter 491. Everything was ready, and they began to welcome the arrival of the real threat. And the vortex in the sky seemed unwilling to spoil their fun. A meteor streaked across the sky and fell from the sky. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The meteor hit the ground, and the soil and rocks quickly liquefied. Outside the capital Node City, outside the protection range of America Beach, the land quickly turned into a black swamp. The dead man opened the map and monitored the entire United States through the satellite's synthetic aperture radar. The black swamp continued to spread, turning all the node cities into floating islands. Is it true? The entire United States has fallen? Li Hongwei stared at the screen with a strange expression. He is coming. This is laying the groundwork for his arrival in advance. America's expression was extremely solemn. Can it be stopped? Sam asked. America shook her head. It's useless. This world is his creation. It is his arrival that makes this lifeless world have life. The mountains, the land, and the ocean are all the work of the Creator. If he had not been sleeping in the underworld and unable to wake up, we would not even have the chance to talk here. Hearing this, many Dumas ability users present could not help but feel despair. How to fight against such an existence? How can it be a force that human power can contend with? Suddenly, Mu Xing raised his head and locked onto the dark underworld in front of him. The huge vortex in the sky stretched downward, and a large amount of chiral matter began to condense into an entity. That entity has many forms: paramecium, trilobite, dinosaur, whale, bird, ape. It keeps changing its form, all of which are life forms that once lived in this world. Some have passed away in the past and become completely extinct, while some have completely disappeared due to the arrival of the sixth mass extinction. At the same time, various ghost bodies emerged in the Tar Sea. At this moment, Mu Xing moved, not wanting to give the Creator consciousness a chance to descend. The dark moon sword in his hand rose up into a swirling ice storm, and the moonlight gathered on the blade. Behind him, a black moon appeared. Mu Xing slashed with a sword. The crescent moon broke through the Tar Sea, destroyed countless ghosts in front of it, and cut heavily towards the changing entity. A scene that no one expected appeared. The changing entity suddenly stretched out a giant hand to block the advancing crescent moon. No matter how hard the cold crescent moon pushed forward, it could not move forward and was blocked. The hand squeezed, and the invisible crescent moon sword energy was squeezed into countless cracks like a real entity. Explode! Mu Xing detonated the sword energy without hesitation, and the explosion rose up, exploding into a black cold moon. The tar sea seemed to have been bitten out with a big hole. The entity that had just formed was also blown to pieces, and the broken limbs and bodies scattered into the tar sea. Only a ball of squirming black tar was left in the center. That thing was like the core of the entity, constantly changing. Mu Xing rushed forward and slashed out with another sword. This time the sword energy was faster and more fierce. A wave rose out of thin air in the tar sea, blocking the crescent sword energy. Although the explosion was fierce, it was finally blocked. Mu Xing wanted this opportunity, so he rushed forward, smashed the waves, and planned to fight at close range. He stabbed the tar ball with a sword. Suddenly, the tar ball cracked, revealing a familiar figure. It was none other than Cliff. He was resurrected by the Creator again, and sent back from the underworld sea. Cliff opened his eyes, and invisible ripples spread in all directions. He raised his right hand, and an EP451 gathered in his hand, and fired at Mu Xing, who was rushing towards him. The bullet seemed ordinary, but it penetrated the sword energy that Mu Xing chopped at him. The body teleported at an extremely fast speed. Facing his old opponent, Mu Xing shouted and activated the Blood Moon essence in his colonization suit. Cliff's time ability is very difficult to deal with, so he must use the Blood Moon essence to fight against the enemy. Those bullets that attacked across time hit Mu Xing, and his outer blood-colored shield cut off his time ability, so the bullets could no longer hurt him. And Cliff, who was resurrected for the third time, became even more powerful, and he even mastered the ability to annihilate positive and negative matter. The sword energy attacked, and was swallowed by the Void Devourer he released. Just as Mu Xing and Cliff were fighting fiercely. From the direction of the capital node city, Yi Wei's voice sounded in the team channel. Blood Moon, the situation is not good. I feel that a force has locked the capital city. Can you hold on? I feel a little worried. He is coming. First put away the 9 nether soul-devouring and soul-destroying array. Save your strength and prepare for a defensive counterattack. Understood. The moment Yi Wei hung up the communication, countless ghost soldiers fell from the sky and landed directly in the node city. Maxon quickly commanded the air defense forces to conduct air defense. At the same time, a force was breaking through the gap between reality and the nether sea. The boundary between life and death appeared in the real world. In the sky, people could even see the nether beach and the nether sea. They were reflected in the sky, only a thin line away from reality. Mu Xing was not in a hurry and let himself be dragged by Cliff. He was waiting for his will to come. Maybe he didn't need to take action. The survival system would directly take action to solve it. Of course, this is only the most ideal outcome, because the survival system may not take action, and he must be prepared for both situations. As the Hades soldiers continued to rush towards the node city from the sky, the boundary between life and death became more and more blurred. Not good, Amelie. Get out of here quickly, he is coming for you. Higgs seemed to realize something, and reached out to grab Amelie. But before he could get close, a powerful shock wave knocked him away. Then, a black beam of light in the sky toward the boundary between life and death, fell from the end of the Hades Sea, and enveloped Amelie, who was looking up. Amelie! Sister! Neither Higgs nor Sam thought that Amelie was the real target of the Creator. Amelie turned around, looked at Sam, and stretched out her right hand to him. There seemed to be reluctance in her eyes. The next second, she was directly pulled into the sky by an invisible force. No! Sam rushed over, but was still a step too late. Everyone looked up, and saw Amelie in a red dress with her limbs spread out, and her eyes closed, rising into the sky. They saw that at the edge of the boundary between life and death, behind the broken boundary, the water in the underworld seemed to open 2 big hands. A huge storm began to gather, pouring endless power into Amelie's body. Her body grew bigger in the wind, and she quickly turned from an ordinary person into a giant. Here, Mu Xing, who was fighting fiercely, tried to return to help, but was stopped by Cliff. Your opponent is me. He waved his right hand, and his elite tactical team appeared, stopping Mu Xing tightly. Mu Xing was mentally prepared for this situation. Sorry, your opponent today is not me. He used Dumas' ability to directly teleport Sam, Higgs, and Fergil. Leave it to you, Sam, Mu Xing said. Sam nodded, took a step forward, and took the initiative to face Cliff. Although this was not the first time the father and son faced each other, it was the most complicated time for Sam. Should I call you Mr. Cliff or Father? Sam stared at Cliff in front of him. Chapter 492. Just after Sam took over Mu Xing's battle, Mu Xing took the opportunity to leave the battlefield and teleported into the sky. The densely packed Hades rushed towards Mu Xing, blocking him from approaching Amelie. Sister Yi, give me a hand. Yi Wei directly activated the formation, and the 9 nether soul-devouring and soul-exterminating formation was activated. The world howled immediately, and the power from the 9 nether rushed straight into the sky. The rolling purple 9 nether chi turned into a blade, strangling all those manic Hades soldiers. With the support of Duma's ability and the blessing of the extinction body buff, once these Hades soldiers were killed, they would be permanently dissipated. Mu Xing used the vortex released by the 9 nether formation to rush up and rush to Amelie. Amelie was like a giant at this time. She opened her eyes and saw Mu Xing. Her consciousness was still there, but her body was out of control. She was about to be possessed. "Kill me!" Amelie murmured to Mu Xing. At this moment, Mu Xing remembered the night 3 days ago. Mu Xing was cultivating a tumor, and suddenly Amelie came to visit. "Are you sure you want to participate in this final battle? You know, the Creator is very likely to come, and you are the most suitable vessel for him." "Of course I know. But if I can't stop the Creator from coming, the end of the world will come, and everything I have tried so hard to save will turn to ashes. I came here to ask you for help." "What?" "I will make arrangements in advance to lure the Creator's consciousness to come. I know the situation in the Nether Sea very well. He has not woken up, so at most a trace of his will come." Mu Xing frowned. "That is the Creator. Even if it is just a trace of his consciousness, it is enough to make you fall into eternal damnation." Amelie shook her head. "My birth has long foreshadowed my end. I am an extinct body. This is my destiny. I will find a way to seal that ray of consciousness in my body, and you, Blood Moon, I want you to kill me. By then, even if I can't sink into the underworld with that ray of consciousness, I can greatly weaken the strength of this ray of consciousness. Next, it should be the strength you can handle." Mu Xing was silent. "Does Sam know?" "I didn't tell him, and I don't plan to tell him. I believe he is a strong person. He is my child, my brother. I love him, and I love this world as well." Amelie stared into Mu Xing's eyes. "I don't care what purpose you people from outside the world have. I just hope that we are all human beings and can leave a path of hope for the people of this world." Thinking of this, Mu Xing's thoughts returned. Under the infusion of endless power, Amelie still gritted her teeth and persisted. She used the Cairo network to connect billions of Hades Beach, and used the will of all human beings to fight against the possession of the will of creation. "Kill me!" Amelie roared. Mu Xing no longer hesitated, and unceremoniously condensed a sword of extreme strength. The origin of the Blood Moon, dark gold energy, mental power, and even chaotic consciousness. His pupils dilated, and the talent of the psychic seer was activated. These eyes could let him see the real truth. Mu Xing saw a terrifying eye in the sky, with black tar-like tentacles growing around it. The countless hideous cracked mouths on the tentacles opened and closed, and disgusting mucus dripped from the mouths. The tentacles wrapped around Amelie's body, and were constantly merging their bodies into Amelie's body. And Amelie was not in human form, but a large gathering of the underworld. Those tentacles penetrated like roots. The eye had already merged half into her body. Once the possession was completed, he would truly descend. Even if it was just a wisp of consciousness, it was not an existence that Mu Xing could resist now. The eye stared at Mu Xing, warning him. Mu Xing swung his sword expressionlessly. This sword slashed out, and a huge crack was torn in the space. The space-time power released by the Caral force field was torn apart, and could not stop Mu Xing's violence. The power of the Blood Moon destroyed time, and the power of dark gold destroyed space. It directly crossed the boundary between life and death, and chopped on the huge beach of the underworld. In the beach of the underworld, Amelie was dressed in red. When she turned around, half of her body had been alienated and turned into a dark body. At this time, she opened her arms, and took the initiative to welcome the fall of the sword. Puff! Mu Xing's sword finally broke the obstacles, and shattered those tentacles, and all the attacks condensed into one point. Only by completely annihilating Amelie can he drag the descending consciousness into the underworld. The strange existence was anxious, and wanted to get out of Amelie's body. But no matter how hard it struggled, it was bound by Amelie, and could not escape. At this time, Mu Xing's attack exploded, and the energy of the Blood Moon and Dark Gold was released, completely destroying Amelie's body and soul. At the same time, the Chaos Hyphae opened up and annihilated everything. "Sister!" Seeing this scene, Sam shouted while holding back his tears. He saw his sister turned into ashes with his own eyes, and the huge underworld beach began to collapse. He was completely stagnant in the place. "Don't worry, she's not dead, just her soul is temporarily broken, but I protected her consciousness." Mu Xing's voice sounded in Sam's mind. Sam was relieved after hearing this. After Muxing regained a point, he fell at a high speed and landed at the highest point of the node city. Is it over? Yue looked at the sky with a serious expression. It's not over yet. Although only delayed half of her will at the cost of death, the other half of her consciousness escaped. Muxing looked up, and in the distance, he sensed an extreme anger. That was the wrath of God. The sky and earth changed color, and the Tar Sea was in turmoil. The huge capital city was like a fragile island on the sea, which could capsize at any time. It was not angry at the outsider Muxing's rebellion, but at the betrayal from Amelie. He began to descend recklessly. He directly used a large amount of Carol material to condense his body. A giant towering in the sky took shape, shining with golden light, like the golden titan of creation. However, in Muxing's eyes, where was there any trace of glory? It was a corpse on the verge of death, or even in a state of death and decay. Disgusting decaying fluid dripped from its body. This was the form closest to his true form. Apparently, his true form had been sleeping for billions of years. Because his consciousness could not wake up, his body had been severely decayed and on the verge of collapse. So he desperately wanted to restore his consciousness and soul, even at the cost of launching mass extinctions again and again. If his consciousness continued to sink, what awaited him was true death. Has he finally appeared? Muxing snorted coldly. With Amelie's help to further weaken this descending consciousness, Muxing calculated his chance of winning. It probably rose from 15% to more than 30%. Although it was not high enough, he still had a backup plan. He soared into the sky in his flesh and blood colonization suit, raised his hands high, and ripples under his feet. With the blessing of the Hades belt, Dumas began to summon the trump card he cultivated. The illusory tower was suspended above his head, slowly turning. The 7th floor could barely be seen as a huge Hades beach. It was just because the 7th floor was forcibly pieced together, so it looked extremely inconsistent with the other 6 floors. It was just for this battle. This was a compromise that he had to make. Chapter 493. Muxing used the observer tower for the first time, although it was not complete yet, and he could only barely borrow the power of the tower. However, it should be no problem to use it to break through the space and summon the trump card he cultivated. The space behind him was suddenly compressed and folded, just like folding a piece of paper in half. The straight line between 2 points is the shortest, and in the space latitude, the fold between 2 points is the shortest, and you can directly cross from one point to another. The mountain node city behind him had long been swallowed and occupied by a huge tumor, and the part exposed outside was 10,000 meters high. Including the underground part, the total height is estimated to reach 20,000 meters. This behemoth is definitely the largest corpse mother created by Muxing. At this time, the tumor is constantly squirming, and the big eyes on the tumor are moving. Muxing can sense that the creature hatched in the tumor has taken shape and can break out of the cocoon at any time. However, it still lacks a core, and Muxing is this core. Wearing a flesh and blood colonization suit, he quickly retreated, crossed the folded space, and merged into the huge eye. In the distance, the black corpse stretched out a hand, which continued to extend and grabbed him. Muxing intended to use the folded space to stop the big hand, but the big hand had both time and space characteristics, ignored the folding of space, penetrated space, and stretched directly from the capital node city to the mountain node city. Muxing no longer hesitated, merged into the center of the tumor, and hatched directly. He called the hatched creation a miniature blood moon. That's right. After being the heir of the blood moon for so long, and after so much effort, he finally completed the condensation of the first blood moon. Although this blood moon is not even as good as the lowest blood moon, it is definitely a great improvement. When the miniature blood moon began to be born from the incubated tumor, the first thing to be torn was the big eye on the shell, which split from the inside to the outside, and then struggled to break out and flew into the sky. It was a meatball with a diameter of more than 15,000 meters. It looked numb on the outside, as if it was a miniature moon made of flesh and blood, but the rippling blood moon energy allowed it to easily escape the influence of gravity. The time and space characteristics it possesses allow it to exist in a 3.5-dimensional world that is higher than the 3D world. Of course, Muxing does not have the ability to directly upgrade the miniature blood moon, but only forcibly breeds a replica with the help of the blood moon's origin. Compared with the real blood moon with a minimum diameter of 3,000 kilometers, it is still too small. The birth of the blood moon left only a huge black pit in the mountain city node city. The fated corpse mother body lost its meaning of existence and began to collapse and weather. Muxing stood in the center of the miniature blood moon, connected to his body by countless tubes. As the controller of the miniature blood moon, Mu Xing felt as if he was truly the incarnation of the blood moon, and could overlook all living things. He looked at the black giant hand that was reaching out to him, and stared at it. The invisible force began to break the giant hand into pieces. He used the observer's consciousness and the perspective of the blood moon to observe the world. Everything in the world before his eyes became different. He saw that the world was a circular three-layer structure. The outer layer is the real material world, the middle layer is the nether sea, and there are countless large and small islands floating on the nether sea, which belong to the nether beach of the living. And the inner layer is an impenetrable dark world. There is the origin of life in this world, the end of death, and the sleeping place of the mysterious creator. Mu Xing did not dare to disturb the existence in the dark world, and only focused his sight on the two outer worlds. The nether sea is a barrier, but also a layer of protection. Countless threads extend from the dark space, through the nether beach, and connect to the real world. These threads are interwoven in the real world, with death as a bond. When the living die, they will be pulled back to the dark space by the threads. However, the current situation in the nether sea is that these souls are stuck on the nether beach. The larger the nether beach, the greater the resistance, preventing the threads from pulling the souls back to the dark space. It seems that this is the truth of this world, and it is also the result of Amelie's many years of layout. His mind moved, and the blood moon was like a natural space-time creature. It directly crossed from the mountain city Node City to the capital Node City. The golden titan had completely condensed into shape, but now one of its arms was broken. Just as everyone was still immersed in the grief of Amelie's sacrifice, the bloody moon descended. The bright red moon emitted a quiet light, and the red moonlight fell on the capital Node City. Everyone in the city stared blankly at the red moon. What on earth is that? Li Hongwei muttered to himself, his expression dull. Yi Wei narrowed her eyes. She knew that this seemed to be Mu Xing's trump card. Suddenly, several rays of moonlight fell on Yi Wei and the others. The power of the blood moon blessed them, and strengthened their fighting power. Then, they saw an eye suddenly open on the huge blood moon. Then, the blood moon seemed to be alive. Half of its body squirmed, and grew flesh and blood tentacles. The tentacles spread in all directions, locked the surrounding time and space, and faced the golden giant head-on. The golden giant pointed with one hand. The next second, the bright white void-devouring light exploded out of thin air above the capital Node City. The golden giant planned to destroy the capital Node City first, and then deal with the blood moon controlled by Mu Xing. But obviously, Mu Xing would not give it this opportunity. He directly generated a huge space vortex in the explosion area. The space vortex directly swallowed up all the destructive power of the Void Devourer. Above everyone's head was the destructive Void Devourer, but it was swallowed by the silent vortex, and not even a speck of dust in the capital Node City could be destroyed. The golden giant was neither sad nor happy, and continued to point his fingers. This time, the Void Devourer was like a white lotus blooming between heaven and earth. Lotus flowers exploded around the blood moon. The blood moon escaped directly into the gap between the 3.5-dimensional worlds, and its tentacles moved, tapping on the blooming lotus flowers. The lotus flowers continued to shrink from their blooming state, and finally turned into flower buds and dissipated. Both attacks were blocked by Mu Xing, and the golden giant seemed very unhappy. Suddenly, it moved, and appeared in front of the blood moon with a teleportation. This giant was also 10,000 meters in size, and it was facing the blood moon across the air. With his hands open, the projection of the dark sea appeared in the sky. As its hands began to close, the real world and the nether sea were directly pulled. The two layers of space quickly approached under the control of the giant. Mu Xing quickly supported the two layers of space that were approaching. If they were touched, his blood moon body could not stop such a huge range of void devouring. However, just as he blocked the two layers of space at the same time, the controller behind the giant revealed his true purpose. An umbilical cord flew out from the giant's belly button, connected through the blood moon in an incredible way, and grabbed Mu Xing in the core. What's going on? Mu Xing looked down, and he finally realized something. It was the nether beach. The other party actually used the nether beach as a medium to find his own body. The moment the umbilical cord grabbed him, it directly pulled his soul out and dragged him into the nether sea. Chapter 494. The moment he was dragged into the underworld sea by the umbilical cord, Mu Xing was ready to face the impact. He used the unfinished tower of observers to protect his soul and fell into the dark ocean. Break it for me! He growled, condensed the essence of his soul into a blade, and kept slashing at the umbilical cord. Before he was completely dragged into the seabed, he finally broke free. The soul body was suspended in the center of the ocean, and he felt the endless malice from the surrounding darkness. He swam hard. But the space above, below, left and right was completely chaotic, and he could only spin in place. Mu Xing tried to communicate with his body and the blood moon, but there was no response. Evil spirit, you bastard, come out, you killed me this time. The evil spirit jumped out from the 4th floor, looking indignant. Can you blame me for this? I ask you, how did you open up the underworld beach? Isn't it just using the rules of this world to help you open up the underworld beach? What's the problem? Mu Xing grabbed the evil spirit's ear. Any other questions? The problem is serious. The creator locked me through the nether beach and pulled me into the nether sea. This is an accident. Who would have thought that the old monster could even control the nether beach of the survivors? Mu Xing frowned and kept scanning everything around him. He quickly asked the first layer to clone a body. It is not a good thing to let the soul stay in the nether sea for a long time. Just then, a faint light suddenly lit up at the bottom of the sea. Mu Xing looked towards the deep seabed and saw a pair of huge eyes rising from the bottom of the sea. Mu Xing threw the evil spirit directly towards the eyes. The evil spirit screamed, and the owner of the eyes suddenly opened his huge mouth and swallowed the evil spirit in one gulp. The next second, a blazing light shone from the huge mouth, tearing through the darkness of the underworld sea and illuminating the huge mouth. It was a giant whale with a 3-petal mouth, with densely packed sharp teeth in its mouth. At this time, it screamed under the scorching heat of the ever-expanding living sun. What little Karami, dare you eat me? The evil spirit's angry voice sounded, and without even using any ability, the power of the sun's expansion burst its big mouth, and it was turned into ashes by the extreme high temperature. This was like stirring up a hornet's nest. Countless giant whales emerged from the seabed and rushed towards the living sun. Go to hell! The evil spirit roared, and a dazzling white light burst out of its body. In an instant, it ignited thousands of giant whales around. Even in the underworld, it still couldn't stop the transmission of light and heat. After killing these giant whales, the living sun returned to Mu Xing. At this time, it only expanded to a size of 100 meters, squirming and ready to rush out of the underworld with Mu Xing. Like the sun rising into the sky, it keeps going upwards. However, at this moment, the sea surface and the seabed suddenly turned over. Up became down, and down became up. The evil spirit quickly stopped, and did not plunge into the border of the nether sea. You bastard, you want to trick me? Taking advantage of this opportunity, Mu Xing's body in the first layer has been cloned. The soul quickly plunged into it. Although it is only a temporary clone, it is much safer than the soul wandering alone. The nether sea is naturally corrosive to the soul, and it is not suitable to stay for a long time. Now that I am trapped, I can only try to delay time. The evil spirit slowly retreated with Mu Xing, and a pair of small eyes squeezed out of the living sun, which looked a little funny. This time it may be troublesome. The evil spirit said solemnly. How can I leave the nether sea? Mu Xing asked. You are trapped, and because of my relationship with you, I am forced to be trapped here, mainly because of the nether beach. The evil spirit's tentacles pointed to the transparent observer tower that protected Mu Xing. The 7th floor seemed extremely unstable at this time, as if it would collapse at any time. I've said long ago that force fusion is not advisable. Do you regret it now? You've been used by the old monster in reverse. Mu Xing was silent. It was not advisable to blame others. The key was to find a way to leave the dark sea. While trying to communicate with his body and the blood moon, he tried to activate the 7-story observer tower. Ripples were rippling, and Mu Xing's spiritual will broke through with the help of the observer tower, trying to penetrate the dark sea. Something is approaching. The evil spirit reminded. Mu Xing said without turning his head, help me block it, I'm trying to communicate. Now it's time to repay the promise. Before the evil spirit could speak, Mu Xing kicked it away, and flew towards the unknown thing that emerged from the seabed. That thing looked like rotten meat that had infiltrated the nether sea from the dark world. The rotten meat multiplied, and the sticky organic matter expanded in all directions. The rotten meat and the black organic matter was also growing, quickly spreading on the bottom of the nether sea. Then, it squirmed, bared its teeth and claws, and grew claws and tentacles. A disgusting big mouth opened in the expanding rotten meat. They greedily devoured everything on the seabed, rolling and expanding. Mu Xing activated his spiritual vision talent, and saw the truth of the seabed. There was a hole between the nether sea and the dark world, and those things were seeping out from the hole. The seawater was polluted by black putrid fluid. We have to find a way to plug that big hole. Mu Xing quickly reminded the evil spirit. The evil spirit did not speak, and the living sun began to expand, and the temperature continued to rise. The surrounding seawater boiled, and the terrifying high temperature actually isolated it from the nether sea, forming an evaporating protective film. The bright white light also directly illuminated the seabed. The proliferating black rotten flesh had grown large enough, and then rolled upwards and proliferated. The big mouth stretched out and bit towards the evil spirit. Although I am no longer the same as I used to be, I am not something that a piece of rotten flesh like you can covet. The high temperature ripples spread on the seabed, and wherever they passed, those big mouths were directly ignited, howling and turning into ashes. Not only that, the burning sun directly ignited the rotten flesh that spread and proliferated on the seabed, and the flames were everywhere. Even with the blessing of the seawater in the underworld, it burned more rapidly. Mu Xing knew that this was a force that had already touched the rule level. Sure enough, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Although the evil spirit has fallen, it still has high in power. This is also the reason why it dares to fight hard. The ripples continue to expand, burning the proliferating rotten meat layer by layer. It even suppressed the proliferation of rotten meat for a time, compressing its gross space to the area around the hole. At this time, the surrounding underworld sea seemed to have undergone some changes, and the huge seabed was suddenly split into two halves. A dividing line was drawn, separating Mu Xing from the evil spirit. Boy, hold on, wait until I get rid of this rotten meat and come to save you. The evil spirit was blocked outside the dividing line, which was the dividing line between life and death. That side was for life, this side was for death. Mu Xing turned back suddenly. He saw a wall behind him, and he quickly controlled the fourth layer of the bonfire of hope to burn fiercely, illuminating the dark wall. What kind of wall is this? It was just a huge face with no boundaries. The eyes on the big face opened, like a black hole, staring at Mu Xing floating in the sea of heaven. At this moment, endless fear rose from the bottom of Mu Xing's heart. The cloned body on his body could not withstand this pressure, and began to collapse. Chapter 495. What the hell? Mu Xing looked at the giant face, and wanted to speak, but fear made him unable to say a word. Can he really fight against the existence in front of him? In front of him, he was as small as a real ant. A breath of air could turn him into ashes. But fortunately, at this time, the observer tower fell and protected him. The flame of hope burned in his heart, and the flame of the bonfire protected him from being swallowed by despair. At the same time, 6 self-origins surrounded him. Body, spirit, emotions, hope, dream, life. These originally spun from me, fighting against the pressure and threats that kept sweeping over me. Then, they merged into my soul one by one, and with each merging, his momentum became stronger. This was originally a backup plan he had prepared for dimensional upgrading, but he didn't expect to be forced to use it. Then he used the dimensional upgrading method in the ancient book of the Observer to try to upgrade himself to a higher level. Only in this way could he fight against the existence that he couldn't look at directly. At the same time, he also realized that this was not the death world under the nether sea, and the big face in front of him was not the sleeping creator. At most, it was a projection of his power, a ray of power projected into the nether sea through the cracked hole. After thinking this through, the fear in Mu Xing's heart quickly faded, and he regained his confidence in fighting. As his momentum grew, Mu Xing raised one hand high. The observer tower above his head broke the barrier with reality. The red blood moon began to descend, and his body was entering the nether sea from reality, closing his eyes and stretching out his hand like him. In order to stop Mu Xing, the huge face suddenly opened its mouth, and countless creatures from the nether sea rushed out of its mouth. Mu Xing was a little confused. The hunters on the first floor, Maxon on the second floor, Alessa on the third floor, and Huaming on the fifth floor were all fighting against the invasion in the real world. Now he only had one helper left, the Star Color on the sixth floor. Go stop them. With a wave of his right hand, colorful light rushed out. The Star Color, which had swallowed a lot of life force, has now grown to 1,000 meters long. Colorful light flowed in the seawater, surrounded Mu Xing, and then rushed towards the countless creatures of the nether sea. The trembling sound of da-da-da continued to spread on the seabed, and the brilliant purple light suddenly lit up. Those creatures of the nether sea immediately seemed to have been drained of vitality, and quickly withered and weathered. Mu Xing saw that the color of the stars blocked the attack, and tried his best to open the channel to reality. At the moment when his hands touched the original body, Mu Xing's soul rushed directly from the clone into the original body. At the same time, the energy of the blood moon began to compress into the small body. The 7 origins are also constantly merging into the main body. The tower of the observer forms a spiral upward staircase. There are 7 steps in total, representing 7 different origins. When stepping on the first level, the body begins to evolve, reaching the limit of the mortal world and strengthening to the extreme. When stepping on the second level, the spirit begins to evolve, sublimates to the extreme, and breaks through ignorance and confusion. When stepping on the third level, emotions begin to evolve, sadness, pain, happiness, all these emotions are unified and become more pure. On the fourth floor, the flower of hope was born, and at the same time, the roots of despair were born, maintaining an absolute balance between hope and despair. On the fifth floor, the dream condensed into reality, and the hidden dream consciousness was found in the dream, and the self-dream was completely controlled. On the sixth floor, the buds of life began to grow, turning into spiral life patterns, like spiral DNA, growing into a tree that reaches the sky. Finally, he stepped on the seventh floor. This is the dim beach of Hades, but the Sea of Hades is no longer there, and the beach of Hades seems to have lost all its vitality. Mu Xing intended to sublimate his soul, but at this moment, he was like a thirsty fish, drowning in a dry desert. If it were any other time, he would have tried every possible way to find a new source of water. But now he had no choice, either he would burn his boats or die. Fortunately, he was prepared and directly released the vast amount of soul energy he had collected before, forming a sea of souls. After his 2 feet completely stepped onto the 7th floor, his soul began to evolve and sublimate. After walking through the 7 steps, Mu Xing looked up, and the miniature blood moon was waiting for him above his head. He jumped up and jumped into the miniature blood moon. With the help of this miniature blood moon, he was going to take the last step. However, at this moment, a big hand suddenly stretched out from the hole on the seabed. Mu Xing tried to dodge, but the big hand was boundless and wrapped around from all directions. After grabbing him, it dragged him directly into the bottomless abyss and grabbed him into the hole. At the moment when Mu Xing passed through the hole, he caught a glimpse of the corner of the sleeper. It was like a black rotten meat curled up into a ball, with countless big mouths on the surface. Because of the excessive decay, a blue soul-light ball can be seen in the core. The soul is wriggling and has become a complete entity. It is this last soul that maintains the last vitality of this rotten meat, beating like a heart. Mu Xing finally understood what kind of existence he was fighting against. Even though it has been sleeping for billions of years, its body is severely decayed, and it is stuck on the edge of life and death. It is still not an existence that he can contend with. The big hand suddenly clenched. With a snap, the miniature blood moon with a diameter of 15,000 meters was directly crushed into meat paste. Including Mu Xing's body, it was also crushed into meat paste. Red blood kept dripping on the planet-sized rotten meat ball. Greedy big mouths rushed to swallow the dripping blood. Mu Xing's consciousness began to blur. He thought he could fight against the creator by sublimation, but reality directly hit him hard. Just a little bit. If it weren't for the change of the Nether Beach, the disappearance of the Nether Sea, and the fact that his soul evolution took too long, he would probably be able to break free from the shackles of the Nether Sea and escape successfully. But now, Mu Xing felt his mind was sinking. Is this the feeling of death? He thought that death would bring strong emotions, unwillingness, fear. But the real death is only endless nothingness. Thoughts, consciousness, self, are constantly dissipating. Plop. Mu Xing felt that his last consciousness fell into the sea. He saw the familiar red ocean. The memory scenes of this life kept flashing around him, like a passing visit. From birth to childhood, adolescence, youth, and adulthood. The path he had walked step by step was reflected vividly. He stretched out his hand and looked at the fragments like stars. Finally, it was frozen at the moment when he was crushed by the creator. Mu Xing suddenly woke up and fell to the ground. He fell on the gray-white beach at the bottom of the sea. He knew that at the last moment, it was this red ocean that saved him and dragged him into this last peaceful place. But this time he lost everything. His consciousness was so weak that a gust of wind could blow him away. Can I still trace back? Mu Xing clicked on the node on the red ocean. There were only 3 points, 1 second, 2 seconds, and 3 seconds. 1 second was the second before he was dragged into the dark world and crushed. 2 seconds was the second before he tried to ascend. And 3 seconds was the second when he was forcibly expanding the Hades beach and integrating the power of the soul. Obviously, the problem occurred on this Hades beach. Chapter 496. If it weren't for the Nether Beach, I wouldn't have been caught in the Nether Sea. If I hadn't been lucky enough to forcibly use the dried up Nether Beach to sublimate my soul, and use the power of other people's souls to create the Nether Sea, I wouldn't have been caught in the dark world. Mu Xing finally realized his mistake. It was wrong to let the evil spirits open up the Nether Sea for him from the beginning. The origins of the Nether Beaches in this world all come from the Creator. It is with the support of his power and rules that the nether beach at the junction of life and death exists. If I borrowed his rules to expand the nether beach, I would definitely be controlled by him in the end. So, if you want to complete the sublimation of your soul, you can't rely on the nether beach under the creator's rules. You can only rely on your own strength to create your own nether beach. Not only that, the existence of the nether beach needs the support of the nether sea. And the nether beaches of all people in this world are floating in the nether sea of the creator. To create your own nether beach, you also need a sea. Otherwise, it's like a rootless duckweed. At this time, he has two choices. First, the Sea of Consciousness. Build your own Hades beach in your Sea of Consciousness. Use the Sea of Consciousness to nourish the Hades beach, and you can ensure that the Hades beach will not dry up. But your Sea of Consciousness has been occupied by the Chaos Fungus Ball. You can only choose one of the two, either the Chaos Fungus Ball or the Hades beach. Mu Xing is not a person who likes to make multiple choice questions. The Chaos Fungus Ball is his trump card, and he cannot afford to lose it. Even if he does not take the Hades beach promotion route, he will not lose the watermelon for picking up sesame seeds. So he only has the second choice. Mu Xing looked at the red ocean in front of him. Although he still hadn't figured out the nature of this ocean, as he grew up, he began to realize that this red ocean was indeed harmless to him. It seemed to grow with him. Maybe he could build a Hades beach on this red ocean. There are two advantages to doing this. The first is that with the nourishment of the red ocean, the built Hades beach is strong enough, and it can also enhance his control over the red ocean. Another benefit is that maybe he can combine the repatriation ability of the Hades beach with the backtracking ability of the red ocean. Thinking of this, Mu Xing no longer hesitated and clicked on the 3-second node. Do you want to consume all the blood moon essence to backtrack? The prompt sounded. Obviously, after choosing this path, he only had one chance left. Either live or die. Mu Xing clicked OK without hesitation. In an instant, the entire ocean turned into a vortex, instantly sucking him into the seabed, while crossing the void. Mu Xing saw the old acquaintance, the big-eyed monitor from the forest world. It noticed him traveling through time and space at the first moment. Mu Xing shouted at it, "Go tell the survival system, I'm fighting. It only has one chance to catch fish." It was unknown whether the thought was transmitted or not. Mu Xing was completely submerged by the red vortex and disappeared into the void. The next second, the big and small eyeballs flashed here. They formed a circle. In the circle, white roots penetrated from a distant time and space. Mu Xing suddenly opened his eyes, and found that he was about to restart the Hades beach and inject the collected souls into the Hades beach to form the Hades Sea. On the other side of the boundary between life and death, the living sun incarnated by the evil spirit was still playing a game with the rotten flesh that proliferated on the seabed. Mu Xing decisively stopped injecting soul power, and unceremoniously stripped the 7th floor from the observer tower. He completely cut off his connection with the Hades beach and threw it to the boundary between life and death. The Hades beach actually penetrated the boundary and slid directly towards the evil spirit. "Hey, Blood Moon, are you crazy? Don't you want the Hades beach? I give it to you. I give you all the soul power inside. But I must remind you that it's like an anchor. Be careful of the creator at the bottom of the sea to take control of you." The evil spirit was not polite at all. It opened a big mouth on the living sun and took a bite without any hesitation. It ate it into its mouth with a smack. "If you have the guts, let him come up to me. Oh wow, it tastes good. I didn't expect you to be so generous. I owe you a favor this time." "Forget the favor, just help me hold him back." "Hee hee, leave it to me." It ate the beach of hell clean in a few bites, and immediately burned with a more blazing light. A black hand rushed out of the hole and grabbed the evil spirit. "Want to catch me? Get lost." It spit out a ball of dazzling white light and hit the black hand directly. It was a collision of rules and rules. Neither side could do anything to the other, and they eventually annihilated each other. Seeing this scene, Mu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. The evil spirit, this cheap thug, was still useful. If it were him, he would have been dragged into the black hole long ago. No matter how weak the evil spirit is, it is still standing on the shoulders of giants. After the black hand was annihilated, another big hand quickly stretched out and continued to grab the evil spirit. The evil spirit snorted coldly. "It's endless, right? Burn it for me." The golden flames rose from the bottom of the sea, constantly burning the proliferating black rotten flesh. Here, Mu Xing seized the opportunity and quickly rebuilt his own Hades beach. Normally, he could not enter the red ocean unless he died. And now, he controlled the miniature blood moon and used the power of the blood moon to open the passage to the red ocean. It was the first time for him to stand above the red ocean and observe it from a bird's eye view. It was boundless, as if it had no end. The surface of the sea was calm, like a mirror, but beneath the surface, there were raging waves, and the bottom of the sea was completely invisible. Muxing wanted to enter the sea, but found that he could not dive in, even in the soul state. However, the red ocean seemed to be able to sense his arrival, so it did not resist him standing on the ocean. After making sure there was no danger, Muxing began to build his own nether beach here. With previous experience, the new nether beach was built entirely with his own soul. With the help of a large amount of ownerless soul power, he first built the basic framework and then injected soul power. A small nether beach with a radius of only 10 meters quickly took shape. Then he injected his own soul and completely transformed the nether beach into his own exclusive nether beach. As the weight increased, the weight of the soul and consciousness made the nether beach slowly sink into the red ocean. At this moment, the entire red ocean was in turmoil, and even the sea surface was rippled. For the first time, an unformed ocean now had a tangible object. The Hades beach quickly took root in the red ocean and merged with it as much as possible. Then, Muxing injected a large amount of soul power to continuously strengthen the Hades beach and let it continue to grow. From a small 10 meters, it expanded to 100 meters, 1,000 meters. Finally, it stopped when it reached 10,000 meters. The Hades beach also became a Hades island. Muxing felt that his soul was constantly strengthened as the Hades beach grew. Although the red ocean did not strengthen the Hades beach, it supported it and maintained the stability of the Hades beach. Muxing finally completed the construction of the Hades beach in this red ocean. Chapter 497. After the construction of the nether beach was completed, Muxing immediately started the next plan. Since he chose the path of promotion, he would not stop. Otherwise, he would be trapped in the nether sea forever. The 6-story observer tower appeared in his hand, and the framework of the 7th floor had been completed. The extremely discordant 7th floor had been completely abandoned by Muxing, and now he began to integrate the nether beach on the red ocean into the 7th floor. This time the fusion seemed extremely smooth, without any sense of obstruction. When the 7th floor's Hades beach was in place, the entire 7-story tower condensed into a whole, as if the last gear was embedded. Under the framework of the observer's tower, this sophisticated machine began to operate automatically. Muxing finally understood why only a 7-story tower could be called an observer's tower. The 7 floors are like the foundation, and the 7 floors form a cycle. From the 1st floor to the 7th floor, it can run as a whole by itself. Only in this way can the functions of various towers be powered by the source. Next, Muxing can use this tower to sublimate. Walk the 7 steps again, and every time you ascend a step, a source begins to sublimate. Body, spirit, emotion, hope, dream, life, and finally the soul. Muxing ascends step by step, and finally steps on the 7th floor of the underworld. This soul underworld that belongs to him alone begins to sublimate the soul the moment he steps into it. The 7 sources of origin begin to rise, wrapping his consciousness and rushing into the miniature blood moon. In the miniature blood moon, the 7 original selves gradually merged into the self-consciousness, constantly raising his consciousness and mental strength. Each observer's 7-story tower is different, so the path is also different. Like art, his 7 layers represent 7 different knowledge frameworks. After building a 7-story tower with knowledge, it helps him to upgrade to a higher dimension. He is a model of thinking and knowledge upgrading. Muxing's path is different from his, and the 7 selves represent his 7 most core origins. He is self-dimensional, body, spirit, and soul as a whole. Everything is false, only the self is true. When the 7 origins merged, the micro-blood moon merged all the power into it, and at the same time superimposed the 7-story observer tower on it. Hatching, evolving, leaping. He climbed to the top of the tower step by step. The micro-blood moon kept shrinking, from 15,000 meters to only 3 meters. The small blood moon is the ultimate concentration. Blood threads extended from the blood moon and pierced into the surrounding space. Gradually, they began to break away from the underworld and escape from the 3-dimensional world into the 3.5-dimensional world of transition. Dimensional upgrading is a transition of life levels, not a leap across dimensional space. There is no necessary connection between the two. However, as long as you become a high-dimensional creature, you will be able to move and shuttle in high-dimensional space. This process is extremely short and extremely long. In the 3-dimensional world, it takes tens of millions of years to gestate, but in the transition world, it only takes a moment to cross the barrier of time and reach the end. The blood moon-like cocoon gradually became transparent, and one could even see Muxing curled up in the amniotic fluid like a baby. A colorful umbilical cord connected his navel and the flesh cocoon. Mu Xing finally used the special umbilical cord of the astral body, because he found that the umbilical cord of the astral body could better promote growth and touch the essence of the world through it. In the process of evolution, it could even draw endless life force from the starry sky to help him advance. If it weren't for this umbilical cord, Mu Xing's promotion might take a long time, but it greatly shortened the time for Mu Xing to advance. Finally, when the last power of the meat cocoon was absorbed by Mu Xing, the colorful umbilical cord on his belly gradually faded. The bloody umbilical cord in the center was exposed. Even the amniotic fluid in the meat cocoon was not wasted, and was completely absorbed. His curled body slowly stretched out, and the surrounding space and time were bent because of him. When the umbilical cord completely withered and fell off, when he opened his eyes, a new superior life form was born in this 3.5-dimensional world. Carefully feel this brand new body. Whether it is the body, soul, or spirit, they have all been promoted to an incredible level. Because it is a promotion of the body, it has not become a strange form. The promotion of the physical origin ensures his human form. The promotion of the spiritual origin improves his cognition and perception, and the promotion of the emotional origin allows him to obtain richer emotions and desires, and it is easier to control these emotions. The promotion of the hope origin allows him to always maintain hope and reason, and will not fall into despair and darkness. The promotion of the life origin allows him to escape from the fate of mortals, extend the scale of life, and increase his lifespan by 100,000 times. Finally, the promotion of the soul origin improved his inner potential, and laid the foundation for further promotion to a higher level in the future. When he completed the promotion, the ancient book of the observer emerged, and the professional inheritance finally began to start. Through the connection of the 7-story observer tower, Mu Xing changed his job to become a new observer. The red new divine seal appeared in his palm, and the new divine seal that merged with Horus began to completely merge with the tower. From then on, the divine seal was both the tower and the observer's Horus. The two merged, and finally merged with Mu Xing himself, together forming the 3 elements of a complete observer: the upgraded body, the tower, and Horus. Just as Mu Xing was immersed in the joy of promotion, suddenly, the voice of the evil spirit reached his ears directly. "Don't be so conceited, Blood Moon Boy, retreat quickly, I can't stand it anymore." Mu Xing looked in the direction of the evil spirit, his sight directly penetrated the dark sea, the barrier of life and death, and saw the evil spirit fighting fiercely. Countless big hands drilled out from the holes in the seabed, and the evil spirits could not completely resist the continuous bombing of white fireballs. Mu Xing subconsciously looked into the depths of the hole, and suddenly felt himself in endless chaos. Endless whispers, roars, and frantic thoughts were about to pull him completely into the world of death. Mu Xing quickly closed his eyes, and the observer tower protected him. He didn't expect that even if he was promoted to a higher position, he couldn't look directly at the sleeping creator. It can be seen how high his status is, and it is estimated that it will not be weaker than the evil spirit in its prime. If he is in his prime, his rank is unimaginable. Mu Xing moved and prepared to evacuate. He quickly crossed the boundary between life and death. After becoming the superior, this boundary between life and death could no longer stop him. With the talent of the observer, he could easily cross it. He grabbed the tentacles of the evil spirit. "Blood Moon Boy, what are you doing? Take you out?" Mu Xing waved his right hand, and the observer tower started and broke through upward. The power of the tower instantly broke the barrier between the nether sea and the nether beach, communicating with the material world and opening a channel. It's still convenient to be an observer. You guys are like slippery loaches, you can get out as soon as you see a crack. The evil spirit expressed his envy of Mu Xing's ability as an observer. They are natural space and latitude manipulators. Go! Mu Xing grabbed the evil spirit's tentacles and pulled them out. At this time, a black arm suddenly grabbed the evil spirit's tentacles. "Get out of my way!" The evil spirit roared, directly cut off, and detonated the tentacle. Violent flames bloomed in the dark sea of the underworld. At the same time, above the capital node city, the space broke through, and a big hole was cracked. An inverted 7-story tower flew out first. Chapter 498. Then, Mu Xing dragged the evil spirit out of the big hole. When crossing the boundary between the nether sea and reality, the evil spirit also degenerated from a living sun into a striped fat cat. And it was a cat with a broken tail. "Damn, I lost a lot. I ate a bite of your nether beach and lost a tentacle. Don't expect me to be your meat shield anymore." The evil spirit cursed and jumped into the 4th floor of the observer tower, returned to the bonfire floor, and began to sleep beside the fire. It looked like he was really tired. But if you say it lost, Mu Xing would not believe it. When the people who were resisting the attack of the Hades saw Mu Xing return, they could not help but cheer. After the promotion, Mu Xing's observer ability increased significantly. He glanced and noticed that the entire capital node city had been completely surrounded. The previously destroyed Hades Sea nodes gathered again. Deep underground, the Hades Sea was eroding and rising, and there was a reflection of the Hades beach in the sky. The purpose of the creator was obvious. He wanted to completely destroy this last fortress of mankind. Behind him, the cracks closed, blocking the Black Hand from the real world. His power could only reach the Nether Sea, and could not reach the real world directly. But Mu Xing knew that he would never give up. As expected, the previous consciousness began to return. The Golden Titan slowly raised his head. The 10 fingers of the giant penetrated into the tar sea on the ground, raising a black wave of several hundred meters. It was going to completely submerge the entire capital node city. How could Mu Xing let it do what it wanted? Directly attack. The observer tower floated above his head, and the huge telekinesis lifted the rocks and stacked them into a triangular dam, which protected the city bridge like a breakwater to prevent the entire city from being smashed by the waves. At the same time, the consciousness of Amelie, who had been rescued before, was released. As an extinct body, her consciousness sank into the tar sea, quickly absorbed the power of the tar, and then quickly recovered. Amelie, the creator wants to destroy the capital node city. I need you to cooperate with me to move the entire city away. Mu Xing's voice sounded in her ears. Move the whole city? How is that possible? America was confused. Now this city is under the protection of your Nether Beach, which is equivalent to being located on your Nether Beach. You only need to use the Nether Beach to protect the capital node city, and I will use the waves of the Tar Sea to push your Nether Beach. Mu Xing certainly couldn't move a capital city at once, even if he was promoted to a higher position, but he was not a god. He could only use this tricky method. America made a decision immediately, and returned to her own Nether Beach to take charge of the overall situation. At the same time, Mu Xing communicated with Yi Wei. Sister Yi, can I borrow your formation for a while? What are you going to do? I want to move the whole city. Move the whole city? How is that possible? Don't worry, I have a plan, and I need you to use the formation to help me maintain balance. No problem on my side, I'd be at your disposal at any time. Mu Xing grabbed with his right hand, and the lucky charms of Alessa, Maxon and other observers' towers began to return to the tower. The newly promoted tower began to bless and evolve them. Under Mu Xing's command, Alessa's inner world covered the entire capital node city, and cooperated with Amelie to control the Hades Beach to pry the stratum structure, in order to pull the entire node city out from the ground. At the same time, Wanming turned into a big white ball, and the roots and white fungi grew rapidly. It replicated the capital node city underground, and slowly lifted the city up. Mu Xing closed his eyes slightly. When he opened his eyes again, a miniature blood moon with a diameter of 30,000 meters appeared behind him. This is his upper body, in a 3.5-dimensional leap world. The upper body manipulates the observer tower to stretch the folded space. When the huge underground structure of the entire city is lifted from the ground, it is pushed into the folded space curtain with the help of the waves raised by the Tar Sea. This city is the node center of the Cairo network, connecting the last hope of mankind, so it cannot be lost. With the help of many parties, Mu Xing directly moved the entire city thousands of miles away. At the end of the distant west coast, the place where the doomsday occurred, a huge city rushed out of the folded space curtain, filling the huge pit that was once blown up by the void. The original Tar Sea here was all drawn to the direction of the capital node city, so now this place has become a quiet and peaceful place in this world. When everyone experienced the trance of space transfer, they looked back and saw that the huge vortex in the direction of the capital node city in the distance was still slowly rotating. They couldn't believe that someone could move a city thousands of miles away with such great power. In the sky, the gradually disappearing blood moon disappeared and turned into the appearance of Mu Xing. Everyone, the end of the world is not over yet. The end of the war is coming. You protect the city. After saying that, he folded the space directly and returned to the capital node city again. At this time, the huge waves raised by the Golden Titan continued to surge, hitting the sharp breakwater again, and then were broken by the triangular dam. In the big pit covered by white fog, a copy city was rising. With the blessing of the tower, Huameng actually copied the entire capital node city directly. This is the best bait, and he believes that the creator will not give up completely destroying this city. As soon as he landed, the flashing Carol particles lit up around him. It was Li Hongwei and Yi Wei who followed him. Not only them, but also Higgs, Sam and others came. Why are you here? At this time, Amelie came out of the teleportation. This is our world, and we should protect it ourselves. No matter what the final outcome of this battle is, we will never step back. Yi Wei and Li Hongwei stood behind Mu Xing. How can such a battle be without us? Mu Xing nodded with satisfaction. In this case, let us fight side by side and welcome this final battle. Mu Xing looked at Amelie. Amelie, I need you to attract the creator's attention and force out the real body behind it. Although she didn't know why Mu Xing did this, she believed that Mu Xing would not act without purpose, so she took decisive action. She used the Carol network to gather power. Her figure continued to rise. Her body merged with Carol matter and began to BT, turning into a 1,000-meter giant. The moment the Titan Golden Giant saw Amelie, a surge of anger rose. It raised a bigger wave and blasted towards Amelie. At the same time, it stepped on the waves, and this time it took action personally. It wanted to kill the traitor Amelie. Here it comes! The waves were mixed with countless creatures of the Nether Sea, rolling in, and were about to completely submerge the city in front of it. At this time, the huge tree wall began to grow rapidly. Wanming turned into a big white ball, floating above the capital node city, controlling the mycelium to grow a 1,000-meter-high tree wall around the node city. Just like what it did in the forest world. The tree wall stood up, blocking the surging waves. Yi Wei moved the 9 Nether Soul-devouring soul-destroying array here again, opened the formation, and strangled the Nether Sea creatures that tried to approach the border with all her strength. Li Hongwei and others wandered on the tree wall, putting out fires everywhere, filling in any gaps. Without any worries, everyone's battle was completely free. Chapter 499. The giant rushed over, and the light of void devouring shone around him, like white lotus flowers blooming. Mu Xing used the space vortex to transfer these exploding void devouring, creating a circle of iron walls around this replica city. He kept an eye on the situation in the Nether Sea, waiting for the moment when his sleeping body could no longer bear it, and rushed out of the Nether Sea. At the same time, he looked up at the sky, looking for traces of the survival system through the Nether beach reflected in the sky. When he entered this world, he saw the roots of the survival system extending out. But for some reason, the roots suddenly retracted. Mu Xing thought it was related to the changes in the nightmare battlefield, so the survival system had to temporarily withdraw all its power to suppress it. Mu Xing only hoped that the survival system would appear in time when he let out the creator's body. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. In order to ensure the success of the plan, Mu Xing began to communicate with the Hades beach floating on the Red Ocean. The power of the Blood Moon passed through the silent Red Ocean and entered the void. When he saw dozens of big eyeballs forming a circle and opening a huge vortex, he put his uneasy heart back into his stomach. When his consciousness returned to his body, he opened his eyes and saw the golden giant punching the tree wall, which was blasting the tree wall with one punch. With his hands raised high, a gray-white giant representing antimatter appeared in the dark beach reflected in the sky. If the two touched each other, it would be enough to set off a huge explosion that would destroy the entire capital node city. Mu Xing no longer sits there and waits for death. The flesh and blood colonization suit is put on him, and with a grab of his right hand, the Dark Moon Great Sword falls into his hand. It turns into a meteor and soars into the sky. The Dark Moon Great Sword in his hand lights up a dim moon and slashes towards the Titan Gold Giant. Buzz! The ripple-like Carol force field shield blocks the frost-stained moon. It cannot move forward. Amelie in the back also takes action. She condenses a disintegration ray and hits the Carol force field around the giant. As an extinct body, Amelie knows the weakness of the Carol force field very well. The force field was directly shattered by the disintegration ray. The force field was broken, and Dark Moon continued to advance. The Titan Gold Giant had to retract his raised hands to resist the advancing Dark Moon. At this time, Mu Xing's upper body took action. The red blood moon emerged, emitting a red beam, tearing the giant's arms and piercing its chest, leaving a huge round hole in the chest. Then, the space in the round hole began to collapse toward the center, sucking away all the Carol substances that were intended to repair the wound. The force of collapse continued to increase, and with the round hole as the center, the space around the golden giant collapsed towards the center. Its body twisted rapidly, and was about to be squeezed into the origin of the center. Mu Xing moved forward, holding the sword in both hands, and took advantage of the giant being controlled by the twisted space to cut off the umbilical cord on its belly with one sword. Without the support of the underworld sea, the huge body twisted directly into a point. Mu Xing called this move space collapse, which was inspired by Trix's material manipulation. He had just been promoted to the upper level, and was not familiar with the fighting methods of the upper life, so he could not fully exert the fighting power of this upper body. It was not easy to achieve this step in a short time. Finally, the carrier of the Creator's consciousness in the real world was successfully destroyed, and the giant was completely swallowed. That consciousness flew out from the space collapse, and seemed to understand that Mu Xing was invincible at this time, so it turned around and fled. How could Mu Xing let him do what he wanted? It was not easy to win back a city, and it was best to pursue the victory. Fat cat, get up and eat. Mu Xing caught the sleeping evil spirit. It was still dazed when it saw the broken will of the Creator flying towards it. It was startled and woke up all of a sudden, and opened its mouth to bite. It began to devour the consciousness of the original body that had lost the protection of the original body. Mu Xing also projected chaos mycelium to take a share of the pie. Such a blatant devouring of the consciousness of the Creator, the sleeping original body in the dark world, was obviously completely enraged. Bang bang bang. Mu Xing heard the collision sound from the depths of the underworld. The sound was getting louder and louder. It tried to force itself to wake up from its deep sleep. It's coming! Mu Xing shouted. A barrier was erected to protect everyone, while the upper blood moon's main body descended directly to face the coming impact. As the evil spirit devoured the last bit of the Creator's free consciousness, the little bit of free consciousness that he had painstakingly spent billions of years and launched 6 mass extinctions to create was eaten up like this. Originally, this consciousness would be the key to completely awaken its main body, but now it is all gone. Even the clay man burst into anger. The chiral matter of the entire world began to condense, and the ownerless beaches on the Nether Sea began to break. The stranded souls were constantly swallowed by the Nether Sea. The Creator was forced by Mu Xing's calculations and combos to launch the Great Harvest in advance. A large number of souls were absorbed and poured into the sleeping body. Boom! Boom! They seemed to hear a heartbeat. The soul heart began to beat, swallowing all the souls harvested in the 6th mass extinction. However, this time was different from the previous 5 times. Amelie launched the mass extinction in advance, resulting in a serious reduction in the production of food. In the year of the catastrophe, 20% was stolen by Mu Xing and others. Amelie used her own Hades beach to intercept 20%. The 10% of humans who survived formed a huge Hades beach under the connection of the Cairo network to resist the harvest. In other words, at least 50% of the harvest was intercepted. Now the Creator was forced to wake up, trying to use the 50% soul power harvested to awaken the body. Mu Xing looked through the sea of darkness, and saw the situation on the bottom of the sea. The evil spirit floated beside him, smacking his lips with satisfaction. You are really nice. You still think of me when you have something good. It was obviously very satisfied with Mu Xing's sharing. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. Do you think he will wake up completely? Don't worry, it's impossible, at most half awake. And in the half awake state, its body cannot be restored, and forcibly awakening it will only lead to the collapse of its body. At this point, the evil spirit is a real expert. It was a living example at the beginning. It was stuck in the semi-multivariate state, and wanted to force the overall dimension to upgrade, but the survival system took the opportunity and dragged it to death. It had a resentful expression on its face. Did you learn this trick from that old 6 system? Mu Xing didn't say anything, and quickly protected everyone and retreated. He sensed that something was about to rise from the underground of this city. They had just teleported a few dozen kilometers away, when this replica city was directly penetrated by a black giant hand. One finger of that giant hand was estimated to be 100,000 meters high. Mu Xing's upper body was 30,000 meters long, and it looked like a small red marble in front of this giant hand. The replica city was destroyed in an instant. The earth cracked, as if it was going to cut the entire continental plate in half. What is that? In the sky, Li Hongwei pointed to the depths of the cracked earth, where a large mass of wriggling black rotten flesh was coming out of the dark world. Then, the second giant hand stretched out, pulling at the cracked earth with both hands, trying to tear it apart completely. The terrifying power could move mountains and fill the sea, instantly tearing a crack hundreds of kilometers long. What kind of great power is this? Mu Xing thought that he couldn't do this after his promotion. This is not over yet. Then more giant hands stretched out from the cracks. Chapter 500. Giant black hands appeared one after another, and the Creator's body was like a 1,000-handed demon, trying to break the entire planet apart. The more time came, the less anxious Mu Xing became. Because the Creator would be more anxious than him. He wanted to take advantage of the opportunity of being half awake to take back all the resources that were swallowed by Mu Xing and detained by Amelie. Only in this way could the body wake up completely. Mu Xing used his body to protect everyone and continued to rise into the air, reaching the border of the world. After flying to such a high altitude, Mu Xing noticed that the entire planet, except for the land of the United States, other continents had already been submerged by the sea. At the same time, this world does not have a true universe and starry sky. After reaching an altitude of nearly 10,000 kilometers, it has already touched the edge of the world. The sun, moon, and starry sky reflected on the world membrane are just projections of a distant world. No wonder he is called the Creator. The entire world ecosystem was established by him. This is the nest he created for healing, isolating it from the outside world. Just like the scene when he arrived at this hot magma planet billions of years ago, black rotten flesh material once again grew wildly on the surface of the planet. Mu Xing no longer waited, he knew the time was ripe. The three survivors raised the survivor terminals in their hands at the same time. The survivor terminals became the anchor points for the survival system. With a puff, a bright white root penetrated the world membrane directly and broke in forcefully. Amelie stared at the glowing root with her eyes wide open. She felt extremely threatened. The roots were obviously not interested in Amelie, and they plunged into the cracks on the surface of the planet without hesitation. The whole planet was shaking violently. The Creator hiding in the dark world was finally caught by the survival system. If it didn't come out on its own initiative, the survival system wouldn't be able to find it. Now that it was forced to wake up and come out of the shelter where it had been hiding for billions of years, it couldn't shrink back. The roots entangled and grabbed a dark space from the huge planet. In that space, curled up a black rotten meat ball that was larger than the planet. The blue soul heart beats wildly. A large number of black arms grow out of the rotten flesh, and it was these arms that tried to tear the planet apart and get out just now. He is not hiding in the center of the earth, but using this planet as an anchor point to hide in the overlapping dark world. Now the dark world is torn apart, and the smell of corruption leaks out. The white roots of the survival system turned into an extremely huge net bag, catching prey beyond imagination. The Creator sensed the danger and controlled those giant hands to frantically scratch the giant net, trying to break free. At the same time, he wanted to wake up and restore himself. But the survival system was prepared. Dozens of big eyeballs suddenly appeared outside the world. They released a layer of sleeping film, which actually suppressed the Creator, who wanted to wake up, and trapped him in an eternal dream. Then the big net shrank, and the big eyeballs worked together to open a portal, allowing the roots of the survival system to drag the Creator and disappear in the portal. Oh my god, where is the survival system going to take him? Li Hongwei was already stunned, his expression dull. Maybe it has another purpose. After all, this time the survival system chose to capture instead of killing and devouring. Yi Wei said. After waiting for a long time, until everything was quiet, Mu Xing took them back to the ground. He used the observer tower to control the space, and gradually closed the torn earth to prevent the collapse of the star. Where the blood moon passed, it was like zipping up the earth, and the separated earth began to gather again. Until they flew to the capital city of the west coast, the crack just extended to this place and stopped. Is it over? America looked at the broken world in front of her in shock. The tar sea disappeared, the BT disappeared, and the once active Chiral matter almost dissipated. The entire world of Death Stranding seemed extremely quiet at this time. Higgs tried to use Duma's ability to teleport, but he just flashed in place. The Hades beach disappeared, the Hades sea disappeared, and the Chiral matter is no longer enough to support the transmission of Duma's ability, he said solemnly. Obviously, all their abilities came from the Creator. Now that the Creator was captured, their abilities were naturally taken away with him. Fortunately, Amelie left the last nether beach, leaving the last hope for the remaining 10% of humans in this world. With the help of Mu Xing, the nether beach that merged with the capital node city began to separate and sink, sinking into the dry nether sea. Looking up, this huge nether sea has completely dried up. Because the dark space disappeared, it became an empty shell suspended in the inner space. I will stay here to maintain the last beach of the human race and protect their souls. I will find a way to create a new sea of the underworld as a real resting place for souls, Amelie suddenly said. Sister. Sam held her hand tightly, his eyes full of reluctance. The end of the world is over, and we could have lived together as a family. Amelie stroked his face gently. As an extinct body, I should have left with the end of the world. Now the world needs a new beginning, and this is the only meaning of my existence. Just consider it as my atonement for what I have done to this world, no matter if it takes 10 years, 100 years, or 1,000 years. Until the sea converges here again, I believe we will meet again, Sam. Then, she looked at Higgs. Higgs, I will give you freedom. Thank you for helping me complete my plan all these years. You should have your own life and pursue your own ideals. Higgs was silent, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. At this time, a familiar figure appeared on this last beach. It was Cliff in military uniform, covered in blood, as if he had just returned from the battlefield. The tough guy knelt on the ground with a snap, kneeling in front of his gun. "I'm sorry, Cliff, I betrayed you and deceived you, and now I give my life back to you." As he said that, the tough guy raised the gun in his hand and aimed at his temple. However, with a bang, it was not his head that was blown up, but the pistol that flew out of his hand. "Cliff." The tough guy looked at him puzzled. Cliff ignored the tough guy and stopped when he passed him, but did not turn his head, live well. He walked straight to Sam. "Is it you, my child?" Sam could no longer control his emotions, tears oozed out, and he hugged Cliff tightly. "Finally I see you again, my child. It is your father, who is sorry for not being able to protect you." Cliff hugged Sam tightly, with so many things to say. But in the end, they all turned into silence. "Father!" Sam shouted with a trembling body. But before he could express his longing, his expression suddenly froze, and Cliff's body turned into countless particles and began to disappear, drifting in the underworld. "Father!" He covered his chest, feeling that he had lost the most important thing in his life at this moment. "Rest in peace, he finally found you and let go of the last obsession, Sam. He has found peace, you should be happy." Mu Xing patted his shoulder. Chapter 501. Ding, the limited time survival world mission has been completed. The survival progress of this world is complete, and it will be transferred out of this world in 12 hours. When Mu Xing and his friends returned to reality from the Hades beach, the pleasant reminder sound of the survival system rang. It's finally over. Even Mu Xing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This is definitely a thrilling world journey, and if you are not careful, you may be doomed. But fortunately, they took every step carefully, calculated accurately, and turned the situation around step by step to prevent the complete launch of the mass extinction. In this disaster, humans retained the fire, Mu Xing completed the promotion, the survival system captured prey, and the evil spirits were well fed. Even Li Hongwei and Yi Wei both gained a lot. It seems that only the protagonist Sam was hurt the most. His sister stayed in the Hades beach, and his father went with his obsession. Of course, he also gained something. He cured his contact phobia, walked out of the shadow of losing his wife and children, and became a respected savior. Most importantly, he found a new family. He was holding the baby in his arms at this time. With Mu Xing's help, he was able to get rid of the BB device, and the BB was finally able to grow up like a normal person. "I named him Luo." Sam showed off to Fragile. Fragile rolled her eyes. "My adopted children can form a football team. Did I say anything?" "What about Higgs?" "He said he wanted to be a traveler. When the sea recedes, a new continent will emerge from the water. His journey is in the far distance. I thought he would stay and help you take care of the child. He is not a qualified nanny." Fragile looked at Sam. "Unemployed, are you interested in joining Fragile Company? You can be the principal of a kindergarten." "Ha ha, I think about it." Sam and Fragile faced each other, and both of them smiled for the first time in a long time. At this moment, a communication came in directly. "Sorry to let me disturb your world of two people first. There are some remaining rat BTs found in the sewers of the Node City, Sam. Can you come to help solve it?" The projection of the dead man appeared between the two of them. Sam scratched his head awkwardly. "Fragile, the mission is here. If you have time, let's talk tonight." "Okay." Fragile nodded, and did not refuse. "Oh, by the way, please help me take care of Luo first." He handed the child in his arms to Fragile without hesitation. When Sam got his equipment, he ran out of the hall in a hurry. He happened to meet his beloved, who was waiting for him here. "Hey Sam, I received news that there was a rat BT in the sewer. This is for you. Help me bring it back." Sam took the can from his friend in a daze. He wanted to refuse, but seeing the other party's expectant eyes, he hesitated for a moment and stuffed the can into his backpack. He got on the new motorcycle, turned the throttle, and sped away. At the same time, on the overpass of the Node City, the three people stared at all this. They were like three transparent people, ignored by everyone. Mu Xing erased people's memories of the survivors. "Are you sure you don't want to say hello to them before leaving?" Yi Wei looked at him and said. Mu Xing shook his head. "To them, we are just passers-by. Since the survival system does not intend to transform this place into a survival world, it is time for us bystanders to leave. By the way, can we really get 100 points this time?" Li Hongwei asked expectantly. "According to the completion of the task, it is not a problem to get more than 99 points. With the extra reward for helping the survival system hunt, we should all get 100 points. Mu Xing said. Can this world be considered a superior world? Li Hongwei expressed doubt. Yi Wei said, although this world is of a lower class, we are fighting in the bodies of higher creatures, which is equivalent to the upper world in disguise. At this time, Mu Xing looked up at the sky. Time's up. As the voice fell, 3 transparent beams of light fell and enveloped the 3 people. The surrounding time and space suddenly stagnated and began to settle. Survivor, Mu Xing. Survival scene, Death Stranding. Score, 100. Note, full score is 100 obtained items that cannot be taken out of this world. Fragile Company Express Clothes, BT Detection Device, Express Standard Weapons, Carol Network No Device. Obtained items that can be taken out of this world. Amelie's Incomplete Hades Belt, Carol Crystal, Carol Crystal, Carol. Please choose the props to take out of this world. Mu Xing directly chose the Hades Belt and 3 Carol Crystals. This time, the enemies are all souls. They will either be sent to the Hades Beach after being killed or be annihilated directly. There is no possibility of dropping items. You can only pick large pieces from the Carol Crystals and bring them back. Are you sure to select the item? Once confirmed, it cannot be undone. Confirm. Mu Xing pressed OK and made a quick choice. These items don't matter. The key lies in the rewards of world quests and special quests. Congratulations on getting the world item, Miniature Hades Beach. Miniature Hades Beach, a gift from Amelie in the Death Stranding world, which can unfold a miniature Hades Beach for resurrection. By binding the soul to the miniature Hades Beach, each world will get 3 opportunities to repatriate the Hades Beach. Initial binding quantity, 5 people. Cooling time, none. Stage growth progress, 0%. Note, the Hades Beach infused with the power of Amelie's repatriation can expand the size of the Hades Beach by absorbing the power of the soul. You get a special legendary item, Time Compressor. Time Compressor can provide a 100% bonus to all time abilities. Can compress its own time by 1 to 10 times. Note, a semi-finished time item from the Higgs Science Department. It is said that it still has room for improvement and growth. Seeing the introduction of the 2 items, Mu Xing couldn't help but feel happy. Both are good things. The world item Micro Hades Beach can not only provide resurrection for oneself, but also provide resurrection opportunities for the group. It is also a growable world item. As the Micro Hades Beach grows, the number of people that can be bound and the number of resurrections will increase. The special item Time Compressor can not only increase the time ability, but also compress its own time. Mu Xing thinks that it can be combined with bullet time, and in-depth research may not be able to tap more potential. Similarly, it is also suspected to be a growable item. After all, in the notes, it is only a semi-finished product. Finally, as the vortex condensed, a dark golden key fell from the sky and fell into his hands, and the second key was in his hands. This time the dimension upgrade was successful, and Mu Xing began to put the time to challenge the talent key on the agenda. As the settlement was completed, his sight began to rise. Through the clouds and the world membrane, Mu Xing saw a lonely black sphere suspended in the void. This is definitely the loneliest world he has ever seen. There is only an unclear corrupt chaos and broken stars falling around. No wonder the creator hid here. This place is like the graveyard of the universe. But Mu Xing really wants to know, how did the survival system find this place? Is it intentional or a coincidence? Chapter 502. Before he opened his eyes, Mu Xing felt a cat's paw slap his face. Tang Do was standing on his chest and meowing at him. His stomach started to make noises, obviously hungry. Mu Xing had given Tang Do the right to enter and exit the primitive hive freely before, but he didn't expect that this fat cat would wake up earlier than him. Big Faceplate came over, nudged his nose with its head, and began to lie on him and act like a spoiled child. Got it, got it. Mu Xing hooked his right hand, and the cat food bag flew out of the kitchen cabinet, and he poured a full bowl for it. Tondo immediately ran away and began to swallow the food whole. Mu Xing rubbed his messy hair. After the promotion, he seemed to be a little whiter in the mirror. His mental power swept over the house and the yard. It seemed that he was the only one in the yard. He took out his mobile phone. This time he entered the survival world for 7 days, and a week had passed in the real world. Except for the fat man who sent the company's financial report information every day like punching in, and occasionally complained, there was only Zhang Ting's good news one after another. He had taken over 5 official drug chain stores in Kowloon City, and was promoted to the head of 5 stores. The serum business was booming. Mu Xing glanced at the balance. In just 7 days, there was an additional 70 million in the account. Almost 10 million in turnover a day. And there was a trend of continued increase in the past 2 days. Mu Xing yawned and sent a new batch of serum to meet the business requirements of the 5 stores. After doing all this, Mu Xing grabbed the half-eaten cat food and started to rush to Kowloon City. In the regiment's base, Li Hongwei had just rushed back, dancing with excitement, obviously getting the first full score evaluation in his life. Yi Fei hasn't come back yet, but Yiling Jigu and his team have come back. Jigu finally completed the baptism of a newcomer and became a formal survivor, and his strength has improved. In the resident office, the desk was piled with all the public information collected by everyone about the nightmare battlefield. Mu Xing glanced over, his eyes evenly fell on each piece of paper, and he read all the thick pile of information in an instant. The situation is still tense. The conscription order started when Crazy and his team left, and it has not ended today. Fortunately, the survival system has been recruiting veterans with more than 5 years of experience, and has not lowered the target to the 3-year standard. This is good news. At least it proves that the situation in the nightmare battlefield is relatively stable. Relying on veterans can ensure continuous suppression, and no newcomers are needed to fill the line. Soon, Yi Wei also rushed to the base. Although she has remained calm in the world of Death Stranding, and did not show her concern for Taoist Qingzhu. Now that she has returned to the real world, she can't wait to rush to the nightmare battlefield. Mu Xing lifted his sleeves and found that the skull on his arm had been completely shattered. The skull on Yi Wei's arm was also like this, completely cracked. This means that their next world must be a nightmare battlefield, entering as a new soldier. Sister Yi, don't worry, get the nodes with full score evaluation first, and it's not too late to enter after completing the talent key trial. Although Mu Xing was also worried about the madman, the more at this time, the more he should stay calm. Yi Wei took a deep breath. Sorry, I was distracted. I received a lot of battle reports. The situation on my grandfather's side may not be good. Don't worry, the survival system won't sit idly by, and reinforcements should have been sent out. Since no major battle reports have been received so far, it means that your grandfather should be safe for the time being. Mu Xing comforted. Yi Wei exhaled. I hope so. I go to the Black Mountain Canyon and wait. She couldn't wait to teleport to the Black Mountain Canyon, not willing to wait for a moment. Mu Xing and Li Hongwei looked at each other. Let's go and take a look at the situation first. At this time, Mu Xing noticed the transmission wave coming from Li Shue's room in the Union headquarters. Then, she pushed the door open and walked out, her face glowing. It seemed that she had gained a lot. Captain! She greeted Mu Xing. Li Shue was specially recruited by him, and he was looking forward to her performance. How was the harvest this time? 98 points, but unfortunately I didn't get full marks. Even with Mu Xing's big heart, he couldn't help but twitch his eyes. Is this female president so powerful? Thumbs up, awesome. It's mainly because the gene potion given by the team leader has greatly improved me, and I am familiar enough with the plot world, so I can get such a high score. Li Shue said shyly. By the way, what world did you enter this time? IT? Mu Xing's mind flashed with the plot of IT. The clown in the plot is a fantasy creature from the universe's death ray space. It feeds on human fear, and can create terrifying illusions. Its ability is a bit like the other world, and it can materialize the fear in the hearts of humans. The clown has a big background, but also has a big weakness. He can be strong or weak. He is a mechanical monster, not a numerical monster. The fact that he can get 98 points in IT is enough to show how good Li Shue is. It seems that she is born for the survival world. There are 5 newcomers who entered the survival world like me this time, and only 3 of them came back alive. Li Shue sighed and felt the cruelty of the survival world for the first time. Come with us to the United States. It happens that your node will also be refreshed in Maine, the United States. Mu Xing said. Is it okay? Li Shue showed a hint of expectation on her face. After 2 experiences in the survival world, she was no longer a rookie who knew nothing. The more familiar she was with the survival system, the more she felt in awe. At the same time, she lamented her luck that she had Mu Xing as a big thigh to lean on. Coming to Black Mountain Canyon again, Mu Xing couldn't help but have many feelings. The last time it was Madman who brought him here. This was his first time here since Black Mountain Canyon became the main city. Compared with before, the current Black Mountain Canyon has undergone some rectification and reconstruction. The huge canyon seemed to be getting more and more lively, but the sky city floating above the canyon was still high above. In the center of the Black Mountain Canyon, the newly built Time and Space Tower was very impressive. People came and went in an endless stream. Mu Xing took Li Shui to complete the registration and also receive the main city token. In the future, if you want to come to the Black Mountain Canyon, you can directly teleport to the main city. Captain, my node will refresh in 12 hours, and the point has been determined. Li Shui looked up and said she had just received a system prompt. Mu Xing nodded. We will accompany you when the time comes. Anyway, it's on the way. Thank you very much, Captain. Li Shui thanked him quickly. There is still time. I go get the node. You can help me take care of the child. Then, Mu Xing summoned Alessa from the observer tower. She seemed to have just woken up, holding the cat and rubbing her sleepy eyes. But the cat in her arms didn't look like a sugar bean, but an evil spirit. Blood Moon, you kid, hurry up and let this brat stay away from me. Who told you to give her permission? She is a brat from the 3rd floor, and she runs to my 4th floor every day. I'm so annoyed. The evil spirit waved its claws in protest. After complaining to Mu Xing for a while, it flew back to the 4th floor with a whoosh. Where's the sugar bean? Alessa felt something was missing in her arms. Have you realized that you picked up the wrong cat? Mu Xing smiled. By the way, when did the evil spirit become so good-tempered? Is he so tolerant of children? Chapter 503. In the Spacetime Tower. Mu Xing's full score node has been condensed. This is his 2nd full score node, and it does look different from the dark gold node. The vortex is thicker, and the star cluster inside also has a slight orange glow. Mu Xing directly reached out and held the star cluster, and the baptism began. Please choose your baptism talent. Talent 1 Special Courier. Choose to get the Special Courier Career Talent, and open the Special Courier Career Talent tree. Mu Xing looked at the first talent with a strange expression. This thing can also become a special profession and appear in the full score node baptism. I guess this talent must have some outstanding features. Mu Xing subconsciously clicked on the talent and took a look at the skill description. It seems that they are all abilities related to speed. Skill. Refuse to be late. Can increase your running speed by 1 to 300 times. Skill. Run a red light. Can pass through material obstacles of a certain thickness and gain a 60% shield penetration bonus. Although the skill name is weird, the effect cannot be underestimated. Suitable for speed survivors. Talent 2 Soul Guardian. Choose to get the Soul Guardian profession. Open the Soul Guardian exclusive profession skill tree. Talent 3 Soul Manipulator. Choose to get the Soul Manipulator profession. Open the Soul Manipulator exclusive profession skill book. The 2nd and 3rd talents are soul-related talents. Mu Xing took a quick look at the job introduction. Talent 2 is a defensive job, with various soul-enhancing defensive skills. It has a strong defense against mental attacks, soul attacks, emotional attacks, etc. Talent 3 is a summoning talent, which can summon spirits and manipulate souls to fight. Mu Xing is not interested in these 2 talents. After all, he is not on a single soul-enhancing path. Finally, it is the highlight of today. Special Golden Talent, Dumas Manipulator. Dumas Manipulator. Select to obtain the Dumas Manipulator job and open the Dumas Manipulator exclusive job skill tree. Before Mu Xing could check the specific introduction, he saw the light flashing and the special golden talent in front of him changed. Due to the bonus of full score, the special gold talent, Doom's Manipulator, evolved into Doom's Awakener. When Mu Xing compared them, the difference between the two immediately came out. Doom's Manipulator is equivalent to the control level of Fragile. It can teleport, and can control Carol matter to a certain extent, but the level is limited. And Doom's Awakener is equivalent to the control level of Amelie. The abilities of the two are completely not on the same level. Mu Xing naturally did not hesitate, and chose the upgraded talent ability of Dumas Awakener. In the survival world, the 3 of them temporarily gained some Dumas abilities, with the help of Amelie's Hades belt. Unfortunately, after the war, the Hades belt was almost exhausted, and it was difficult to continue. Now that it has become a professional talent, he will naturally not let it go. Do you choose the Dumas Awakener talent? After confirming the selection, it cannot be changed or undone. Mu Xing did not hesitate, and clicked OK directly. As the orange light fell, it enveloped his body and baptized him quickly. The new profession took root in his body. Mu Xing was surprised to find that this Dumas Awakener profession was actually connected with the Hades beach he built on the Red Ocean. He could call on the power of the Hades beach at any time to enhance the strength of his professional skills. The two complement each other. At the same time, the first level of Dumas Awakener's skills was activated. Skills: Teleportation/Teleportation. This is the basic ability of Dumas Awakener. Teleport. Teleport by consuming Carol substance. The distance is within 1,000 kilometers. Can be upgraded through proficiency cooling time, 10 minutes. Teleport. Teleport by consuming Carol substance. The distance is 0 to 100 meters. Can be upgraded through proficiency cooling time, 1 second. Both skills require the consumption of Carol substance. If there is no Carol substance, the skills will not be activated. When Dumas Awakener occupation is obtained, his body also gains the ability to produce Carol substance. Through practice, the total amount of Carol substance in the body can be continuously improved. Mu Xing glanced at other skills, but unfortunately they were still in a gray state and had not been unlocked. Like the skill tree of the Valorant Awakener, it is a tree-shaped skill structure that can be switched. However, the skill tree of the Dumas Awakener has 6 layers, one more layer than the Valrider profession. He began to look forward to the subsequent skill abilities. Although he has been promoted to a higher position, it is better to have more skills. He will not be complacent because of a promotion and think that he is invincible. He knew very well that he was still far away from those top masters. The more it was at this time, the more he had to learn to calm himself down and take every step steadily. Coming out of the space-time tower, Li Hongwei and Yiwei came out at about the same time. Both of them were in a good mood and seemed to have gained good abilities and talents. After collecting the nodes, they did not stay in the Black Mountain Canyon, but drove to Maine. This was not the first time Mu Xing came here. After all, the worldview of Silent Hill takes place in Maine. It's just that there is no town called Silent Hill in the real world, which makes Alessa somewhat disappointed. Since her soul was repaired, she looks more and more like a healthy little girl. No longer only those negative emotions representing darkness, but more positive emotions such as happiness, hope, and joy. As her soul was repaired, the strength of the complete Alessa was improved, and she was able to keep up with Mu Xing's pace and become stronger. They drove for about 4 hours. When they were about to reach Li Shue's node, Mu Xing received a prompt from the survival system. Guardian 0513, the guarding mission has been issued. Please complete the guarding of the target node. Glancing at the prompt on the terminal, Mu Xing was not surprised. His guard was Li Shue sitting in the back seat. And Li Shue seemed to have received a prompt from the survival terminal, and she was protected by the node guardian. As expected of the seed genius selected by the survival system, not only Mu Xing received the mission, but Yiwei also received the mission. Did you get 2 nodes? Mu Xing glanced at the rearview mirror. Li Shue then realized, oh, I forgot. It seems that I was rewarded with an ordinary gold node for completing a special mission. On the co-pilot, Li Hongwei beat his chest and stamped his feet. Is the gap between people so big? When I was a newcomer, I played in the mud with a group of little guys. He turned his head and looked at Li Shue. Sister Shue, I will hang out with you in the future. Li Shue awkwardly touched her hair. Mu Xing speechlessly turned Li Hongwei's head back. The genius seed has his own way to go. Why are you interfering? It doesn't matter, Captain. Brother Hongwei is my senior. I should learn a lot from him. Mu Xing said, he who keeps company with the red will be red, and he who keeps company with the black will be black. He is just a yellow old oil stick. We also have good kids like the bone eviscerating night spirit in our group. You should communicate with them more in the future. Beside him, Li Hongwei protested, Captain, you are discriminating, naked discrimination, I don't accept it. Mu Xing grabbed his ear with one hand. Are you convinced? Li Hongwei quickly begged for mercy. I am convinced, I am convinced. Chapter 504. When we arrived at the new node gathering point, there were already quite a few people gathered here. Mu Xing's mental power swept over, and there were no less than 20 people. Maine is one of the hardest hit areas for node hunters in the United States. With the increasing number of survivors in recent months, the node hunters that followed were like jackals smelling blood, swarming in. There were more node hunters wandering around the periphery. On the road, a black man dressed as a gangster holding a grenade launcher was aiming the grenade launcher at them. It seemed like he was forcing them to stop. Fuck, where did the black man come from? Get out of here. Li Hongwei cursed and stuck his head out, shouting at the black man. The other party was also angry, and pulled the trigger. This modified grenade launcher could actually fire continuously, and 6 grenades flew at the same time. Li Shue in the back row couldn't help but exclaimed. Mu Xing not only didn't stop the car, but stepped on the accelerator to speed up and rushed over. Those grenades didn't even get close to the 10-meter range, just like they plunged into the lake, creating ripples in the air. The black man's face changed, knowing that he had encountered a tough guy, and he quickly dodged to the side. The car passed him without any obstacles and drove 100 meters. Then, the air rippled and the disappearing grenades fell. With a scream, the black man was directly blown up by his own grenade. Maine is really a simple and honest state. How come I can always meet these idiots wherever I go? Li Hongwei said unhappily. Soon, Mu Xing stepped on the brakes. Ahead was an old-fashioned farm, where Li Shue's node was. Everyone got off the car, and there were green wheat fields on both sides. The farm windmill slowly rotated in the breeze, and the surroundings were very quiet, as if they had been cleaned in advance. This group of people are quite good at hiding. Li Hongwei pointed at the scarecrow in the field, the haystack next to the barn, and the tractor parked on the side of the road. After being discovered, the three node hunters did not pretend and directly revealed their true forms. In particular, in the barn, a masked man with a knife was holding a pale girl. The girl was obviously a newcomer who came here to collect nodes, but was caught by the node hunters. Captain, her name is Nuoyu. She is my teammate in the last world. Li Shue's steady voice sounded beside Mu Xing. Mu Xing's mental power scanned the surroundings, and the divine seal quickly marked all the survivors. There were 5 or 6 people in total, and they all looked like they were in the same group. In the barn, there was another person tied up, and she was obviously not a newcomer. The guardian badge on her chest showed her identity. This guardian's strength was average, and she should be a new guardian. Judging from her number, she was directly ranked outside the thousands. However, as a guardian, Mu Xing was also ashamed to be caught by a node hunter. After all, guardians will get special buffs during the mission and get their strength unlocked. Even so, they were still caught, which only shows that the level of these newly promoted guardians is extremely poor. Quantity and quality are always a paradox, and even the survival system cannot completely solve it. Sister Bing, save me. Nanyue saw Li Shue and hurriedly asked for help. Li Shue did not move, and her expression did not change. She was as calm as her code name, Bing. She just glanced at Mu Xing, and seeing that he didn't make any moves, she continued to remain calm. Mu Xing didn't make any moves, but Yi Wei next to him couldn't stand these arrogant node hunters. A large black banner appeared in her hand, and the surrounding sky suddenly changed color, quickly dimmed, and dark clouds gathered. Countless wrong souls rushed out of the banner, with strange cries. She stared at the node hunters. They subconsciously took a half step back, realizing that this was a tough guy. Guardian, this woman should have nothing to do with you. It's best not to get involved. Before he finished speaking, countless wrong souls had already swept over. Screams were heard near the barn. When the dark clouds dispersed and the sun fell again, the big banner full of black air had returned to Yi Wei's hands. Except for the newcomer named Nuoyu, several node hunters who didn't know whether to live or die had turned into a few white bones. In the distance, the companions of the node hunters fled to the distance, like a gust of wind, not daring to stay for a moment. Yi Wei put away the banner. She was in a bad mood to begin with, and these guys just happened to hit her. The newcomer Nuoyu was so scared that he sat on the ground, trembling. In the warehouse, the Tide Guardian walked out in a mess. She bowed to Yi Wei. Thank you for saving me. As a result, both of them were ignored by Mu Xing. He walked directly past the barn and into the farm. Just in front, Li Shue pointed to the open space in the farmyard. At this time, there were slight ripples on the open space, and a weak vortex began to gather. It will take about an hour to condense into shape. Wait, Mu Xing said. I go keep watch. Although Li Hongwei likes to chatter, he knows what to do at critical moments. This is also the main reason why Mu Xing is willing to help him upgrade. He looks frivolous, but he is calm inside. In addition, Yi Wei's move just now shocked the node hunters, who were ready to move nearby, and they all weighed their own strength in their hearts. Mu Xing noticed that although some node hunters retreated, some were still waiting for opportunities, ready to take risks at any time. He teleported to the highest point of the farm, and the number of people nearby did not decrease, but increased. It seems that the Nightmare Recruitment Order has an impact on all aspects. It forces these opportunistic node hunters to hunt new nodes more frantically to improve their strength. Even they feel pressure and make crazy moves such as kidnapping guardians. If they dare to take risks, Mu Xing doesn't mind killing the chicken to scare the monkeys again. After waiting for about half an hour, Li Shue's 2 nodes began to generate vortexes, 1 gold and 1 dark gold. Not only hers, but also the node of the newcomer Nuoyu. The 3 nodes shone brightly, flashing with dazzling light. The star clusters flowed in the vortex, hazy and beautiful. Aren't there 3 newcomers who came back alive? What about the other one? I don't know. Li Shue shook her head. Mu Xing scanned the area within a radius of 10 miles, and did not find the 4th node taking shape. 2 reasons. First, the man concealed the fact that he was a senior, so there was no need to collect nodes in the wild. Second, the newcomer died in the real world. Compared with the first point, Mu Xing believed the second point more. For some reason, he thought of the Chaos Slaves again. I wonder if there will be Chaos Slaves coming out to cause trouble this time. As time passed, the node was about to take shape. Yue Wei directly set up the 9 nether formation to guard the node that was taking shape on the open space of the farm. Sister Yi, be careful, I feel something is wrong. Not so, right? What do you mean? Do you know the Chaos Slaves? You mean? Although I can't be sure, I must be on guard. Yue Wei nodded, her expression became solemn, and she grabbed the big banner with black air in her hand again. Suddenly, there was a sound of fighting at the entrance of the farm. Li Hongwei's voice rang out. Damn it, you dare to break into the place I protect, right? Boom! Li Hongwei formed seals with his hands, and summoned blue thunder to fall. Chapter 505. The 6-man team besieged Li Hongwei with ill intentions. Li Hongwei was not polite either, summoning 6 old zombies, and using the heavenly thunder method to fight against these node hunters. He rode on a flying zombie as a mount, holding a thunder talisman in his left hand, and a thunder sword in his right hand, bombarding with thunder light to form a thunder curtain. It seemed that this was Li Hongwei's new talent, some kind of powerful thunder method. On this side, Yue Wei presided over the 9 nether formation and was ready for battle. However, in the real world, the power of the 9 nether formation was suppressed by more than 98%, and it could only be used as an auxiliary warning. At the same time, Li Shue's node was condensed. Go get the node, Mu Xing said. Li Shue nodded, first summoned her guardian spirit Xiao, surrounded by a soul shield, and then rushed to the node. Just as she touched the node, the space beside her fluctuated, and something was approaching. Mu Xing stretched out his hand and grabbed, penetrated the fluctuating space, and grabbed a strange hound with 6 legs from it. This hound is a natural space manipulator. It actually crossed the 9 nether formation and locked onto Li Shue. The hound was allowed to struggle, but Mu Xing broke its neck. In front of Mu Xing, this so-called spatial talent was meaningless, and was directly imprisoned and killed. Mu Xing did not relax, as he knew very well that the hound was just testing. Suddenly, he sensed an attacker approaching through space. He looked like an assassin, wearing a hood and a mask, revealing only a pair of eyes. These eyes were pale, and looked like a ghost. There was a dark mark on his forehead, and Mu Xing sensed a familiar breath of the void. This time it was not chaos, but the void. Mu Xing used the power of the tower to cut off the space, and grabbed the undead assassin with one hand. Who would have thought that the other party would suddenly flash and jump, penetrate the cut-off space, and instantly appear near the node vortex? The sharp blade in his hand stabbed Li Shue at a very fast speed. Li Shue directly gave up taking the node and concentrated all her soul power on the shield. With a snap, the soul shield was easily shattered, but the reverse thrust generated by the shield explosion also pushed Li Shue away. Mu Xing held Li Shue's shoulder with one hand. She screamed and spat out blood. Mu Xing frowned. It was a void attack without a medium. It almost shattered Li Shue's heart. A 7-story small tower appeared in Mu Xing's hand, blocking the space and trying to trap the assassin. However, the mark on the opponent's forehead lit up purple, and the double blades actually cut through the space directly, trying to escape. How could Mu Xing let him do what he wanted? With a clenched right hand, the assassin was fiercely bounced out as soon as he escaped into the space. As if knowing that he could not escape, the assassin pierced his forehead with a dagger without hesitation, and some kind of energy contracted rapidly. It exploded with a bang. It happened so fast that Mu Xing couldn't stop it. Apparently, the other party could not only control space, but also control time to a certain extent. When the explosion dissipated, Mu Xing put up a barrier in time, and was not hurt at all. The assassin was strange, and seemed to be targeting him specifically, and he knew his ability very well. He pressed one hand on Li Shue's back, infusing her with the power of repair, helping her to quickly repair her injuries. At the same time, the dark gold energy surged, forcing a hidden energy out of her heart. This energy has both time and space characteristics, and is not suppressed by the rules of the real world. There is only one possibility: it comes from the void. Mu Xing just wanted to save it, but saw the energy ripple and disappear completely. It disappeared without any trace, no spatial fluctuations, and no time changes. He was wondering. The space on the left produced strong fluctuations. This time he was well prepared. If that kind of assassin appeared again, he would definitely catch him. With a cracking sound, a crack was torn into space. An assassin was grabbed by the neck before he could rush out. And the hand that grabbed his neck was a small hand. The assassin was slammed to the ground, and his appearance was exactly the same as the previous assassin. Tights, hood, and face covering. But this time, the one who attacked was not someone else, but an old acquaintance who had met several times, Yuan. Good boy, it's you. Why do I say that the breath is so familiar? Yuan pressed the assassin, and the other party could not break free no matter how hard he struggled. Finally, he was shrunk by Yuan and stuffed into a glass bottle. The small crystal bottle was made of special materials, which seemed to be able to restrain the assassin's strange spatial ability. Lucky I caught him. Yuan smiled and shook the bottle. The assassin in the bottle was fixed in the center of the bottle, and could not move. The mark on the forehead was also sealed by some kind of power. What on earth is this? Mu Xing stared at the assassin in the bottle. Void assassin. Like those guys who created the Chaos Slaves, they all come from the Void. They are assassins created by the Void God. They can use the Void cracks to sneak into the real world. They are more troublesome than the Chaos Slaves. Here. Li Shui has recovered as before, and saluted to Yuan. Meet Lord Yuan. Lord Yuan? Mu Xing looked weird. What the hell is that name? What is the Void God? Mu Xing asked quickly. In my opinion, there are two major disasters in the Void, the Chaos Will and the Void God. If the Chaos Will is the ultimate of the group will, then the Void God is the ultimate of the individual will. These shark-like dangerous guys have no feelings, no emotions, only endless desire for the world of the living. Speaking of this, Yuan smacked his lips. No, why am I telling you this? Do I know you well? Let's go! He was about to retreat back to the space crack. Mu Xing had a dark face, and Yuan was obviously giving him a cold look. After all, he had rejected his invitation to join the patrol team before. Until Yuan retreated into the space crack, Zhou suddenly poked his head out. By the way, Blood Moon, we can have a good chat about these Void assassins when we have time. You will be interested. After saying that, he zipped up the space crack like a zipper. As the crack teeth on the edge trembled, the crack disappeared completely. Mu Xing was speechless. What was this about playing hard to get? He pointed to the node in front. You absorb the node first. It's not advisable to stay here for long. Okay. Li Shui also realized that something was wrong and ran over to absorb the node. This time, Mu Xing built a multi-layer barrier around her to prevent another surprise attack. In the real world, her upper body was suppressed so much that if she could use the power of the upper body just now, the assassin would not have exploded. Unfortunately, the stronger the power, the greater the suppression of the system, which is also for the balance of the real world. A moment later, when Li Shui absorbed two nodes, the node hunters outside who were ready to move slowly retreated, and no one rushed up without knowing whether to live or die. Let's go! Mu Xing called Li Hongwei. Li Hongwei quickly stopped chasing those node hunters, and retreated quickly. Captain, did an assassin appear just now? He just saw the Void assassin. The situation is a bit complicated. This is not the place to talk. Let's go back to Kowloon City first. Mu Xing put away the car on the road, took out the Kowloon City token directly, and teleported away. Others followed suit, and quickly used the main city order to leave. As soon as Mu Xing arrived at the Kowloon City Regiment station, he saw people from the patrol team waiting for them at the gate of the station. What's going on? Hello again, Mr. Shuiyue. We are sent by Consultant Yuan. It's routine to conduct a safety check on everyone. The people who came were none other than Zhao Hui, the leader of the 13th Regiment of the patrol team, and Zhou He, the team leader of the 13th Regiment, who had met before. Chapter 506. Mu Xing was not surprised by their arrival. He did not point out Yuan's trick of playing hard to get, but instead warmly welcomed them into the regiment's base. Mr. Shuiyue, I'm sorry to bother you. We are just doing routine work. Anyone who comes into contact with the Void and the power of chaos needs to undergo a safety inspection. If any hidden dangers are found, they can be dealt with in time. Zhao Hui waved his right hand, and Zhou He beside him took out a scanner and scanned Mu Xing and the others. The blue light hit them, and they found that there were some faint traces of blue energy on their bodies, just like fluorescent substances under ultraviolet light. This blue energy trace cannot be touched or sensed, but it can be seen under the scanning light. What is this? Mu Xing frowned and looked at the blue energy trace on his clothes. With his observer's perception, he didn't even notice these traces. It is a void mark. This kind of mark has the characteristics of time and space, but it cannot be affected by time and space. If it is not handled in time, it will become the target of hunters, like the scent mark left by hyenas, and it will exist for a long time. This was the first time Mu Xing heard of the term void imprint. It was not common in the survival system. How to clean it? Mu Xing asked. Just leave it to us. Please wait. Zhao Hui took out a crystal stone that was emitting mysterious fluctuations. It was sealed in a square solidified space. When the crystal stone approached, Mu Xing noticed that the blue traces began to converge towards the crystal stone. Like a magnet, it sucked away all the blue traces. In addition to Mu Xing, there were more blue traces on Li Shui, and some of them had even penetrated into her heart. This crystal stone was also quite magical. It could accurately remove the blue mark from her heart without leaving any hidden danger. Judging from their skilled movements, it was not the first time they had dealt with such an incident. Are there many such cases? Mu Xing asked suddenly. Not many. Generally speaking, only high-value targets are worth marking. However, in recent months, there have been dozens of cases every week, and the number has increased significantly. Zhao Hui took back the crystal stone and looked up and said, Mr. Blood Moon, please rest assured that the void marks on your bodies are only passively contaminated, not left by the enemy on their own initiative. It is easy to clean up. By the way, this is what Consultant Yuan asked me to give you. Zhao Hui handed over an invitation. What is this? It's an invitation to a celebration banquet. Last time, with the help of Mr. Xueyue, our patrol team solved a major case and successfully destroyed the hidden organization planted by the will of chaos within us. For this great victory, the head of the team plans to hold a celebration banquet to boost morale. Consultant Yuan hopes that Mr. Xueyue will come. Mu Xing did not take the invitation. Sorry, I'm very busy and may not have time to attend the invitation in the near future. Zhao Hui seemed to know what Mu Xing would say, and said directly, We know that Mr. Xueyue is about to enter the nightmare battlefield. Consultant Yuan said that he has collected some latest information about the nightmare battlefield, especially the information about Bailey and Taoist Qingzhu. Mu Xing sighed. This Yuan really knows how to manipulate people's hearts. Now he has to go even if he doesn't want to. He reached out and took the invitation letter. Tell Consultant Yuan that I will be there when the time comes. Mu Xing glanced at the time. It was the night after tomorrow. Although he didn't want to waste time at this so-called celebration banquet, he had to make this trip for intelligence information. So, Mr. Blood Moon, see you the day after tomorrow. The two nodded at him, took a half step back, and then disappeared directly into the regiment's base. Leaving now? Li Hongwei next to him was still confused. He didn't understand a word of the conversation between these people. It was all in Chinese, but it was like it was encrypted. Mu Xing looked up and looked around at everyone. Okay, everyone, you have worked hard, go back and rest first. There will be an emergency meeting tomorrow morning. Everyone remember to be there. Leaving this sentence, Mu Xing also disappeared directly and teleported to Zhang Ting's new store. As Zhang Ting's serum business became popular, he quickly opened up the upper and lower joints, occupied the market, and expanded the scale. He is now the head of 5 official pharmacies. Mu Xing felt that letting him be the director of the auction house before was a complete insult to his talent. He deserves a bigger and better stage. At this time, Zhang Ting was sitting in the office, moving the abacus beads very quickly. Although all the offices in Kowloon City are fully intelligent, he still likes to use the abacus. According to him, this is a qualified shopkeeper. He enjoys the joy of counting money and settling accounts. Hearing the knock on the door, he shouted come in without even looking up. Business is good? Mu Xing sat down at the desk and looked at him with a smile. Oh, God of wealth. No, it's Brother Blood Moon who is here. You came without even saying hello. I haven't prepared anything yet. He quickly got up and poured tea for Mu Xing. No need to prepare. I came to see how the serum sales are going, and if there are any problems that need to be solved. Zhang Ting shook his head. It's not a problem, but there is a new situation. The consumption of recovery serum has been huge recently. I hope Brother Xueyue can increase the supply of recovery serum. The other party handed over a report. Mu Xing only took a glance and found the key point. The demand for consumable serum is rising steadily, and in large quantities. Not only is serum, the sales volume of consumables in various stores is simply an astronomical figure. The major suppliers have been busy recently. Did something happen in the nightmare battlefield? Mu Xing looked up and asked. Zhang Ting chuckled. I shouldn't ask about the nightmare battlefield, but these data are the best intelligence. Like material consumption, supply data, personnel transfers, they can all be used to analyze the situation in the nightmare battlefield. So what's your conclusion? My conclusion is that the nightmare battlefield today highlights urgency and stability. How do you say that? According to my observation, material consumption has skyrocketed exponentially in the past period of time, and it is estimated that a big war is being fought. Later, it began to calm down and steadily increase. So the nightmare battlefield is estimated to have stabilized and entered the consumption stage. But what? Mu Xing looked at Zhang Ting. He seemed to be hesitant to speak. But judging from the situation of material mobilization, the calm is only temporary. I have a feeling that there will be a bigger war in the future. Because I noticed that the supply station ahead has begun to stockpile a large amount of materials. Zhang Ting rubbed his hands. He, Brother Blood Moon, this is our chance to make a fortune. You mean we need to increase the supply? Yes, and taking this opportunity, I have opened up internal channels. We can go through official channels, and the demand will only increase. How much do you want? Mu Xing saw that this guy's appetite was getting bigger and bigger. Zhang Ting stretched out a finger. 100,000? Mu Xing looked at him. It's 1 million. Puff. Mu Xing spit out all the tea he had just drunk. So much? Chapter 507. This is just a preliminary demand. It could be 2 million, 3 million, or even 5 million. When Zhang Ting said this, his eyebrows were dancing with excitement. Are you sure you can take so many? Zhang Ting raised his right hand. I can swear, the higher-ups have already said that we need as many as we can get. Mu Xing calmed down after hearing this. Tell me what the higher-ups are asking for. 1,000 Terra coins per stick. Zhang Ting raised his index finger. Mu Xing frowned. It was as expected. If the recovery serum in his hand is sold in retail, the average price of one bottle can be sold for 3,000 to 4,000 now. In the case of insufficient supply, the price can be even higher. But now, the price is compressed to 1,000 per bottle. If the quantity is not large enough, it is estimated that there is no profit. You know, he usually needs to buy various raw materials to make serum. The higher the quality of the serum, the more raw materials are needed, and the more expensive it is. It costs him 500 to 800 to make an ordinary serum, and this does not take into account the labor problem. If all kinds of losses are taken into account, the total cost may reach about 900. Mu Xing tapped the table lightly, thinking, if the price is 1,000 per tube, I can supply at most 1 million. Zhang Ting was anxious when he heard this. 1 million is too little. Can you add a few million more? Mu Xing shook his head. Excluding the cost, he could only make 100 million at most from 1 million serums. And it is very time-consuming and laborious to manufacture such a large number of low-level consumables. Excluding the share and tax rate, Mu Xing felt that it was better not to make this hard-earned money. Don't worry, I have a new product. Mu Xing took out a green serum that glowed faintly. What is this? I call it concentrated recovery serum, and its recovery power is 3 times that of ordinary recovery serum. I give it a price of 5,000 per bottle, and I can supply 1 million. The cost of this one in Mu Xing's hand is about 2,000. With the same quantity, the profit is 30 times higher than that of ordinary recovery serum. Zhang Ting excitedly took the serum, then took out professional equipment to check it, and the smile on his face could no longer be suppressed. Great, with this, we can move towards the mid-range market. He stood up in a hurry and said, I go and discuss the supply. Mu Xing stopped him and said, I give you a base price of 4,000 out of the 5,000. If we can reach a price in the middle, I give you 50% of the extra. Hearing this, Zhang Ting became even more excited. He wanted to rush over and kowtow to Mu Xing before leaving. He patted his chest heavily and said, Don't worry, God of Wealth, leave this matter to me. I promise to negotiate a good price. Mu Xing stood up and said, Then I will wait for your good news. I will produce 1 million ordinary recovery serums as soon as possible. As for the concentrated serum, I will start working after the order comes in. Of course. Zhang Ting suppressed his excitement and ran out of the store. Looking at the garbage cleaning robots working on the street, he felt that they were much more handsome. When Mu Xing went out, he found that it was already evening. He planned to take on the Talent Key Challenge tomorrow. Now he would try his luck at the auction house. One is to buy some resurrection items, and the other is to find information about the Dark Moon Great Sword and the Time Compressor. The Dark Moon Great Sword obviously has the possibility of subsequent upgrades. This Great Sword from the border may hide the true power of the Dark Moon. If this secret can be cracked, it is not impossible to awaken this weapon again. In addition, he also hopes to find information about the repair and enhancement of the Time Compressor. The Time Compressor in his hand is only a semi-finished product, which can only speed up his own time, which means it is only equivalent to an action accelerator. It barely improves the movement speed, combat speed, etc., and the maximum bonus is only 10 times. For him now, there is an improvement, but not much. Mu Xing came to the auction house this time to find someone. Qin Yu, the only female manager of the auction house. She has a good relationship with Zhang Ting. The old guy hesitated for a long time before he was willing to give him the other party's contact information, which made Mu Xing seriously doubt whether the two of them were having an affair. As soon as he arrived at the auction house, someone came to greet him. Compared with the last time I met the villain Qin Yu's attitude is much better. Of course. Mu Xing had checked in advance that there was no blood relationship between the two Qins, and they were even mortal enemies. That's why he came to look for someone with confidence. This time he was led to the 4th floor, and Qin Yu actually had a special office inside the auction house, which was much more impressive than Qin Yu. Knock, knock, knock. Mu Xing knocked on the door. Come in. A gentle voice sounded from the room. Mu Xing pushed the door open and entered. The office was decorated in a very classical style. The hollow window behind him was actually a real scene, not a screen or a holographic projection. Looking up, you can see the scenery of Kowloon City outside. Hello, I was introduced by Zhang Ting. My name is Xue. Hearing the voice, Qin Yu, who was working, immediately looked up and stood up. Hello, Mr. Xue. I am sorry for not welcoming you from afar. The woman looked to be in her 30s, generous, good-looking, and had an excellent temperament. Although it was a professional smile, it made people feel very comfortable. She put down her work and came over to shake hands with Mu Xing, and even poured him a cup of tea in person. Zhang Ting is such a fool. He just said that a distinguished guest had arrived, but I didn't expect it to be Mr. Blood Moon. Qin Yu couldn't help but mutter. Mu Xing was stunned. Is he famous? He's just a nobody, not worth mentioning. Mu Xing shook his head. Qin Yu still had a smile on his face. You can destroy the Iron War Corps by yourself and become a guest of the patrol team at the same time. You are not a nobody. Mr. Blood Moon is too modest. Mu Xing drank tea calmly, secretly shocked by the auction house's intelligence system. Although he knew that the destruction of the Iron Legion could not be concealed, he did not expect that the people at the auction house would know the news so quickly. Not only that, Qin Yu actually knew that she was connected to the patrol team. This is not information that anyone can get. Don't get me wrong, my uncle is the head of a branch of the patrol team and mentioned Mr. Blood Moon by chance. In order to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, she quickly explained. Mu Xing smiled and said, It seems that Miss Qin Yu is even more secretive than I thought. The other party elegantly sat on the sofa opposite Mu Xing, Zhang Ting, and I have been friends for many years. If Mr. Xue has any needs, just tell me. Seeing that the other party was so polite, Mu Xing did not hide anything, and went straight to the point, saying that he needed information about the resurrection props and the Dark Moon Great Sword. Qin Yu took out a tablet and flipped through it quickly, as if checking the inventory. Without raising his head, he said, The situation in the Nightmare Battlefield is urgent recently, and the demand for resurrection props has skyrocketed. However, since it is Mr. Xueyu's request, I can find a way to requisition some of them. How much? 100 resurrection stones. This is the limit of my authority. I want them all. Mu Xing waved his hand and took them directly. 100 resurrection stones, under the current situation, are completely out of stock. The price has also doubled directly. The original price was 1 million, and now it can be easily auctioned for more than 2 million. As for the price, I will give it to you at the original price. Qin Yu suddenly spoke. Mu Xing was thinking about how to bargain, but Qin Yu's words made him unable to do it. Chapter 508. Original price? Isn't this appropriate? Mu Xing said subconsciously. Qin Yu shook his head. Didn't I say that Zhang Ting's friends are my friends? Besides, I like to invest in potential stocks the most. I think Mr. Xueyue is an excellent potential stock. Mu Xing touched his nose, knowing that this was a compliment. Of course, I also have a small request. Qin Yu said. Please tell me. Mu Xing was also grateful for what he had received. If it was within his ability, he would not mind helping. Mr. Xueyue is about to enter the Nightmare Battlefield, right? Yes. Mu Xing did not hide it. After all, this matter could not be hidden. The auction house also has some staff stationed in the Nightmare Battlefield all year round. As long as Mr. Xueyue mentions my name, they will definitely provide corresponding help to Mr. Xueyue. Of course, if it is within Mr. Xueyue's ability, if these auction house staff encounter danger, I hope they can help take care of them. Hearing her words, Mu Xing roughly understood what she meant. The people currently stationed in the Nightmare Battlefield are probably Qin Yu's people. Previously, the Resurrection Stone was given to Mu Xing at a discount, which was simply buying a bodyguard with money. Or buying favors with money. The other party's way of speaking and doing things made Mu Xing feel comfortable. Since it was a win-win situation, it was difficult for him to refuse. He nodded and agreed, no problem. Soon, Chen Yu's maid knocked on the door and came in with a box. What is this? Chen Yu pushed the box over and motioned him to open it. Mu Xing gently opened the box, and inside was a token, a small storage bag, and several documents. This is all the information that our auction house's internal database can find. I hope it will be helpful to Mr. Xue. What is this token? This is my personal token. Mu Xing nodded, understanding what she meant. Seeing the token is like seeing the person. This is to open the door for him. Mu Xing picked up the information in the box and quickly scanned it. There is a little more information about the Dark Moon Great Sword, with a detailed introduction, and it also mentioned the news about the Dark Moon power. He is almost determined that if he wants to continue to upgrade the Dark Moon Great Sword, the key lies in the Dark Moon power. The power of the Dark Moon comes from Lani in the Borderland. This noble royal descendant is one of the three gods, and is called the Princess of the Moon. She controls the laws of the night, and her power comes from the night, the stars and the moon. Her body manifests as a cold dark moon. If Mu Xing wants to evolve the Dark Moon Great Sword, he must find this god Lani. In addition, there is little information about the time compressor, and it is all vague information. However, Chen Yu gave some suggestions, that is, to find a world with the ability to control time, which may be helpful for repairing and upgrading the time compressor. Mu Xing was very satisfied with the information. Although he could not immediately convert it into the progress of strengthening props, it also pointed out the direction for him. Mu Xing picked up the box and stood up directly. It may take a few days to buy the funds for the Resurrection Stone. Zhang Ting will call Chen Yu at that time. Chen Yu smiled as usual. I trust Mr. Xue. In this case, I will take my leave first. Since the goal has been achieved, Mu Xing is unwilling to waste time here. He still has to go to Jiolong Tower to practice tonight. By the way, Mr. Xue, please help me pass this to Zhang Ting. Mu Xing took the envelope handed over by the other party, and nodded to accept it. It seems that the two people seem to have a conflict. Don't worry, I will pass it on. Until Mu Xing left, the trusted maid standing guard at the door came in. Miss, you are so generous. That's 100 million. You just gave it away as soon as you said it? The maid couldn't help but mutter. Chen Yu shook her head. Do you still remember the mysterious master behind Zhang Ting that I told you about? Miss, are you talking about him? I was just guessing before we met, but I'm almost sure after we met. As she spoke, she reminded him, keep this a secret. I don't want Zhang Ting to be affected. He is an ambitious man. Maybe leaving the auction house is a better choice for him. Hearing this, the maid couldn't help but mutter, why does Miss have to protect him? That guy not only doesn't appreciate it, but he's also stubborn and infuriating. Okay, Lan Hua, don't say anything. I was also responsible for what happened at the auction house. If I wasn't there, I wouldn't have let those guys kick him out. The maid next to her whispered, Miss, the evidence of Chen Yu forming a clique and falsifying accounts in the auction house has been collected. We can impeach him at any time and ask him to leave. Are we going to take action now? No, wait a little longer. He has accomplices. We will clean them out together after digging them out and give the auction house a clear sky. She saw that the maid was hesitant to speak and said speechlessly, just say it. The president asked you to go home for dinner tonight. Chen Yu frowned, but finally nodded. I know. At the same time, 9 Dragon Tower. Mu Xing recharged his VIP membership and went straight to the top floor. Now that he had money, he certainly spent it to improve his strength. The top floor had 9 times the proficiency acceleration, plus the large number of proficiency gems he bought when he just left the auction house. He began to madly improve the proficiency of the Dumb's Awakener profession. His goal was to directly open the skill bar of the 2nd floor and try to get closer to the 3rd floor. The skill teleportation/teleportation of the 1st floor had already given him enough surprises. He was looking forward to the 2nd and 3rd level skills. Of course, before that, he planned to upgrade the Valorant Awakener profession to the Great Perfection. Those proficiency gems were prepared for the Valorant Awakener profession. First, Mu Xing upgraded Dumas Awakener to the 2nd level through proficiency acceleration and proficiency gems. Successfully opened the 2nd level skills. Nether Lake/BT. Nether Lake. Tar the Carol Matter, and summon liquid Carol Matter to form the Nether Lake. In the Nether Lake, all the attributes of the summoner summons will be added. BT. Souls can be captured through the Nether Beach, anchored on the Nether Beach, and converted into BT. Usually used in conjunction with the Nether Lake skill. Mu Xing stared at the 2 skills that had just been activated with some surprise. It was indeed strong. But he seemed to be going further and further on the road of summoners. He obviously started with the spiritual strengthening route. Why did he go further and further astray? Shaking his head, throwing away the messy thoughts in his mind, Mu Xing began to use the skill gems crazily. He bought skill gems worth nearly 50 million. After selecting, used them together to continuously improve the professional proficiency of the Valorant Awakener. The progress bar directly increased from about 70% to 90% in just a few hours. When he used up all the proficiency gems in one breath, the pleasant prompt sound finally sounded in his mind. Congratulations, you have successfully improved the Valorant Awakener talent to a perfect state, and now the ultimate talent skill is activated. As the career column lights up, the 5-layer skill tree begins to burn. From the first layer to the 4th layer, they all converge to the 5th layer. The 5th layer is not a double skill, but a single skill like the first layer. In other words, the last layer of all professional skill trees is a single skill. It is also called the ultimate skill, or awakening skill. Chapter 509. When the burning flame is completely lit, golden light permeates from the skill bar. A red skill is displayed. Vor's ultimate skill, Valred Awakening. Valred Awakening. Activate the skill to make Valred particles enter the awakening state, and all Valred professional skill effects are increased by 300%, and mental enhancement is increased by 300%. Expand the Valred particle field, and the matter in the field can be converted into Valred particles for manipulation. Finally unlocking the ultimate form of Valred particles, Mu Xing was quite satisfied. Originally, these professional skills could not keep up with his pace, and were on the verge of being eliminated. However, the opening of the awakening skill allowed it to successfully rejuvenate. This awakening skill can not only be used by himself, but also by his upper body. The upper body is a micro-blood moon. If the Valred particles are awakened, it is equivalent to adding a special particle transformation field. Combined with the gene control ability and mental control ability of the micro-blood moon, can the enemy be directly transformed into one's own? If the idea can come true, the effect will definitely be violent enough. Of course, ideas are ideas, and whether the two effects will conflict requires further practical verification. After completing all this, Mu Xing opened his eyes again in the early morning of the next day. The sound of bells came from Kowloon City. When he walked out of the Kowloon Tower, he noticed that the streams of light from all directions were converging towards the center of Kowloon City. There were veterans of survival recruited by the survival system, and there were also newcomers who entered the nightmare battlefield for the first time. I don't know how many people can come back alive this time. Passers-by looking up at the sky couldn't help but sigh. Yeah, I heard that the casualty ratio is extremely high. I'm going to the nightmare battlefield in my next world, and I don't know what the situation is. Someone next to him echoed. A bunch of self-pitying cowards. The nightmare battlefield is a challenge and an opportunity. We survivors are destined to go against the will of heaven. You are a bunch of cowards. Why don't you find a crooked tree outside the city and hang yourself? Ha ha. A shirtless man with a strong body of muscles mocked those uneasy eyes. He threw the sledgehammer in his hand, quickly caught up, clasped his hands on his chest, stood on the flying sledgehammer and headed towards the center of Kowloon City. The rough laughter faded away, leaving behind an ugly expression, as if he had eaten a bunch of dead flies. Interesting. Mu Xing looked at the receding back. In this era of great waves, the strong survive and the weak die. Only by bravely moving forward and becoming the trendsetter of the times can there be a bright road ahead. He instantly transformed into a group of red-awakened Valrid particles, flew into the sky like a gust of wind, and rushed towards the regiment's base. When arriving at the base, Yi Wei was ready to challenge the talent awakening key. Won't you try? Mu Xing looked at Li Hongwei. Li Hongwei smiled awkwardly. Captain, although I really want to awaken my talent, I think with my current strength, I should calm down first. Mu Xing took out the storage bag and gave half of the resurrection stones to Yi Wei. Sister Yi, take these resurrection stones first. The awakening challenge is difficult, and it will probably consume a lot of resurrection stones. Yi Wei shook her head. No need, Grandpa left me a lot of resurrection stones, enough. She spread out her right hand, which contained not only dozens of resurrection stones, but also many advanced resurrection props. As expected of a wealthy lady, Yi Wei's family background was amazing. Mu Xing put away the resurrection stone and walked to the yard next to him. In order to challenge the awakening space, he specially built protective facilities that could also isolate the breath from leaking out. Yi Ling and Qi Gu were responsible for the logistics preparations. Qi Gu and Li Hongwei were in charge of Mu Xing, and Yi Ling and Li Shui were in charge of Yi Wei. If the challenge failed, the logistics staff would treat and recover them as soon as possible. After making all preparations, in the open space of the yard, a dark golden key appeared in Mu Xing's hand. First, use the key to bind the talent that needs to be awakened. Without any hesitation, of course, awaken the Blood Moon successor talent first. Do you want to use the talent awakening key to open the awakening challenge space? Note, after use, it cannot be undone or interrupted. If the challenge fails, the key will not be returned. The survival system specifically issued a warning prompt to let Mu Xing be mentally prepared. Confirm. As the key burst into a dazzling light, the light suddenly spread into a portal of flesh and blood. This key is bound to Mu Xing's Blood Moon talent, and the challenge door is very unique. Come on, Captain! Li Hongwei waved his fist at him. Mu Xing grinned. Warm me a pot of wine. After that, he laughed and walked into the flesh and blood door. The next second, Mu Xing couldn't laugh anymore. He couldn't help but ask 3 questions about life. Who am I? Where am I? What should I do? He looked at the blood-red world around him in confusion. In front of him was the land, valleys, and trees that were condensed with blood and flesh. Looking up, a huge red blood moon was suspended at the end of the world, like a disgusting meatball. And looking down at himself, a lump, one, red tadpoles, but the size of a child's palm, with only 1 head and 1 tail, living in a small red pool of no more than 10 square meters. At this time, the prompt panel appeared in front of him. Challenge mission requirements: devour the world lord, greedy moon. Mission rewards: successful challenge will earn you talent evolution awakening. Mu Xing took another look at the red blood moon in the distant sky, and he regretted his previous boast. He really started as a tadpole, and his upgrades all depended on swallowing. As soon as the prompt panel disappeared, Mu Xing sensed the vibration of the water behind him. He quickly shook his tail, and quickly dived into the mincemeat mud under the water. Then, a bloody mouth attacked, shoveling away a large piece of the meat mud in the pool. It was a mutant blood-red catfish about 1 meter long. Its body was twisted with blood and flesh. Its mouth was full of sharp teeth. It had 6 crooked eyes, and its 30-centimeter tentacles were wriggling like detectors. 2 small bulges had grown on the belly of this blood-fleshed catfish, and it looked like it was about to grow legs. Although this mutant blood-fleshed catfish was only about 1 meter long, it was a huge monster for Mu Xing, who was only the size of a palm. Moreover, since he lived in this body, both his mental and soul abilities were sealed. The only consolation was that there was still a trace of blood moon energy left by the upper body in his body. Mu Xing fled for a while, and finally got into a pile of bones. The catfish was too big to get in. The 2 sides were deadlocked for several minutes before the other party had to give up. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly felt a stinging pain in his tail. He turned around, and saw a mutant loach biting his tail. Mu Xing turned around, and accurately bit the neck of the loach with his not-so-sharp teeth. As a result, the skin of this guy was so smooth that his teeth could not penetrate. Mu Xing immediately bit his own tail, and cut off his tail to survive. He turned his body, and tried to rush out of the pile of broken bones. Chapter 510. It was a bad start. The small pond was so dangerous. Mu Xing didn't dare to run around, lest he run into the big catfish. It should be the overlord of this small pond, the strongest predator. It seemed that if he wanted to leave the pond, he had to kill this obstacle. Mu Xing carefully searched the edge area. The small pond had a perfect ecology, forming an independent ecological circulation system. Everything in the ecology seemed to be related to the mutated flesh and blood. Or it could be said to be the prototype of a corpse. Mu Xing collected those cell-like mayflies in the water, and devoured them quickly. That trace of upper blood moon energy provided him with a strong digestive ability. By digesting and absorbing the energy of these mayflies, he quickly repaired the broken tail, and the scars on his body. At the same time, the more he ate, the bigger his body became. It was only 7 or 8 centimeters just now, but now it has grown to 10 centimeters. Then he began to shift his target to those of the same kind. These tadpoles of the same kind were 7 or 8 centimeters long at the initial stage of life, and were only slightly stronger than those mayflies. He locked onto a skinny fellow and pounced on him while he was eating mayflies. He did not choose to bite the head, but the tail. All the tadpole's ability to move depends on the tail. Once the tail is broken, it can only be manipulated by others. Mu Xing's actions were precise and fast. Before the tadpole could react, he had already bitten the most vulnerable part of the tail. The tadpole struggled wildly after tearing the tail apart. Mu Xing bit quickly, and then rolled over to death, tearing off the tail. Mu Xing swallowed the translucent tail with big mouthfuls, and his powerful digestive ability quickly absorbed it. He noticed that after swallowing the tail of his own kind, his tail was strengthened, becoming thicker and stronger. Muxing was not in a hurry to chase, always paying attention to the possible dangers around him. He knew very well that the tadpole with a broken tail could not run far. Sure enough, when it continued to move forward 1 or 2 meters, it found the tadpole with a broken tail gradually sinking to the bottom of the water. He rushed over at an accelerated speed, and then turned around and ran. The water was rippling, and the big catfish from before came again. It was 1 step ahead of me, and swallowed the tadpole with a broken tail in 1 bite. Muxing quickly got into the muddy meat under the water, and escaped. Damn it, you stole my food. Muxing looked at the big catfish swimming over his head indignantly. I will eat you one day sooner or later. Muxing waited for the big catfish to leave for a while, then quietly got out of the water, and began to look for other food. While swallowing the mayfly, he looked for other of the same kind. When his body grew to 12 centimeters, he found the second tadpole. This time, with the size advantage, Muxing chose to kill it directly without hesitation. First cut off the tail, then attack its eyes. Make it blind and lame. Finally, bite the broken tail and drag it to the bottom of the water. The battle was very fast. As soon as he dragged the prey to the bottom of the water, the big catfish swam over, as if patrolling its territory. Muxing hid in the mud pit at the bottom of the water, and bit the tadpole with big mouthfuls, digesting it quickly and growing quickly. After he ate the tadpole, his body had grown to 15 centimeters, twice the size of an ordinary tadpole. Muxing struck while the iron was hot, and continued to search for prey. This time he learned to be smart. In order not to attract the big catfish, he would drag the prey into the underwater mud to eat it as soon as he caught it. After catching 3 or 4 tadpoles in a row, Muxing's body had grown to nearly 20 centimeters. His overall physical fitness was greatly improved, and the most important thing was that his teeth had evolved and become sharper. Muxing no longer tried to capture tadpoles, because he found that as his size increased, eating tadpoles would only bring him negligible improvement. So he set his sights on the red loach in the pile of broken bones. This guy had forced him to break his tail to survive before, and now that he had stood up, he would naturally come back for revenge. But before that, Muxing planned to swim around the pool quickly, to confirm the ecology and danger of the pool again. He noticed that the spores of the mayflies were released from the bubbling holes in the center of the pool. Tiny spores grow by decomposing and absorbing the blood and flesh residues at the bottom of the water. They become the bottom layer of the ecology in the pond. Above them are tadpoles, which grow quickly and can complete the evolution from juvenile to adult in just a few days. They reproduce asexually, and can lay a large number of tadpole eggs at a time. After the eggs hatch, they grow by swallowing mayfly spores. When they grow bigger, they can start to eat adult mayflies. Of course, there are other creatures in the pond. In addition to large catfish and loaches, there is also a kind of split-mouthed fish. This strange fish is about 30 centimeters long at the smallest, and there are not many of them. Because they are covered with hard scales, the big catfish seems to be powerless against them. So, the big catfish usually occupies the center of the pool and occasionally patrols the surroundings. At this time, the big catfish stays in the center of the pool, which is its pasture. It will wait for the tadpoles to grow up and lay eggs before hunting them, instead of exhausting the pond to catch fish. The cycle is repeated, and the growth rate is extremely fast. When Muxing returned to the pile of broken bones, the loach just caught an unlucky tadpole. It was eating with relish. This loach was more than 20 centimeters long. It had suffered a great loss before, and now it came for revenge. Muxing quietly went around behind it, preparing to attack. Just when the loach was eating happily, it didn't notice the danger approaching from behind. Just when its head went into the tadpole's stomach to eat, Muxing suddenly accelerated and rushed out at lightning speed. It bit the target's throat with 1 bite. Then it bit it tightly and didn't let go. It was fast, accurate, and ruthless. The loach rolled wildly in the pile of broken bones, trying to get rid of Muxing. But how could Muxing let go? Instead, he bit even harder. At the same time, he used the power of rotation to tear the skin and flesh of the loach. After rolling for dozens of times, he tore a big hole. Gradually, the loach began to lose strength, and as the blood flowed out of its body, its physical strength quickly dissipated. In order to prevent the blood from attracting the big catfish, Muxing quickly drank all the blood into his stomach. He immediately felt his body begin to mutate. The body stretched out, became thin, and gradually evolved into the form of a loach. After he completely devoured the loach, he also mutated from a tadpole to a half-loach. But compared to the slender loach, his body was fatter, and his big mouth still had dense teeth. At the same time, he grew hardened spine and ribs, and his skin became smoother. Mu Xing looked at his newly evolved body and murmured to himself. So that's it, evolution not only requires devouring food, but also requires different types of genes to evolve. Mu Xing lay in the pile of broken bones, carefully adjusting his body to ensure the most perfect combination of speed and strength. His next goal is to devour more loaches. Try to grow his body to 30 centimeters. The key is to evolve sharper teeth, bite force, and explosive power. Just as Mu Xing continued to hunt the third loach, he saw another big catfish swimming over his head. This time, it had 2 more bulges on its abdomen, and they were getting bigger and bigger. It looked like it was about to grow limbs. Mu Xing was anxious and couldn't wait for the big catfish to climb ashore before him. Once it ran away, he estimated that he would have to spend a lot of time collecting mayflies and tadpoles. Therefore, Mu Xing locked his next target on those slit-mouthed fish. Chapter 511. The smallest of these slit-mouthed fish is 30 centimeters, and the largest is half a meter long. There are only 3 of them. If Mu Xing wants to kill the big catfish, it is probably not possible to rely on swallowing loaches. Loaches are scarce and cannot be regenerated. If he can eat a slit-mouthed fish and evolve a body of hard scales, the catfish will probably be unable to do anything to him, and he will have the confidence to fight head-on. However, how to kill the slit-mouthed fish is a problem. These slit-mouthed fish that look like carps have very large mouths that are split all the way to the side of their heads. They don't have sharp teeth and mainly feed on mayflies, so they have no conflicts of interest with the big catfish, and the 2 sides usually maintain a peaceful state. Mu Xing's target is the smallest split-mouthed fish. It is about 30 centimeters long. However, the 3 split-mouthed fish usually act together, and he can't deal with the siege of 3 of them. He has seen the big catfish trying to attack those split-mouthed fish. As a result, the 3 split-mouthed fish are very united and fight against the enemy together, so that the big catfish did not gain any advantage. Instead, he was wounded. Catfish are ferocious, but their defense is slightly low. Mu Xing has already seen that the catfish evolved from a mutant tadpole. Because it did not eat loaches, it always maintained its most primitive form. In the next few hours, Mu Xing continued to hunt tadpoles and loaches, devouring them in large quantities. The big catfish seemed to have noticed that the food was constantly decreasing, and began to patrol the pool, trying to find Mu Xing, the culprit. However, Mu Xing was always very careful, and waited until night fell. Mu Xing noticed that the huge blood moon in the sky had risen high, splashing blood-red light on the earth. Under this blood-red light, all creatures seemed to be affected by some kind of power, becoming greedy, violent, and their attack power was rising steadily. Under the moonlight, Mu Xing also felt his emotions change. But in just a moment, he calmed down. After all, he was a higher-level creature that had been promoted and sublimated, and the moonlight could not affect him. However, it was because of this moonlight that Mu Xing found the opportunity to kill the slit fish. Under the influence of the moonlight, both the big catfish and the slit-mouthed fish became irritable. Even the tadpoles began to attack each other. The big catfish swam rapidly in the pool, stirring the entire pool like crazy. Mu Xing's plan was divided into 2 steps. The first was to lure the target away from the school of fish. The second was to start a war between the slit-mouthed fish and the big catfish. Mu Xing first collected a large number of mayflies, placed some at intervals, and gradually led the smallest slit-mouthed fish away. At the same time, he held the blood of the loach in his mouth, swam to the side of the largest slit-mouthed fish, and sprayed it with blood. The thick blood filled the air, and the big catfish rushed over like crazy, attacking the big slit-mouthed fish directly. The 2 slit-mouthed fish were not willing to be outdone, and quickly fought back. Under the influence of the moonlight, both sides went completely crazy and fought. On the other side of the pool, the small slit-mouthed fish was immersed in the joy of getting a steady supply of food. Usually, it needs to find mayflies bit by bit, but today these mayflies are directly delivered to its mouth. As long as it keeps moving forward, there will be a steady supply of food. Finally, it saw a large group of mayflies under the pile of broken bones, and immediately rushed over happily, and just after it rushed into the pile of broken bones, Mu Xing suddenly made a move. He pressed down on the pile of broken bones. A thin layer of mud collapsed, and he used the pile of broken bones to directly press the slit fish into the trap he had dug in advance. Yes, Mu Xing dug a 1-meter deep pit under the pile of bones. When the slit fish fell into the trap, he used bones as a cage to trap it, and then took the initiative to attack. Attack its eyes first, making the slit fish blind, so that it can be slaughtered at will. Mu Xing can see everything around him clearly in the dark. I don't know if my observer talent is still in effect. This is his real advantage. He bit a sharp fish bone in his mouth, swung his tail quickly, accelerated rapidly, and turned himself into a spear. With a puff, the fish bone directly pierced the left eye of the split fish. The split fish struggled in pain, spinning wildly in the trap, trapped in fear, and had completely lost its direction. Mu Xing seized the opportunity, and did the same thing when it slowly stopped, piercing its right eye. The split fish had both eyes pierced, and completely lost its ability to resist. Mu Xing continued to attack with the fish bone in his mouth. The slit-mouthed fish lost its eyes, and became blind. It struggled in the dark puddle for a short time, before being successfully killed by Mu Xing. Here it comes! Mu Xing excitedly rushed over, and began to eat it with big mouthfuls. As a result, one of his teeth was broken as soon as he opened his mouth. The slit-mouthed fish was covered with hard scales, and his teeth could not bite it at all. Fortunately, it was dead, and Mu Xing started to devour it from the eyes and gills. He drilled into its body, and ate all its internal organs. By the time Mu Xing crawled out of the fish's belly, the entire slit-mouthed fish was left with only an empty shell. Then, Mu Xing felt his body begin to evolve. His body size continued to grow, from 30 centimeters to more than 40 centimeters. At the same time, hard scales grew on his body. His body size was also changing. However, he still retained his sharp fangs, which were the foundation of his survival. At the same time, he evolved a tough and thick membrane on his eyes that could not be directly pierced by ordinary attacks to prevent sneak attacks on his eyes. When he rushed out of the bone-crushing trap, his body had grown to nearly 50 centimeters, with a smooth body and covered with black scales. After successfully completing the evolution, Mu Xing was not in a hurry to attack the big catfish. Instead, he continued to act like a scoundrel, hiding in the underwater mud, observing the battle between the big catfish and the crackfish above. He always felt that the big catfish was not that simple, and must have some special abilities, because the degree of its mutation and distortion was too high. Sure enough, after the two sides fought for several hours, the big catfish suddenly trembled all over, and a hazy red light shone on its body. The red light came from the moonlight in the sky. The blood-colored moonlight condensed in its mouth, and quickly approached the eyes of the slit-mouthed fish. The blood-colored moonlight exploded in the eyes of the slit-mouthed fish, as if a flash explosion had occurred. Mu Xing saw that the explosion was released in a very small range, and with the help of water conduction, the power was even greater. With a bang, the eyes of the slightly smaller slit-mouthed fish were directly blown up, exploding from the outside to the inside, and the brain matter was exploded. The water in the pool was rippling, and even Mu Xing, who was under the water, felt the strong shock. He quickly got into the mud, and successfully avoided the shock. Then he quickly fished in troubled waters. Just as the big slit fish angrily launched a counterattack against the big catfish, Mu Xing dragged away the slit fish that was killed by the big catfish. The big catfish failed to eat the prey in the first time, but it was Mu Xing's advantage. He feasted in the mud hole, and swallowed the slit fish. His body expanded from more than 40 centimeters to more than 60 centimeters. Now, he directly became the second leader in this pool. After eating the fish, Mu Xing continued to waiting for the battle between the big catfish and the slit fish to end. Its moonlight explosion cannot attack continuously, and it takes a long time to gather energy after each attack. This is the key to Mu Xing's victory. Chapter 512. The two sides fought for several hours again. The big slit fish was exhausted, and the big catfish was almost at its limit. Both sides were fighting desperately, and neither was willing to give up. Mu Xing saw that the moonlight in the big catfish began to condense again. This time it was obviously a little dimmer than the last time. With a bang, red light flashed, instantly illuminating the entire pool. The big slit fish rolled violently and struggled. Blood seeped out of its eyes. The left eye was directly penetrated by the explosion, and its vitality was rapidly lost. The catfish's continuous use of this move was not without cost. It lost 1/3 of its body weight. Obviously, using this move required a lot of blood and flesh. Fortunately, it succeeded, and killed the big slit fish that it had always regarded as a thorn in its side. It pounced on it, and began to devour the big slit fish. Mu Xing noticed that the bulge on its abdomen was getting bigger and bigger, and it suddenly grew 4 tender legs. Mu Xing no longer hesitated and rushed out decisively. The catfish, who was eating with relish, turned back suddenly, and saw a dark shadow rushing out of the mud and biting its soft abdomen. The sharp and pointed teeth bit tightly, and the death rolled, tearing off a large piece of meat directly. The big catfish was shocked and angry, and quickly retreated, and the red moonlight quickly gathered in its body. How could Mu Xing let it do what it wanted? It swam directly downwards, and then suddenly pushed upwards. The half-collected red moonlight dissipated directly in its mouth. Mu Xing took another bite, and continued to tear its belly. The blood continued to seep out, making the already red pool even more red. With a bang. Mu Xing didn't expect that this guy could actually condense moonlight. This time he did not retreat or dodge, but directly took the blow with his tail. Flashes lit up on his dark scales, shattering them, and even turning that part into a bloody mess. However, this injury did not affect Mu Xing's fighting ability. He continued to bite madly. The big catfish finally began to get scared. It rushed to the edge of the pool and pounced on the shore. It paddled its newly grown 4 legs, trying to escape from the pool. But just after it crawled out 2 steps, a bloody mouth rushed out of the water and bit its tail. No matter how the catfish struggled, it was still dragged back into the pool by the bloody mouth. The muddy water in the pool rolled and the battle was fierce. Mu Xing relied on his hard scales, and although he was slightly inferior in size, he was not afraid at all. 10 minutes later, the seriously injured catfish could no longer hold on, and its body turned over and began to float. Mu Xing quickly dragged it back into the water and ate it with his mouthfuls. The overlord in the pool was finally killed by himself and became his food for evolution. The most critical ability of the catfish is the ability to gather red moonlight to explode. After devouring the catfish, Mu Xing's body began to evolve rapidly. Especially after he devoured the strange-looking mysterious organ in the catfish's body, a mysterious organ also grew in his body. It looked like a round ball of flesh and blood, numb and lumpy, like an unformed blood moon. This should be the source of the catfish's power. After eating it, Mu Xing also mastered this special ability. At the same time, he felt a little itchy in his abdomen, and 4 lumps appeared in his abdomen. Puff puff puff. He actually grew 4 legs. At the same time, it evolved a terrestrial respiratory system. He could finally leave this small pool. Mu Xing rushed out of the pool, and was about to enjoy the freedom of land and breathe fresh air. Suddenly, a black shadow fell from the sky, and its sharp claws grabbed him directly into the sky. This was a giant eagle with flesh and blood wings, with a wingspan of 5 meters. Mu Xing gathered the moonlight and collapsed on its legs. The giant eagle felt pain and loosened its claws at once. Mu Xing fell quickly and suddenly realized that he could not fly. Instantly fell from a height of several hundred meters. With a bang, he was smashed into a pulp. Do you want to use the bound resurrection stone? Just after Mu Xing was killed, a prompt subtitle appeared. Confirm. When Mu Xing opened his eyes again, he was resurrected in the pool. He quickly swam to the surface of the water, carefully observing the surroundings, and noticed that there were still some giant eagles with flesh and blood wings hovering in the sky. He didn't expect to die once just after leaving the pool, which was really embarrassing. At the same time, he noticed 2 numbers appearing in front of him. September 10th. Obviously, the resurrection stone is not infinitely usable, and can only be resurrected 10 times at most. These giant eagles seem to have extremely strong night vision, especially under the blessing of the blood moon in the sky. Their vision is even stronger. Mu Xing retreated back into the water, and decided to wait for dawn. At the same time, he occupied the territory previously occupied by the big catfish, and began to fish in an unsustainable manner. When he goes ashore again, he needs to grow strong enough limbs, and the speed of his short legs is really worrying. As he ate all the tadpoles in the pool, including the mayfly spores, the sun rose. When the sun appeared, the giant eagles quietly faded away. The ecosystem around the pool became active. Mu Xing noticed that in this world of flesh and blood mutation, all creatures looked weird. Random evolution would cause many creatures to have organ conflicts and turn into monsters. So, random evolution is not advisable, and a practical evolutionary path needs to be planned out. It was not until his limbs were truly formed, and Mu Xing confirmed that there were no giant eagles around him, that he carefully climbed ashore. This is a small step for me, but also a big step for biological evolution. Mu Xing joked to himself. He glanced at the red pool behind him. When he was born, it seemed like the whole world. But when he grew into a giant, this small pool seemed even smaller. Mu Xing has grown to about 1.2 meters in height, with scales on his body, strong limbs, and a long tail. Mu Xing quickly hid in the nearest pile of rocks. Beware of the threat from the sky. But the land was not peaceful. He heard a snort coming from the cave near the pile of rocks behind him. Looking back, he saw a 2-meter tall and 3-meter long boar-like monster crawling out of the cave. It was pig-like in size, but had a bloody mouth and a dozen large and small eyeballs on its head. Its skin was tough and full of grooves, which should be some kind of tough leather layer. Those large and small eyeballs stared at Mu Xing, as if they regarded him as prey. Mu Xing was so scared that he ran away quickly. He didn't expect that he would fall into a tiger's den, just after leaving the wolf's den. Fortunately, he had strengthened his limbs before going ashore, so his speed was not slow. In addition, he had the advantage of his size, so he got into the narrow gap between the rocks at once. The strange pig rushed over and hit the crack with its head, and began to bite the stone frantically with its big mouth. Under this mouthful of steel teeth, the stone was like tofu dregs, and a big hole was quickly bitten out. Mu Xing's expression was shocked. He was scared by this strange pig. Nothing in this world is in line with common sense. But fortunately, he was not completely powerless to resist. The red moonlight gathered in his mouth, and then quickly approached the strange pig that was biting the crack. There was a flash with a bang. The red moonlight exploded on its head. 3 or 4 eyeballs burst on the spot. Howl! The strange pig screamed and retreated repeatedly. Chapter 513. Mu Xing was very calm, and did not think of rushing up to attack again, because he knew very well that with the thick skin and flesh of this strange pig, it would never be easily blown to death. When he slipped away from the strange pig in the chaos, the strange pig suddenly howled, and a red light rose from its body, and it rushed towards the crack rapidly. With a bang, the crack was directly collapsed, allowing the big rock to fall and bury it. The next second, the rubble was pushed away, and the dusty strange pig rushed out howling. The eyeballs that burst out of his head have completely grown back. Mu Xing, who was on the hillside in the distance, breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had not acted impulsively just now. He retreated quietly, away from this thick-skinned and thick-fleshed strange pig. He could not deal with this guy for the time being. He turned away from the pile of rocks, and began to observe the surrounding situation. This seemed to be a large valley. There were more than a dozen pools in the center of the valley, and sparse red fleshy bushes grew on the shore. The pool he was in just now was located in the center of the valley. In addition to the pile of rocks closest to the pool, to the east is a lush red flesh and thorn forest. To the west is a large mushroom forest, with huge flesh and blood mushrooms opening and closing, spraying spores. To the north is a large lake, which is dark red and looks extremely dangerous. And to the south seems to be the only way out of the valley. It is unknown what dangers are hidden in the long canyon. Anyway, he saw white bones scattered at the entrance of the canyon. There are a lot of small black holes on the flesh and blood cliffs on both sides of the canyon. Whenever something tries to leave, it will be firmly grasped by the tentacles that drill out of the holes. Of course, in addition to this road, there is another way to fly out of the valley. As long as he can catch a giant eagle and swallow it, he can avoid these dangers and fly out directly. But obviously, this is difficult. Those giant eagles are very smart, and will not easily take risks and land. After Mu Xing quickly confirmed the surrounding environment, he first locked his target in those pools. That strange pig can't be messed with by himself. If he can catch some big catfish in the pool, his safety will be guaranteed when he grows up a little more. Mu Xing crawled through the bushes and started to move towards the pool. The pool where he was born was at most a medium-sized pool. Next to it was a large pool with a diameter of more than 30 meters, 3 medium-sized pools, and a large number of small pools. Mu Xing rushed into a small pool without hesitation. It was only 5 meters in diameter, but after entering the water, he only found some tadpoles, not even loaches. He returned in disappointment. He locked onto the medium-sized pool next to him. This time he was lucky. There were actually 2 catfish in it, but they were slightly smaller, only about 70 to 80 centimeters. And they don't have the ability to gather moonlight. They were caught by Mu Xing and became a meal. Their bodies swelled and quickly grew to 1.5 meters. Finally, he had an unexpected surprise in the big pool. Not only did he find 3 or 4 big catfish, he even found a mutant giant turtle about 2 meters long. This turtle with a red bone shell was extremely ferocious. When Mu Xing fought with it, one of his legs was bitten off. Whenever it was attacked, the turtle would shrink into its shell, and its defense was very strong. Mu Xing tried various methods, but failed to tear the turtle shell, even using the red moonlight. Unfortunately, his red moonlight was not powerful enough, and at most could only leave a shallow mark on the thick turtle shell. He tried to attack from the gap, but the guy would spin, not giving Mu Xing a chance to charge and attack. The turtle's counterattack was also quite fierce, and as long as he was caught, he would be bitten hard. After several setbacks, Mu Xing suddenly had an idea. wondering if this turtle could withstand the impact of the strange pig. Let them both lose, and then I can reap the benefits, but first, I have to force it out of the pool. In order to achieve this goal. On the one hand, Mu Xing began to implement the three-light operation, eating everything, killing everything, and destroying everything. Completely destroy the ecology of the pool, leaving the turtle with no food to replenish. At the same time, let yourself grow to about 2 meters. Then try to go to the mushroom forest to find weapons. Mu Xing discovered that there is a kind of highly poisonous mushroom in the mushroom forest, and the highly poisonous spores it sprays can pollute the water source. As long as there are enough poisonous mushrooms, Mu Xing doesn't believe that this turtle can continue to hide under the water. When Mu Xing was searching for poisonous mushrooms, he also found the boss of the mushroom forest. It was a mushroom monster that could move freely. It was more than 3 meters tall, and could control mushrooms and spores to fight. The corrosive spores it sprayed were extremely lethal and poisonous. If Mu Xing hadn't run fast, he would have been poisoned and turned into food for the mushroom monster. The mushroom monster could also merge into other mushrooms. The entire mushroom forest was its territory, which was very difficult to deal with. Before finding a way to restrain the mushroom monster, Mu Xing did not plan to go deeper into the mushroom forest, but just collected poisonous mushrooms outside. He gathered all the poisonous mushrooms together, then smashed them with stones, mixed multiple poisonous mushrooms together, and extracted the highly toxic liquid. When the time comes to kill the monster pig, you can pour it on it. During this period, Mu Xing also investigated the flesh and blood forest and the red lake. There is a big spider in the flesh and blood forest, and the forest is full of dense spider webs, with hundreds of small spiders crawling around in the webs. As for the big lake, Mu Xing only tried it once, and never dared to approach it again. He was just sure that there was a mutated flesh monster under the water. It looked like a nautilus, with a huge hard shell, dozens of meters in diameter, and internal tentacles that could extend hundreds of meters long, with fangs and claws bared. The entire red lake was its territory. There were no other creatures in the big lake, only this huge water monster. It sat in the center of the lake, like the king of this valley. Fortunately, this thing usually doesn't crawl out of the lake, otherwise it would be the biggest disaster in this valley. After figuring out the situation of the entire valley, Mu Xing began to launch a targeted plan. His primary target was the strange pig, which looked like the softest of these persimmons. First, prepare the mushroom venom, choose a good battlefield, prepare bait, and finally, wait for dark. Under the moonlight, all creatures in this flesh and blood world will be affected, and their consciousness will become violent. However, only at this time can I, who remains conscious, play the greatest advantage. At the same time, Mu Xing figured out the time law of this world. Every 12 hours is a day, 6 hours in the day, and 6 hours at night. So there is no need to wait too long. The sky gradually darkens. The huge blood moon in the sky began to inherit the brilliance of the sun, and began to project red moonlight. This time Mu Xing noticed that the blood moon not only projected moonlight, but also absorbed something. On the land, there was a rising red light absorbed by the blood moon. Obviously, it seemed to be using this land as pasture, constantly devouring and evolving. Mu Xing felt a little anxious in his heart, and he had to speed up. Otherwise, if the numb meat ball was completely formed and turned into a real blood moon, his chances of passing the level would be infinitely reduced. Gurgle gurgle. Just then, Mu Xing heard a series of bubbling sounds coming from the direction of the bloody lake. Looking back, thick tentacles rose from the lake, and red light rose from the tentacles, which were sent into the sky and swallowed by the blood moon. Seeing this scene, Mu Xing quickly turned around and rushed into the big pool. He wanted to force the turtle out first. Chapter 514. Deep in the pool. The hard-shelled turtle still stubbornly huddled in its shell. Mu Xing began to quietly release the poisonous mushroom juice. The poison quickly contaminated the water source, forcing the turtle to crawl out of the large pool. At the same time, Mu Xing once again got into the vicinity of the rubble. He found the sleeping pig among the jagged rocks. Deep in the cave where the moonlight could not reach, the pig was sleeping soundly. Mu Xing embedded his sharp claws into the stone wall, and carefully crawled on the top of the cave. After reaching the top of the pig, he began to sprinkle the poisonous mushroom juice. At first, when the poison had not yet penetrated its body, it just sniffed. As the poison began to erode its body, and even spores grew on its skin, the strange pig suddenly woke up. Its body was itchy and numb, and it rubbed the wall frantically. Mu Xing made some noise at the entrance of the cave, attracting the strange pig out. Hearing the noise, the pig rushed out angrily, and saw Mu Xing wearing a shell under the hazy moonlight. The turtle shell he woven with shrubs mixed with mud came in handy, and attracted the attention of the strange pig. He threw a bag of poisonous liquid and hit the top of the pig's head, completely enraging it. The pig began to dig its legs, and its anger reached its peak under the blessing of the moonlight. Mu Xing looked back and saw that the big turtle had already crawled out of the pool. It was trying to find other pools to hide in. But only Mu Xing knew that these pools had been polluted by him, leaving only a small pool, which still maintained a clean water source. After he attracted the pig, he immediately got into the pool. In the blurred vision at night, the pig mistook the turtle for Mu Xing. With a howl, he rushed forward. The turtle quickly retreated into its shell upon seeing this. With a bang, the violent impact directly knocked the turtle shell out. As soon as it landed, the strange pig rushed up again. This time, the turtle did not sit still and wait for death, and spun rapidly. For the first time, he took the initiative to attack the strange pig. Fighting well. In the pool, Mu Xing only showed a pair of eyes, observing the battle situation. One pig rushed forward, and the other relied on the hard turtle shell to fight hard. Both sides became more and more manic under the influence of the moonlight. From the edge of the pool to the edge of the pile of rocks. Red light flashed on both sides, the strange pig grew sharp fangs, and the turtle's red shield lit up, and they collided with each other. After the fierce collision, both sides were injured. The fangs broke and embedded in the hard turtle shell, and the cracks on the turtle shell extended, and blood flowed. The turtle bit the neck of the strange pig, and refused to let go. The fierce fight between the two sides had reached a limit. At this time, Mu Xing moved and took the initiative to attack. He rushed out of the small pool, and besieged the pig together with the turtle. The red moonlight gathered and exploded on the pig's head. The red moonlight shattered all the protruding eyeballs. Then he began to drag the pig into the pool. The turtle seemed to understand something, and dragged the pig into the pool. The pig had just consumed a lot of physical strength and energy in the battle, and it couldn't resist the dragging for a while, and was dragged into the big pool. It tried to struggle. Mu Xing flew over and headbutted it, knocking it into the pool. The turtle still bit the strange pig tightly, not letting it break free. The turtle had lost its mind under the moonlight, and wanted to kill the strange pig. The strange pig was filled with poisonous water from the pool in its nose, and with the poison that Mu Xing had just splashed on it, it finally couldn't stand it, and was shaking all over. It howled a few times and died completely. Mu Xing quickly dragged the body ashore, and ate the green detoxifying mushroom. When he was in the mushroom forest, he found that this green mushroom that grew with the poisonous mushrooms could just detoxify. That's why he dared to rush in and drag the pig into the poison pool. Just as Mu Xing was eating the pork, the poison turtle groaned and crawled out of the poison pool. It couldn't hold on for much longer, lying on the edge of the pool and panting violently. Mu Xing was too lazy to attack actively, because he knew that the turtle would die if the poison entered its body. Just after Mu Xing ate the meat of the strange pig, he suddenly felt that the upper body blood moon energy in his body was like opening a valve. At the same time, his body began to atomize. Wait, what is this? Mu Xing noticed that part of his body began to turn into Valrid particles. Yes, this was not his illusion. Valrid's awakening ability was actually activated passively. Did I not enter the challenge space with my consciousness, but my body has degenerated and sealed? Mu Xing stared at the red mist on his body and tried to control it. It was still unfamiliar at first. After all, he had lost his powerful mental power. But gradually, he began to get familiar with this power again, not using his mind to control it, but using instinct to control it. He was surprised to find that he could make the red mist change its form according to his thoughts. Then, Mu Xing fixed his eyes on the body of the strange pig in front of him. Before entering the awakening space, his Valrid profession had already opened the ultimate skill. As long as the Valrid domain is activated, the biological matter in the domain can be converted into Valrid particles. He began to try this conversion ability. When the red mist particles came into contact with the body of the strange pig, they began to split its body quickly. In just 1 minute, the body turned into a group of floating red Valrid particles. With a thought, he reassembled it into the form of a strange pig. At the same time, he suddenly had an idea and injected a trace of the upper body blood moon energy in his body. The body of the strange pig suddenly trembled and was resurrected. Success? Mu Xing was surprised and happy at this time. He thought he needed a little bit of devouring evolution, but he didn't expect that the passive ability of Valrid's awakening skill would bring him a different way to become stronger. Wake up! Mu Xing roared. The eyeballs on the top of the strange pig's head suddenly became bright. The four limbs scrambled a few times, and it struggled to bounce up from the ground. It bowed its head respectfully towards Mu Xing, and Mu Xing noticed that this was not a slave ability, but more like a clone. His sight and thoughts could be directly transferred from this body to the strange pig. Such a surprising discovery made Mu Xing even more ecstatic. The target was the turtle that was still lingering. Mu Xing directly controlled the strange pig clone to rush forward, violently knocked the turtle away, and then pressed it to the ground and rubbed it hard. The turtle could no longer bear it, and suddenly a red moonlight lit up on its shell, and a piece of turtle shell flew out directly, turning into a cutting blade. This move was extremely powerful, almost directly piercing the body of the monster pig. Of course, the price was also very high. The turtle shell cracked in a large area, and blood poured out. No wonder the turtle had never used this killer move. It turned out to be a trick to save its life. Mu Xing was glad that he did not rush up and fight desperately, otherwise he would have died if he was hit. After using this move, the turtle collapsed directly, and completely lost its resistance. On the other hand, the monster pig eliminated all its weaknesses, and its whole body was transformed into Valred particles. The red mist quickly repaired the wound, and it was restored to its original state in an instant. Go crush it to death. Mu Xing issued the final order. Chapter 515. Mushroom Forest. Mu Xing took advantage of the moonlight to come to the mushroom forest again. He wanted to take down the mushroom monster in the mushroom forest, and the big spider in the forest tonight. And his confidence came from the strange pig and turtle behind him. Go, Master Turtle, Peppa Pig. Mu Xing pointed at the sleeping mushroom monster in the mushroom forest with his short legs. The strange pig and turtle rushed towards the mushroom monster, one on the left and one on the right, sandwiching it from both sides. Mu Xing was not idle either, hiding aside and waiting for an opportunity to move. When they met, they immediately used their ultimate skills. The piglet flashed red light, its fangs grew 30 centimeters, and the red light on the turtle's shell began to gather. The piglet smashed countless mushrooms along the way, awakening the mushroom monster. It began to spray venom and spore poison mist crazily. However, the particle-like piglet of Valred ignored the poison and wanted to tear the mushroom monster into pieces. The mushroom monster was anxious and melted into the big mushroom next to it. Before it could stand firm, the turtle released an attack at the cost of shattering its shell. The spitting shell directly cut off the big mushroom, and at the moment when the mushroom monster revealed its body, Mu Xing rushed out from the darkness and bit its body. The moonlight gathered in the mouth. Bang! The light flashed, and a big hole was blown directly in its body. The mushroom monster itself is made of flesh and blood mycelium, which is difficult to kill, but it has a special mycelium core, which is its fatal weakness. Drag it out. Mu Xing gave an order, and the strange pig bit the mushroom monster directly and rushed out of the mushroom forest. To prevent it from merging into other mushrooms, the turtle following closely behind activated its tortoise shell at any time to cut off the mycelium that penetrated out. Without the cover of the mushroom forest, the combat effectiveness of this mushroom monster was greatly reduced, and it was soon defeated by Mu Xing with a righteous 3-on-1. When the red mycelium core was dug out by him, the mushroom monster completely lost its ability to resist. Mu Xing did not rush to eat it, but used Valred particles to transform it. Because he found that after transforming it with Valred particles, his own body could also inherit some of the abilities of the transformed object. For example, the thick skin of the monster pig, the tortoiseshell impact, and the mycelium ability of the mushroom monster in front of him. After getting rid of the mushroom monster, Mu Xing continued to move towards the flesh and blood forest with his 3 subordinates. As soon as they approached, a dense mass of small spiders crawled towards them. The mushroom monster stood directly in front and began to spray spore poison mist. Wherever the poison mist passed, small spiders died one after another. As a large number of small spiders died, a strange roar came from the forest. The red mutant spider with 8 long legs rushed out of the dense forest with anger. This spider is definitely the largest regional boss in the valley except for the Nautilus. The legs are 5 or 6 meters long, with fangs and claws, crawling quickly on the spider web. Wherever it passed, it drew a more sticky spider web. The mushroom monster did not go in, but just stood outside the forest and sprayed poison. Not only that, it also transplanted the giant poisonous mushrooms in the mushroom forest to this side, and a large area of poisonous mushrooms surrounded the forest, constantly releasing spore poison mist. The big spider finally couldn't bear it when it saw the small spiders dying in large numbers, and was forced to attack. Mu Xing was waiting for this opportunity. He would not be stupid enough to rush into the bloody forest full of spider silk to fight the big spider. The right way is to anger it, and lead it out of the forest to besiege it. When the big spider left the forest, the mushroom monster controlled the big mushroom to block the retreat, the wild boar charged, and the turtle fired shell fragments. The scales on Muxing's body also flew out like bullets. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, the big spider's fat belly was riddled with holes, and green juice seeped out. The monster pig's fangs strangled and broke its fragile spider legs. After the big spider lost its balance and fell to the ground, the mycelium grown on the ground quickly wrapped around the big spider. Finally, Muxing rushed up to give it the final blow. At this point, in the entire valley, except for the big lake, all the regional bosses were solved by Muxing. As long as the Nautilus didn't come out, he would be the real overlord here. After transforming the big spider in the same way, Muxing began to try to go to the southern canyon to see if he could get out of the valley from here. The dark red flesh cliffs were covered with black holes. Muxing had seen the scene of creatures trying to leave, but being entangled and swallowed by the tentacles that drilled out of these black holes. He first commanded the big spider to control the small spiders to break into the canyon. Dozens of small spiders quickly crawled towards the canyon. At first, they were safe and sound, but when they approached the holes, suddenly, something came out of the hole. Muxing carefully observed and found that it was not a tentacle, but more like a bobbit worm that usually hides in holes on the seabed to attack fish. This long sandworm usually shrinks in the holes in the sand. Once prey approaches, they will rush out to kill the prey as soon as possible. The things in the holes looked like mutated bobbit worms, but they were bigger and longer. They were about the thickness of a baby's arm, and the part that stretched out was 3 meters long. The body in the hole might be even longer. They had a pair of ferocious jaws, and once they bit their target, they would never let go easily. Muxing condensed moonlight and launched a scale attack, instantly cutting it in half. It doesn't look difficult to deal with. Muxing chuckled, but soon he couldn't laugh anymore, because thousands of tentacles suddenly stretched out from the wall. Like kelp, it sways on both sides of the canyon. Although a single tentacle is easy to deal with, how to deal with tens of thousands of them, it is definitely not possible to fight head-on, and you must find a way to outsmart them. He first let the mushroom monster spray spore poison mist, and then the spider web blocked those holes. But those tentacles are extremely resistant to poison, and the poison mist has almost no effect. Not only that, even if you cut off the tentacles, more tentacles will come out. The insides of those holes seem to be connected. After several twists and turns, Muxing temporarily gave up the idea of leaving the canyon. He came to the edge of the valley. Since there was a big spider, could he use the spider web to climb out directly? However, when the big spider extended the spider web to a certain height, it would not move forward anymore. Muxing was wondering when he saw tentacles suddenly extending from the lake. The tentacles could actually stretch 1,000 meters, and directly kill all the small spiders that tried to climb the mountain to escape. The tentacles could even fire lasers. The red moonlight condensed into beams, and shot all the small spiders that escaped. Muxing finally understood why the creatures in the valley didn't crawl out of the surrounding mountains. No, we still have to find a way to kill the Nautilus. Muxing realized that if he didn't solve the thing in the lake, he couldn't leave here. The valley has limited resources, like a cage, trapping him here. Why can those giant eagles come down? Muxing looked at the giant eagle circling in the sky. He suspected that the big Nautilus and the giant eagle were the followers of the blood moon in the sky. They were specially used to trap him. If the truth is so, he must find a way to solve this obstacle. Chapter 516. After seeing the fighting power of the Nautilus, Muxing didn't think that he and his 4 brothers could kill it. He needed more and stronger power. First, the poisonous mushrooms in the mushroom forest needed to be produced continuously. If there was enough venom, it might pollute the entire lake. Then he could force the Nautilus out of its territory and fight on land, and the chances of winning would be higher. At the same time, he also needed enough cannon fodder to consume the moonlight energy of the Nautilus. In this regard, he could use the flesh and blood forest to create more small spiders. If 1,000 were not enough, he could use 10,000. Finally, Muxing locked his target on the sandworms on the cliff. If enough sandworms can be transformed, it may not be a good killer. He did it right away. He ordered the mushroom monster and the big spider to produce more poisonous mushrooms and small spiders respectively, and he went to the canyon to transform the sandworms. He first used the turtle as bait to attract sandworms at the edge of the canyon. Then he cooperated with the strange pig to find a way to catch a complete sandworm alive. When the turtle approached, the sandworms really drilled out of the hole impatiently, biting the hard turtle shell and not letting go, struggling to wrap around, trying to drag the turtle into the canyon. At this moment, the strange pig dragged the bark rope tied to the turtle with full power, and pulled a sandworm that was tightly wrapped around the turtle shell out of the hole. It had sharp barbs on its buttocks, so it was no wonder that it could be firmly fixed in the hole. Fortunately, the plan was successful, and Muxing quickly took action to kill and devour the sandworm. After eating the sandworm, Muxing began to evolve again. His body swelled and gradually stretched, turning into a giant sandworm of 3 meters in size. He roared at the canyon, trying to intimidate the sandworms with his coercion. However, the sandworms didn't bite at all, and they still hid at the entrance of the cave and prepared to hunt. Muxing was a little disappointed. He thought that he could intimidate the sandworms by swallowing the sandworms and evolving into the king of sandworms. The fact is that he thought too much. These brainless central nervous system creatures don't have emotions such as submission and fear. Helplessly, he could only transform the sandworms one by one. Although the speed was slower, it was safer. At the same time, Muxing was pleasantly surprised to find that when he transformed more than 10 sandworms, these sandworms actually began to feed him back power. Although the power fed back by one sandworm is small, if there are thousands of them, the streams will converge into the ocean, and it can also condense into a shocking force. Such a surprising discovery made Muxing overjoyed and more motivated. Anyway, he didn't need to rest. He worked directly from morning to night, repeating the process of luring, catching, and transforming. As the number of sandworms he transformed increased, he could also control these sandworms to crawl directly into the hole and drag their own kind out directly, making the transformation more efficient. This lasted a whole night, and he had transformed almost half of the sandworms in the canyon. The sandworm hidden danger was completely solved, and it seemed that walking out of the valley had become easy. However, when he reached the end of the canyon, his expression became ugly, and this was not the exit at all. At the end of the canyon was an endless deep pit, and the bottom could not be seen at a glance. He projected a beam of moonlight into the deep pit, and after flying 1,000 meters, it completely disappeared in the darkness. Obviously, the real way out of the valley was not here. This was just a trap. Is there really no exit? Muxing had a question in his mind. Since he couldn't get out of the mushroom forest, or the canyon, there was only one possibility, the big lake. Muxing took a deep breath. Sure enough, he had thought too simply. If he didn't defeat the Nautilus, he couldn't leave this place. He resolutely returned to the valley, followed by thousands of sandworms. With the blessing of these sandworms, he has now evolved into a giant sandworm with a length of 10 meters. Growing countless limbs, covered with thick bone shells, a pair of large jaws, and a mouthful of sharp fangs. It can also spit out silk and spray out spore poison mist. The most important thing is that the energy fed back by thousands of sandworms is huge enough to give Muxing the confidence to hunt the Nautilus. When the sun rises in the morning, the blood moon leaves. Muxing screams. The mushroom monster begins to control the small mushroom monsters to pour a large amount of venom into the lake. The originally red lake water is quickly polluted by the purple venom, and in less than 10 minutes, it spreads to most of the lake's surface. Not enough, keep going. The mushroom monster quickly throws all the remaining venom, and even the poisonous mushrooms into the lake. The mixture of red and purple turned the lake water into a dull purple-red color. The Nautilus in the lake finally couldn't stand it anymore, waving its tentacles hundreds of meters long, and began to rise from the bottom of the water. The mushroom monster was still throwing poisonous mushrooms. The next second, it was directly beaten into a mushroom cake by the thick tentacles. The Nautilus showed its true form on the lake for the first time. The huge shell with a diameter of 200 meters rose from the water. The real body was even bigger than what he had seen before. It waved its tentacles to stir the lake water and set off waves. Puff! At this moment, the turtle fired its tortoise shell at the tentacles of the Nautilus, tearing a hole in the thick tentacles. Not very harmful, but extremely insulting. The Nautilus stretched out its tentacles and grabbed the turtle. On the side, the big spider, who had been prepared for a long time, raised its legs that Muxing had transformed into blades, and with a puff, it directly cut off the soft tentacle. The hot blood sprayed out, completely enraging the huge Nautilus. It rushed to the shore from the lake. Spider army, go! At Muxing's command, the big spider controlled the small spiders to pounce on the Nautilus. There were thousands and thousands of them. The Nautilus tentacles slapped wildly, and at the same time, it emitted moonlight, shooting these densely packed small spiders. In order to cultivate these small spiders, Muxing ate up most of the flesh and blood forest. They pounced on the Nautilus fearlessly, trying to kill it with their small fangs. The flattened mushroom monster also recovered and controlled the poisonous mushrooms to spray poison mist at the Nautilus. Nautilus realized something was wrong, and fought and retreated, trying to return to the lake. But how could Muxing let it do what he wanted? Under his control, dense sandworms emerged from the ground, biting the Nautilus tightly to prevent it from escaping. Nautilus went completely crazy, waving its tentacles and attacking with moonlight, leaving a pile of corpses on the ground. As for Muxing, he was still hiding under the soil, waiting for the Nautilus to show signs of fatigue and flaws. He would strike at the critical moment and give the enemy a fatal blow. And now, a big war of attrition is needed. So, Muxing stopped controlling and commanded all the transformed creatures to attack together. Spiders, mushroom monsters, and sandworms. It seemed that there was a momentum of ants biting elephants to death. And the Nautilus was no longer hiding its clumsiness, and circles of dazzling moonlight began to light up on the threads. It suddenly sprayed towards the sky. The next second, the moonlight dispersed, and countless moonlight balls fell. Spider web. Muxing quickly asked the spiders to spit spider silk and form layers of webs to form a protection. At the same time, the sandworms burrowed into the ground to avoid the covering attack. The next second, a large number of scattered light balls covered an area of 1,000 meters, just like cluster bombs, constantly exploding. Chapter 517. Part of the light ball was intercepted by multiple layers of spider webs and exploded on the spider webs. Part of it fell to the ground, blasting large holes in the red ground. Then, a red beam swept across, breaking countless mushrooms and flesh trees. A large number of small spiders were evaporated. When the smoke and dust dissipated, only spider corpses were left on the ground. After using this big move, the light on Nautilus' body dimmed a lot. It was obviously very consuming. Muxing still did not make a move. He controlled the second wave of spiders to attack. At the same time, let those sandworms hiding underground come out and continue to attack. The Nautilus' tentacles trembled, and the moonlight lit up again on the round shell, launching the second big move. This time the big move was more powerful, not only killing the nearby small spiders in seconds, but also destroying most of the mushroom forest and flesh forest not far away. The light stream like a meteor fell to the ground, almost plowing half of the valley. After a moment, the shell flashed at a high speed, and the release of moonlight energy completely stopped. And at this moment, Muxing moved. He emerged from the ground and rushed towards the Nautilus, using the smoke and dust to cover him, and approached quickly. The Nautilus obviously did not expect that Muxing would suddenly attack it. There was no time to retract its tentacles, and the distance between the two sides was less than 10 meters. Muxing locked onto the Nautilus and drilled into its shell. When the Nautilus realized that something was wrong and wanted to retract, the moonlight energy gathered in Muxing's mouth had already begun to be released. With a buzzing sound, the moonlight energy exploded on the body inside the Nautilus. The Nautilus screamed in pain and quickly retracted. Muxing was taken directly into the deep of the shell. He gathered energy in his mouth and continued to bombard. At the same time, he used his powerful jaws to tear its internal organs and inject venom. He bit all the way in. The Nautilus struggled frantically, releasing some kind of highly corrosive mucus to corrode Muxing. But Muxing was prepared. He quickly devoured the Nautilus's meat, then digested and evolved, and soon gained corrosion resistance. After the corrosive mucus was ineffective against Muxing, the Nautilus completely lost the power to resist Muxing. It had just released a big move, consuming a lot of moonlight energy. Even if it wanted to forcefully release the moonlight energy now, it would take some time to gather. But Muxing didn't care about that, and ate all the way from the entrance of the shell to the core of the shell. Finally, he broke through the layers of obstacles, and found the core of the Nautilus, a basketball-sized red core. It looked exactly like the blood moon, like a smaller version of the blood moon. Muxing swallowed the core without hesitation. The huge energy directly enveloped Muxing, causing him to start a crazy evolution. The core of the Nautilus was devoured, and the huge shell trembled for a while. The thick tentacles lost the power to swing, and fell to the ground helplessly. About an hour later, when the huge shell trembled again, a hideous reptile crawled out of the shell. After devouring the Nautilus, Muxing's body size soared to 100 meters. The huge body now looks more like a centipede. Spiral lines are embedded in each of his thick carapaces. These lines come from the Nautilus, and its power is condensed in Muxing's body, and condensed in these spiral lines. Muxing raised his neck, and the threads on his body began to light up step by step, and a red beam of light penetrated into the lake. The next second, with a rumble, a huge bubble swelled up on the lake's surface. Then, the lake water began to drop continuously, just like opening the plug of a flush toilet, and the water in the entire lake began to leak out. Muxing took another look at the valley, and then rushed into the lake dragging the body of the Nautilus. He had just blasted out a passage leading to the outside of the valley. The water was turbulent, and was constantly being drawn out of the lake. Mu Xing followed the current, and was swept into the wide underground river. Feeling the direction of the current, he swam forward with all his strength. Finally, after swimming in the long underground river for half an hour, a ray of light finally appeared in front of him. Mu Xing sped up and rushed out of the water with all his strength. He found that this was a larger lake. The red lake water was like blood, or in other words, it was diluted blood. It gathered in the big lake constructed by flesh and blood. Looking back, Mu Xing realized that the place where he was born was part of a huge plateau. The valley is located in a mountain on the plateau. The lake in the valley was blocked by a waterway, forming a barrier lake, which became the habitat of the Nautilus. Mu Xing suspected that the birthplace of the Nautilus was actually this lake. He just went upstream along the underground river, but when he returned, he was stuck in the lake on the top of the mountain and became the controller of the valley. Just when Mu Xing was happy to escape from the valley, suddenly, the lake's surface not far away began to roll, and a whale with a body length of 10,000 meters rolled out from underwater. It crashed into the sea with a bang, causing a huge wave. I had just evolved into a 100-meter-long worm, but in front of this giant whale, I was just a small calami. The giant whale had no skin, was blood red, and had appendages all over its body, like a monster made up of various marine creatures. But such a huge monster was running for its life at this time. Mu Xing looked closely, and saw an even bigger monster, a giant mutant squid with a body length of 20,000 meters. One tentacle was 10,000 meters long. The tentacles wrapped around the giant whale, trying to catch it and turn it into his breakfast. Boom! A violent explosion occurred underwater, suspected that the giant whale and the squid were fighting underwater. The terrifying energy fluctuations were like a super nuclear bomb exploding underwater. Mu Xing quickly got into the shell of the Nautilus, using the hard shell to meet the impact. The world was spinning, and he had no idea how far he was blown away. When Mu Xing woke up again, he found that he had been pushed hundreds of kilometers away. After finally stabilizing himself, he quietly climbed out of the Nautilus shell, and saw that the giant whale was dead. The huge corpse floated on the lake, half of its body torn apart by the explosion. Although the giant squid was also injured, it was recovering quickly as it ate the whale's flesh and blood. What kind of fucking trial space is this? Mu Xing seriously doubted at this time whether he really entered the trial space opened by the key. The madman also told him about the situation of the trial space. Although it was dangerous, it was only a limited trial space. And this place was vast and boundless, with its own ecology, and those giants in the lake did not look like things generated by the trial space. He looked up at the sky, and the huge blood moon had begun to rise, and the red moonlight enveloped the world. At this moment, the giant octopus that was feasting suddenly raised its tentacles to the sky and waved slowly. This time, Mu Xing saw clearly that it was flesh and blood. The octopus sacrificed the flesh and blood of the giant whale, and the flesh and blood flew into the sky and was absorbed by the blood moon. As a gift, a large piece of moonlight hung down and was absorbed by the octopus. After absorbing the moonlight, the octopus was wrapped in moonlight all over, emitting a dazzling red light. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes and observed this scene carefully, and fell silent as if thinking about something. Chapter 518. Buzz? At this moment, the Nautilus shell under him suddenly vibrated. The vibration was from the inside out. Mu Xing climbed into the shell in confusion, looking for the source of the vibration. Just as he entered the center of the shell, he looked at the small snail shell in front of him that was constantly vibrating with a confused face. It actually made a ding-ling-ling phone ringing sound. This feeling was as strange as Neo, who lived in the Matrix world in the Matrix, suddenly received a call from the real world. And Mu Xing seemed to have seen this small snail shell in front of him before. He remembered that Yuan had also given him a communicator of similar shape. At that time, he just thought the shape was unique, and didn't think there was anything strange about it. And now, it appeared here, which made Mu Xing feel incredible. Could it be that this strange trial space was caused by Yuan? When he connected the communication nervously, a vicissitudes and vague voice came from the other side. The voice sounded like a vicissitudes old man, who had experienced the torture of thousands of lives and was extremely weak. Most of the syllables were unclear, but he understood the general meaning. Since you can hear this recording, it proves that you have successfully completed the initial trial. It means that you are qualified to be the heir chosen by me. Please come to the original sacrifice tower. Here you can find everything you want to know. This voice is edited with special sound patterns, which can automatically match different brains and thoughts and perform automatic translation. From this voice, Mu Xing caught a few key words. Recording, preliminary trial, successor, original sacrifice tower. Mu Xing understood the meaning of these words, but he couldn't understand them together. He was sure that this was not a prank by Yuan. The other party seemed to have just borrowed this special communicator to convey some information to him. It also shows that the trial in the valley was set by the person behind the recording, and the other party knew that he would come. It was like a program that was bound to happen in advance. Ta called himself the successor, which should refer to his identity as the successor of the blood moon. In other words, his existence should be related to the blood moon. Could it be the greedy moon in the sky? No, Mu Xing didn't think so. He couldn't be the blood moon, because both sides were mortal enemies. The original sacrifice tower mentioned in the recording was the key, almost indicating his next goal. Could it be a trap set by the greedy moon? Mu Xing muttered to himself, and then directly denied this possibility. Why did the greedy moon go to such trouble? If it knew the existence of this alien, it could just kill it with moonlight. To sum up, the person who recorded the message may not be a friend, but he is definitely not an enemy. Mu Xing felt that he should go to the so-called original sacrifice tower to have a look. Before that, he had to get off the lake first, and then find out the location of the so-called original sacrifice tower. Mu Xing swallowed the communicator directly, and then embedded it into a corner of his body, so that he could receive information at any time. He estimated that there might be more such recordings. Just as he was looking for the direction to get on the shore, he suddenly noticed that the snail communicator began to vibrate slightly. Especially when he faces a certain direction, the vibration is more obvious. Obviously, this thing seems to have the function of guiding the direction. Without hesitation, Mu Xing began to move in the direction indicated by the communicator, going around the giant squid that was worshipping the sky. After the sacrificial whale absorbed the moonlight, its body had grown to 30,000 meters. The squid was completely immersed in the communication with the blood moon in the sky, ignoring Mu Xing who swam past it. When the blood moon began to rise to the top of the sky, more giant flesh creatures floated up from the lake. Like the squid, they sacrificed their captured flesh and blood to the blood moon to bring down the red moonlight. This process continued until the blood moon fell and was replaced by the sun. Only then did the flesh creatures addicted to this kind of communication return to the lake and start a new fight all day. Mu Xing tried to stay as far away from those terrifying giant flesh creatures as possible. Whenever there was a fight nearby, he would crawl into the nautilus shell as soon as possible. He found that the nautilus shell seemed to have the function of shielding breath, allowing him to pass through the dangerous area safely. Could this also be part of TA's calculation? Mu Xing became more and more interested in the existence behind everything. However, he also kept a watchful eye. After all, the experience on the Ishimura was still vivid in his mind. Alyssa used a similar method to trick herself into the upper control center. Therefore, in the process of facing the truth, Mu Xing decided to prepare Plan B. It was probably in the early morning of the third day, when Mu Xing finally reached the edge of the lake. He swam hard in this huge lake for 3 days. It could no longer be described as a lake, but more like a sea. This shows how huge and vast this flesh and blood world is. And today, he finally reached the shore. The front was not a plain, but a severely weathered surface. The hard flesh layer like a cliff had formed an environment similar to the Danxiao landform after years of weathering. Except for a few bushes growing on the hillside, the place was desolate and a little creepy. In other words, the closer you get to the edge of the lake, the more desolate it becomes. When Mu Xing went hundreds of kilometers into the land, the flesh and blood plants gradually became lush. The ecology of this world is completely different from the real world. It has its own operating rules. Not only did the lake not nourish life, but it also eroded the surrounding ecology. As Mu Xing went deeper into the land, the number of creatures on the land gradually increased. Mu Xing walked and stopped with a nautilus shell on his back. He was hungry for so many days, and he was in urgent need of food. He didn't dare to touch the monsters in the lake. The smallest monsters there were thousands of meters in size. Even the lake fish at the bottom of the food chain were not something he could afford to offend now. Mu Xing even saw a giant lake monster hundreds of thousands of meters long in the lake, with 9 heads, like a mountain across the lake. As for whether there are bigger predators, Mu Xing didn't know. He was glad that he was born in the valley, not the lake. First put the nautilus shell in place. Mu Xing liked this shell a little. It was extremely hard, could isolate the breath, and could also be used as a house. At almost noon, he began to hunt for food on this land. The vast Danxiao landform makes the terrain here full of ruggedness, and the flesh and blood creatures are hidden in large and small pits and canyons. Some flesh and blood creatures that look like frogs attracted his attention. These frogs, which are about 2 meters long, gather in groups and feed on the dense red moss in the canyon. There are mayflies in the water, and red moss on the land, which constitute the bottom layer of the ecology of this flesh and blood world. And all other creatures are built on this bottom ecology. Muxing lurked in a trench, quietly waiting for the frogs to approach, and then rushed over like a hungry tiger. His target is the red giant frog in the center of the group of frogs. About 10 meters tall, it should be the king of this group of frogs. Chapter 519. The Frog King was sturdy, and no one knew what he ate to grow up. His style was completely different from other frogs. Muxing rushed out of the crack, waving his blade-like limbs quickly, colliding with the ground, making a tooth-grinding friction sound. Unlike what Muxing imagined, the little frogs were not afraid after hearing the noise, but all scattered in an orderly manner and formed a circle. The Frog King even took the initiative to meet him. Muxing immediately realized that this Frog King was unusual. The Frog King's vocal sac was bulging, making a harsh explosion. Gwa! The sound waves materialized directly, and spread out as shock waves. Muxing quickly lowered his body to resist the impact of the spreading sound waves on him. At the same time, he spit out green poisonous mist from his mouth to cover the surroundings. Bang! Just then, a strong explosive airflow blasted towards Muxing, blowing away the surrounding poisonous mist. Muxing did not retreat but advanced, speeding up to approach. The Frog King opened his mouth wide, and the red moonlight condensed in his mouth. Muxing was not to be outdone. After swallowing the core of the nautilus, the moonlight energy in his body became stronger. Stimulate the core in the body and release strong moonlight energy. The two moonlights collided violently. With a loud bang, the frogs of all sizes were blown away by the explosion. Click, click! Muxing's blade-like claws rubbed on the ground and crawled quickly. After a hard fight, no one could gain an advantage. But the Frog King was obviously a little panicked. It didn't expect Muxing to be so strong. Before the smoke and dust dissipated, Muxing was less than 10 meters away with his fangs and claws. The Frog King quickly gathered strength to attack again. The dazzling red moonlight turned into a beam of light. Muxing had no way to avoid it. But he didn't even think about avoiding it, and rushed towards the beam. At the moment of contact, his body was directly atomized. After Velrider was particleized, this linear attack had almost no lethality to him. After avoiding the moonlight attack, the Frog King fell into a short cooling period, but Muxing had already completed the charge. The energy gathered in a pair of large jaws, biting the Frog King's head and spitting out a beam of light. With a buzzing sound, the energy penetrated the Frog King's head at 0 distance and killed him directly. Muxing did not devour the Frog King, but directly activated the Valrid domain to assimilate it. He wanted to transform it into his own puppet. Once the Frog King was transformed, the little frogs would not be a concern. At the Frog King's roar, the little frogs gathered around and began to willingly accept the transformation. After a while, all the hundreds of frogs around were transformed into puppets by Muxing. These frogs would act as his eyes, and help him explore this complex Danxiao landform. Through visual sharing, a detailed map was quickly drawn in Muxing's mind. Any prey was also marked. Muxing finally understood why this group of frogs was so arrogant, and dared to wander around looking for food openly. It was all because of the powerful Frog King. Although the Frog King was small in size, it had strong combat power. With the addition of the Frog King, a golden fighter, Muxing began to target other prey. He was responsible for attracting the target, and the Frog King was responsible for long-range sniping. This Frog King was like a mobile turret. The two complemented each other, and in just half an hour, they knocked down 5 or 6 prey. These preys are big and small. The big ones are 100 meters long, and the small ones are less than 10 meters. After swallowing these preys, Muxing's body continued to grow rapidly, striving towards 200 meters. According to the rules of this world, the larger the body, the stronger the combat power. After the Frog King swallowed 2 creatures, its body size also grew from 10 meters to 30 meters, and the power of this mobile cannon became stronger. Just as Muxing approached the center of this Danxiao land, Muxing felt that the snail communicator began to vibrate again, and a message came. He stopped and listened. He understood the general meaning, which meant that there was an abandoned original sacrifice laboratory underground in this area. If he found it, the core of the experimental body stored inside would be helpful to him. Muxing realized that this communicator was either programmed in advance, or it had some kind of positioning ability that could monitor Muxing's position in real time. In any case, since he decided to go to the original sacrifice tower mentioned in the recording, he would not give up halfway. This so-called original sacrifice laboratory might help him understand the manipulator behind the scenes. As Muxing approached the vibration direction, the Frog King beside him suddenly became excited. It croaked a few times, conveying some information. You mean it was because it ate a piece of meat from a certain place that it successfully mutated and evolved? Muxing asked back. The Frog King nodded quickly. Lead the way. Muxing was a little surprised. No wonder this Frog King was so powerful despite its small size. The Frog King jumped in front, and Muxing chased it from behind, and soon arrived at a valley basin of considerable area. Rather than calling it a valley basin, it is more like a huge meteorite crater. I wonder what fell from the sky and created such a big hole. Just when Muxing wanted to enter the valley to find out, the Frog King stopped at the edge of the valley. It looked at the huge valley with great vigilance, as if there was some terrible enemy there. Muxing saw that there was indeed a big hole in the center of the valley, which was pitch black and could not be seen in a glance. Is there any danger? Muxing asked back. Quack! Muxing stared at the center of the valley, and decided to let the Frog King summon his brothers to check the situation. More than a dozen little frogs jumped directly into the valley, and approached the center of the valley. They kept croaking to attract attention along the way. These frogs jumped all the way to the middle of the valley without any accidents. But at the moment of crossing the center line, Muxing felt something alive. The ground shook slightly. Tentacles like vines rushed out from the bottom of the valley, and those tentacles rolled up several panicked frogs, dragged them directly into the ground. Muxing's mind moved, and he controlled two of the little frogs to accelerate rapidly and jump towards the center of the valley. The two frogs were one in front of the other, and they were extremely fast. Their butts sprayed red light like flames, and they rushed to the big hole like lightning. One frog jumped in without hesitation. Muxing felt his vision drop rapidly. But the next second, his vision rose rapidly again. It was like being pushed up by something. What the hell? Muxing had just switched to the perspective of the frogs outside, and the frog that jumped into the hole was directly pushed out. Then, a huge mouth emerged from the hole and swallowed the frog in midair in one gulp. That thing looked like a flesh and blood version of a Venus flytrap. More heads emerged from the hole, 5 in total. It looked like a giant mutated carnivorous plant. Then, dense red tentacles emerged from the ground around it, bearing their fangs and claws. The entire valley was the territory of this giant carnivorous plant. Muxing had the idea of retreating. The Frog King was still staring at the giant carnivorous plant in a daze, making a croaking sound. Muxing understood what it meant. It meant that this carnivorous plant was very weak before, but it became extremely powerful after eating the special flesh and blood in the valley. Now, it has completely occupied this feng shui treasure land in the valley. Chapter 520. The piranha plant was huge, and with its roots, it was at least a kilometer long. According to the rules and laws of the flesh and blood world, the larger the size, the stronger the combat power. In addition, the piranha plant had devoured some mysterious flesh and blood, which caused mutation and evolution, so its combat power was 9 to 10 times that of flesh and blood creatures of the same size. In other words, this was a lord-level flesh and blood creature equivalent to a 10,000-meter body in the outside world. With Muxing's current size, it was impossible to fight against it. Only by replicating the battle in the valley, killing elephants with ants, and transforming and controlling enough flesh and blood creatures, can there be a possibility of winning. As Muxing went away, the giant carnivorous plant in the valley began to shrink back into the big hole, and the valley gradually returned to peace. Muxing tried to communicate with the snail-shaped communicator in an attempt to get help. But no matter how he fiddled with it, he couldn't get any new information. It seemed that it could only passively receive information, not send information. Helplessly, he could only give up and focus on the current predicament. First, they must increase their size to a kilometer. Muxing discovered a pattern. During the day, these creatures either sleep or hide. They are extremely difficult to find. At night, when the blood moon rises, these flesh and blood creatures crawl out of their hiding caves and sacrifice their flesh and blood to the sky in exchange for moonlight. In this process, because of the rising red light, they have nowhere to hide. Muxing took advantage of their sacrifice to launch an attack. These creatures were busy absorbing the moonlight exchanged for the sacrifice, and then they were suddenly attacked by Muxing, and they had no time to react. Those creatures with a body size of 100 meters were easily killed by Muxing and the Frog King. They dismembered the bodies and ate the meat, growing and evolving rapidly. Even a 300-meter-long monster snake was killed by Muxing's sneak attack. When Muxing turned his target to a stronger one, his body size had expanded to nearly 500 meters. He no longer needed the help of the Frog King to deal with ordinary flesh and blood creatures. He could rush up and strangle and devour them by himself. After a night of hard work, Mu Xing finally got what he wanted and grew to a length of 1,000 meters. At the same time, a circle of control puppets that he specially selected followed behind him. The scorpion has the strongest fighting power. This guy has also eaten flesh and blood in the valley, and has eaten more than the Frog King. Therefore, the mutation is more thorough and the strength is stronger. With the same body size, the fighting power is already 10 times that of the enemy of the same size. It is only 300 meters long, but Mu Xing almost capsized. If it weren't for his Valred domain, he would have been killed by this scorpion. And now, Mu Xing has cultivated it to 500 meters long. At this size, it can be comparable to a normal flesh and blood creature of 5,000 meters, but the price is that it becomes difficult to continue to break through. The scorpion told Mu Xing that it needed to devour more special flesh and blood to continue evolving and break through the shackles. Mu Xing thought of the carnivorous plant that was entrenched in the valley. Its size was stuck at a kilometer, and it was probably also facing evolutionary constraints. It also indirectly showed that the core of the experimental subject mentioned in the recording had not been devoured by the carnivorous plant. Mu Xing immediately decided to take action tonight, enter the UNG laboratory, and seize the core of the experimental subject. In order to achieve this goal, Mu Xing also needed more cannon fodder to attract the attention of the carnivorous plant. From day to dusk, Mu Xing speeded up. He wanted to transform all the flesh and blood creatures in this Danxiao land into his cannon fodder puppets, the more the better. Fortunately, he had many younger brothers, and he could expand rapidly like a snowball. At night, when the familiar blood moon was in the sky again, Mu Xing noticed that the blood moon seemed to be changing quietly. On the blood moon, it seemed to have a face. 2 terrifying black holes were its eyes, plus an unformed bloody mouth, as if it would devour the whole world as soon as it grew out. This is also the main reason why Mu Xing is anxious. In this race against time, time is obviously not on his side. If he continues to play the game of small fish eating big fish, it will take at least a month to reach the size of the blood moon. But Mu Xing doesn't think the blood moon in the sky will give him a month. Looking back, Mu Xing locked his target on the valley that looked like a meteorite crater in front of him. At the same time, around the valley, dense puppets began to show their heads, staring at the giant carnivorous plant that was drilling out of the big hole in the valley. The huge head swayed upwards under the support of the rhizome. However, it did not sacrifice its flesh and blood to the blood moon in the sky, but actively absorbed the moonlight, expanded its roots, and began to spread in all directions. Its roots have occupied all areas at the bottom of the center line, and now they have crossed the center line and begun to extend to the entire valley. After devouring the special flesh and blood, these creatures have indeed become different. Mu Xing murmured to himself, and became more curious about the core of the experimental body in the original sacrifice laboratory. Before the battle began, he began to drill holes from a distance. When he approached the valley area, he gave orders to the puppets to attack the piranha plant. In an instant, the light of the explosion lit up in the valley like a meteorite crater. The piranha plant was attacked from all directions at once. With a strange cry, it held up a red shield to block the attack. Some beetles that looked like bulldozers dug their claws into the blood and mud, and began to bite the roots of the piranha plant. The piranha plant was angry, and it spewed out dazzling moonlight from its mouth, constantly bombarding these puppets. At the same time, he waved his tentacles, intending to drive the beetles out from underground. The fight above was fierce. Mu Xing took the opportunity to drill holes frantically, and kept drilling downwards. He detected that there was a large underground cavity under the valley. The laboratory might be hidden in this underground cavity. During this period, he had to be careful not to be discovered by the roots of the man-eating plant. Although the man-eating plant only has 5 heads and a few leaves, its underground roots are tangled and huge. Fortunately, Mu Xing was prepared. He controlled the tiny sandworm to drill downwards, and quickly penetrated deeper. Try not to attract the attention of the piranha plant as much as possible. This 2 or 3 meter long sandworm is just like a small louse to the huge body of the piranha plant, and the threat is equal to 0. Then, Mu Xing performs Valred particularization and penetrates into the ground through these tiny holes. Occasionally, unlucky sandworms will encounter roots, and it doesn't matter if they are strangled by the roots. Anyway, Mu Xing has enough sandworms for him to squander. In the flesh and blood world, these hardened flesh and blood soil layers have no nutritional value for swallowing, and only a few special mosses can decompose and transform them. Finally, a sandworm dug through the soil layer and entered the underground dark space. Mu Xing immediately asked the puppets above to increase their attack strength, and took the opportunity to sneak into the dark space. With the help of dark vision, Mu Xing saw clearly the secret hidden in the depths of darkness. He saw a huge dry meteorite. This meteorite looked like a shriveled meatball, and the meridians and blood vessels on the meatball had long been dried and petrified, solidified into the lines of time. Half of the huge meteorite was embedded in the ground, and the exposed part was completely covered by the roots of the entangled roots of the carnivorous plant. It even wanted to use its roots to drill into the meteorite. Chapter 521. The meteorite looks small from a distance, but only when you get close do you realize that it is tens of thousands of meters in diameter. The part buried underground is even larger. On the surface of the meteorite, there is a long and narrow crack. The dark red crack surface has long been petrified, but deep in the crack, the flesh and blood remain active and seep out, proliferating and growing alienated flesh and blood. Whenever these alienated flesh and blood grow a little, they will be swept away by the roots of the carnivorous plant and scraped clean. Obviously, the strange flesh and blood that the Frog King and the Scorpion King had eaten came from here. Now it has been occupied by the piranha plant and has become its exclusive canteen. It also tried to drill into the crack, but judging from the traces of dry and rotten roots near the crack, its plan did not succeed. Some force prevented it from entering the interior of the meteorite. Mu Zinglord particled, his body kept shrinking, and turned into a 2-meter-long small centipede, crawling towards the crack at a high speed. When he approached the kilometer range, he smelled an extremely tempting fragrance. This feeling was like the flesh and blood he had eaten in the dream world constructed by the forest, which also made people feel sweet and delicious. The flesh was bright red, emitting an alluring luster. He wanted to pounce on it and take a bite. However, he was distracted, and everything in front of him changed. The bright red flesh turned into flowing sticky rotten meat, and disgusting pus seeped out of the rotten meat, emitting a nauseating stench. In another trance, the rotten meat turned into sweet flesh again. What was that just now? The consciousness of the observer? Mu Xing found that as his strength increased, his own abilities seemed to be returning to his body little by little. First it was the blood moon energy, then the Valrid domain, and now it was the observer's talent. This showed that the path he was taking was right. As long as he continued to strengthen himself, he would get more abilities back. Mu Xing quietly approached the crack, resisting the urge to pounce on the sweet flesh and blood, and bypass the flesh and blood. The roots of the carnivorous plant seemed to have discovered him, waving their roots to catch him. But Mu Xing was as slippery as a loach and slipped into the crack. The tree roots chased and entangled, but they were still a step slower and were drilled into by Mu Xing. The roots spread to the crack for dozens of meters, and then stopped decisively, not daring to move forward. Mu Xing was wondering when a familiar yet unfamiliar energy suddenly surged from the deep crack in front of him. With a buzzing sound, it spread like a shock wave. Mu Xing immediately raised the moonlight shield on his body, and at the same time used the gradually abundant blood moon body energy to build a shield. The moonlight shield shattered when it touched it, but it was the blood moon energy shield that absorbed the shock wave. Behind him, the roots at the edge of the crack were only touched by the shock wave, and it was as if they had experienced tens of millions of years in an instant, decaying into fossils, and falling down as residues. It is indeed related to the blood moon. Mu Xing muttered to himself. Was it his good luck, or was it intentional by the planner? Mu Xing climbed deeper into the crack at a faster speed. The deeper he went, the fresher the flesh and blood became. Under the crack, rotten flesh and pus were flowing out, like a sewer specially reserved for sewage discharge. Buzz? Mu Xing felt the communicator vibrate again, but this time, there was no recording. It vibrated 3 times in a row, as if reminding him that he had come to the right place. When Mu Xing transformed into a human form and walked into the meteorite, the real scene was completely different from what he had imagined. There were obvious artificial traces inside, not naturally formed. The passage condensed by flesh and blood extended to both sides, and in front was a door with a crack torn out. The rotten flesh and pus that seeped out came out from this place. It is not clear how this crack was created. Perhaps it was a crack caused by the fall from the sky, or some dangerous substance inside may have leaked. The most eye-catching thing is the blood moon totem condensed on the gate. There are 2 totems. The lower one is a normal blood moon with tentacles, and the upper one is a distorted blood moon surrounded by mist. The blood moon wrapped in mist looks crazy and distorted. Obviously, someone is experimenting with the blood moon, trying to create an alternative blood moon. Just one glance at the twisted blood moon made people feel uncomfortable and crazy. But at this time, Mu Xing raised his arm, and saw white mycelium wrapped around his arm. That was the concrete chaos mycelium, and it actually reacted. Seeing this scene, Mu Xing became more and more interested in what was inside the door. He pressed his hands on the door and input the power of the Blood Moon Origin. As the Blood Moon Origin was injected, the Blood Moon totem with tentacles was lit up, and the door began to open with a rumble. Entering the gate, there is a long passage. This passage has a strong flesh and blood religious style. Deep and peaceful, the spine stretches across the ceiling, and the flesh and blood are tangled. On both sides of the passage, there are statues of strange life forms with strange looks. Although these statues look very strange, they look very much like the Lord of the Dead Mother Nest with wings and tentacles. But for some reason, Mu Xing feels that they are full of divinity. Yes, divinity. This is the intuition of being a higher-level life form. Just by looking at the image of these statues, you know that they must be high-level life forms. And it is higher than the level of his own body. Could these beings be the creators of the Blood Moon? After all, in the setting of the dead space, the Blood Moon is created by some high-dimensional civilization. Mu Xing looked at these statues, and they seemed to be staring at him. Such giant statues were lined up on both sides, with a total of hundreds, extending to the end of the passage. There was a door there. Mu Xing walked quickly through the passage and came to the door. The bone door was extremely solid and looked very heavy. As if sensing Mu Xing's approach, an eye squeezed out from the center of the door. The eye was alive, scanning Mu Xing. Suddenly a hole appeared next to the eye, as if asking Mu Xing to put his hand in. After hesitating for a moment, Mu Xing still stretched out his right hand, and immediately felt a sharp pain. It was as if there were a lot of steel needles piercing inside, and at the same time began to extract his flesh and blood. Mu Xing resisted the urge to forcibly pull out his arm, and let the other party extract his flesh and blood. Until a moment, the eye seemed to pass the certification, and the door began to open. In the huge oval chamber, in the center of the platform where flesh and blood condensed, he saw a ball of flesh wrapped in a thin film. This ball of flesh sensed Mu Xing's approach and began to activate. Mu Xing also sensed the same breath on this ball of flesh. He realized that this ball of flesh was a blood moon, a very small blood moon with a diameter of only 10 meters. Next to it, there was a blood and flesh tank. However, the flesh in this blood and flesh tank had been taken away. He looked up along the blood and flesh tank. Above the connected pipe, the strange blood and flesh machine had exploded violently, and was destroyed and torn from the inside out. So much so that a large area of blood and flesh structure was contaminated, and with the source of the explosion as the center, some kind of force tore a crack leading to the outside world. It turned out that the crack in the outside world originated here, which made Mu Xing feel extremely incredible. Chapter 522. Buzz. The snail communicator vibrated and sounded again. Recording. There was a noisy sound. The sound was rapid, mixed with the sound of explosions, the gurgling sound of flesh and blood, the crawling sound of mucus, and the creepy chewing sound. Mu Xing held the communicator in his hand, and kept searching for the direction, with the best signal in the room. Suddenly, the snail communicator projected a vague projection light, passively receiving and playing the space-time image. The remaining traces explained to Mu Xing what happened here. In the sky, large balls of flesh like follicles piled up together, all of which were the original festival laboratories. Suddenly one day, an accident happened in this meatball laboratory in front of him. The concentrated blood moon sample seemed to have undergone unimaginable mutations. Then, some dangerous substances began to leak. In order to prevent the spread of pollution, this original festival laboratory was abandoned and turned into meteorites falling from the sky. In the blurred projection, Mu Xing saw some researchers who looked similar to the statues outside. After the mutation, some of them escaped, but more were devoured by the mutant. Mu Xing didn't know what happened later, because the projection stopped abruptly here. Finally, Mu Xing focused his attention on the miniature blood moon wrapped in a thin film on the left. It looked like an undeveloped embryo. This should be the core of the experimental subject mentioned in the recording. He pressed one hand on the film. This thing was still alive, just in a dormant state. It was not destroyed in the accident, which should be related to the protective film that rose in time on the outer layer. This membrane looks soft and fragile, but it is actually very tough. He approached and could sense the faint power of time and space in it. Mu Xing suddenly realized that this was actually a time and space bubble. The reason why the blood moon embryo inside was not damaged was because it was sealed in the time and space bubble. Let the internal time and space always maintain a static state. Is this the strength of the builder behind the laboratory? Just relying on these flesh and blood structure devices, a constant time and space bubble can be generated. Air, this is a gift for you. Of course, you need to gain control of the laboratory first and close the time and space bubble for protection. In the communicator, recording sounded again. Mu Xing raised his head. Control of the laboratory? How can I get it? For the first time, a voice came from the communicator again, as if knowing that Mu Xing was going to ask a question. The center of the laboratory is below, and it needs to be restarted with blood moon energy. This is almost completely telling Mu Xing how to get the reward. As if to worry that the successor would not understand, the communicator even projected a projection to tell him how to do it. Obviously, the person behind the scenes has considered all situations, including the possibility that the successor may be a mentally retarded life form with extremely low intelligence. Mu Xing came to the elevator. The bone wall suddenly cracked, and a lifting platform took him down. Mu Xing looked at the elevator with some hesitation. It was a cracked blood egg. After entering the blood egg, the eggshell closed, and the surroundings became transparent, allowing him to see the situation outside the blood egg. A long corridor looked like the inside of a wriggling large intestine. The blood egg was moving quickly in such a corridor at a very fast speed. It soon drew an arc and reached the bottom layer. He had just reached the lower level when a strong vibration was transmitted from top to bottom. A dull crashing sound came from outside, as if something was penetrating the rock layer and heading towards the laboratory. Mu Xing had no time to savor the crazy flesh and blood structures around him. Finally reached the lowest level. Walking out of the flesh and blood egg, a long passage stretched to the core of the laboratory. At the end, there was a chamber of medium size, with a smooth and transparent surface and red blood-like substance flowing inside. In the center of the chamber, countless bloody tentacles formed a bed. Let's call it a bed. Countless flesh buds were wriggling and changing. Is this the control panel? To be honest, this thing is completely different from what Mu Xing imagined. But think about it, the creator of the laboratory is not a human, so the things he made are naturally impossible to be the same as human cognition. Mu Xing did not hesitate, and lay directly on the bed full of tentacles. Countless filaments were wriggling, gradually wrapping his body. Then, Mu Xing began to release the blood moon energy. When this energy flowed out of his body, the whole bed turned bright red, as if it was activated. At this moment, Mu Xing saw everything, and his sight suddenly stretched to every corner of the laboratory. He could even see the situation outside the meteorite. He saw more thick tree roots extending down, and those tree roots entangled the meteorite, trying to drag it out of the embedded rock layer. Apparently, the carnivorous plant sensed that Mu Xing had entered the forbidden area that even it could not enter, and began to worry. Mu Xing's sight went beyond the rock formations. With the help of this laboratory, he saw the brutal battle in the valley. Countless of his puppets were killed or injured. But the carnivorous plant was not doing well either, with scars all over its body. The entire valley was torn apart, and neither side had the upper hand, and they were caught in a tense tug-of-war. Mu Xing retracted his sight, and began to refocus his attention on the inside of the laboratory. He focused his attention on the blood moon embryo sealed with a space-time bubble. Then, the bed began to read Mu Xing's thoughts, and helped him build the console that he was most familiar with. The main feature is an adaptive one. He reached out, and clicked on the space-time bubble, and the word unlock appeared in front of him. Do you want to unlock the embryo core seal? Confirm. Mu Xing came here for this. Warning, the embryo core is in a semi-finished state. Once it leaves the space-time bubble, it will lose its activity within 1 hour of your subjective time. Mu Xing saw the warning words, stopped his hand on the unlock button, and began to ask questions. Tell me, where is the original sacrifice tower? In the number 1 experimental site. How to get there? How far is it? At the starting point of the rising sun of creation, the distance is about 300,000 kilometers in your subjective distance. When Mu Xing heard this distance, his eyes suddenly went dark. So far? How big is this world? How to get there quickly? The space-time transmission device in the laboratory has been locked and self-destructed. Please find other ways by yourself. Mu Xing was speechless. He thought he could use the laboratory to transmit there. He didn't expect that he would have to run 300,000 kilometers. Unless you can unlock your teleportation and teleportation abilities, you can quickly reach the original sacrifice tower in a short time. What was the original purpose of this laboratory? Experimental data is missing, so I can't answer. What accident happened here? Data is abnormal, so I can't answer. Mu Xing was not surprised. He suspected that when the accident happened, in order to prevent data leakage, the laboratory took the initiative to destroy all experimental data. What is the function of the blood moon embryo? For experiment number 1. What is experiment number 1? Data is missing, so I can't answer. Is the blood moon embryo contaminated? Is it self-aware? No contamination detected, no self-awareness. How to use it? Consciousness transfer or physical fusion. Chapter 523. After getting the answer he wanted, Mu Xing decisively pressed the unlock button. When he returned to the upper space from the central control room, the space-time bubble on the blood moon embryo had begun to unlock. The laboratory gave him two choices. First, consciousness upload, extracting his consciousness from his current body, and gaining control of the blood moon embryo with pure consciousness. Second, subjective fusion, using this body to merge with the blood moon embryo, you can gain control of the embryo. Both have advantages and disadvantages. The former is more pure, while the latter is more malleable. After much deliberation, Mu Xing chose the latter. He was mainly worried that if he uploaded his consciousness directly, he would lose the ability he had just unlocked, which was a bit of a loss. Therefore, Mu Xing chose to merge the blood moon embryo. He directly manifested his body, and the 1,000-meter-long giant centipede coiled around it the moment the space-time bubble was released. Then, his body began to evolve red particle, and quickly merged into the embryo. As the body merged, the embryo grew larger and larger. It quickly grew from 10 meters to 100 meters. At this time, the vibration outside became more and more violent. The man-eating plant began to tear the crack like crazy, and it actually made the crack bigger and bigger. The tree roots invaded in with their fangs and claws, even though the laboratory's defense mechanism began to activate. As the ripples spread, the tree roots petrified and decayed. But this laboratory has been abandoned for many years after all, and there is no subsequent energy replenishment, and it was soon consumed by the endless tree roots. The tree roots began to attack the outer door, destroying it with brute force, trying to break in. At this time, Mu Xing was rapidly integrating and trying to evolve. A special control panel appeared in the sea of consciousness. This was brought out from the underground control room. Since the control panel was restarted by himself, it has been integrated with his consciousness. It is more like a biological editor. It can control every step of gene evolution from the smallest scale. It can also integrate messy genes, eliminate bad genes, optimize gene strength, etc. This thing is simply tailor-made for the current Mu Xing. It was no longer a random mutation like evolution, but an evolution with purpose and direction. He first used the control panel to sort out the genes collected along the way. He kept the good genes to fuse with the blood moon embryo, and expelled all the bad genes. Then, he began to optimize his state as much as possible. Boom! Just as he was fusing genes, the first door was destroyed. Mu Xing was a little anxious, as his fusion progress was only about 50%. He didn't know how long the second door could last. Just when he was anxious, the gene researcher talent that he had been using as a passive research buff was suddenly activated. What is this? As a talent that was usually not very prominent, he seemed to have never played its true value. He was busy with fighting and training every day, ignoring research. And when it was activated at this time, it was like injecting a strong fuel into Mu Xing. The fusion speed suddenly increased. The talent was shining, and it seemed to be undergoing some transformation. The 50% progress broke through 60% in just a few minutes. This speed is still accelerating. When the light faded, Mu Xing found that the talent had changed and evolved. The name changed from Gene Researcher to Gene Controller. Gene Controller. The special talent evolved from the Gene Researcher allows you to reach a new level of control over your own genes. Special effect: all research, fusion, and optimization speed of genes are increased by 10 times. Mu Xing was shocked. He didn't expect that there would be an unexpected surprise in the fusion of the blood moon embryo this time. He quickly activated the Gene Controller's talent to bless the fusion. With the blessing of this talent, the 70% progress was accelerated at a speed visible to the naked eye. 71%, 72%, 73%. Not only the speed was accelerated, but also the fusion could be continuously optimized to make the fusion effect better. Just when the tree roots began to attack the second door, Mu Xing's fusion progress had reached 90%. In that huge embryo, something seemed to have been gestated. The next second, a tentacle tore the embryo apart, and thick blood seeped out of the embryo. Before it hit the ground, it was evaporated by some kind of evaporating force. A miniature blood moon, with a diameter of 100 meters rose from the embryo. Although the volume was 100 times smaller than his upper body, Mu Xing could sense that this fused body was much stronger than his upper body in terms of potential and strength. Sure enough. How could a half-baked knockoff compare to the quality of fine craftsmanship? Mu Xing had already made the decision to take this body out no matter what. If it was fused with the upper body, it would greatly enhance the strength and potential of the body. At this moment, the second door was finally breached. The winding tree roots rushed in from the passage. Muxing could even see the heads of the man-eating plants, and the ferocious big mouths condensed on the tree roots. Buzz! Blood-red ripples rippled out from Muxing's body, and wherever they passed, the tree roots broke and shattered, and collapsed at the genetic level. In an instant of impact, all the tree roots that spread in were frozen. When Muxing flew out of the passage, the petrified tree roots turned into ashes, and collapsed into dust. He stepped over the door, and flew over the mysterious statues. His tentacles passed by. Unfortunately, it was just a statue. Muxing thought that the creator of the blood moon would be sleeping inside. Apparently, he thought too much. When Muxing flew out of the meteorite, the coiled tree roots outside also broke layer by layer, and extended toward the main body above. The man-eating plant realized that it had awakened some extraordinary existence, and quickly cut off its roots. Muxing did not chase, but stretched out its tentacles, and took root in the meteorite. He wanted to extract all the essence in this flesh and blood laboratory, and devour it. This was a feast. Muxing estimated that swallowing this huge meteorite laboratory would allow his body to grow to 1,000 meters. Of course, the premise was to remove those toxic and harmful substances. Muxing didn't know what the researchers were studying in this laboratory. But it was definitely not something good. The twisted blood moon totem on the passage door might be part of the truth. Muxing felt that perhaps this experiment might be related to the blood moon in the sky. Retracting his thoughts. With the blessing of the gene controller's talent, Muxing did not spend too much time to peel off these highly toxic areas. It purified the healthy energy and devoured it, growing continuously. In just 10 minutes, the huge meteorite laboratory began to shrink. When Muxing slowly floated up, the meteorite laboratory completely collapsed, leaving a dark and polluted pit in its original place. The residue merged with the rotten pus that was removed, which was very disgusting. Muxing stared at the pile of filth, and for some reason, he thought of the creator in the world of Death Stranding. Their rotting and decaying appearances were too similar. It was hard for Muxing not to connect them. Could it be that the creator was related to this world, or that the tower was related to the creators of the Blood Moon? Could it be that being thrown into this place was also a plan of the survival system? The more Muxing thought about it, the scarier it became. It was really terrifying. Chapter 524. The battle in the valley is coming to an end. Although the piranha plant is powerful, ants can kill elephants. Moreover, these puppets are not ants, but fierce jackals. Besieged by a pack of wolves, and defeated in the underground battle, and severely injured by Muxing, the piranha plant has begun to retreat. However, Muxing does not intend to let it go. When the blood moon with tentacles rises from the big hole, the piranha plant begins to melt like ice and snow encountering the scorching sun. It makes a sharp and piercing cry and wants to escape underground. But before he could get out of the valley, he was intercepted by the Scorpion King. Dig it out from the ground. Muxing grabbed the core of the piranha plant, which had grown to a diameter of several meters. Its shape was exactly the same as the blood moon in the sky. Muxing inserted his tentacles into it, and immediately saw some ancient remnants. This memory did not come from the piranha plant, but from the rotten meat it devoured. The memory was chaotic and incomplete. He saw something running out of the laboratory after the laboratory fell. The thing was twisted and weird, and it was wrapped in an unclear mist. Everything was polluted wherever it passed. The incomplete picture stopped abruptly, and then quickly dissipated. Muxing cleared all these memory images, because just by seeing these memory images, he felt that his consciousness was polluted. Fortunately, he had similar experience, and could easily resist pollution and clear hidden dangers. After swallowing its core, Muxing threw its body to his subordinates to share. Many puppets that ate the corpse of the man-eating plant began to evolve on the spot, especially the Frog King and the Scorpion, who directly broke through the shackles and became stronger. Muxing's mind moved, and the blood moon form began to fall to the ground, and in the process of falling to the ground, it changed back to human form. He clenched his fists and stretched his neck. It turned out that the human form was the most comfortable. He looked up at the direction where the sun rose, and tentatively defined it as the east. That was the initial place where the sun rose, and it was also the location of the original sacrifice tower. With a thought, Muxing teleported forward 1,000 meters. With his successful fusion of the blood moon embryo, the ability of the Dumas Awakener was also taken back by him. Regain the ability to teleport and teleport. Unfortunately, the teleportation ability can only reach places that have been visited before, and cannot directly teleport to unknown areas. So the only way to travel is to teleport continuously. 300,000 kilometers, even if teleporting 1,000 kilometers per second, it will take 3 days. But Mu Xing believes that this speed will get faster and faster. As the proficiency increases, the distance of teleportation will also increase, and the interval of teleportation will also decrease. Thinking of this, Mu Xing continued to move forward, one step 1,000 meters. The surrounding space seemed to be stretched and folded, and only a black shadow could be seen flashing forward. As time went by, his teleportation distance became farther and farther. 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters. The interval became shorter and shorter, and the cooling time went from 1 second to 0.9 seconds, 0.8 seconds, and even 0.7 seconds. Increasing the distance and reducing the cooling time allowed Mu Xing's speed to reach a new height. 3 days were not needed. At the current speed, Mu Xing felt that he only needed half a day to get there. So after reaching the middle section, Mu Xing was no longer in a hurry to go south, and began to devour and transform all the way. After fusing with the Blood Moon embryo, his ability to devour and transform evolved again. Just by approaching a creature weaker than him, he could instantly absorb its energy and leave an empty shell in its place. When he encountered a potential stock, he did not hesitate to transform it into a puppet. At the same time, he distributed part of his transformation ability to these puppets, allowing them to act separately to transform more puppets. Like a chain reaction caused by a nuclear explosion, this trend of transformation spread rapidly in this vast world of flesh and blood. When he reaches the original sacrifice tower, the number of transformed puppets under his command will reach a terrifying astronomical number. Mu Xing no longer needs to actively devour energy, and through feeding back, he can obtain a massive increase. The volume of the Blood Moon has long exceeded its upper body, reaching 100,000 meters. The speed of its own strengthening is also getting faster and faster. However, the good times did not last long. Mu Xing's behavior eventually attracted the attention of the Blood Moon in the sky. It regards the entire flesh and blood world as a pasture for harvesting. Now the fruits and vegetables in the pasture have been intercepted by others. How can it tolerate this? So, Mu Xing saw large pieces of flesh and blood falling from the Blood Moon in the sky. These pieces of flesh and blood seemed small, but they expanded into a 1,000,000-meter-high behemoth when they landed. The flesh and blood gathered together and began to hatch super-large monsters with twisted postures. These twisted gestating monsters had tentacles with fangs and claws, and the tips of the tentacles were spiral mouths. They could not fly, but could only crawl on the ground. Where they passed, the red earth was polluted into a rotten and black appearance, and no grass grew. Under the sun, the power of the greedy moon cannot penetrate the earth, so this method can only be used to forcibly harvest. Facing these huge monsters, Mu Xing did not intend to confront them head-on, and continued to concentrate on his puppet transformation business. Open and secret struggles unfolded in the bright red flesh and blood world, and both sides were desperately harvesting. It was almost noon. Mu Xing finally approached the mysterious original sacrifice tower. From a distance, it was a towering tower with no visible top. The whole body was silver gray, deeply rooted in the flesh and blood world. Upward to the near space. Mu Xing wondered if the tower extended all the way into space. So high! Even though Mu Xing was well informed, he was shocked by the tower in front of him. He thought the tower was only tens of thousands of meters high, or suspended in the sky. Who would have thought that the tower would reach from heaven to earth? At the same time, the sun drew a circle in the sky and returned to the starting point again. Finally, the Creator's sun sank into the tower of the original sacrifice that reached the sky. Mu Xing quickened his pace to find out. But when he approached the tower within 1,000 miles, the teleportation suddenly failed. With the tower as the center, time and space here are constant, and the deeper you go, the stronger this feeling becomes. He looked up, activated the observer's consciousness, and discovered the truth of the tower. The tower stands in a higher latitude, so it will not be crushed by the huge gravity of the material world. It is like the center of the world, constant time and space. This thing is simply an alternative version of the observer's tower. Of course, this tower is not used to assist observers in observing the world, but a huge and unimaginable laboratory. At this time, the communicator began to vibrate again. Obviously, you came faster than I thought. Here are all the answers you want to know. Your body is also stored in this tower. You can enter them to get your body back. Mu Xing's expression was solemn. His body was indeed artificially stripped. So what exactly did the other party do this for? Mu Xing took a deep breath and began to fly towards the tower. Although he could not teleport, his flying speed was also very fast. However, when he approached the original sacrifice tower within 100 miles, he was blocked by a transparent film again. He couldn't pass through it with his human body. With a thought, he transformed into the Blood Moon mode. As if it passed the certification in an instant, the film opened a hole and took the initiative to welcome his arrival. At the same time, Muxing noticed that the blood moon rising in the sky seemed to sense that he was approaching the original sacrifice tower. A large number of flesh balls were peeled off and projected around the original sacrifice tower. These flesh balls fell to the ground, grew and multiplied rapidly, and turned into twisted monsters. Chapter 525. These huge monsters are terrifying, twisted and hideous, with traces of the blood moon in the sky. Wherever they pass, they pollute the earth and leave a thick layer of mud. And countless small monsters, like fleas, crawled out of the mud, and they pounced on the tower with their fangs and claws. The transparent barrier blocked the attack, and the giant monster waved its tentacles, hitting frantically and making violent and strange roars. The space ripples, and every blow seems to shake the fragile space, creating trembling ripples of time and space. Muxing didn't dare to stay and quickly flew to the tower. The huge original sacrifice tower was also built of flesh and blood, with bones and muscles arranged layer by layer. The diameter of the tower body was dozens of kilometers, a real behemoth. The 100,000-meter gate lay in front of Muxing, and the human body was as small as an ant. The manifested blood moon body barely reached 1/10 of the height. The gate was engraved with a huge blood moon totem, without tentacles, only a red moon from an unknown world. Muxing extended his tentacles, injected blood moon energy, and began to push the door hard. Rumble. The door was shaking. As the blood moon energy flowed into the totem, it was like a key turning a door lock, and the door began to slowly open to both sides. Muxing's mind moved, and his body shrank to 100 meters. After the door was opened, he carefully began to explore the tower. I don't know if it was because of an accident, but this tower looks like it has been abandoned for a long time. Some places are seriously damaged and look like they have been violently destroyed. The tower's self-repair mechanism seems to have stopped. So the tower that looks magnificent on the surface is actually already broken. What happened here? Muxing stared at the situation inside the tower. When he began to explore upwards, the situation above was worse than below. It was as if a big battle had taken place in this tower. Muxing saw a lot of mutilated corpses. These corpses could barely be seen as some combat soldiers wearing biological armor. Some were over 10 meters tall, and some were giant soldiers with a height of 100 meters. Let's call them the guardians of this tower. They died in the battle, their bodies were destroyed, and some terrible energy invaded their bodies, causing their limbs to change. Some turned into tentacles, and some grew twisted mouths and eyes, which was extremely tragic. Muxing's mental power surged, and wherever he passed, the debris turned into ashes. Apparently, these guardians have been dead for who knows how many years. At this moment, the communicator vibrated. The recording sounded. "Come to the top of the tower, kid, I be waiting for you there." The voice sounded like the dying voice of a dying person. Muxing began to fly upwards, even teleporting. Each floor of the tower had a different look, but now it was just a mess. It can be seen that this place was once very prosperous. However, a dangerous force penetrated from the top of the tower to the bottom, destroying everything in the process. Finally, he reached the top of the tower. Here, there were two squirming beds. It was the same shape as the central control console in the laboratory, but it looked more advanced. At this time, the translucent cover covered the two beds. On one bed, a familiar body was lying, that was his real body. On the other bed, a pool of rotten flesh whose shape could not be seen clearly was lying, relying on the bed to maintain its final shape. The pool of rotten flesh was like the tower under his feet, which had long been dead, leaving only a dry empty shell. "Hey!" Muxing approached and patted the cover. At this time, the communicator was buzzing. A vague shadow suddenly walked out from the wall next to him. Before Muxing could speak, he suddenly changed into a human appearance similar to Muxing's. "I hope this appearance makes you feel more friendly." The other party actually spoke. "Who are you?" Muxing looked at him warily. The other party was just a video recording, but he looked like a real person with thoughts. "Kid, I know you have a lot of questions to ask. I will tell you everything. And don't worry, I'm dead, and the conversation with you is just a video recording, a thought." He showed a nostalgic expression on his face, and walked to the edge of the hollow wall. His flesh and blood shrank to both sides, revealing a huge windowsill, letting in the light. "Many intelligent beings call us God-makers, but only we know that we are a group of crazy researchers. We have made many achievements and brought countless dangers to the universe." Muxing looked at him. "So the blood moon is also your creation?" Yes, it is our masterpiece. They are perfect seeds and perfect embryos that can help us breed the perfect creatures we want. When he said this, his expression was a little fanatical, and Mu Xing called it fanaticism. To be honest, Mu Xing did not expect that the blood moon was not a biological weapon as he imagined, but just a seed embryo of some experimental plan. A long time ago, we used gene editors to create blood moons. Oh, I almost forgot, I haven't introduced myself yet. You can call us creators. We are a huge population that has existed since the birth of the universe. After breaking through the shackles of life, we gain infinite and long life. Later, we move from collective civilization to individual civilization. Some people choose to explore the rules of the universe, some choose to study the soul, and more people, like me, are obsessed with genes as always. We sowed seeds in the universe and created life. Those were really happy days. After billions of years of hard work, we filled the entire universe with life, and in the process, we also crossed the low-dimensional boundary and became the so-called high-dimensional life. It allows us to stand at the highest scale of the universe and look down on everything, becoming the master of the universe. It was also from that time that our ambitions became bigger. We are committed to creating the ultimate life form that transcends the universe and strive for it. So, the special life form of Blood Moon was created by us. It is like a perfect embryo. We cultivate possible ultimate life forms by adding different genes to it. The research is not smooth sailing. We found that under our human interference, it is impossible to give birth to the ultimate life form. So we started to release gene editors to various life planets in the universe. Through natural selection and these gene editors, we create some special wild blood moons. After hearing this, Mu Xing finally understood why some life planets inexplicably had divine seals in the worldview of the dead space. That thing is the gene editor released by this group of creators. Their goal is to create a truly perfect blood moon to carry out their plan to cultivate perfect creatures. Mu Xing frowned. Why do you insist on creating the so-called perfect creature? The other party was silent for a moment, then said, because many years ago, someone crossed the dimension and reached the void, and saw an even more incredible existence. Is it chaos? Mu Xing asked. He looked at Mu Xing. It seems that you know more than I thought. Chapter 526. So what? Chaos invaded your universe? Mu Xing asked. The creator on the other side nodded. These incredible beings are indeed extremely powerful, but full of chaos and incomprehension. We tried to communicate, but what we got was madness and attacks. What was the result? Did the universe fall? Child, don't underestimate us creators. Although chaos is powerful, we also have the means to resist attacks. In the hundreds of millions of years since then, we have resisted many attacks from chaos. Mu Xing was a little shocked when he heard this. These creators are so powerful, at least stronger than the observers in Art's world. The Observer Council can only observe and monitor chaos and avoid danger before it arrives. And the creators actually confronted chaos head-on. They are indeed the race that can create the blood moon. Mu Xing glanced at the rotten meat in the transparent cover. So, how did you become like this? The creator sighed. Because we also understand that blind defense is only a bad idea. No matter how strong the defense is, it will eventually collapse. So we began to change our thinking, hoping to create an ultimate life form to fight against chaos. What was the result? It's difficult, because the rules for creating blood moons come from within the universe, so its limit only stops at the top of the universe, and it is difficult to break through. So, we made a bold decision to use chaos as the material to create a new blood moon. I call it the Chaos Blood Moon. Chaos Blood Moon? A combination of blood moon and chaos? Mu Xing asked. As we all know, chaos has two development paths. Either the origin spreads to form the material universe you and I are familiar with, or condenses self-consciousness to become the will of chaos. Chaos has infinite possibilities. It is the ultimate way of creation we pursue. In this case, by fusing blood moon and chaos, can we break through the shackles, and use the rules of chaos to breathe the ultimate life that transcends the universe? So, I chose to break away from our main universe, enter the void, use my body as an experimental field, and start to create the Chaos Blood Moon. Mu Xing was stunned. So, the world under my feet is your body? Yes. The creator nodded. He looked a little dull, and found it unbelievable that this flesh and blood world that was larger than a star was actually the body of the creator. The creator said, Child, don't be surprised, one day, you could also reach such a height, at least your foundation is good. Mu Xing was silent for a moment. So what happened later? The creator knocked his head. This is the fate of our clan, born for creation, and die for creation. I wanted to create the Chaos Blood Moon, but I underestimated the power of chaos. Because I was too eager, I used my body and consciousness as a breeding ground to cultivate the Chaos Blood Moon, but it backfired. Chaos devoured my consciousness and tried to take over my body. At the critical moment, I sealed my body at the cost of self-destruction of my original consciousness, excluding chaos from taking over my body. Hearing this, Mu Xing finally figured out what happened here. A crazy researcher tried to get his hands on the power of chaos, but was attacked by chaos, losing both his wife and his army. Mu Xing glanced at the sky. No wonder the blood moon was always hanging in the sky, because it could not land, and was excluded from the flesh and blood world. So it exchanged with the flesh and blood creatures of this world through sacrifice and exchange, exchanging moonlight energy for the essence of flesh and blood. It bit by bit eroded the creator's body. In this way, all my experiences along the way make sense. What happened next? Mu Xing asked. In my last moments, I sent a signal to the void, hoping to summon my people until you arrived. Mu Xing said expressionlessly, although I really want to say yes, I must tell you the truth. I am not one of your people, but just a human who has obtained the power of the blood moon. The creator shook his head nonchalantly. Being able to come here proves your qualifications. Mu Xing frowned. He was sent here by the survival system, which means that the signal sent by the creator in front of him should have been intercepted by the survival system. So this is not the so-called trial space, but a real special world. I want to know why the blood moon in the sky doesn't leave. The creator said, because I use the huge mass of the body to anchor it, and not allow it to leave here. My experiment failed, but it also succeeded. Success because I created the chaotic blood moon, failure because it is uncontrollable. I can't let it leave, otherwise one day it will grow into a terrifying existence that cannot be controlled. It will find our universe, use the blood moon rules to open loopholes in our defense, and break through the defense we have built for hundreds of millions of years. He looked at Mu Xing. So kid, I hope you can help me solve this hidden danger. As a reward, I will lay a good foundation for your body, and point out the way for the future for you. Deal. Mu Xing nodded almost without hesitation. His original goal was to defeat the blood moon, and now he can get the help of the creator, which is simply killing two birds with one stone. Seeing Mu Xing's statement, the creator finally smiled with relief. By the way, I have a few more questions. Mu Xing said. Ask me, kid, I will tell you everything I know. The first question is, what is the essence of the chaotic blood moon? Are you asking about the chaotic attribute, its greed? Mu Xing nodded, as expected. The second question is, how to fight against the chaotic blood moon. It's unlikely with your current strength, but I have a backup plan. I need you to restart the Tower of Origin. With the help of the tower's power, you can defeat the Chaos Blood Moon. Restart? Where to go? Underground. The third question is, what is the origin of the Blood Moon? This question has troubled him for a long time, and today he finally has the opportunity to ask it. The origin of the Blood Moon is the origin of our universe. It is birth. It is the end. It is time and space. It is matter. As the incubator of the ultimate creature, it itself has the most original attributes of the universe, including allowing people to travel through time and space and go back in time? Mu Xing asked. No, unless the blood moon has already bred the ultimate form and completely controls the essence of the universe and time and space, it is possible to do it. Then it was the creator's turn to be stunned. Wait, what do you mean? Mu Xing spread his hands. Although I don't know what happened, when I came into contact with the origin of the blood moon, a blood-colored ocean was born. It can always take me through time and space and go back in time. That is, the primordial sea. You actually gave birth to the primordial sea. What is the primordial sea? You can think of it as the amniotic fluid used to give birth to the ultimate life form. In our blood moon theory, only by giving birth to the primordial sea can a true ultimate life form be born. The primordial sea that our creator clan has been searching for so long actually exists. Tell me, how did it come from? Chapter 527. Mu Xing spread his hands. I don't know, it just appeared like this. I extracted the blood moon essence from the divine seal and merged it with it, and then the sea was born. The creator of the projection paced back and forth in the room, as if thinking. Swish. The projection became blurry. He woke up with a start. Sorry, I almost forgot that I was dead, and the last bit of thinking could not support continuous calculations. Can you be resurrected? Mu Xing asked. The other party shook his head. The moment I made the decision, the outcome was already decided, and my original will was completely wiped out. He suddenly appeared in front of Mu Xing. No matter what, kid, you are a hope. You are the first person I have ever seen who evolved the primordial sea. This proves that the blood moon theory is correct, but we are going in the wrong direction. You have to find a way to turn it into the primordial origin, so that you can use it to leap into the ultimate life form. At this time, there was only expectation in his eyes, endless expectation. I don't know what to do. Mu Xing shook his head. Capture the blood moon, go to our universe and capture a pure blood moon. The information stored inside it will tell you what to do. Although I don't know why it has been so long, there is still no response to the signal I sent. It seems that something has happened in our universe. But since the existence behind you can send you here, it can definitely send you to our universe, right? Mu Xing did not explain, but just looked at him and hinted at him with his eyes. Then he said, I will try, but we must first solve the hidden danger in front of us, right? Mu Xing pointed at the greedy moon hanging high in the sky. The monsters with bared fangs and claws were still struggling to hit the barrier. The barrier has begun to tremble, and it is unknown how long it can last. Yes, solving the greedy blood moon is the top priority. The creator waved his right hand, and the cover covering Mu Xing's body was opened. Child, take back your body. The chaos larva in your mind is also a good breakthrough. Maybe one day, you can help me realize the ideal I have been pursuing for many years. Merge the power of the blood moon and chaos to become the ultimate life form of chaos that is not affected by the void. Mu Xing nodded. He had not thought so far. The ultimate life form of chaos was still a long way from him. After all, the road must be taken step by step, and the meal must be eaten bite by bite. He fell directly to the bed of tentacles. The moment he fell, the two bodies were directly valred and entangled. At each molecular level, the new body and the old body were reorganized into a fusion body. With the help of this big bed, impurities can be removed during the fusion and defective genes can be repaired. When Mu Xing opened his eyes again, he felt that he had been strengthened again. The key point is the strengthening of potential. After the fusion of the blood moon embryo, the potential reached a new height. As the cover was opened again, he had already lost the figure of the creator. Disappeared? Mu Xing was wondering. The projection appeared again. Child, congratulations, you are the most potential seed I have ever seen. Let's go down and restart this tower. Mu Xing nodded. Okay. He pointed to the wall next to him. You can go directly underground from here, but the Guardians underground may be a bit troublesome. You must defeat them before entering the center to restart the original sacrifice tower. Guardian? Mu Xing had a strange expression. Don't worry, I will help you before defeating Greedy Moon. Mu Xing nodded and pressed one hand on the wall. There was indeed an elevator similar to the laboratory. With the experience of the first time, Mu Xing stepped directly into the blood and flesh egg, and then moved down at a very fast speed. In just a moment, he reached the bottom of the tower. It was pitch black here, as if he had come to the deep outer space. A passage constructed by the spine continued to extend forward. At the end of the passage, there stood a giant circular platform. Why is it called the original sacrifice tower? Mu Xing asked as he stepped onto the spine passage. The full name should be the original sacrifice tower. This is the laboratory I built specifically for the Chaos Blood Moon project. My idea is to use the blood moon to create the primordial embryo, and then use sacrifice to fuse chaos. Sacrifice? The will of chaos is a kind of cosmic collective consciousness. Its power can be summoned through sacrifice. The higher the level of the sacrifice, the stronger the chaos power obtained. At first, I used the blood moon for sacrifice, but it was difficult to meet the standards I needed, so I made a bold decision. Sacrifice yourself? That's right. I thought I could control it, but it was obvious that the greedy chaotic power was stronger than I thought. As a result, you saw that my body was almost taken over and my consciousness was directly wiped out. Mu Xing was speechless. He knew that these creators were crazy, but he didn't expect them to be so crazy. For the experiment, he even sacrificed himself. Mu Xing suddenly felt that Trix was suitable to be a creator, not an observer. So the fallen original sacrifice laboratory was because of that sacrifice? That's right. After greedy chaos failed to take over my body, it snatched a blood moon embryo and fused it into greedy moon, trying to devour my body to evolve. I pushed it out directly and anchored it in the nearby space to temporarily control it. It's a pity that I didn't have the ability to completely destroy it at that time, otherwise it wouldn't have grown into what it is now. After Mu Xing figured out everything, he walked through the spinal passage and came to the giant platform suspended in the darkness. Is this the altar? Yes, this is the original altar. Through the central passage, you can reach the central space of the tower and restart the original altar. At that time, I will start the reverse sacrifice, and returned all the flesh and blood power that greedy moon has sucked from me. Without the support of flesh and blood, its power will be greatly reduced. At that time, you will be able to defeat greedy moon by yourself." While speaking, on both sides of the altar, two mutated golden guardians suddenly flew in from the darkness. This guardian was originally created by the Creator to guard the original altar. It is 1,000 meters tall, strong and powerful. After being polluted, they are now assimilated by chaos and turned into twisted monsters. The golden armor is torn by the proliferating flesh and blood, and the limbs are severely alienated, growing disgusting tentacles. There is a bloody mouth on the belly, and a pair of greedy eyes stare at Mu Xing. "What the hell is this?" Mu Xing took 2 steps back and directly manifested the upper blood moon body. The 10,000-meter blood moon spread out a terrifying pressure. With a humming sound, the force of time and space tremors swept across the entire altar. The 2 golden guards were shaken back again and again, but they were not hurt at all by the shock force. The golden armor on them has a strong resistance to time and space. It seems that if you want to kill these 2 guards, you must first destroy their armor. Chapter 528. Mu Xing's mind moved, and the entire altar began to liquidify. Dumas' ability was activated, summoning the Nether Lake. The time and space power of the origin of the blood moon is the same source as it. The golden armor is to defend against the power of the blood moon. If you want to destroy the armor, you need to use a different attack. Gulp gulp. The Nether Lake began to bubble, and a gray-white blood moon rose from the Nether Beach. The antimatter representing one's soul collides with the positive matter representing one's body, which can produce Void Devouring. Although his Dumas Awakener has not yet activated the skill of Void Devourer, it does not mean that he cannot copy it. The 2 blood moons released positive and negative matter at the same time, and the moment they touched the 2 golden guards, Void Devourer exploded on the altar. The bright white light instantly illuminated the surrounding darkness. Mu Xing's body escaped into the 3.5-dimensional world to avoid the indiscriminate explosion. If the 2 guardians were in a rational state, such an attack would not be able to touch them at all, and could be avoided in advance. But now they are seriously mutated, not to mention rationality. Even their own form cannot be maintained. Directly withstand the explosion. A strange cry sounded. When the white light dissipated, although the 2 guardians were not killed, the golden armor on their bodies had been blown into pieces. Without the protection of the golden armor, the guardians only rely on the power of flesh and blood, and cannot resist Mu Xing's upper form at all. However, Mu Xing is not in a hurry to destroy them. He wants to practice in advance whether he can completely destroy the greedy chaotic will with his power. One of his trump cards is the power of the blood moon, the second is the will of chaos, and the third is the tower of the observer. However, the will of chaos and the tower are sealed by the survival system. The general meaning is that since it is a blood moon talent trial, you should use the blood moon ability to try it obediently, and don't think about taking shortcuts. Mu Xing tried to communicate with the chaos fungus ball in his mind, and it was indeed in a dormant state. The survival system blocked even his last possibility of taking shortcuts. In this case, he can only try with his own strength. Use your real body to crush them directly, and see if you can use absolute power to wipe them out. Control them first, and keep them in place. Without the restraint of the golden armor, the 2 guardians who were corroded by chaos directly let themselves go. The body completely turned into a black monster covered with tentacles. It roared with its mouth wide open, and its tentacles waved wildly. Dazzling blood moon energy burst out one after another. Mu Xing controlled the blood moon energy to crush from top to bottom, smashing those dazzling blood moon rays. As if the gravity was applied 10,000 times in an instant, the 2 guardians were directly crushed. But this could not kill them. The greedy chaotic power on their bodies began to rise, wrapping their bodies like mist. An unknown force made them stand up again. The big mouth on the abdomen opened and spewed disgusting mucus towards the sky. The mucus could even corrode the altar, which was very scary. Mu Xing controlled the space vortex, and transferred the mucus away. At the same time, Mu Xing launched a counterattack, and 2 points of light fell, and the light points quickly expanded, turning into a transparent blood moon that wrapped the 2 guardians. The 2 guardians struggled frantically, as if they were trapped in a cage. Mu Xing controlled the cage to float in the air, trying to use the blood moon energy to erase the chaotic power. The blood moon body of the fused embryo went up a level, and the released blood moon power became even stronger. When the 2 sides collided, the chaotic power from greed began to be erased, although the speed was a little slow, but it turned out that this move was feasible. After achieving victory, Mu Xing increased his strength, and used pure blood moon energy to annihilate the greedy chaos. At this time, the The voice of the creator sounded. It seems that you are not very good at using the power of the blood moon. Mu Xing was a little embarrassed. I have not been controlling the power of the blood moon for a long time, and I have been figuring it out by myself, so my application is relatively rough. The creator said, the blood moon energy is a kind of power from the essence of the universe, which has extremely high plasticity. Although your current power has not reached the level of rules, its inherent properties are also strong enough. First of all, you have to learn how to control it. Control? For example, the simplest attack and defense, as long as you have a mind, you can transform the blood moon energy into various attack and defense forms. First of all, you must concentrate. Willpower is the key. You must shape it with your own will, and give it a clear goal. The clearer the shaping is, the more powerful the blood moon energy will be when it is constructed into an attack and defense form. Similarly, this method can also be used to release amplification, destruction, annihilation, and other abilities. When you master these abilities, you will have laid a solid foundation for the use of blood moon energy. Then you can continue to develop higher level abilities, such as evolution, degeneration, release, awakening, etc. Mu Xing was listening to you for 10 years, and his mind was suddenly opened. It turned out that I was too stubborn, always thinking that great efforts would produce miracles. It turned out that controlling the energy of the blood moon is a delicate job. Don't worry, I have put all these control methods in the center. I believe that after you get this knowledge, you can quickly become a qualified blood moon controller. Mu Xing asked, did your creator also turn himself into a blood moon? Yes, I believe you should have seen the world under your feet. It is my blood moon body, which is the size of 2 standard stars. 2 standard stars? A standard star is about 1 million kilometers in diameter. Mu Xing was stunned. He thought this body was very big, but he didn't expect it to be so big. Then can you still be resurrected? Mu Xing asked. I don't know. Only after destroying the greedy moon can we know the situation. If there is still some origin left, I still have a chance. If my origin is completely swallowed up, no one can resurrect me. This was said easily, and it was obvious that the creator did not care too much about his own life and death. Perhaps the only meaningful thing in his eyes was research, to research the ultimate life form in his mind. How can I completely destroy the greedy chaos? Mu Xing asked. Chaos cannot be completely destroyed, it can always regenerate in a corner of the void. Each chaos represents a different attribute, and their existence is indelible. What is the chaotic attribute in my body? Mu Xing asked curiously. I don't know, it's still a juvenile. At least it will show its properties when it grows to an adult. Mu Xing scratched his head. It seemed like another long and arduous task. While talking, the 2 guards had been annihilated to only 1/3 of their size. Mu Xing's mind moved, and he built a framework with his will to control the blood moon energy. Crush! With a snap, the hard bones in the bodies of the 2 guards were directly crushed. Destroy! The blood moon energy eroded into the guards' bodies, and then began to wreak havoc, completely turning the guards into ashes. When Mu Xing turned into a human form and landed again, only 2 piles of ashes were left on the altar. At this time, a downward passage in the center of the altar slowly opened up, coming into Mu Xing's eyes. Chapter 529. Mu Xing glanced at the black passage and jumped down without hesitation. The next second, he seemed to have traveled through time and space and arrived at a blood-red space. Where is this place? Mu Xing looked around curiously. In the blood-red world, the flesh and blood had lost their vitality. In front of him, Mu Xing saw a brain as big as a planet. The small platform was suspended on the huge brain. Mu Xing could sense the dead state here. The brain was originally blood-red and crystal clear like jade, but now it looked extremely dim. Only a few strands of light were still shuttling through the gullies. This is my brain, and inside it is my core. The voice of the creator sounded in his ears. The platform under his feet began to approach the huge brain. A flash appeared directly in front of the brain. The gully parted, and a passage extended in, allowing Mu Xing to reach the center of this giant brain. That was the core of the original sacrifice tower. Here, Mu Xing saw countless floating broken memories, and these memories were so thick that they condensed into solid crystals. You can imagine how powerful the living creator is. Finally, Mu Xing arrived in front of the core. He saw a spiral divine seal that had lost its luster. Mu Xing knew that this was not a divine seal, but a materialized DNA spiral, the control console of this core. The divine seal should be a gene editor modeled after the creator's core. What should I do? Input a trace of blood moon energy and choose to restart the core. Mu Xing nodded and threw a little blood moon energy directly over. In an instant, he felt the DNA helix in front of him begin to light up. It was not a double helix, but a quadruple helix, which was difficult to understand. When the helix was lit up, Mu Xing took out the key he got from the top of the tower. The key was inserted into the hole, and began to rotate in the opposite direction. After 3 circles, he seemed to hear a buzzing sound. The entire core area was reactivated, including the giant brain outside. This huge system began to operate, and it was operating in the opposite direction. Mu Xing realized that these creators were crazy, and did not even let go of his body, directly transforming it into a huge flesh and blood machine. When doing experiments, he probably often uses his body as an experimental tool. The next second, the creator's projection appeared on the platform again. "Kid, you did it, and it's up to you next." He nodded at Mu Xing, and his figure slowly disappeared on the platform, leaving only a portal to the top of the tower and a miniature 4-helix statue. Mu Xing was silent, feeling a little complicated. Picking up the statue, he immediately sensed that the statue contained a lot of knowledge. Mu Xing put it away. Now was not the time to explore this knowledge. He stepped into the portal, and was instantly teleported back to the top of the tower. At this time, the creation sun just circled the world and returned to the top of the tower. When it reached the top of the tower, its size began to shrink and finally fell into a special dimensional space at the top of the tower. When the sun stopped working, the blood moon began to rise. It came with anger. The monster said during the day failed to break through the defense of the tower, and it was very angry. Now it has moved horizontally to the sky, and the moonlight is more dazzling than before. The whole world is illuminated by the bloody moonlight. The flesh and blood creatures on the ground are preparing to sacrifice their flesh and blood as usual in exchange for moonlight. After the creator dies, the flesh and blood origin is sealed by me, and only those creatures born from the creator's body can use and grab the flesh and blood energy in this huge corpse. The greedy moon uses tricks to lure flesh and blood creatures to sacrifice to it in exchange for moonlight energy. Through thousands of flesh and blood creatures, it collects the flesh and blood origin bit by bit and accumulates power. Now, a new day of sacrifice has begun, but the greedy moon has refused today's sacrifice. It moved to the sky above the original sacrifice tower. Mu Xing was standing on the top of the tower at this time, and it seemed that he was only a hair's breadth away from it, and he could touch it with his hand. This was the first time that the two sides looked at each other at such a close distance. Mu Xing faced the greedy moon in a human posture, and a faint shadow of the upper blood moon appeared behind him. This was a strong provocation in the eyes of the greedy moon. The huge body directly crushed over, as if to crush Mu Xing into meat paste. In greedy moon's eyes, the whole world is its spoils of war, but now Mu Xing, a little mouse, suddenly jumps out and tries to steal its achievements. How can it tolerate this? Mu Xing saw greedy moon rushing towards him, raised his head expressionlessly, and said in a cold voice, "Fall!" As soon as the words fell, the giant tower under his feet lit up, and was fully activated. The greedy moon decisively gave up crushing Mu Xing, instinctively sensed something was wrong, and wanted to escape. However, the original sacrificial tower suddenly extended countless bloodlines, as if connecting all the flesh and blood creatures in this world in an instant. A powerful reverse sacrificial force caught up with the greedy moon. The blood moon essence absorbed for many years was returned to the earth in the reverse sacrifice. But the blood moonlight scattered towards the sky and disappeared into the void. The facial features of the greedy moon that were about to take shape became blurred again and gradually collapsed. The blood and flesh essence on its body kept falling off, and its size was constantly shrinking. It wanted to struggle, but was dragged by this reverse sacrificial ritual and could not escape. For so many years, it has worked hard to rely on sacrifices and exchanges to obtain the blood and flesh essence bit by bit, but now it is like a dam that has completely opened the gates. All the blood and flesh poured out. The greedy moon could no longer support its huge body, the shell collapsed, and the flesh fell. A core with a diameter of no more than 10,000 meters was revealed. It was a gray-brown, constantly wriggling gray moon. It was a hazy, foggy chaos. A hateful face condensed on the big ball, staring at Mu Xing. Mu Xing no longer hesitated, directly revealed his true form, and rushed into the sky. A blood moon and a gray moon, the two met in the near space. Mu Xing was very familiar with this breath from the void chaos. However, now it has lost the support of its flesh and blood origin, and only the pure chaotic will is left. And because it was cultivated from the chaos seeds captured by the creator in the void, it was born as a premature baby with poor development. Mu Xing would not necessarily lose to it if he fought with his upper body. The blood moon rose into the sky, surrounded by energy and emitting dim light. The next second, countless light spots rose from the ground. Under Mu Xing's control, countless puppets emerged from the ground. They all headed up to the sky, attacking the greedy moon in the sky. Once upon a time, how dare these ants declare war on the sky? Even if they looked up at the sky, they had to ask for the consent of the greedy moon. But now, all these things have rebelled. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions continue to sound, and the moonlight energy bestowed by the greedy moon himself now turned into bullets fired at it. Chapter 530. The greedy moon no longer sits there and waits for death. It opens its mouth wide and intends to swallow all these attacks. Mu Xing unceremoniously detonates these moonlight energies in advance. The explosion covers the sky, especially the area where the greedy moon is located, which is completely submerged by the explosion. Mu Xing does not think that these attacks can destroy the greedy moon, but only hopes to consume the greedy moon's energy as much as possible. At the same time, he began to retreat away from the battlefield. He had a hunch that the greedy moon was going to start a counterattack. Sure enough, the next second, the explosion energy in the entire sky disappeared, as if it was swallowed by something. Then, the energy of the explosion poured out and fell to the ground like a meteor. Most of the energy condensed into a huge meteorite and rushed towards the original sacrifice tower. Boom! The violent explosion seemed to break the tower in two. When the shockwave dissipated, the original sacrifice tower seemed to have a huge gap gnawed out, and it would collapse at any time. The gray moon was startled at first, and then emitted a cheerful emotional fluctuation. It realized that the master of the tower, the creator who had bound it to this place for countless years, had finally turned to ashes and disappeared completely. Now, as long as Mu Xing, the rat who stole oil, was dealt with, the whole world would belong to it. The chaotic aura spread in all directions, and countless translucent tentacles seemed to extend from the gray mist. Wherever it passed, whether it was the sky or the earth, it was assimilated by this chaos. Mu Xing would not sit and wait for death, and took the initiative to attack. Under his control, the energy of the blood moon also continued to expand around, colliding with the gray greedy chaos. Continue to reverse. Mu Xing roared, and the reversal sacrifice program in the world core once again increased its power. The reversal sacrifice program reversed and continuously extracted the energy from the gray moon, and continued to weaken the greedy moon. At this time, a huge barrier rose, framing the greedy moon and Mu Xing together. At this moment, no one could borrow power from the outside world until the final winner was decided. Mu Xing looked at the barrier rising in front of him, not feeling surprised. Greedy moon hated him to the core, wishing to eat his flesh and drink his blood. How could he let himself slip away? However, Mu Xing also had the idea of burning his boats. He wanted to pass the test and become stronger, so he had to fight to the death. Therefore, he also put another layer of cage on the outer layer of the barrier to form a real place of death. Just after doing all this, Greedy Moon pounced on him with fangs and claws, giving up all fighting skills, and it wanted to use chaos to directly devour Mu Xing. Mu Xing also took the initiative to meet him. The two behemoths collided in the sky. There was no fancy energy bombardment, conspiracy, and calculation, only the most primitive melee attack. Devouring and anti-devouring, assimilation and anti-assimilation. Greedy Moon continued to attack, Mu Xing remained in a defensive state, and then fought back. Life can always burst out its ultimate potential at the most dangerous time. When the gray greed attribute chaos continued to erode the surface of Mu Xing's body, the internal resistance became fierce. The blood moon embryo devoured in the original sacrifice laboratory was passively activated and began to release its potential under the pressure of death. There were originally 2 experimental cores in the original sacrifice laboratory, one of which was possessed by the greedy chaos, and the other was taken by Mu Xing. Both have considerable potential, and are excellent carriers for the fusion of chaos. Now in the battle of life and death, the potential of the blood moon embryo is also gradually released. The battle entered a white-hot stage. The greedy moon grew a greedy big mouth, and began to gnaw on Mu Xing's flesh and blood. Mu Xing was not polite either, and he opened his big mouth to bite the chaotic body of greedy moon. The other party mocked Mu Xing for daring to devour chaos. But soon it could not laugh anymore, because after Mu Xing devoured its body, he was not assimilated by chaos, but was digested instead. Mu Xing chose to make a fortune in silence. Yuan once said that if the chaos fungus ball in his mind wanted to grow quickly, the best nutrient was the flesh and blood of chaos creatures. Mu Xing set all the flesh and blood of greedy moon that he devoured to the sea of consciousness. Although the fungus ball was sealed by the survival system, and could not be used as an attack method. It could passively devour chaotic flesh and blood to grow. The fungus ball continued to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. The mycelium spread rapidly. Originally, it could only occupy a small part of Muxing's sea of consciousness, but now it has rapidly expanded to 1%. And this speed is still accelerating. The larger the range of mycelium expansion, the stronger Muxing's chaotic consciousness will be, and the stronger the chaotic mycelium that can be controlled will be. So soon Greedy Moon noticed something was wrong. It actually vaguely sensed the breath of another chaos. Before it could carefully investigate, Muxing accelerated the speed of swallowing. Greedy Moon finally got anxious. Its consciousness separated from its body and rushed into Muxing's body. It planned to use the method of chaos possession. If it couldn't swallow Muxing, it could only solve the problem of Muxing from the source. As long as it ate Muxing's consciousness, this blood moon body, including the whole world under its feet, would belong to it. Muxing did not stop it, and even took the initiative to welcome it. As Greedy Moon's chaotic consciousness poured into his body, he began to execute the home exchange tactic. His consciousness rushed into Greedy Moon in the opposite direction. The two parties directly exchanged bodies. He had experience in controlling chaos, so at the moment of exchanging bodies, he controlled Greedy Moon's body. Although this fusion of Greedy Chaos and Blood Moon has not yet reached the perfect state of Chaos Blood Moon in the eyes of the creator, it is already very close. Both parties were overjoyed. Greedy Moon's consciousness tried to control Muxing's body, and rushed into the sea of consciousness, and saw the chaotic hyphae that were spreading and growing. It didn't expect that there would be an unexpected surprise. As long as it devoured this chaos larva, it might be able to become a dual attribute chaos, so it rushed over with its fangs and claws. At this moment, a 7-story tower caught the attention of Greedy Moon. It hated towers the most in its life. The creator caught it from the void, and conducted various cruel experiments, and tortured it. Now seeing the tower again, anger surged, and it wanted to completely destroy the tower in front of it. At the same time, Muxing's consciousness in Greedy Moon also sensed that his observer tower was being targeted. But he was not in a hurry, and instead smiled with a successful trick. Suddenly, a shrill cat cry sounded. It was like being bitten on the butt while sleeping. The sealed evil spirit was awakened. It rushed out of the tower with a meow. "Fuck, Blood Moon boy, what are you doing?" The evil spirit's furious voice sounded. "I found a fellow villager to accompany you because you are too lonely," Muxing said with a smile. The evil spirit was angry on the spot. "I can go to hell, huh? This guy seems to be different from ordinary chaos." It changed its tone. "You are really good, such a pure chaos consciousness." The striped fat cat rushed out of the tower, and showed its true body. The dazzling living sun rose in Muxing's sea of consciousness. A pair of giant eyes opened, tentacles waved wildly, staring straight at the greedy chaos consciousness. "Little brother, you smell so good." Chapter 531. The greedy chaos consciousness made a sharp explosion sound. It did not expect that there was such a great man hidden in Muxing's sea of consciousness. Although it looked like it had fallen, how could the foundation of the old nobles be compared with that of a newly rising upstart? It retreated at a high speed, trying to exit Muxing's sea of consciousness. The evil spirit quickly chased after it. Not only that, the chaos fungus ball released a large amount of hyphae to surround it. Just when greedy chaos wanted to retreat to its own body, Muxing blocked its retreat without any martial ethics. At the same time, they pounced with their fangs and claws. The three parties forced greedy chaos into a corner, and a four-way melee was staged again. Without the support of the body, the old rogue evil spirit could easily kill it. Evil spirit knows best how to restrain the resistance of various chaos, weaken their power, and destroy their will. Muxing controlled chaos mycelium to assist on the side, and took advantage of their battle to take a bite. By constantly tearing greedy chaos apart, it weakened its power. With the evil spirit as a meat shield in front, there is no need to worry about backlash. Until the greedy chaos showed signs of fatigue, the wolves pounced on the food, rushed forward, and shared the food with big mouthfuls. "Hey, fat cat, eat slowly. If you find some consciousness that does not belong to chaos, remember to spit it out for me," Muxing quickly reminded the evil spirit. "What?" It was wondering, and suddenly spit out a ball of dry consciousness condensation that looked like old bacon that had been dried for decades. "What the hell? It tastes so disgusting." Muxing quickly collected the condensation of consciousness, thinking that this should be the consciousness of the creator. No wonder they have not collapsed after being attacked by the void chaos for hundreds of millions of years. Strong strength is one aspect, and the other is to transform their consciousness into a form that is difficult to swallow and cannot be swallowed and digested by chaos. This means that chaos cannot erode their will, nor can it affect their will. In this way, they only need to withstand the attacks of chaos at the material world level to ensure the safety of the defense line. Next, as the resistance of Greedy Moon becomes weaker and weaker, Mu Xing launched the final attack and dealt a fatal blow to Greedy Chaos. He controlled the Chaos Mycelium to instantly penetrate its original consciousness, and the mycelium spread, devouring all of its original consciousness. Damn, Blood Moon Boy, can't you leave some for me? You ate it all. Next time, definitely next time. Mu Xing was secretly happy. This time he ate the most, more than 50%, Chaos Mycelium ate 20%, and the Evil Spirit ate at most 30%. Of course. Mu Xing would not forgive Wanmeng, and sent part of the essence to the 5th floor for it to devour and help it grow. As the source of the greedy chaos was divided, Mu Xing regained control of his body. Then he began to control his own body to devour the greedy moon in front of him. He ate it up one bite at a time. After devouring the greedy moon, Mu Xing's body size doubled, from 10,000 meters to 20,000 meters. His body consciousness was also greatly enhanced. The chaos fungus ball in the Sea of Consciousness has now expanded to 1/10 the size of the Sea of Consciousness. When it completely covers the Sea of Consciousness, it will be able to transform from a juvenile body to a growing stage, and its combat power will be further improved. After completely destroying the greedy moon, the barrier used to trap both sides was broken, and Mu Xing walked out as the final winner. At the same time, a pleasant voice finally rang in his ears. Congratulations, you have successfully completed the Talent Trial Space Challenge. The talent of Blood Moon Successor will evolve into Blood Moon Awakener. Along with the sound, the survival system actually appeared on its own initiative. The glowing roots collected all the scattered greedy chaos energy and moonlight in the world, mixed them together, and directly infused them into Mu Xing's body. This is really not a waste at all, and the main theme is a frugal family. With the help of the survival system, Mu Xing's talent began to change. From the Blood Moon heir, he began to transform into a Blood Moon Awakener. It also means that from now on, he is no longer just an heir, but a real Blood Moon. Blood Moon Awakener, open the talent, and the ability to transform into a Blood Moon will be greatly enhanced. The introduction is only a short sentence, but it makes Mu Xing very satisfied. At the same time, a flesh and blood door appeared in midair. Warning, this trial space is about to close. Please leave the trial space within half an hour. Mu Xing glanced at the warning, and did not leave directly. Instead, he flew back to the original sacrifice tower, and reached the core area of the creator through the elevator. He placed the consciousness condensation that looked like dried bacon on the 4-helix console. After waiting for 5 minutes, he saw the console light up, and the dried bacon began to melt, and then was absorbed by the console. Mu Xing waited for another 20 minutes, but nothing happened. Did it fail? Mu Xing was a little disappointed. He thought that he could revive the creator with these consciousness condensations. This way, he would have another backer. Unexpectedly, after 20 minutes, there was no response at all. Just as he was about to leave in disappointment. Suddenly, the console flashed. A blurry projection appeared. Kid, thank you for helping me regain the source of consciousness. Mu Xing's face lit up. You can revive, right? I don't know. This will be a long process. I will try my best to find a way to transform again. If I succeed, I can be resurrected. As he spoke, a snail-shaped communicator flew over from the control panel. Take it. If one day I am resurrected successfully, you can use it to contact me when you are in danger. Mu Xing grabbed the communicator. So what exactly is this? The Void Communicator is a communicator made of special substances in the chaos. My communicator is more effective than the one in your hand. Even if it is in different time and space and dimensions, it will not hinder communication. Mu Xing put away the communicator and thanked him, then said, I have another question. Ask it, kid. Did I come here long ago? The other party was silent for a moment, and then said, initially, this was a deal. With the survival system behind me? Yes. What exactly does it want to do? Don't worry, I can feel that it has no ill will towards you. It is just trying its best to train you. Mu Xing took a deep breath. Although he had guessed it long ago, he still felt a sense of loss when he learned the truth. Of course, I can tell you what our deal is. What? Mu Xing asked subconsciously. Alliance. Mu Xing exhaled, and it was true. It seems that the survival system is also looking for a new breakthrough point. The creator in front of him seems to be the breakthrough point it chose. The survival system is looking at the creator behind him. To be able to fight against chaos for billions of years, there must be something special about it. Child, do you have anything else to ask? I can feel that you don't have much time here. The last question, do you creators have a name? No, but you can call me by my past name, Lon. Chapter 532. When the space began to fluctuate, the bright red flesh door squirmed. Mu Xing walked out of the vortex in the door. Qi Gu looked up and quickly woke up the dozing Li Hongwei. Wei Gu, the captain is back. Back? What back? He looked up suddenly and looked around. Mu Xing pressed his shoulders speechlessly, signaling him to calm down. Ah, my awesome captain of Crass, you finally came out. Do you know how worried I was about you? Mu Xing ignored this guy and looked at Qi Gu. How long will it take me to be inside? About 3 hours. Mu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the speed of time in the trial space is different. How is Sister Yi doing? She has completed the trial an hour ago. So fast? As soon as the voice fell, Yi Wei's figure appeared in the yard. How is it? Did it succeed? Mu Xing nodded. Although there were some twists and turns, it was still smooth. Then he noticed that Yi Wei's expression changed. What's wrong? Did something happen? A new round of Nightmare Battlefield conscription has been issued, and this time the age limit has been raised to 4 years of survival veterans. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the battlefield was really beginning to be in danger. What's the situation in Terra City? Have they started to gather? That's not the case. Yi Wei shook her head. That's not bad. Mu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Terra City did not move, it would not matter even if all the masters of the 5 main cities were pulled up. This means that the battle situation has not yet reached its most critical moment. When Terra City also begins to gather, it means that the battle line is really dangerous. I heard some rumors that the situation on the battlefield is not good, and a war may be coming. Yi Wei said. Is the information reliable? I don't know. After all, it's just a rumor, and the source of the information is unknown. Mu Xing glanced at the time. In this case, let's prepare to enter the nightmare battlefield in advance. Li Hongwei next to him was smart. Are we going to enter so soon? Mu Xing looked at Qi Gu. During this time when we are not here, you are responsible for taking care of the base. If there is any problem, you can go to Zhang Ting, he will provide some help. Understood. Qi Gu nodded and took the storage ring handed over by Mu Xing. It contained a large amount of amplification serum, which was supplied to Zhang Ting. Then Mu Xing looked at Yi Ling, Li Shui and others. When Yi Fei comes back, you can form a team. Okay. The two nodded. What about me? What about me? Li Hongwei pointed at himself, as if he was the only one who had not been assigned a task. Just work hard to improve yourself, and strive to use the talent awakening key when you return to the next world. Li Hongwei groaned and scratched his head. He was a person who liked to be content with the status quo, but now, he was forced to do something by Mu Xing, and he was whipped to run forward. Okay, let's adjourn. Mu Xing clapped his hands, and everyone dispersed. Mu Xing and Yi Wei were directly teleported to Kowloon City. Now the whole Kowloon City seemed to be preparing for war, and pedestrians came and went in a hurry. Especially those seniors. At this critical moment, Kowloon City relaxed air control and opened up the restricted airspace, so there were long rainbows in the sky and people coming and going. Mu Xing and his team flew directly to the center of Kowloon City. There was the Nightmare Battlefield Recruitment Center, just opposite the former City Lord's mansion. The square was already crowded with people. Many 4-year veterans were on vacation, and were suddenly called back, and there was a lot of discussion. Have you heard that the Nightmare Battlefield is in urgent need of attention, and the situation may not be good? Who said that? I heard that the Nightmare Battlefield won a victory. Victory? Can we, the 4-year veterans, be recruited after the victory? Yeah. I don't know if we will have a chance to come back alive after this time. Mu Xing and Yi Wei squeezed through the crowd and squeezed into the conscription team. On the left were the veterans, who were recruited by the Nightmare Conscription Order, and the team was lined up in a long queue. The small door on the right was the entrance for newcomers. There were not many people, even less than usual. The two squeezed in. Hello. Veterans, go line up over there. The person in charge pointed to the long queue next to him. No, we are newcomers. Mu Xing rolled up his sleeves and showed his broken skull. The person in charge was stunned and took out the instrument to scan it. The expression became strange. Are you sure you want to enter the Nightmare Battlefield now? Of course. The other party opened his mouth and hesitated to speak, but finally reached out to take Mu Xing and his ID cards and started to register. In theory, you will be assigned to the newcomer front, But the situation on the battlefield is changing too fast now. As a registrar, I can only give you some advice. Follow orders, follow commands, and don't show off. Thank you. Mu Xing took the storage bag handed over by the other party, which contained several sets of new combat uniforms and some supplies. Mu Xing even saw the amplification serum he sold in it. Of course, it was the lowest quality. Just as Mu Xing entered the door, he heard the discussion behind him. Are these two newcomers crazy? Choosing this time to enter the nightmare battlefield, veterans are still in danger, let alone these newcomers. Okay, shut up. No eggs will be left intact when the nest is overturned. I have to remind you that our department should also be prepared to go to the front line. Mu Xing walked through the passage and into the building. There is a blue portal here. Just like when they entered the survival competition, they need a specific portal to send them to the exact location. Yi Wei suddenly said, we may not be assigned to the same team. If we are separated, you should be careful. Sister Yi, there is no problem on my side, but you, remember to stay calm because you are too worried. Don't worry, I will. The two looked at each other, and their casual clothes were replaced by military uniforms in the storage bag. And they got their own numbers. There was a badge on their chest representing their military rank, rank private, number E63107. At this time, there were already 28 people waiting in the newcomer hall. Seeing the appearance of Mu Xing and Yi Wei, there were just 30 people gathered, a platoon of personnel configuration. The crisp sound of leather shoes sounded. Everyone looked and saw a man with the rank of second lieutenant appear. A symbol. At his command, 30 people immediately lined up in 3 neat columns. He glanced at everyone. Although they are all new recruits, they should all be experienced. I won't say any more nonsense. You will be automatically assigned to different companies after entering the nightmare battlefield. There are only 3 things you need to do: obey, obey, and obey again. The nightmare battlefield implements military management. Anyone who deserts the battlefield will be killed, anyone who betrays humanity will be killed, and anyone who disobeys orders will be killed. I just hope you understand that you are fighting for humanity and for this world. He moved sideways and backward, revealing the portal behind him. I wish you good luck in military affairs. Let's go! There were no flowers or applause, nor farewell or parting sorrow. At the command, 30 people lined up and began to teleport into the nightmare battlefield. Mu Xing looked at the rotating portal. He was the last one. When all the 29 people in front of him entered, he looked back at this familiar world and stepped into it. Private Soldier 63107, welcome to the nightmare battlefield. Chapter 533. Wake up! Wake up! Mu Xing woke up in a commotion. He opened his eyes, and was lying in a military green tent. The simple folding beds were neatly arranged. There were 10 beds in the tent, 6 of which were occupied. Including him, there were 5 men and 1 woman. The one who woke them up was a young soldier in military uniform, who looked to be in his early 20s, with oil paint on his face. He was covered in equipment from head to toe. Most importantly, he did not sense the aura of a survivor from this young soldier. This means that the young soldier in front of him is not a survivor. Who are you? Mu Xing was wondering when other survivors woke up one after another. These were all newcomers, who came to the nightmare battlefield for the first time. Yi Wei was not seen, and it was obvious that she was assigned to another team. At this time, the tent was opened, and a 1.9 meter tall, strong and serious man walked in. He was serious and his sharp eyes swept around the tent. Everyone is awake, gather outside in the open space. As he said that, he lowered the door curtain without looking back and turned to leave. Mu Xing began to look at the survivors in front of him, and they were also looking at him. The first person to stand up was an American in his 40s, with long golden hair and a beard, exuding an aura of keeping strangers away. Is this the nightmare battlefield? I thought I would be teleported directly to the center of the battlefield. Next to him was a 2-meter-tall strong dragon countryman who took over the conversation. Since you are assigned to a small team, let's introduce ourselves. My name is Wang Tao, a dragon countryman. The woman on his left said, Selena, American. Suki Tanaka, Sakura, you can call me Tanaka. The man called Tanaka was putting his sword on his waist. Martin, American. The man who just stood up pointed at himself. Mu Xing also stood up, Blood Moon Dragon. Finally, there was only one man with a turban left. It was clear that he was a Sikh from the White Elephant. He put his hands together and shook his head. Hello, you can call me a Diffier, a Sikh. After several people got familiar with each other's names, the tent curtain was lifted again. A young girl in military uniform squeezed in. Hey, why haven't you made any movement yet? The company commander is going to be angry. Martin was the first to walk out of the tent, coming. The others followed closely. After leaving the tent, Mu Xing noticed that this was a small military camp, a little quiet, with only a few soldiers in charge of logistics. In the parade ground, the man who had just asked them to gather was standing under the flag meticulously. Several people lined up in a row, neatly arranged in front of him. Let me introduce myself. My name is Qin Jian, the company commander of the Xiefeng Assault Company of the 41st Division of the 57th Division. From today on, I will be the commander of your new survival team for the next half-month. I don't care what your identities are in the real world, but here I will treat you all equally. You are all my soldiers. Just then, 3 soldiers armed to the teeth appeared in front of them. They had already seen 2 of them. Company Commander Li Jian pointed at the 3 of them. Scout, Agu, is proficient in various reconnaissance capabilities and is our eyes in the nightmare battlefield. Logistics Soldier, Su Liang, is proficient in communications, mapping and space storage, weapons and ammunition, etc., all of which are under his charge. Finally, he pointed at the girl. Medical Soldier, Luo Yin, is proficient in treatment, purification, and various injury treatments. You can find her if you are injured. After hearing Li Jian introduce these ordinary people, someone below couldn't help but mutter, "What's going on? Why did you send us to the ordinary team?" Li Jian glanced at Selena, who was muttering softly, "I can understand that you survivors are new here, but I must tell you that this is different from any survival world you are familiar with. All your experience is useless here. If you want to survive and complete the mission, obey my orders. Do you understand?" No one answered below. These survivors were all arrogant. They saw at a glance that the company commander in front of them, including several special soldiers, were ordinary people, not survivors. Only Mu Xing noticed the faint aura of chaos emanating from their bodies. "Master, these soldiers all have the power of chaos." The long-lost voice of the divine seal sounded in Mu Xing's mind. "Huh? You woke up? How do you feel?" "Master, since I merged the 4-spiral storage device, the function has been greatly improved." "Very good. First, help me analyze some useful compressed information, mainly information related to the blood moon and chaos. I have a hunch that this place is not as simple as I imagined." "Understood, Master." On the stage, under the flag, Li Jian waved his right hand. Su Liang, the soldier, began to distribute supplies to each of the survivors, a manual, a communicator, and a box of candy. The manual is called the Nightmare Battlefield Instructions Manual, the communicator is called the Chaos Communicator, and as for the candy, it is not ordinary candy, but a synthetic food with extremely high energy. While distributing supplies, Su Liang said, "Everyone, the Nightmare Battlefield is very dangerous and has its own unique rules and restrictions. The Battlefield Manual will tell you all the precautions on the battlefield. There is chaos in this place that can interfere with signal transmission at any time. Electromagnetic waves, mental power, lasers, divine thoughts, etc., all remote communication methods will fail. Only this chaos communicator can ensure communication. This box of candy is an important life-saving prop. Use it at a critical moment to quickly recover from injuries. At the same time, do not eat any unofficial food provided by the Nightmare Battlefield. They will be contaminated by chaos and become poisonous to the mouth." The young logistics soldier gave a simple explanation, which made these survivors face up to the fact that this was not a place for them to do whatever they wanted. Mu Xing put away the 3 props, quickly scanned the manual, and memorized all the key points. It was not until then that the company commander Qin Jian spoke. "Everyone, first of all, welcome to join the Xiefeng Assault Company. Now I have good news and bad news to tell you." He grinned with a playful expression on his face. "The bad news is that you are very unlucky. Our Xiefeng Assault Company has just experienced a war, and there are only 12 people left in the 100-man company. The bad news is that I just received a new mission that can help the Xiefeng Assault team to avenge its previous shame." As soon as these words came out, the survivors present were stunned, and their faces changed. Not only were these newcomers not assigned to the relatively safe logistics department, but they were also directly assigned to the fierce front line. "I just don't know whether this is the main battlefield or the sub-battlefield. Now I announce the order." Li Jian took out an order. "Order, the Xiefeng Commando is responsible for the assault reconnaissance of the D902 area, and the task is due at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning." As he said this, he waved his right hand, and a blue translucent map appeared in front of them. They saw the complicated map, and the D902 area marked with a skull mark on the map. Chapter 534. The Xiefeng Commando, also known as the Xiefeng Assault Reconnaissance Company, is affiliated with the 57th War Zone, the 41st Division Defense Force. This is a commando composed of elite local mortals with strong combat effectiveness. 3 days ago, an attack attacked the defense line. The CFN commando fought desperately and successfully defended the position, but suffered heavy losses. With a death rate of over 80%, the attack from the darkness was crushed. The reinforcements took the opportunity to launch a counterattack and successfully pushed the front line forward by thousands of kilometers. Due to their outstanding performance, the Snow Peak Commando was promoted to a higher rank, nominated by the survival system, and supplemented with survivors. Therefore, although the number of Snow Peak Commandos is not as large as before, with the addition of these survivors, the combat power has increased instead of decreased. As they set out to the reconnaissance area, Mu Xing began to digest the information about the Nightmare Battlefield. The main enemies of the Nightmare Battlefield come from Chaos and the Void. These terrible beings live by devouring the material world. In order to resist the threat, the survival system created the Nightmare Battlefield to block their invasion of reality. The Nightmare Battlefield is vast and boundless. Not to mention the main battle zone, the area of each subwar zone is extremely large. Take their 41st subwar zone as an example. It is made up of dozens of worlds. The 41st subwar zone has more than 10 million troops, most of which are local mortal troops. They are native local residents. When Chaos began to invade, they were forced to resist. The result was a continuous retreat, and they were no match for Chaos at all. Until the arrival of the survival system, the worlds that were attacked were connected, and they were organized into war zones, and defense lines were established to fight against the threat from the Void. These local mortals were shrouded in the threat of Chaos from birth to death, so almost all of them were soldiers. Generally, the war zone consists of 3 areas: the safe zone, the defense line zone, and the occupied zone. As the name suggests, the safe zone is a safe area in the war zone. With the help of the survival system and the survivors, the local residents built cities, developed industries, attached importance to education, and produced food. They are the rear of the war zone, responsible for providing the defense line area with a steady stream of daily consumption. The defense line area is the main body of the Nightmare Battlefield. Humans have built a huge defense line to resist the attack of Chaos and rely on the defense line to counterattack. The occupied area, the area occupied by Chaos and the Void, is also called the Dark World. There is always no sunlight there, only darkness and danger. Countless Chaos monsters lurk in the darkness to accumulate strength and may launch an attack on the defense line at any time. And these defense line warriors not only have to defend the defense line, but also actively attack, destroy, and occupy various abnormal points. This abnormal point is not a special point for survivors to baptize. It is also called Chaos Anomaly, which is a feature of the Nightmare Battlefield. Because the Nightmare Battlefield is located at the intersection of multiple time and space. Some special abnormal points are often refreshed in the battlefield. Chaos will use abnormal points to teleport soldiers and attack the defense line. At the same time, abnormal points are also an important channel for the battle zone defense line to obtain supplies. It can be used by Chaos, and it can also be used by the battle zone defense line. Therefore, the competition for abnormal points has become the top priority of the Nightmare Battlefield. Now, their assault reconnaissance team will conduct reconnaissance in the D902 area. According to the Defense Intelligence, the D902 area is likely to refresh a new abnormal point. Due to the special situation of the Nightmare Battlefield, it is extremely difficult for various aircraft to break into the dangerous occupied area, so human reconnaissance has become the most effective means of reconnaissance. Their military camp is located in the safe area behind the defense area. Due to heavy losses, they were forced to withdraw from the front line. Now, with the support of the survivors, the new task was also issued to the company commander Chen Jian as soon as possible. The survivors will be trained as new recruits under Chen Jian for half a month. Company commander Chen Jian is a mixed-race child, the offspring of a survivor and a local human. So he is born with special abilities. 10 years ago, his parents died, and he joined the army and became a logistics defense soldier. After 10 years of hard work and repeated achievements, he gradually became the company commander of an elite reconnaissance commando from a logistics soldier. At this time, on the anti-gravity troop carrier heading to the defense line, the driver was Su Liang, a logistics soldier, and Chen Jian sat in the co-pilot seat, explaining the situation of the 57th War Zone and the 41st War Zone to them meticulously. Suddenly, someone pointed at the huge wall on the horizon ahead. "Look, what is that?" Everyone looked forward through the window. The 2-kilometer-high wall was like a giant dragon lying on the horizon. It stood tall and majestic, and the border could not be seen at a glance. That is the Great Wall of our 41st War Zone. It cuts the entire 41st War Zone into two halves. Behind the wall is the safe zone, and beyond the wall is the occupied zone. At the same time, we use the Great Wall as the dividing line to build a defense zone, Qin Jian explained. As the troop carrier got closer and closer to the Great Wall, everyone was shocked by the tall wall. It was built of unknown giant black blocks, with a thickness of 1 kilometer. It was like a black mountain range. Su Liang, who was driving, laughed. "This is nothing, this is just the Great Wall of our 41st Division of the 57th War Zone. I heard that the wall of the 57th Main War Zone is 10,000 meters high, and in the real main battlefield, there is also the majestic 7-star pass. Tianshu, Tianxian, Tianji, Tianquan, Yuheng, Kaiyang, Yaguang, the 7 great passes, can resist the attack of the Chaos Body. This is too crazy." Wang Tao, who was sitting next to Mu Xing, couldn't help but say. The other survivors looked serious and observed the situation outside through the window. Although they were shocked, they were all veterans after all. They had seen many bizarre scenes in the survival world and had a strong ability to accept. They quickly accepted this setting. Soon, the troop carrier drove into the military camp, and Qin Jian turned over and got off the car. "You wait here for me, I will go to hand over the task." This place is different from their company barracks. It is more like a huge logistics base. Patrol soldiers come in an endless stream, and the defense is extremely strict. There are various warning equipment around the barracks, supporting a kind of barrier to prevent invasion. While waiting, they saw many Red Cross ambulances returning from the direction of the city wall and sent to the medical area of the barracks. It seems that the front line has stabilized, otherwise there would not be time to transfer these wounded to the rear. Su Liang in the cab said, "Sergeant, I have a question. Are there many survivors in Sector 41? The man named Martin took the opportunity to ask. "Not many. You survivors are rare, especially high-level survivors. They are the real pillars of the defense line. We mortals are good at defending the front line, but if we want to attack, we still have to rely on you survivors." Martin continued to ask, "What if we survivors leave?" "Don't worry, the Nightmare Battlefield has an effective operating system. Even if the survivors leave temporarily, this system can maintain the operation of the defense line." Chapter 535. You are the ones our captain has spent a lot of effort to get. Although it is just a training company for new recruits, the captain hopes to make the most of your strength. "What are the benefits?" Adia asked. "Military merit is a good thing. I heard that you survivors have a merit system. By obtaining merit, you can not only upgrade your military rank, but also exchange for various powerful props," Su Liang said. "By the way, do you local soldiers have a chance to become survivors?" "Yes, but the requirements are extremely high. Only those with outstanding qualifications are qualified to become survivors. And the survivors here are different from you. We become survivors to better protect our homes, and cannot leave the Nightmare Battlefield. If it weren't for the survival system, our homes would have fallen and our race would have been extinct long ago. Even if it's for survival, we will do our best to fight the invasion." Hearing this, the survivors had different expressions, and no one knew what they were thinking. At this time, the company commander Qin Jian came back, and he had already received the pass. "Liangzi, drive, and try to get to the outpost before dark." "Okay." Su Liang stepped on the accelerator, and the speed soared, rushing straight to the tall city wall. There is no door in the city wall, but there is a teleportation array for entry and exit. After approaching, everyone noticed that the city wall built of blocks was engraved with dense runes and arrays, guarding every brick and stone. When entering the teleportation array, Qin Jian stretched out his hand and showed the pass. The teleportation array suddenly lit up with blue light, sending them directly outside the city wall. In an instant, they seemed to have entered another world. The huge city wall stood tall, and in front of it was a destroyed and shapeless battlefield, with only decay and death. Fortunately, the battlefield situation in the 41st Division was good. Several defensive counterattacks allowed them to push the front line forward for thousands of kilometers. Starting from the city wall, a new line of defense was established. Moreover, Mu Xing noticed that the city wall did not seem to be a dead object, it could move forward like a living thing. In other words, the battle line is always dynamic. This Nightmare Battlefield did have a big impact on him. "We won't have to drive all the way there, will we?" Wang Tao couldn't help but ask. "Don't worry, there is an outpost ahead that can send us to the predetermined coordinates." Qin Jian rarely took the initiative to respond. The so-called outpost is a fully automated outpost. The built-in transmission device can start the transmission by inputting the coordinates and send them to the forefront of the battle line. A dazzling white light lit up with the transmission device, covering their armored personnel carrier. The next second, they were directly teleported to a more distant outpost. Boom! There was a rumbling explosion in the darkness in the distance, and the fire lit up in the darkness, about hundreds of kilometers away from here. At this moment, each of their survival terminals received information from the survival system. Reconnaissance mission. Go to D902 area for reconnaissance. Mission time, 24 hours. Mission requirements. Obtain reconnaissance information within the area target, and send the information back in time. You don't want us to go deep into the occupied area? Selena frowned. Don't worry, it's just a reconnaissance mission, not an attack on a stronghold. Martin seemed relaxed, and after getting off the car, he lit a cigarette for himself. Chen Jian and his 3 teammates began to check their equipment. He looked up at the indifferent survivors with an expressionless face. I suggest you check your equipment carefully. The occupied area is very dangerous, and any carelessness is fatal. However, the survivors were not nervous, and they all began to be eager to try. From now on, we will march on foot. Chen Jian picked up his weapon and looked into the distance. Aren't you going to the defense line? We are scouts, not the main force on the battlefield. Our mission is to investigate the D902 area. According to the detection of the detection department, there may be new abnormal points in the D902 area. That place is located in the occupied area. The position is critical, and it is very dangerous. Everyone, please be alert. Mu Xing opened the map and glanced at the D902 area. It was covered by the fog of war, and was located on the left side of the battle line. Once a large number of Chaos soldiers emerged from here, it would directly threaten the flank of the battle line. So they must obtain first-hand intelligence to confirm the internal situation. As they crossed the demarcation line, they entered the occupied area for the first time. Unlike the safe zone, the occupied area is always covered by the fog of war, and there is no sunlight all day long. The rules here are strange, and ordinary communication equipment will be cut off the moment they enter the occupied area. Only the special Chaos communicator in their hands can ensure communication over a certain distance. 802, 802, this is the Xiefeng Assault Reconnaissance Team. Our team has made preparations for reconnaissance and arrived at the designated frontier. Request action? Action! A powerful voice came from the communicator. Chen Jian raised his head and waved his right hand. Everyone stepped on the hoverboard and began to infiltrate the occupied area. The black sky, the black earth, and the charred branches of the forest can be seen everywhere. The scout named Dagu was flying in the front. He was skillfully operating some detection equipment and paying attention to the surrounding situation. Chen Jian followed closely behind and also rushed to the front. Do you think this place is scary? Wang Tao looked around and couldn't help shivering. How dare you, a big muscular man, be so timid? Selena couldn't help but tease. What do you know? This is called crisis sensing. I always feel that something is staring at us in the dark. Hearing this, Mu Xing silently let the divine seal scan the surroundings, especially the chaotic aura. At this moment, Martin suddenly took action. He took out a looming sniper rifle and fiercely fired at the dead wood forest on the right. With a bias sound, the bullet flew at high speed and instantly hit a strange-looking beast. After being hit, the beast withdrew from the mimicry. It originally turned into a gray stone, but Martin saw through it directly. It roared at everyone. This thing looked like a wolf or a tiger. Its skin was torn by blood-red muscles. It was hairless and had 3 tails. The tip of each tail was like a poison needle. It swung its tail, and the poison needle at the tip was thrown out directly at a very fast speed. Martin fired continuously, and 3 poison needles were shot down by bullets. Then he gathered his strength and fired a bullet to blow up its head, and the headless body rolled several meters away. Everyone hurriedly approached, observing the body while being alert to the surroundings. Is this a Chaos soldier? Wang Tao touched his chin and said, No, it's just a low-level pollution monster. This kind of thing is produced when local creatures are eroded by the power of Chaos. It's brutal and violent, but the threat is average. Then he looked at Martin. Forget it this time. Don't shoot without my permission in the future. Once the real enemy is alerted, our entire team will be in danger. Martin exhaled the smoke from his mouth and took back the sniper rifle. As if he didn't hear Chen Jian's words, he jumped in front of the monster, took out a knife, and began to dissect the body. Chapter 536. Hey brother, we are all dragon people. Let's form a team. Mu Xing was using his observer talent to observe the surrounding situation, when suddenly a voice came to his ear. The big muscular man Wang Tao came over and whispered beside him. Mu Xing glanced at him. He had seen this man in the Kowloon City Transmission Hall. He was one of the 30 newcomers. Mu Xing nodded. Forget about forming a team. We can take care of each other. Mu Xing's attitude was a little cold. He had no interest in any team, especially in this dangerous nightmare battlefield. Wang Tao's face lit up. He looked around and made sure no one was paying attention to him before he spoke. Brother, I heard that there are many treasures in the nightmare battlefield, especially in those abnormal points. If we work together, we may get some good things. Treasures? Mu Xing looked at him puzzled. They are refreshed from the abnormal points. If you are lucky, you can get all kinds of purple weapons and legendary props. Mu Xing responded casually. Suddenly, Adia from the White Elephant Kingdom came over from behind. Can you two join me in your team? We white elephants are the most trustworthy. I believe we can be the best teammates. Mu Xing and Wang Tao looked at each other and ignored Adia. The credibility of this group of third brothers is notoriously low in the survival system. If anyone believes him, he might as well find a pig as a teammate. Hey, think about it. Adia tried to save the situation. Seeing that they ignored him, he quickly ran to Tanaka Suki. Hello, Tanaka-kun, are you interested in joining a team? We white elephants are the most honest. Before he could finish his words, Tanaka Suki pulled out the blade with his right hand, and a dangerous aura rushed out from the scabbard. Get out of here. Adia quickly raised his hands and stepped back. Don't be impulsive, Tanaka-kun. He was not discouraged, and ran to get close to Selena and Martin. Mu Xing walked up to Martin who was dissecting the body. How is it? Did you get anything? Martin looked up at Mu Xing, then took out a spore cyst from the body. Slightly cut open the spore cyst, and there was a mass of squirming black matter inside. It's chaos matter. Several local warriors, besides Chen Jian, suddenly became nervous. Martin picked out the squirming black matter and sealed it in a sealed container. He threw the container directly to Chen Jian. Has chaos matter appeared in this place before? Chen Jian shook his head with a serious expression, and he raised the sealed container in his hand. It seems that the Chaos Party has indeed made some moves. We have come to the right area D902. No, what are you talking about? Wang Tao was confused. Chen Jian stood up and looked into the distance. Before chaos descends, the power of chaos will go first, and a large amount of chaotic matter will leak from the void cracks, affecting other creatures within the range. In other words, void cracks have begun to appear in the area ahead, and chaos is ready to move, which means... It means that there must be an abnormal point forming ahead, right? Martin looked up. Yes, this is exactly the purpose of our trip. Chen Jian took out a flamethrower and burned the corpse to ashes. Just then, Agu, who was in charge of reconnaissance in front, came back. Captain, a large number of chaos-contaminated creatures were found ahead. How many? It is roughly estimated that there are more than 1,000, including some large-scale contaminated creatures. Chen Jian received the information from Agu and checked the situation on the terminal. Dense red dots were scattered in the dead woods ahead. We can't alarm these things, so as not to alert the enemy. Let's sneak into the D902 area. Chen Jian gave the order, and everyone activated various abilities to hide themselves. Turn off the communication, keep silent. Chen Jian looked at Su Liang, opened the void connection, set me as the terminal. Understood. Su Liang took out a small box, and the box opened and 10 twinkling stars flew out. The stars flew to everyone, sticking to their arm skin, and the stars quickly spread on their arms to spread a blue mark. What is this? Void connection. This is Su Liang's innate ability. You can think of it as a team LAN. It allows us to sense the location of other teammates within a certain range and communicate over short distances. Chen Jian explained. Mu Xing tapped the mark, and a virtual display area instantly appeared in front of him. He could see the blue dots representing other people on the display area. Click the blue dot to communicate in the team channel. Chen Jian waved his right hand, and everyone moved closer to the D902 area. The deeper into the occupied area, the stronger and more chaotic the chaotic atmosphere Mu Xing sensed around him. In a dense chaotic area, people's perception ability will be greatly reduced. Mu Xing used the observer's perspective to observe the surrounding situation. There were more chaos-contaminated creatures than he imagined. These creatures contaminated by the power of chaos were irrational, and would indiscriminately attack any creature that entered the deadwood forest. Even these chaos-contaminated creatures would fight each other. They concealed their aura and passed through these chaos-polluted creatures, trying not to alarm any of them. After half an hour of hard work, they finally passed through the dead woods. There was thick fog ahead, as if there was a dark cloud covering it, making it difficult to see clearly. The map showed that the so-called D902 area was ahead. Mu Xing thought that the fog of war only covered the sky, but he didn't expect that the entire area was filled with fog. The observer's vision could penetrate part of the fog, but could not see through the entire fog. Mu Xing saw the blurred buildings hidden in the fog, and it seemed that he could also see the shadowy figures of people. Mu Xing connected Chen Jian's communication in a one-way way. "Captain, there is a town in the fog ahead." "Town?" Chen Jian was stunned at first, then said, "Can you see through the fog?" "Just some tricks. The situation inside is unknown. We need to act cautiously," Mu Xing reminded. Chen Jian stopped at the edge of the fog area. "Liangzi, Yanzi, you set up the microtransmission device. Agu, you try to build a communication system, and the others follow me closely." Chen Jian quickly gave orders and took precautions. Adia curiously stretched out his hand towards the mist, and just as he was about to touch the mist, his wrist was grabbed by Chen Jian. "Don't move." Adia shook his head and apologized. "Sorry, I'm just curious." Chen Jian took out a little white mouse. The little white mouse sniffed and crawled into the mist. After a while, when it was dragged out, its body had been severely mutated. The body also changed from less than 5 centimeters to a mutated mouse of more than 20 centimeters. Remember, in the occupied area, it is dangerous to touch anything unknown. "Aren't we going in to investigate? This fog is so dangerous. How can we get in?" Adia said. Chen Jian didn't say anything, and took out a mirror from his backpack. The mirror was rippling with ripples, and shining with silver light. Chapter 537. The mirror grew bigger in the wind, quickly expanding from more than 10 centimeters to a 2-meter mirror. The mirror shone with silver light, and suddenly extended forward, as if it had opened up a passage in the fog. "Wait a moment, I go in and install the anchor point." As he spoke, some kind of power surged in Chen Jian's body, releasing a shield with a flowing breath, and he stepped directly into the mirror. The passage formed by the mirror can weaken the chaos pollution to a certain extent, and with the shield on Chen Jian's body, it can effectively resist the erosion of chaos. "He just went in like that," Wang Tao said in confusion. Logistics soldier Su Liang looked proud. "The mirror just now is a polarized isolation mirror, which can form an isolation channel and deflect the surrounding chaotic aura, and our company commander is a 3rd-level Chaos Awakener." "What is a Chaos Awakener?" Wang Tao asked, puzzled. "Didn't you read the manual?" Su Liang was speechless. Martin walked out from the side. Chaos Awakener refers to a special awakener who has integrated the power of chaos and can control the power of chaos to a certain extent. Most of them were born in the nightmare battlefield. Because their ancestors had long-term contact with chaos, their descendants have developed a certain resistance to chaos. Some mutants are not only highly resistant to chaos, but can even use chaos to awaken various special abilities. Among local soldiers, high-level commanders are generally Chaos Awakeners. They have strong combat effectiveness, high resistance to chaos erosion, and are least likely to be swallowed by chaos. Hearing this, Wang Tao showed an expression of "I see" and said, "What does the 3rd-level Chaos Awakener mean?" "Let me explain," Su Liang said. "The abilities of Chaos Awakeners are innate, but how high they can grow depends on their acquired efforts. A 1st-level Chaos Awakener can greatly improve their physical fitness, mental strength, and chaos resistance. A 2nd-level Chaos Awakener can awaken and gain various extraordinary abilities, and their combat effectiveness is far different from that of ordinary soldiers. And the 3rd-level Chaos Awakener is a huge watershed, the 3rd level." Before he finished speaking, ripples appeared in the silver mirror in front of him, and a familiar figure walked out of the mirror. The chaos barrier disappeared from Chen Jian's body. "Liangzi, Agu Yanzi, I have set up the anchor point and prepared for the transdimensional teleportation." He glanced at the survivors around him, and stretched out his hands. "Everyone hold hands." Everyone quickly formed a circle, and saw the 4 local soldiers emitting a chaotic aura at the same time, and a little swirling chaos appeared in the center. The chaos suddenly expanded and became a vortex, instantly engulfing several people. The next second, when they regained their sight again, they found themselves standing in a strange Victorian town. Cobblestone roads, Gothic churches, dark tones. The air was filled with the faint smell of blood and the scorched smell of burning corpses. "Where is this abnormal point? Everyone be careful." Chen Jian waved his right hand, and the 3 elite soldiers under him dispersed one after another. Mu Xing looked up. The black town, a bright moon hanging high in the sky. The moonlight splashed on the houses and walls like snow. Is it an illusion? Mu Xing glanced around. Master, according to my detection, it should not be an illusion, but more like a corner of the world, pulled here by chaos. Mu Xing opened his observer's perspective and took in the entire town. He saw a faint strange atmosphere lingering. In his sight, every corner of the town was in his sight. The doors of the buildings were closed, and there were wanderers holding torches moving around in the town. In the central square of the town, a group of revelers lit a bonfire and danced enthusiastically in front of it. I don't know if the appearance of these outsiders has aroused the vigilance of the wanderers in the town, and some wanderers surrounded them from the streets on both sides. Captain, there are enemies approaching, Su Liang reminded. Qin Jian quickly scanned the streets. Number. About 20 people. Can we avoid them? I'm afraid it's not possible. We are caught in the middle. Qin Jian took out an assault rifle. Prepare for battle. The survivors were ready to fight when they heard about the battle. Does anyone know how to set up a barrier? Qin Jian looked at several survivors. Let me do it. Suki Tanaka stood up and slowly drew out the sword from his waist. Its name is engraved on the handle, Blue Star. At the same time, the sword exudes a strong soul breath. Ryatsu? Is this a Zanpakuto? Martin subconsciously looked at Tanaka Suki. Tanaka Suki did not speak, but raised his Zanpakuto high in his hand. Blue Star, first release, blue barrier. The moment his Zanpakuto was inserted into the ground, a blue barrier quickly spread to a radius of 300 meters. On the barrier, a blue giant wolf totem can be vaguely seen. The function of the blue barrier is to isolate the breath, and it can also enhance the group. You can only enter the barrier, but not leave. As soon as the words fell, a group of wanderers holding torches and various strange weapons rushed into the barrier. Their eyes were red, their bodies were withered, and they looked like peasants with no fighting power. Only the guys holding rusty long swords had some fighting power. The moment they found Mu Xing and the others, they roared and attacked. Attack! Qin Jian gave an order and opened fire quickly. Tanaka, he was the first to rush up, waving his Zanpakuto, slashing out white bright sword lights under the moonlight. Wang Tao followed closely behind, growling, his muscles swelled, and his skin quickly turned green. It's interesting that the big guy is actually of the Hulk's descent, Selena commented with a smile. Wang Tao roared, punched his chest with both fists, and jumped up high. Boom. When he landed, he smashed the two farmers holding pitchforks into pulp on the spot. He rushed left and right, violently crushing. In just 10 seconds, all the 20 wanderers were lying down. Some were smashed into pulp, and some were chopped into pieces. Nothing more than that. What kind of world is this projection? The enemy is so weak. Martin never made a move, holding a cigarette under his cowboy hat, puffing out smoke. Don't be careless, it's not over yet, Qin Jian reminded loudly. What? Wang Tao's face suddenly changed, and his right leg was bitten by something. Looking back, the farmer who had just been beaten into a pulp by him suddenly turned into a ferocious werewolf. There was blood in his eyes, and a mouthful of sharp teeth bit his calf frantically, and green blood seeped out. After the transformation, the Hulk could even fight against tank guns, but now, he was bitten by this werewolf and bled. The palm leaf fan slapped the werewolf away. He swung his fist back and smashed it on the ground. With a bang, he smashed the second werewolf that wanted to attack him on the spot. He swung his fist quickly. The sound of bones cracking continued. Still want to attack me? Die! Wang Tao shouted, charging his right fist, and the green gamma energy gathered in his palm. The heavy punch fell, directly creating a 3-meter-long pit, and the werewolf was violently crushed into meat paste. Wang Tao did a backflip and landed, exhaling white-hot air from his mouth, staring vigilantly at the werewolf meat paste in the pit. Chapter 538. In the pit. The werewolf's flesh and blood squirmed, trembling and struggling. Even though Wang Tao smashed it into a meat pie with one punch, it was still recovering tenaciously. The ferocious wolf head slowly raised up, a kind of gray mist seeped out of its eyes, and it opened its mouth to howl. At this moment, a high-speed bullet flew over and instantly penetrated the werewolf's head. With a puff, blood and brain matter splashed out, and the condensed mist suddenly dissipated, and the heavy wolf head fell heavily to the ground, never to revive again. Everyone turned around and saw Qin Jian holding a gun. His body was heaving violently, and his right hand and the pistol in his hand were all transformed, and his arm was wrapped around the gun like a snake. And the gun seemed to have become a living thing, stretching and wriggling. Then, he fired continuously, blowing up the heads of all the wanderers who intended to mutate and revive. All the guys who were shot in the head by him completely lost their vitality, and could not be resurrected. What kind of ability is this? Qin Jian's right hand slowly recovered, and the gun in his hand also returned to its original appearance. It's the ability of a third-level Chaos Awakener, Chaos Will Possession. Luo Yin, who had been silent, spoke up. Wang Tao stared at Qin Jian. So this is the ability of a third-level Chaos Awakener. It can actually summon Chaos Will. How is this possible? Qin Jian withdrew his weapon expressionlessly. Don't think too much. The Chaos Will summoned by the third-level Awakener is just the scattered Chaos Will scattered in the Nightmare battlefield. Of course, there are some lawful or neutral Chaos willing to help us, and use their power to eliminate Chaos. He pointed at the corpses of the Wanderers. Although I don't know what world they came from, they have obviously been corrupted by Chaos. Their combat ability has been greatly improved, and they have also obtained the Chaos Immortality feature. What is the Chaos Immortality feature? Wang Tao asked quickly. The Chaos Immortality feature means that with the blessing of the power of Chaos, they can always be resurrected after being killed. Unless the Chaos core in their body is defeated, they can be truly killed. Generally speaking, there are two ways to destroy the Chaos core. The first is to crush the core with absolute violence, which is suitable for the upper to defeat the lower. Second, possession by the will of Chaos, using the power of Chaos to destroy Chaos, is also the most convenient and quick way. Hearing Qin Jian's explanation, they had a deeper understanding of the Nightmare battlefield. What is the price? Mu Xing asked. Qin Jian did not hide it. The price is the loss of sanity. Even if the summoned is a lawful or neutral will of Chaos, it will passively consume sanity. If the possession continues, the sanity will be consumed and it will be assimilated by Chaos and turned into a monster. Qin Jian walked to a corpse, cut it open with a knife, and took out a spore cyst from it. The spore cyst was cut open, and inside was the chaotic material that had been destroyed and solidified into a substance. This thing is their real weakness. As long as the core is not destroyed, the chaotic immortality will continue to exist. As he said, he stood up and looked around this strange town. The anomaly has arrived. Our goal is to confirm the location of the core of the anomaly, and then send the coordinates back to the rear intelligence system. We will try to find the core before night falls, and at the same time prevent the chaotic forces from occupying this abnormal point. Mu Xing roughly understood what Qin Jian meant, and he wanted to take this opportunity to seize this abnormal point. Does anyone recognize this place? Wang Tao asked. It's a corner of blood-cursed Yan'an Town. Suki Tanaka's cold voice sounded. Blood-cursed Yan'an Town? The hospitable Yan'an Town full of superior creatures and ancient gods? Oh my god, why are we in such a ghost place? Wang Tao's face suddenly changed. Don't worry, the Yan'an Town that Chaos brought here is at most a corner of the town. Do you think the superior creature can be summoned whenever it wants? Tanaka, you said coldly. Wang Tao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead awkwardly. Indeed, if there is a superior here, we would have been wiped out long ago. At this time, Qin Jian spoke and issued a new order. Everyone act separately. The 10 of us will be divided into 4 groups. Agu, Liangzi, Yinzi, you each take 2 people, and I will be 1 team. Captain, you are on your own? No, it's too dangerous. Follow orders. Qin Jian is a man of his word. He stared at the moon in the sky. Be quick before the chaos comes. Luo Yin began to pick people. Martin, Selena, follow me. Su Liang pointed at Tanaka Yu and Adia. You 2 follow me. In the end, only Wang Tao and Mu Xing were left, and they were directly assigned to Agu. Among the 6 survivors, except Mu Xing, almost everyone has more or less demonstrated their strength, but Mu Xing was regarded as the weakest one. So he was assigned to Agu, the strongest of the 3 veterans. Everyone checked the clock. The 4 veterans approached and checked the clock. 3 hours. Everyone will gather here in 3 hours. Whether or not the core of the abnormal point is found, safety comes first. Yes, Captain. The 3 saluted. Action. The 4 teams chose different directions to explore. Qin Jian went east, Su Liang went north, Luo Yin went south, and Agu led them west. Agu was cold and not good at speaking, just asking them to follow him closely. Wang Tao started to chatter again. Brother Agu, why are you called Agu? How old is our company commander this year? Is he married? How can I become a Chaos Awakener? Seeing that the other party was still ignoring him, Wang Tao shut up with embarrassment. Agu suddenly stopped and raised his right hand. What's wrong? Mu Xing glanced ahead and saw a group of wanderers holding torches approaching. The enemy is coming, be careful. Agu always speaks briefly. It is not advisable to engage the enemy, retreat. He quickly retreated and hid behind the house, trying to avoid the wanderers as much as possible. Soon, They saw a group of wanderers holding torches holding a terrified woman tied up and taking her to the square. It seems that there is a hostage. Maybe we can get some information. Should we save her? Wang Tao looked at Agu. Agu hesitated for a moment. I will ask the company commander for instructions. After a moment, Agu raised his head. The company commander said that the probability of a sensible living person appearing in the abnormal point is very small. Saving her can get a lot of useful information. We can do it, but be careful. Wang Tao grinned and bumped his fists. Leave it to me then. Agu looked around, and I tried to set up the barrier. It's too late, let me do it. Mu Xing spoke, at least show off his skills, otherwise he would be looked down upon. Mu Xing pointed with his right hand, summoned the nether lake, and the translucent mental barrier blocked this section of the street. Wang Tao didn't expect Mu Xing to have this skill. Mu Xing pretended to chant a spell, and summon the hunter. Brother Blood Moon, you are a summoner? I know a little bit. Chapter 539. The wanderers who were escorting the hostages suddenly found that the stone road reflecting the moonlight suddenly became sticky. It was like stepping into a sticky tar pit, which made these wanderers alert instantly. Agu blocked the retreat, and Wang Tao turned into the Hulk and rushed over directly, punching a wanderer. The big hand of the palm fan swept over, and smashed the two wanderers next to him into meat paste. Mu Xing pointed with his right hand, and the hunter rushed out directly. Waving the bone-curved blade, he quickly harvested the wanderer's head. At the same time, he accurately cut the chaos core spores in the bodies of those wanderers, making them unable to revive. Mu Xing appeared behind the woman, and was about to help her untie the rope. Suddenly, a sharp dagger appeared in the woman's hand, and swung it back rapidly. Mu Xing grabbed her wrist expressionlessly. Her slender wrist could still burst out with such speed and power, unlike an ordinary person. But she was trembling all over, her hands and feet were cold, and her face was bloodless. The disheveled woman turned quickly, and bit towards Mu Xing's neck like a beast. As a result, before she could get close, Mu Xing slashed her neck with a knife, knocking her out. He held her lower back with one hand, and pushed her into the hands of Wang Tao, who had untransformed. Brother Blood Moon, your summoned beast is really powerful. It was solved so quickly. He pointed at the hunters, who were slaughtering the wandering hunters next to him. Mu Xing looked at Agu who was rushing over. Find a safe place to light a fire. She has hypothermia. If this continues, this woman will freeze to death. Frozen to death? Wang Tao looked at the sky in confusion. It's so warm on this summer night. How can someone freeze to death? He walked over and touched the back of the woman's hand. Hiss! Why is it so cold? After realizing the seriousness of the matter, Agu said, This way, I found a house that can be entered when I just came here. Agu took the lead, Wang Tao carried the woman, and Mu Xing was responsible for the rear. He took a look at the corpses, threw out the flames, and burned all the corpses to ashes. He didn't dare to feed the flesh and blood of this place to the hunters. Soon, in the small room, Agu had already lit a fire, and the flames burned, illuminating the surrounding darkness. Maybe it was the warmth from the fire, but the cold woman slowly woke up. The first thing she did when she woke up was to rush to the fire. Wang Tao was quick to pull her back. Are you looking for death? The woman was startled, as if she had woken up. She used her hands and feet to move away from the fire, as if she had seen something terrible. She opened her mouth to scream. Next to her, Agu injected a shot of medicine directly into her neck. Less than 3 seconds after the medicine was pushed in, the crazy woman with her neck tilted back quickly calmed down. Her eyes slowly regained clarity. After calming down, the woman looked at the few people with a vigilant face. Hunters from the church? Mu Xing shook her head. If we were hunters from the church, do you think we would still be alive now? The woman looked at these Orientals who were out of tune with Yan'an Town. Are you from the outside world? We saw the hunter recruitment order from the church, but when we came to Yan'an, we found that there were only wild beasts everywhere. Mu Xing said lightly. The woman was slightly excited. Leave here quickly, the church is a group of crazy liars. You will be left here, trapped here forever. Mu Xing held her shoulders, and signaled her to calm down. So what happened? The woman covered her head, as if recalling, My name is Chloe, I am a hunter recruited by the church, they promised a lot of rewards, but I gradually found that this place is not right. The so-called blood-healing Holy Land is just a scam, a lie, what they really want is. The woman suddenly paused, as if the voice was stuck in her throat, and she couldn't speak for a long time. Okay, don't be nervous. Mu Xing began to use mental hypnosis to ease her emotions. Mu Xing's control of mental power has reached a subtle level, allowing this woman's emotions to remain in a balanced state. Chloe, How long have you been here? About 3 years. Maybe longer, I can't remember. The promise made by the church was not fulfilled. They trapped us in those dangerous castles, dirty sewers, and weird dreams, and asked us to help them hunt beasts and obtain those forbidden knowledge. Some hunters went crazy and started to disappear. The church told me that they left with the bounty. Later I realized that they didn't leave, but fell into madness and turned into monsters. I wanted to escape, but I couldn't. I became the prey in the eyes of those hunters. I discovered the secret of the church, and they wanted to kill me to silence me. Chloe curled up in fear. Although Muxing tried his best to comfort her spirit, she had been broken down for a long time and her spirit was seriously unbalanced. Several people looked at each other. Does anyone know the setting of Yarnum? Wang Tao couldn't help asking. Agu shook his head. Sorry, I don't know much about those survival worlds. Muxing said, let me tell you, Yarnum is a city in Bloodborne, and the timeline is probably set in the Victorian era. It was a chaotic era, technology was emerging, and ancient witchcraft had not yet left its stage. A group of scholars, who called themselves the Healing Church, discovered that blood transfusions can be used to treat various diseases and even prolong life. This treatment method is called blood therapy. So many outsiders came to Yan'an town for blood therapy. But soon, this blood therapy became Yan'an's nightmare. Is it because of the blood? Agu asked. Yes, the mysterious blood delivered by blood therapy can stimulate people's potential and revitalize the body, but the price is the loss of reason. Soon, a special beast disease began to appear. Some patients who received blood therapy showed beast phenomena in their bodies. Every night, these patients would turn into hideous beast werewolves. In order to ensure the safety of Yan'an and prevent the news from leaking, the church began to recruit hunters with strong combat power, promising them generous bonuses to help them hunt those alienated beasts. Several people looked at Chloe, who was still curled up in a ball. She was a hunter recruited by the church to eliminate the beasts, until she found the clues and discovered the secrets of the church. When she wanted to escape, she found that she could no longer escape and was trapped in this dangerous Yan'an. The double torture of her mind and body made her finally collapse and become the prey of those wanderers. Muxing continued, in fact, we don't need to pay too much attention to the plot setting. The anomaly only projects a corner of Yan'an. Judging from the situation of those wanderers, our main opponent this time is chaos. Muxing put one hand on Chloe's forehead and let the divine seal read her memory directly. In the past, it could only be operated by pulling out the head, but now the memory of the living can also be read directly. After a moment, he raised his head, found it. What did you find? Wang Tao asked quickly. The core of the anomaly. Chapter 540. On the way back to the gathering point, Wang Tao leaned towards Agu in fear, occasionally looking around the surrounding buildings. Since this town is a projection, will the power of the ancient gods also be projected here? Muxing shook his head. It's not that simple. Although I don't know the principle of the formation of the abnormal point, I know one thing very well. In the nightmare battlefield, it is difficult for high-level creatures to descend directly. How do you know? It's written in the Nightmare Battlefield manual. Didn't you read it? This. I look at it when I get back. Wang Tao scratched the back of his head, trying to change the subject. Agu next to him subconsciously glanced at Muxing. I didn't expect that a new soldier like you could memorize the manuals so quickly. Muxing shook his head. It's just a habit. Agu said, Blood Moon is right. Although this is an occupied area, under the special rules and restrictions of the survival system, it is difficult for high-level life forms to descend directly. They can only be summoned through various sacrifices or descent rituals. Wang Tao couldn't help but ask, is this rule only for the chaos side? No, there are not only the rules of the survival system, but also the rules of chaos, which will also restrict the arrival of high-level survivors. Chaos summons abnormal points for the purpose of using abnormal points to summon high-level fighters, or even the main body to come. Therefore, on the nightmare battlefield, the competition for abnormal points between the two sides has also become an important means to win the war. Muxing asked, what are the benefits of occupying abnormal points? Of course, there are many benefits. First, we can obtain resources. The daily consumption of the nightmare battlefield is a huge number. It takes a huge amount of resources to maintain such a huge defense line. By occupying these abnormal points, we can continuously obtain various resources to maintain consumption. Second, we can build bases and outposts. Once we occupy the abnormal points in the occupied area, we can embed a nail in the occupied area. Whether it is troop deployment or logistical supply, we have a fulcrum. So even though the Great Wall is advancing slowly, with enough abnormal points, we can turn defeat into victory and enter the occupied area. This third is also a very important promotion channel for local soldiers. Local soldiers are not like you survivors, who can easily travel through other worlds. We want to obtain various abilities, weapons, and props. Abnormal points are a good choice for training new soldiers. After listening to Agu's explanation, Mu Xing had a deeper understanding of abnormal points. Almost there. Agu returned along the way he came and arrived at the meeting point ahead of time. Where are the others? Wang Tao looked around, but no one else had returned. Wait a minute, I contact the company commander. Agu used the chaos communicator to contact Jinjian. After 2 beeps, the call was connected, but the voice on the other end was extremely vague, accompanied by a rustling noise, and it was impossible to hear clearly. Company commander? Company commander? Agu was still trying to contact. Mu Xing turned her head and glanced at the female hunter huddled beside Wang Tao. Then he looked towards the depths of Yan'an town. The illusory projection there appeared and disappeared, extremely blurry. Shinin suddenly said, Master, I feel something is wrong, as if something is separating us. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. It is the hunter's nightmare. There should be a manipulator behind this. I just don't know if it is the superior creature of Yan'an town or chaos behind it. He walked to Agu. Don't try, we are separated, and now we should be separated in different spaces. Agu looked at Mu Xing doubtfully. Mu Xing pointed around. Don't you find anything unusual? Observe carefully. Agu closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, blue light shone through both eyes. Where the blue light scanned, they saw the interlaced space visible to the naked eye. What kind of ability is this? Wang Tao came over curiously. I got this extraordinary ability when I became a second-level Chaos Awakener. I call it the Eye of True Vision. The Eye of True Vision can see through illusions and fog. This is the main reason why I can become a high-level scout. Did you find anything? Wang Tao asked. Xueyue is right. We were indeed separated and pulled into different levels of space. Upon hearing this, Wang Tao was anxious on the spot. What should we do? How should we get out? I will try to find the intersection of different levels of space. Maybe we can leave from there, Agu said. But as soon as he finished speaking, his whole body softened and he fell to the ground. Mu Xing was quick to support him. Hey, brother Go, wake up, wake up. Wang Tao ran over in a hurry. Mu Xing stopped him. He lifted up Agu's clothes and frowned. His chest was wrapped in white gauze, stained red by the blood seeping out. His eyes were closed, his body was shaking, and there was blood seeping in his eye sockets. What's wrong with him? The injury has not healed, and the high-intensity attack all the way, his body can't hold on. Injured? I have healing potions here. Wang Tao quickly took out 3 healing potions. Mu Xing lifted the gauze. It was some kind of scratch. The wound was black, preventing the wound from healing. At the same time, black mucus seeped out. This is a scar caused by a chaotic creature. Ordinary healing potions will not work. What should we do? Go back to the campfire. I will help him clean the wound first. The two were talking. Suddenly, the woman pointed to the darkness in horror. Beast, beast. They turned around and saw 2 werewolves crawling on their stomachs, grinning, their mouths twitching, and their eyes staring at them. Take them away. Leave this to me. Mu Xing asked Wang Tao to leave first, and he blocked the 2 ferocious werewolves. Then you be careful. Wang Tao carried Agu in one hand and the woman in the other, and ran away without looking back. Mu Xing grabbed with his right hand, and the dark moon sword fell into his hand. At this moment, the 2 werewolves howled and pounced at the same time. The dark moon sword in Mu Xing's hand lit up with a faint blue light. Frost wrapped around the sword, and swung the sword to cut out a crescent. With a puff, the werewolf was cut in half by Mu Xing on the spot, accurately shredding the chaos spores and destroying the chaos core. The other one rushed over. Mu Xing jumped high, and then stomped heavily in the air. Bang! The ground shook, and the werewolf was stepped into the broken floor tiles by Mu Xing. No matter how the werewolf struggled, it could not break free. Mu Xing looked up, and looked at the mysterious hunter wearing a cowboy felt hat, and holding a heavy axe on the spire. Under the moonlight, his figure became darker and darker, without a shadow, and the rest of his body was hidden under the leather cloak. Mu Xing raised the moonlight sword in his hand, and pointed it at the figure. The mysterious man exhaled a hot breath, and his body exuded a cold and bloody breath. Mu Xing was very familiar with the bloody breath, which was the power of beast, and the cold breath looked more like it came from chaos.